Krista Lewis. Part 1. Faces in Fire. Chapter 1. Prince Zahava squinted into the sunlight and smiled his satisfaction. All the signs were good for the hunt today. Claw marks on the cliffs, wing marks on the sand, and the close cropping of bittersweet plants along the canyon ridges. But the prince's perceptions were more subtle and had no need of these obvious signs. He could feel the presence of his prey all along his skin, scent it in the air, sense it in every nerve. His admirers said he could tell when the time was ripe for the hunt simply by glancing at the sky. His enemies said it was not surprising that he could sense such things, for he himself had been dragon-spawned. In truth, he seemed a human version of the dragon he hunted today. A long, proud nose reared out of a lean and predatory face, saved from ruthlessness by the humor lurking at the corners of his mouth. Nearly 60 winters had framed his eyes with deep lines, but his body was still tough and supple, his pose in the saddle easy, his back straight as his sword. The proudest of all dragons was Zahava, a cloak as black as his eyes, billowing out behind him like wings as he rode a tall black warhorse into the desert he had ruled for 34 winters. "We advance, my prince." Zahava glanced at his son by marriage. "We advance," he replied in the time-honored formula, then grinned. "We most certainly advance, Che, unless your sword arm is already growing tired." The young man grinned back. "The only time it ever did was when we fought the Merida, and then only a little, and only because you kept tossing so many in my direction. Tobin wanted to boast of your prowess, and I've never been able to deny my daughter anything." He pressed his heels to the horse's ribs, and the troop advanced into the desert behind him, bridles muffled, and saddles devoid of the usual trappings that might clatter a warning to the dragon.
"Another 10 measures I may get,"
Chanel said.
5, 10. That son of the storm devil will be holed up in the hills and strike from there. 5, Zahava said again. And he'll be at the mouth of Riven Rock, like High Prince Relstra at Castle Crag.
Chanel's handsome face pulled into a grimace.
And here I was, enjoying myself. Why did you have to mention him?
Zahava laughed. Inwardly, however, he was wishing that this fine young man was truly the son of his body, his heir. He felt much closer to Che than he did to his blood son, Prince Rohan, a slight, quiet youth given to study and thoughtfulness rather than devotion to the manly arts. Rohan was a credible swordsman, an excellent hunter of everything but dragons, and a cunning whirlwind in a knife fight, but Zahava found his son incomprehensible in that these things were not the end and aim of life to him. Rohan's taste for books and learned discussion was utterly beyond Zahava's understanding. Honesty compelled him to admit that Chanel had interests other than the hunt and the skirmish, but at least he did not prefer those other things to all else. Yet when Zahava attempted to press Rohan into other activities, his own wife and daughter flew at him like furious she-dragons. Zahava grinned to himself as he rode through the scorching heat toward Riven Rock Canyon. Tobin should have been born the male child. As a young girl, she had been able to outride and outknife any boy her age. Marriage and motherhood had calmed her, but she was still capable of black-eyed rages to match Zahava's own. Part of Chanel's marriage contract stipulated that she was forbidden to bring a dagger into their bedchamber. Che's idea of a joke, of course, which had brought howls of laughter from everyone, including Tobin, but it added to the family legend, which was something Zahava despaired of Rohan ever doing. Not that Tobin was lacking in femininity, he mused, glancing at Chanel again. Only a completely enchanting woman could have captured and held the fiery young lord of Radzin Keep. After 6 years of marriage and the birth of twin sons, the princess and her lord were as besotted with each other as ever. A pity Rohan hadn't yet found himself a girl to stiffen his spine and his manhood. There was nothing like the desire to impress a pretty girl to turn boy into man. Zahava's prediction proved accurate. The dragon had chosen the lookout spire at the canyon mouth for his perch. The hunt paused a full measure away to admire the beast, dark gold as the sands that had hatched him, with a wingspan greater than the height of 3 tall men. His malignant glare could be felt even at this distance.
"A real grandsire of a beast," Che murmured appreciatively. "Have a care, my prince."
Zahava took the caution as it had been intended, not as a warning that he might lose this contest, but as a reminder not to damage himself during it. If he came home with more than a few scratches, his wife would alternately coddle his injuries and rage at his clumsiness in acquiring them. Princess Malar was as legendary for her temper as for the golden looks so rare here in the desert that she had passed on to her son. The 20 riders fanned out, taking up positions according to the etiquette of the game, and Zahava rode forward alone. The dragon eyed him balefully, and the prince smiled. This was a profoundly angry beast. The stench of oil was rank in the hot air, oozing from glands at the base of the long, spiked tail. He was ready to mate the females, hidden in their caves, and anyone who distracted him from his purpose was marked for a painful death.
"Hot for it, aren't you, Devil Jaws?"
Zahava crooned, low in his throat. He rode at a steady pace, his cloak blowing back from his shoulders, and stopped half a measure in front of the rocky spire. Striated sandstone in a dozen shades of amber and garnet rose like the flame tower at Zahava's castle of stronghold. The dragon clung to the stone with claws thick as a man's wrist, balance easily kept despite the repeated lashings of the golden-black patterned tail. The 2 rulers of the desert sized each other up. On the surface, it was a ludicrously unequal contest. The massive dagger-toothed dragon against 1 man on horseback. But Zahava had an advantage that had made him the champion in such encounters 9 times before, more than any man living, and part of the family legend. Zahava understood dragons. This one burned to fill his dozen or more females, but he was growing old and knew it. There were battle scars on the dark golden hide, and 1 talon hung at an unnatural angle, damaged in some earlier combat. As the great wings unfurled threateningly, showing the velvety black undersides, badly healed tears were visible, as well as crooked wing bones that had not remeshed properly after breaking. This might be the dragon's last mating, and Zahava suspected that the beast knew it. Nevertheless, he was capable of giving the prince a good long battle. But Zahava understood something else about dragons. Though notoriously cunning, they were entirely single-minded. This one wanted to mate. His fighting style would thus be direct and unsubtle, without the tricks a dragon used once mating was over for another 3 years. He had already been inhaling the stench of his own sexuality for days during the preliminaries, the sand dance and the cliff dance that had attracted his females to him. His brain was drugged now, and his fighting wits would be dulled, for his one purpose was to seed his females, and this made him at once more vicious and more vulnerable. Though Zahava had a healthy respect for those talons and teeth, he could also grin in anticipation of a 10th triumph. He was going to outthink this grandsire dragon and have a rousing good time doing it. 50 measures distant, in a fortress that had been carved out of solid rock by successive generations of Zahava's family, Princess Malar sat with her sister Lady Andrade. The two were silent for the present. The entrance of a servant into the solar, with cool drinks and fruit, had interrupted a stormy passage between the twin sisters on the subject of Prince Rohan. When the servant had bowed and departed, Lady Andrade flicked her long blonde braid back over her shoulder and glared at her sister. "Stop fussing the boy. Things are brewing in Relstra's court that Zahava can't hope to understand, but Rohan will." "Are you calling my husband a fool?" Millar snapped. "Save your theatrics, Miller. He's a brilliant soldier and a fine man. But if you think the coming conflict will be one of arms, think again. The storm god alone knows what Relstra's planning, but it won't be something to march an army against." She reached over and plucked a bunch of grapes from a bowl, subjecting their ruby gloss to a critical inspection. "You may think your princedom too rich and powerful to be threatened, but the High Prince is constitutionally incapable of abiding anyone richer than he, and Zahava hasn't been exactly subtle about his wealth. I heard about the birthday present he sent Relstra. It was entirely in keeping with Zahava's conceit. 2 horses, or even 4, nicely caparisoned, would have been fine, but 20, and all in silver? He's flaunting his riches, Miller, and that's dangerous. Like this imbecile dragon hunt today, he's killed 9 of the monsters. Why does he need a 10th? Princess Millar wore an expression before which scores of highborns had quailed. Her face was none the less lovely for its icy hauteur. "It's his duty to rid the desert of dragons. It also demonstrates the cunning and strength which are so important in war. That's politics. That's stupidity. Better, he should have sent Rohan out to kill this dragon, so his heir's cunning and strength are made clear." Andrade popped a grape into her mouth and split the skin with her teeth, drawing off the sweet juices before spitting out the remains into a silver bowl provided for the purpose. "Rohan has no heart for fighting dragons," Millar admitted unhappily. "But he's warrior enough, with heart enough," Andrade pointed out. "Dressing in common trooper's uniform that last campaign against the Merida, when you'd forbidden him to leave Stronghold. We've never worried about his spirit. But you know, he spends too much time at his books and talking with the most unlikely people. I've defended him in the past, but now I'm beginning to agree with Zahava. Rohan ought to learn how to be the kind of prince his forefathers were." "That's precisely what he doesn't need to learn. Building a princedom is fine work for a soldier, and Zahava's done very well. He consolidated what his grandfather began, strengthened his hold on what his father grabbed from the Merida, and enlarged the whole through his own efforts. Actually," Andrade said in thoughtful tones, "one can't blame him for wanting to show off. He's worked wonders, especially against the Merida." "If I required a history lesson, I would send for my bard," Millar snapped. Andrade ignored her remark. "Zahava's problem is that he's run out of things to do. All he can think of is to spend money on you and Tobin and this pile of rock we're sitting in, and to waste his time killing dragons. Believe me, sister dear, Relstra can think of many occupations for his own time, and none of them healthy as far as you're concerned." "I fail to see." "You usually do," Andrade interrupted. "Let Rohan read his books and talk with the ambassadors. Yes, and even with the servants of the ambassadors. He'll learn things that Zahava could never teach him." "Why don't you go back to your duties in that mouldy old keep of yours and leave the work of the world to the people who can do it?" "What do you think I do in my mouldy old keep? Knit?" Andrade snorted and picked out another fat grape. "While I'm training silly boys and girls to be good Faradim, I listen to them, and what I hear these days isn't pleasant, Miller." She began ticking off points on her long, slender fingers, each one circled by a gold or silver ring with a different gemstone. The rings were linked by tiny chains across the backs of her palms to the bracelets of her office as Lady of Goddess Keep. 1. Relstra doesn't plan to make war against anyone, so Zahava's show of strength and skill in hunting dragons counts for nothing. 2. The High Prince has agents in every court, including yours. Impossible, Millage scoffed. Your wine steward has a nasty look about him, and I wouldn't vouch for your assistant stablemaster either. 3. The High Prince has 17 daughters. Some of them legitimate off poor dead Lalante. All of them need husbands. Where will Relstra find eligible men for them? I'll tell you where. From the most important courts, even for the bastard girls. The princess sat up straight on the blue velvet lounge. Do you mean an offer might come for Rohan? Good for you, Andrade exclaimed, in a voice that dripped sarcasm. Yes, an offer will be made. Can you think of a more eligible young man than your son? He's rich, of the noblest blood. He'll rule this wasteland someday, which, though not a recommendation in itself, does imply a certain amount of power, and he's not all that difficult to look at. My son is the handsomest young man on the continent, Millard defended. He's perfectly beautiful, and a perfect virgin? Millard shrugged. Zahava says you can tell a woman from a maiden just by the way she walks, but I've never heard of a similar test for boys. But what does it matter? It's the prince's bride who should come virgin to the marriage bed, not the prince himself. I only wanted to know if he's heart whole. He's not the type to spread every pair of female thighs he can find just for the fun of it. Rohan's the romantic kind. Poor thing. She mused on this for a moment, then sighed. In any case, an offer will be made regarding one of the legitimate princesses because a bastard would be an insult to your house. But that's wonderful. Millar's blue eyes shone beneath the sun-silk of her hair. The honor of it. And the dowry. We must be sure to ask for Farouche Castle. Rohan couldn't do better than a daughter of the High Prince. Miller, think. You'll be allied to Relstra by marriage. I have thought. He would hardly attack his daughter's husband. Listen to me. Rohan and his princess will have sons who will one day rule the desert. What would be more natural than for the grandson of the High Prince to annex his holdings to his beloved grandsires? Never. The Treaty of Lindsay gives the desert to Zahava's family for as long as the sands spawn fire. Very pretty. A direct quote, I take it. But the desert will continue to belong to Zahava's family through Rohan. It will also belong to Relstra's through the daughter he sends as Rohan's bride. The High Prince is only 45 this year, Miller. Let me conjure a vision for you. The princess's eyes went wide. No, Andrade, you mustn't. Not here. With words only, sister. Say Rohan marries this girl, whichever one it is. I can never keep them all straight. Say they have a child within 2 years. Relstra will be 47. Say he lives to be 80. It's not unlikely. His grandfather was 93 when he died. And his father, barely 28. Pathetic age. I've always had my suspicions about that bottle of bad brandy, said to have caused his death. But where was I? Ah, yes, Zahava is 60 this year, and doesn't come of a long-lived clan. Oh, don't go all teary-eyed on me, Miller. He'll probably prove me a liar just for spite, and live to be 135. But say something happens to him before the grandsons are grown. Rohan becomes prince. Say further that something happens to Rohan, and believe me, my dear, when his sons are past the usual childhood illnesses, Rohan will be expendable. This leaves us the widowed princess, her sons of 10 or 12 winters, and Relstra, hale and hearty, not even the age Zahava is right now. A ridiculous fantasy, Millar exclaimed, but shadows were in her eyes. If you like. Another conjuring with words. Rohan really becomes unnecessary once he's fathered a son or two on this girl. With him out of the way, and Zahava as caretaker for the boys until they come of age, Relstra could let your husband die in his bed and still do anything he likes once the grandson inherits. Lady Andrade applied herself to the grapes and waited for her twin to absorb the implications. Truly, Andrade had no idea why she bothered with this lovely lackwit sister of hers. Millar had inherited all the looks in the family, leaving Andrade to get by on the brains and energy. What was delicate gold in Millar was ruddy in Andrade. The temper for which both women were well known was a flash-fire rage in Millar, but carefully calculated in Andrade. Millar was perfectly happy, being wife to a rather remarkable man. Andrade could admit Zahava's virtues in private, mother to his children, and running his fortress. Andrade would never have been content with that life. She might have married a man through whom she could have controlled vast stretches of the continent. But as Lady of Goddess Keep, she ruled more lands indirectly than even Relstra. Her Faradim, commonly called Sunrunners, were everywhere, and through them she influenced or downright controlled every prince and lord between the dark and sunrise waters. She supposed she bothered with Millar because of Rohan. He took after neither of his parents in personality, nor did he resemble Andrade. So it was not herself in masculine guise she saw in him. He was unique, and she valued him for that. Millar loved the boy devotedly, and Zahava was just as fond of Rohan, though puzzled by him. Andrade alone understood him, and had glimpsed what he might become. "I see your point, Andre," Millar was saying slowly. "I wish you had explained it all clearly to begin with. We'll simply have to reject the High Prince's offer when it comes." Lady Andrade sighed. "How?" she asked succinctly, wondering if her sister was entirely the fool she sometimes acted. The princess's face, scarcely lined even after nearly 30 years in the harshness of the desert, wrinkled now in alarm. "An open refusal would be a horrible insult. Relstra would be down on us like a dragon on a yearling." She fretted silently for a moment, then smiled. "Zahava can win any battle. If Relstra dares attack, he'll slink back to Castle Crag in total defeat." "You idiot!" Andrade snarled, totally out of patience. "Have you heard nothing of what I've said? Didn't you listen to points 4, 5, and 6? "I didn't listen because you didn't tell me," Millar flared. "How can you expect me to make a decision when you withhold information?" "Sorry," Andrade muttered. "Very well, then, point 4. Prince Charle of Ossetia is in Relstra's camp with a trade agreement they will make public at the Riala this year. 5. Lord Dar of Jalad Seahold needs a wife and wants a princess. Point 6. And, for the same reasons, that piece of offal, Prince Visarion of Grib, is also on Relstra's side. Do you seriously think Zahava can stand against all of them, in addition to the allies Relstra openly admits to? They've all seen what you and Zahava have built here. The desert will never be a garden, but you've made parts of it into nearly that. This keep, Chainel's Radzin, Tiglath and Tuath and Whitecliff Manor, all the work done by Zahava's ancestors is finally bearing fruit. Don't you think they'd all love an excuse to pluck the tree bare? An insult to a high prince's daughter would give them a fine reason to avenge her honor, especially if some of them are married or betrothed to her sisters." She stopped, seeing by her twin's stricken face that Millar at last understood the gravity of her position, or, more to the point, Rohan's. "Andre," she breathed, "if all this is as you say, then what can we do?
I can't let Rohan marry one of Relstra's daughters. I'd be lighting his pyre, and if we refuse, oh, Rohan will be married, and soon, Andrade said, having worked her sister around to exactly where she wanted her. I have just the girl for him. Relstra can't propose a marriage to a man who's already wed, now can he? The princess sagged back in her chair. Is she pretty? She asked forlornly. What's her family like? Very pretty, Andrade soothed, and very well born. But even if she was ugly as a she-dragon and born of a whore, she'd still be perfect for Rohan. Andrade tossed the stripped grape stem into a bowl and smiled. My dear Miller, the girl has a brain. The midday heat was suffocating. Lord Chaynel watched his father by marriage battle it out with the dragon, wiped sweat from his forehead, and wondered how long this was going to take. Blood oozed from nicks in the dragon's golden hide, and a long slash had been cut into one wing. By its twitchings, a nerve had been hit as well. The dragon snarled his fury as Zahava toyed with him, but it was taking a long time to subdue the beast, and Che was getting worried. The other riders were restless too. They were still in semicircular formation, having moved back only a little when the dragon leaped off his perch to attack Zahava from the sand at the canyon mouth. The decision of whether or not to charge was Chaynel's, and he was under orders not to do so unless there was no other choice. All those men and women present had had practice with lesser dragons, for Zahava was a generous prince and liked everyone to come away with a tooth or talon as a souvenir of between-year hunts. But the prince himself was the only one allowed to kill mating sires like this one, and nobody interfered without excellent reason. Che began to fret, wishing for the cool sea winds of Radzing Keep. The air swirled around him with every angry beat of dragon wings, but the heat sucked sweat out of him and dried it instantly on his skin, giving the air no chance to cool the perspiration. He squinted into the canyon, where merciless sunlight reflected off the rocks, then looked away, closing his eyes for a few heartbeats to ease the ache of glare. Shifting in his saddle, he sensed his unease being communicated to his horse. Silver-tufted ears flattened back, and quivers chased each other through silken muscles beneath a glossy black hide.
Patience, Akal, Che murmured. He knows what he's doing.
Che hoped so, anyway. Much time had passed since the dragon had chosen his ground and Zahava had drawn first blood. The prince's movements were slower, and the curvets of his great war stallion were growing sluggish. It appeared to Che that the two old warriors, dragon and prince, were evenly matched now. The dragon roared and snapped at Zahava, whose horse barely got him out of the way in time. Rocks clattered in the caves within the canyon, and the whimpers of waiting females rose to a whine. Each of them was safe and nervous and anxious to be alone with her chosen mate, calling out to him in plaintive demand for his presence. Akal trembled again, and Che calmed the horse. To distract himself from growing concern as Zahava narrowly avoided talons and teeth, Che began to calculate how many females would die unmated in the caves, and how many eggs would lie unfertilized once this dragon was dead. 15 females, perhaps, with 20 or so eggs each, of which 5 or 6 at most might survive to fly. Multiply this number by the 9 other sires Zahava had killed in mating years, plus their females, and the total was staggering. Yet there were always more dragons. The desert gave forth hundreds of hatchlings every 3 summers that roamed over the princedoms, ravaging crops and herds. Killing the mating sires was the most efficient way of cutting down the population, for the unmated females and their unfertilized eggs were lost too. But even this was a losing proposition in the end. There were always more dragons. Chaynel sighed and stroked Akal's neck. Zahava's power rested in part on his ability to cut down the dragon population. Would Rohan be able to do as much when his turn came? It was not a happy thought. Fond as he was of his wife's brother, and much as he sincerely respected Rohan's gifts, he knew the young prince hadn't the stomach for killing dragons. Strength in battle, as demonstrated by these hunts, was an integral part of the desert's power. What other basis for rule was there than military victory? Che's own family had guarded the desert's one safe port for generations, their prestige firmly based on providing and protecting trade. He was honest enough, and had enough of a sense of humor to acknowledge that his forebears' original power had come from bald-faced piracy. The money to build Radzin Keep had not come from port fees legitimately gathered. In these civilized days, fast ships bearing the red and white Radzin banner no longer roamed the small islands, or hid in coves waiting for rich merchantmen. Nowadays his ships patrolled the waters to keep them safe. But war and thievery endured in his family line, he reminded himself with a whimsical smile. He had fought with great enjoyment as Zahava's battle commander, and every 3 years at the Riala he entertained himself with legal robbery when he sold his horses. Fighting battles and outsmarting one's trading partners, these were excellent bases for power. Rohan had shown himself a capable warrior that memorable day against the Merida, though he'd nearly given his parents apoplexy when they had discovered his unauthorized presence. And he was clever enough when he chose to be, but Rohan was not a warrior by choice, nor an instinctive bargainer. Che's attention was pulled back to the battle before him, as the dragon's wings spread and cast a shadow across the sun. He circled upward on thermals and bellowed his fury, then hurtled down with claws extended toward Zahava. The prince calculated the leap to a hair's breadth, waiting until the last instant before hauling his outraged stallion around out of range. As he did so, his sword slashed a bloody rent in the dragon's hide. The beast screamed in agony, and a muted cheer went up from the other riders as the dragon's hind legs sank into soft sand, wings flapping as he struggled for purchase. Zahava swung his horse around and stabbed the dragon's flank just behind the left wing. The females in their caves howled in response to their mate's shriek. Che began to feel better. Zahava was still every bit the prince he had always been, skills and cunning intact. The dragon was bleeding now, his movements and breathing labored. But the fire in his eyes was unquenched, and as he regained his footing, he swerved around with death in his hot gaze. Princess Tobin loved her children dearly, but did not feel compelled to spend her time looking after them. At her husband's keep there were servants enough to make sure the twin boys were fed, taught, and kept out of serious mischief, while their parents ran the vast estates. Here at Stronghold on their annual visit, there were yet more servants happy to attend the young lords. So when she heard laughter from the main courtyard outside her windows, she assumed the boys were being entertained by one or another of the grooms. She glanced outside to find Johnny astride a dappled pony and Markin riding a bay, each child brandishing a wooden sword at a young man who flourished a crimson cloak like dragon wings. But the twins' playmate was definitely not one of the grooms.
"Rohan!"
she called down to the courtyard.
"Whatever are you doing?"
"Dragon, Mama!"
Johnny shouted, waving his sword.
"Watch me!"
As the twins attempted to ride down the air to the desert princedom, Tobin shook her head in fond exasperation. She dismissed her secretary and hurried to the staircase, muttering to herself, "Honestly, wrapped around their fingers, a prince in his position playing dragon for a couple of 5-year-olds. But there was affection in her voice, and as she emerged from the foyer into the courtyard, she laughed as Rohan dealt a glancing blow on his wing by Markin's sword, fluttered the cloak, and sank to the ground like a dying dragon. Tobin regarded her loudly triumphant offspring with a sigh, then turned to her brother. Do get up from there and stop playing the fool, she scolded. He peeked up at her, bright-eyed from under the cloak. And as for you, she said to her sons, take those ponies back to their stalls and don't come back until you've seen to their comfort. Your grandsire didn't give them to you to have you neglect them. I killed the dragon, Mama. Did you see? Markin exulted. Yes, darling, I saw, and a very good warrior you are, too. Now you'll excuse the dragon while he talks with me for a while, won't you? The dragon stood up and brushed courtyard dirt from his clothes. I've heard it said that dragons have a taste for gobbling up princesses. The prettier, the better. Not this princess, Tobin said firmly, then laughed as Rohan began to stalk her, cloak flapping. You wouldn't dare! The twins squealed with glee as he rushed forward and folded her in his cloak. Ignoring her cries of protest, he dumped her unceremoniously into the horse trough. Tobin spluttered, spat water, and glared at her brother. Hot as a hatching cave today, he observed casually, and climbed in beside her. She swept his feet out from under him with a well-placed kick. He collapsed in the knee-deep water, yelling his outrage. Ever seen a drowned dragon? She asked sweetly, and hastily backed off as he made a grab for her. You've just about drowned a prince, he grinned, slicking back wet hair. Tobin gathered up her sopping skirts and climbed out of the trough. If you two don't want to share a similar fate, she warned her sons playfully. It was invitation enough. They bounced off their ponies and jumped into the trough for a water fight. She gleefully joined in, helping the boys dunk Rohan thoroughly. At last, breathless, soaked, and victorious, the boys went off to tend their ponies. Rohan picked himself up and climbed out of the trough and grinned at Tobin. There, you've been looking entirely too regal and serious the last few days. Now you look human again. She batted at his wet blonde head. Imbecile! Come on, let's go dry off in the garden where no one will see us. Mother will have us skinned if we drip all over her new Cunaxan rugs. Rohan slung a companionable arm around her shoulders as they walked through the courtyard to the garden gates. The flowers were in their best late spring bloom, and once again Tobin marveled at the miracle that had brought roses to the desert. The transformation had begun when she was a child, and by now she could barely remember a time when Stronghold had not been as gracious and comfortable as it was now. Radzin's luxuries she took for granted, but her soul still belonged to the stronghold of her ancestors, and she gloried in the beauty her mother had brought to this place. She chose a stone bench in full sunlight and spread her skirts out to dry. Rohan obliged her by unplaiting her long black braids and helping her finger-comb her hair. Remember when Father used to play dragon for us? He asked. And you always let me have the best chance at him, she replied fondly. He didn't have quite your flair with a cloak, though. You're a born actor. I hope so, he answered a bit grimly. Johnny and Markin adore you, Tobin went on, pretending not to have noticed his tone of voice. You'll make a wonderful father to your own boys. Not you two, he muttered. Mother's been talking of nothing else all spring. At the Riala, she'll find me some fecund bovine fool of a noblewoman to make babies with. Nobody will force you to marry a girl you can't love. You'll have your pick of women. I'm 21, and I haven't found a single girl I'd spend 2 days with, let alone my life. You and Che were lucky to find each other so young. Goddess blessing, Tobin said. And you really haven't gone out looking yet, you know. Mother and Father intend to do it for me, he sighed. And that's the problem. Mother's looking for someone so high-born she probably won't know how to get dressed without the help of 3 maids, and Father wants somebody pretty and fertile, says he wants handsome grandsons. Rohan laughed ruefully. And as for what I want... Don't you dare play meek and obedient with me, she told him severely. I know you, little brother. If you don't want to marry a particular girl, you won't, no matter what father and mother have to say. But sooner or later I'll have to play stud to some girl or other. Are your clothes dry yet? Father will be back with his dragon. This one should have been yours. No, thank you. I'd rather watch them than kill them. There's something about their flying, Tobin, and listening to them roar when they're hunting. He shrugged. Oh, I know they're a nuisance, but the desert would be poorer without them. Tobin frowned. Everyone knew the dragons had to be killed off. They were more than a nuisance. They were a threat. Radson had lost 6 good mares and 8 promising yearlings this spring to dragons, and caravans crossing the desert were never safe. Dragon wings had swept destructive winds from Gilad to the Verish Mountains for centuries, dining off livestock and crops. I know you don't agree with me, Rohan said with a smile, correctly reading her expression. But you've never been interested in watching their dances or finding out about them. They're so beautiful, Tobin, proud and strong and free. You're a romantic, she said, and brushed the drying hair from his eyes. The dragons have to be killed off, and we both know it. Che says that once they get down past a certain number, nature will do the rest of the work for us. There won't be enough dragons to repopulate the flights. I hope that never happens. He got to his feet and patted the damp material of his shirt. I don't think we'll drip too much. We should get back inside and get ready for the come-home feast. And to sew up the rents in Che's hide, Tobin grimaced. He only takes a few scratches, so you'll have something to yell at him about. I never saw a man more willing to accommodate his wife's temper. I have a very sweet, docile, placid nature, she protested sententiously. He nodded, blue eyes dancing. Just like the rest of the family. Right on cue, the twins came squabbling through the garden gates, calling for their mother to settle an argument. Tobin sighed, Rohan winked at her, and they went to bring some order to her unruly offspring. Lady Andrade, having soothed her sister's fears after purposely provoking them, had suggested a game of chess to while away the time until Zahava's return. The 2 women left the solar for the family's large private chamber, elegantly furnished and currently decorated with Johnny and Markin's toys. For all that the fortress was said to have been carved out by dragons in ages past, Stronghold was remarkably civilized, even beautiful. Andrade knew this to be Millar's doing. Windows that had once been set with crude, smoky glass were now filled with fine, clear, beveled panes. Floors that had been either bare or awash in frayed carpets now boasted rugs thick enough to sleep on. Carved wood was everywhere, its natural fragrance enhanced by the oils used to keep it shining and protected from the ravages of the climate. Decorations of gold, crystal, and ceramic abounded, the more precious items displayed in glass-fronted cases. Millar enjoyed free run of Zahava's wealth, and was forever receiving merchants eager to sell her even more luxuries. These merchants carried away with them tales of the magnificence of a once comfortless keep. Certainly, it would be no hardship for Rohan's future wife to live here. Andrade was engaged in a tactful loss to her sister at chess when shouts outside turned their attention from the game. "What's all that racket?" "Zahava is back with his dragon," Millar replied excitedly, rising to her feet, her cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling like a young girl's. "He made short work of the beast. I didn't expect him back until nightfall." Andrade joined her twin at the windows. "If he drags the thing into the main courtyard like he did last time, the stink will invade the halls for weeks," Millar complained. "But I don't see any dragon, or Zahava either." Stronghold was built in a hollow of the hills, reached by a long tunnel through the cliffs. Riders were emerging from the passage into the outer court, and the gates had been flung open in the wall guarding the main yard. Spotting Chainel's dark head and red tunic, Andrade wondered whether Zahava and his dragon were following more slowly.
"Let's go down and greet them," she said.
"Highness! Highness!"
Millar's chamberlain accosted them on the stairs, his shrill voice grating on Andrade's nerves.
"Oh, come at once, please, please!"
"Did the prince take hurt while slaying his dragon?" Millar asked. She hurried her steps a bit, but was not overly alarmed. It would have been miraculous if Zahava had escaped without a scratch.
"I think so, Your Grace.
"Andrade!"
Che's voice bellowed from the foyer below.
"Damn it all! Find her at once!"
Millar pushed the chamberlain out of her way and flew down the stairs. Andrade was right behind her. She caught at Che's arm while Millar raced outside into the courtyard.
"How bad?"
she asked tersely.
"Bad enough."
He would not meet her gaze. Andrade sucked in a breath.
"Bring him upstairs, then, gently. Then find Tobin and Rohan."
She hurried back to Zahava's suite and busied herself making the bed ready to receive him. He would die in it, she told herself sadly. Che was no fool. He had been in battles enough to know a mortal wound when he saw one. But perhaps, with careful attention, Zahava might survive. Andrade tried to hope, but when they brought the prince up and placed him on the white silk sheets, she knew Che was right. She stripped the clothes and makeshift bandages from the big frame, unable to hold back a gasp at the hideous wound in Zahava's belly. She was barely aware of Tobin beside her, Millar standing silent and stricken at the foot of the bed. She worked furiously with water, clean towels, pain-killing salves, and needles threaded with silk, but she knew it was all in vain.
"We thought the dragon nearly defeated,"
Che was saying in a hoarse voice.
"He'd scored it many times. There was blood everywhere. He came at it for the killing stroke, and we thought, but between the teeth that got his horse and the talons that ripped him open—"
Che stopped, and there was the sound of liquid being gulped. Andrade hoped the wine was strong.
"It was all we could do to beat the dragon away from him. We got him onto my horse, and after 3 measures we had to stop. He'd been holding his guts in with his hands, pretending he wasn't too badly hurt."
Andrade cleaned and stitched the wound, knowing her actions to be useless. Now that the blood had been washed away, she could see the fearful work of the dragon's claws. Through skin and flesh right down into muscle, and the thick looping strands of the guts themselves, which were not only exposed, but sliced clean through in places. She could make Zahava comfortable and free him of most of the pain, but Rohan would become ruling prince in a few days at the most. She glanced around at the thought of him, noting that he had not yet arrived.
"We cleaned him up and bound him as best we could,"
Chano went on.
"Then we came back as fast as we dared. He hasn't spoken or opened his eyes once."
At last the young lord's voice cracked with grief.
"Tobin, forgive me."
The princess looked around briefly from her work at Andrade's side.
"You did everything you could, beloved."
She knuckled her eyes with one blood-stained hand. Andrade was nearly finished sewing the skin together. She did so very quickly, without thought to how it would heal, for she knew it would not matter to Zahava how it healed. Dressings soaking in a pain-numbing solution were applied, and at last she wrapped clean bandages around the prince's midsection. Her back ached, and her eyes stung with the strain of so much fine work done so fast. Straightening up, she turned to her sister. The blue eyes saw nothing but Zahava's ashen face. Andrade washed her hands in a basin of blood-clouded water, dried them, and flung her long braid back over her shoulder.
"Mila,"
she began.
"No,"
her twin whispered.
"Just leave me alone with him."
Andrade nodded and ordered everyone out with a glance. In the antechamber, she closed the door and gestured to the frightened servants, who scurried away.
"He's going to die, isn't he?"
Tobin asked softly, tears rolling slowly down her cheeks. She wiped them away, leaving thin stains on her face. Chanel made a strangled sound low in his throat and strode off down the hall. Andrade said, "Yes. Poor mother, and poor Rohan." "I need your help, Tobin. Grief must wait. You know that what I possess, your mother does not. These things sometimes skip generations, the way you bore twins, but Miller did not. What is within me is also within you." The princess's eyes went wide with shock. "You mean I'm—" "Yes, I'm tired, and I need the strength you have but were never trained to use." She led Tobin down the long hallway to the rooms kept for her, and locked the door behind them. Sunlight sloped in, gilding the furniture and bed hangings. Andrade stood with her niece at the windows that faced the slowly dying sun. "Perhaps I ought to have told you, shown you how to use what the goddess gave you. But you were content as you were, and Ferrari powers are not taught to those who have no need of them." "You're going to use me, the way you use everyone," Tobin said, but without resentment. "What do you want me to do?" "Listen to me. Don't stare directly into the sun, girl, you'll burn your eyes. Look instead at what it does to the land. The hollows filled by light. As water fills hollow stones, and air fills the hollow dragon caves, and fire fills the hollow hearth, the light moves," she whispered, "caresses the earth like a lover, warms the air, sparkles across the water, finds its mate in the fire. Of these four things, all is made. Touch the sunlight with me, Tobin. Feel its strands weaving between your fingers, its colors like silk threads made of jewels. Yes, that's it. Now, follow it with me. Become sunlight flung out across the land." Chapter 2. When Sinead was 3 years old, the death of her parents left her brother Davy, her elder by 12 winters, Lord of River Run. Within a few years he married. His bride was a girl whose father had no other heirs, and when the man died, everything that was his became his daughter's. Davy found himself the athri of 2 fine keeps and lands that stretched for 20 measures along the Catha River. But the new lady of River Run was the possessive sort, begrudging Sinead not only the share of wealth that would have been her dowry, but even the fondness between brother and sister. Thus she purchased, at a price far less than marriage to a suitable lord, Sinead's entry into Goddess Keep. Unhappy at home, 12-year-old Sinead had gone gladly to the great castle on the cliff's edge in Ossetia. There she found companionship among the other students, and knowledge enough to feed her ravenous appetite for learning. The small oddities that her sister by marriage derided as fey turned out to be indications that she had the Ferrari gift and could become a sunrunner. Not everyone who went to Goddess Keep became Ferrari, and Lady Andrade did not tolerate arrogance among those who could, or envy among those who could not. But there were certain distinctions involved in becoming a sunrunner: the rings of earned rank and periodic visits to the grove of pines near the keep. In the year 693, when Sinead was 16 and had earned the first silver circle on her right middle finger, she went to this place where, if her talents were strong and the goddess was disposed to revelations, she might glimpse her future. After a long walk through the woods, she emerged into brilliant sunlight that warmed her body and danced over the waves far below. Towering coastal pines formed a ring around a small rock cairn from which water bubbled up and splashed its way down to the sea. Sinead paused outside the circle, removed all her clothes, and stepped lightly across the carpet of blue and purple flowers to the spring. Each of the 5 pines had a name: child tree, maiden tree, woman tree, mother tree, and hag tree. Clad only in the cloak of her long red-gold hair, Sinead knelt beside the cairn and caught water in her hands, spilling a few drops for the first 2 trees before turning to the woman tree. She had come here twice before, first as a little girl to offer some water and a lock of her hair, then a year later, when her first bleeding meant she was no longer a child. Now, she was ready for the next step, declaring herself a woman. For the previous night, she had known the embrace of a man for the first time. She returned to the spring and knelt, facing the woman tree. The sea whispered against the cliffs at low tide, reminding her of the soft sounds of flesh against flesh last night. There had been no words spoken, and in the total darkness she had not known who the man was, nor did it matter. No girl ever knew, for the spell woven was a powerful one. Care was also taken that no children would come of the woman-making night. When Sinead chose her husband, then she would come to the grove and ask the mother tree for a glimpse of the children she might bear. She could wait for that. It was some years off, and she was barely 16 after all. A smile crossed her face as she thought about the silent encounter, all warmth and excitement and potency in the darkness. But she also knew that something had been missing. There had been affection, learning, and joy, but it had lacked the communion her friend Camigwyn told her she'd found with her chosen, Ostvel. Sinead wanted the same thing for herself. Perhaps the woman tree would show her the man with whom she would find it. Tossing her hair back, she gazed at the tree and wondered what the boys and young men of the keep felt during their own rituals here. For them, the trees had different names: child, youth, man, father, and graybeard. No one ever spoke of what occurred at such times, but she hoped that others heard the water singing and their names sighing through the pines. She smiled as she listened, then lifted both hands. Her first ring had been given the previous day, when she had formally proved her ability to summon fire, and tiny flames burned at her call atop the rock cairn. The air of her own breath fanned them higher, brighter, until they were clearly reflected in the water. She plucked a single hair from her head to represent the special portions of the earth from which she had been made, and floated the strand on the still water. Her own face was mirrored there, pale, big-eyed, soft with girlhood, and framed in a tumble of bright hair. She slid her hands into the water and gazed at the woman tree, holding her breath. The fire leaped higher on the rocks, startling her, and her fingers clenched around silky water. Her face had changed. Her cheeks were thinner, the high bones and delicate jawline in proud relief. The green eyes were darker, their expression more serious, and her mouth had lost its childish curve. This was the woman she would become, and her vanity was pleased, even as she chided herself for the conceit. Sinead memorized the face she would one day wear, eager to become this woman with her confident eyes and composed features. But while she gazed into the reflection of her future, the fire flared again. Another face was next to hers in the water now, burning with a light of its own through the mirrored flames. It was a man's face, fair hair sweeping across a wide brow to shade river-blue eyes, a face with strong bones and an unsmiling mouth. Yet there was tenderness in the curve of the lips, gentleness to balance the stubborn line of the jaw. Fire slid down the rocks then, igniting the pool, and Sinead drew back her hands with a cry of fright. The single red-gold hair floating on the water writhed, became a thin rivulet of flame that crossed the man's forehead like the circlets worn by princes, and then extended to form the same royal crown for her. It was a very long time before Sinead rose from her knees. Even after the fire died away and the picture in the water vanished, after the air had ceased to sing in the pines and the earth was calm beneath the pool, she stared wide-eyed at the cairn and the spring. At last the chill of oncoming night wrapped around her naked body, and she shivered, the spell finally broken. The next day she sought out Lady Andrade, troubled by what she had seen. "Was it true?" she asked urgently. "What I saw yesterday? Will it come true?" "Perhaps. If the vision disturbed you, it can be changed. Nothing is written in stone, child. Even if it were, the stones can be shattered." The lady gazed musingly at the brilliant sunlight outside. "When I was about your age, I looked into the water and saw the face of my husband. He was not the man I would have chosen for myself, so I did everything I could to make the vision change. I know now that what the goddess showed me was a warning, not a promise. Perhaps she did the same for you." "No," Sinead murmured. "This time it was a promise." A wry smile played over the lady's mouth. "Just so. But remember that a man is more than a face and a body and a name. Sometimes he's a whole world within himself, even if he isn't a great lord or a prince." "I think I saw the whole world in his eyes," Sinead admitted, frowning. "Is that what you mean?" "How young you are," Lady Andrade said indulgently, and the girl blushed. Now, 5 years later, Sinead knew her own face had changed until it was very nearly the version of herself she had seen that day. Only the royal circlet was missing, and her first real sight of the man. She had spent the last years looking carefully at every blond, blue-eyed man who came to Goddess Keep, but had not found anyone like him. Who was he? The answer came to her very suddenly, as she'd helped Lady Andrade pack for her journey to Stronghold. Fair hair, blue eyes, certain angles of bone. Sinead had been amazed and appalled that she'd never seen it before. Then she had realized that before had not been the right time, not for knowledge like this. She saw at last the echoes of that masculine face in Lady Andrade's, remembering the royal circlet and the fact that the lady's nephew was a prince. Though she had said nothing, Andrade had seen the shock in her eyes and nodded silent acknowledgment of the truth. One thing still puzzled Sinead. The circlet had been formed of herself, the hair floating on the water. Yet he was already royal, already the heir. How could his becoming prince of the desert have anything to do with her? She was thinking about it as she walked the sun-swept battlements of Goddess Keep one afternoon. The sea was a placid blue beneath a cloudless sky, sunlight reaching deep into the water to warm the new life there, and around the cliffs otters laughed uproariously as they played with their young. Sinead was fascinated by water, whether it was the ocean below Goddess Keep or the Catha River where she had spent her childhood. But she had a sunrunner's wariness of it as well, for few Faradim were able to set foot on anything that floated without becoming sick as a gorged dragon. Sinead unplaited her hair and ran her fingers through it, feeling the sunlight warm each strand. Soon she would have to go back inside and help with the evening meal. Not that anyone ever let her near the cookpots, except to taste their contents. She was hopelessly inept at the skills Camiguin practiced with a decided flair, and had never even learned how to blend herbs and cloves for a decent cup of teas. Sinead laughed ruefully to herself with the whimsical hope she would indeed marry the prince, for then she would never have to worry about her total lack of practical skills. His servants would take care of everything and— "Sinead!" She whirled around, looking to the east from whence the call had come. She automatically opened herself to the colors brushing against her mind. There was always a sunrunner on duty to receive messages sent on the light, but it was not Sinead's turn today. Someone was calling specifically for her. She wove rays of light back across fields and valleys, over rivers and the vast grassy sea of Meadowlord. The threads met, and her own colors tangled with those of Lady Andrade. There was a second presence, like yet unalike, oddly familiar in some of its shadings, and strong in ways very different from Andrade. Sometimes, when the light was chancy, at sunset or sunrise especially, Faradim worked together. But Sinead was certain that the person with Andrade was not trained, though there were unmistakable gifts in the bright colors of amber and amethyst and sapphire swirling with the pattern of a powerful mind. "Thank you for coming to meet me, child, but I need you to come even farther, in person. Arrange an escort of 20, Sinead. This will be no pleasure trip. You must be here within 6 days. But before you enter Stronghold, make yourself stately and beautiful. You come here as a bride." Though she had been waiting for this for 5 years, the shock was still profound. All she could think to ask was, "Does he know?" "Not yet, but he will, the instant he sees you. Hurry here to me, Sinead." To him. Andrade and the mysterious other withdrew down the faltering rays of sunlight, and Sinead raced along her own weaving back to Goddess Keep, not pausing as she usually did to appreciate the beauty of the lands below her. She found herself almost too abruptly back on the battlements, and caught her balance mentally and physically. Below in the fields, wide-shouldered elk were being unharnessed from the plows, and the sun had nearly disappeared into the sea. Sinead trembled, knowing that had she delayed her return, she might have become shadow-lost, falling into the dark water along with the sun. "Sinead, what are you doing way up here? And whatever's the matter?" Camigwyn approached the stairwell, scowling in response to what Sinead knew must be in her face. They had come to Goddess Keep at the same time, were only a year apart in age, and had become fast friends their first day here. Camigwyn was the only one besides Andrade who knew what Sinead had seen in the water and fire, and so the explanation Sinead gave was a simple one. "It's time, Cammy. I'm to go to him." A flush darkened the older girl's tease-brown skin. Her eyes, large and dark and slightly tip-tilted in her pretty face, held 100 questions. But all she did was grasp Sinead's hands. "Will you come with me, you and Ostwell?" Sinead pleaded. "I need you both. I don't know what I'm to do or say." "You couldn't keep me from a sight of this man if there were 1,000 dragons in my way." Sinead gave a nervous laugh. "Well, you have the dragon part of it right." "The desert! But who—" "The young prince," Sinead replied, strangely unable to say his name. Camigwyn stared at her for some time, unable to speak a single word. But when she finally recovered her voice, it was to give a moan of dismay. "Oh, goddess! And there's not a single stitch sewn on a bride gown!" Tension dissolved into laughter, and Sinead hugged her friend. "Only you could be so practical at a time like this." "Somebody has to be, with you standing there like a scattershell. Oh, Sinead, it's wonderful!" Camigwyn drew back and regarded her friend narrowly. "You do think it's wonderful, don't you?" "Yes," Sinead whispered. "Oh, yes." Camigwyn nodded, satisfied. "I'll tell Ostwell at once to arrange the escort. How many do you think we'll need?" "Lady Andrade said 20, and we have to be there within 6 days." "6?" She groaned and shook her head. "We'll never make it. But we must, and on time, too, or I'll never get my 6th ring and Ostwell will be demoted back to stable boy instead of second steward of the keep. We'll leave tomorrow at first light. I can cut clean cloth tonight and sew along the way." Between Camigwyn's efficiency and Ostvel's authority, all was arranged so quickly that Sinead's head spun. She found herself on horseback before dawn the next morning, riding east toward the desert. She turned only once to look back at the castle on the cliffs. Blue-gray veils of mist swirled around it, and the sky beyond was still night dark over the sea. She knew she should have taken time to ask her future of the mother tree, but there had been no chance. She felt only mild regret, however. The things of Goddess Keep were past now, and she was riding to her future. A future with a man she didn't even know. The first night they stopped before dusk beside a branch of the Kadar River, having made excellent progress during a hard day's riding. With Sinead were lifelong friends: Antun, Meath, Mardim, Palevna, Hildreth, all around her own age and with whom she had gone through Faradi training, as well as several others with relatives along the way who would be glad of a sight of their Faradi kin and would provide shelter for a night. There were younger men and girls who were responsible for the horses and provisions, making the ordered total of 20. Sinead was amazed that so many people had been willing to ride so far for her sake on such ridiculous notice. Most of them sat around the fire after their meal, Mardim idly singing a love song and glancing slyly at Sinead whenever he reached a particularly suggestive lyric. Camigwyn sat within the secure circle of Ostvel's arm and fretted that there wasn't light enough left to continue sewing the bride gown. Sinead joined in the laughter as Ostvel teased her, wondering if the same kind of loving, playful relationship waited for her with him. She didn't know him, had only seen his face years ago in the fire. She was still a girl, enchanted by blue eyes and her own fantasies of what she thought was in them. Why was she riding so many hundreds of measures to marry a man she didn't know? "Are you tired, or just thinking?" Ostval asked with a kind smile. "A little of both," Sinead replied, "and dreading the idea of crossing the Fallain in a few days." "That's the last river you'll have to cross for a good long while," he reminded her, amusement making his gray eyes sparkle in the firelight. "The desert is just the place for you sunrunner types. Tell me, Sinead, are you like Camigwyn, who gets queasy looking at a bathtub?" Cammy fisted him in the ribs. "Watch what you say, or I'll be sure to get sick all over you when we cross." Grunting, Ostval gathered long legs under him and stood. "Come on, Meath, Antun. Let's go check the horses before my dainty and gentle beloved decides to break me arm." Mardim, unable to cause more than a blush in Sinead with his songs, declared himself out of voice and in need of sleep. Most of the others followed his example and rolled themselves in blankets on the ground nearby, tactfully out of earshot of the fire where Sinead and Camigwyn lingered. It was too quiet without music. Sinead reached for a twig, pulling it from the fire, moodily watching the little flame. "Cammy, will you and Ostval stay with me there for a little while? After I'm—" She couldn't bring herself to say married, and the word princess was for the woman she'd seen in the fire years ago. "I think I'm going to need somebody to talk to," she finished lamely. "We'll stay as long as you like, but you won't need us, Sinead. You'll have him." "That's what I'm afraid of," she muttered. "What's the matter? You've hoped for years that this would happen, and you've been so happy all day today." "What if we can't talk to each other?" Sinead burst out. "What if we find we have nothing to say? Cammy, look at me. I'm nothing. A six-ring sunrunner who barely knows her craft, born in a holding nobody's ever heard of. Can you seriously see me as a princess?" "You're shadow-fearing, sunrunner," Camigwyn said briskly. "Stop being so silly. Of course you're going to love each other." "But what if we can't? I don't know him, And he certainly doesn't know me. I don't want to tie myself to a man I can't love. Listen to me, Sinead. Look into the fire. There aren't any shadows to lose yourself in and never come out. There's only the light. At her friend's coaxing, Sinead dropped the twig back into the fire and faced the flames, and within them was his face. She flinched at the grief that clouded his eyes and scarred his sensitive mouth. Her hands reached involuntarily, and she cried out as fire seared her fingers and her mind. "Sinead!" She was scarcely aware of the cold water Camiguin poured over her burned fingers, or of the worried voices around her. The pain had raced up her hands and arms to her heart, and deep into that portion of her brain that knew how to ride the woven threads of sunlight. She rocked back and forth, gasping around the agony until it gradually began to fade, and she could see clearly once more. Her friends had gathered in a circle of concern. "I'm sorry," she murmured, ashamed, and bent her head, cradling her burned fingers in her lap. "The fire blew sparks, that's all," Camiguin told the others. "Be more careful, Sinead," Meath cautioned, patting her shoulder with rough affection. She nodded wordlessly, unable to look at any of her friends. "Yes," Ostville drawled. "We owe the prince a bride who doesn't wince with pain when he kisses her hands. Everybody get some sleep. We've got a long way to ride tomorrow." When they had gone, he crouched down beside Sinead, tilting her face up to his with an insistent finger beneath her chin. "I'm sorry," she repeated. "No, I'm the one who's sorry," Camiguin said. "I only wanted you to look at him again and realize you don't have to be afraid." "You lost control of a fire conjure?" Ostville asked, and when Sinead nodded miserably, he whistled. "I can hardly wait to meet this prince of yours. Any man who causes a sunrunner of your rank to make a mistake like that—" "It wasn't him. It was me," Sinead told him, then burst out. "And Cammy tells me I have nothing to fear." "If you do," Ostville murmured, "it's fear of too much brightness, too much fire. Not the shadows, Sinead. Never those." "I could get as easily lost in the one as in the other," she whispered, staring down at her hands. Rohan managed to elude his aunt successfully until the evening after the dragon hunt. Andrade, after sending Tobin to rest and recover from the drain on her energies, had sought the young prince but had not found him. Her dignity forbade asking anyone for his whereabouts. She had a reputation to maintain, after all, and refused to admit that she was unable to find one man in a finite area. Irked at his ability to vanish when he wished, and entirely familiar with it from his childhood, she decided to stubborn him out, knowing full well that he would choose the time and place of their meeting. She spent part of the day with Tobin, giving her niece a deserved explanation. Che was sleeping off physical and emotional exhaustion, and all the wine he'd drunk on an empty stomach, trying to forget the sight of Zahava being gored by the dragon, when Andrade appeared at the door of Tobin's chambers late in the morning. The two women went down into the gardens for a private talk. "It was very strange," Tobin admitted, when Andrade asked her reaction to what they had done the previous evening. "I always wondered how Faradim worked with the sunlight." "Don't think that because you helped me once you'll be able to do it on your own," Andrade warned. "The balance is a delicate one, and control of it takes a good deal of training." She paused, as a groundskeeper bowed his way out of their presence near the roses. "But I think I'll have Sinead teach you something about it when she arrives." "Is that her name? Sinead?" "Yes, but accent the second syllable more. Sinead," she repeated. "It's a lovely name," Tobin mused. "Does Rohan know yet that he's expected to add princess to it?" "I thought you'd figure that out. Yes, she's going to be his wife. He doesn't know it yet, but he soon will." "I liked her," It's as if I touched her somehow. There were colors, almost as if I could hold them in my hands, beautiful colors. I don't think this kind of touching is completely new to you. She cocked an eyebrow at the princess. Sometimes, with Che, I feel something of the same thing, Tobin said slowly. Almost as if I'm looking into him and he's all sorts of colors. Does that mean I can learn to be Ferrari? Sinead can teach you a little, but no more than that. It's dangerous. I remember when Kessel got shadow lost, she replied quietly. Mother and I took care of him until he died. Andrade glanced away, remembering the handsome young sunrunner who had been posted here for a time. He had misjudged the light late in the day. Shadow lost was the most fearful risk Faradim could run, for thoughts unraveled in darkness never rewove, and colors forgotten in the night never knew sunlight again. The mindless body soon died, its essence having followed the sun into the dark water. Then you know the consequences of overconfidence, Andrade said. And speaking of arrogance, Rohan seems to be making quite a game of avoiding me. Mother says he was in Father's room late last night for a little while, but I don't know where he is this morning. She sank down on a bench in the shade. And before you ask, yes, I know most of his places, and I'm not going to tell you. He'll appear when he's ready. Don't push him, Aunt. Not now. I'm worried about him. Andrade sat beside her, shrugging irritably. It was probable that Rohan was in no state to talk to anyone, not even his family, and especially not Andrade. He'll have to face me sometime. How dare you imply that he's a coward? I didn't. But why isn't he with Zahava? Tobin sighed. I suppose he's like me and can't believe Father's dying. Not so quickly, or so slowly. Does that make any sense? Andrade understood. A strong and vigorous man one day, Zahava was dying the next, yet life lingered painfully in the ravaged body, refusing to relinquish its hold on flesh. In any case, it's forbidden for the next prince to watch his father die, Tobin went on. That's a very bad idea. Rohan must watch, or all his life Zahava's image will be in front of him, never really dead and burned. Tobin's black eyes sheened silver with tears, like rain at midnight. You are the crudest woman I ever knew, she whispered. Andrade bit her lip, then grasped her niece's hand. Never think I don't grieve for your father. Zahava is a good man. He gave me you and Rohan to love as I would have loved children of my own. But I am what I am, Tobin, and you and I are both women of consequence with responsibilities. When we have time for it, we feel. But there is no time. Rohan must be told. Yet he eluded her for the rest of the morning and afternoon. Andrade grew furious at the dance he was leading her, and was reduced to the humiliation of setting one of her sunrunners outside his chamber door, with orders to report instantly if and when the young prince appeared. Her other Faradim she posted at various places around the keep with identical instructions, but none of them came with news during the whole day. With the evening, Andrade was exhausted. She had attended Zahava twice, hoping but not really expecting him to awaken, and had sat vigil with Malar for several hours in the suffocating heat. At dusk, she decided to go up to the flame tower, where there might be a breath of air to cool her. She opened the door of the uppermost chamber, panting after the climb, and cursed viciously, for Rohan was in the huge circular chamber alone. The light from the small fire in the center of the room turned his hair fiery gold and glistened on the sweat that beaded his forehead and the hollow of his throat. As Andrade entered, he glanced up without curiosity from his seat before the little blaze. "It took you a long time to find me," he observed. She resisted the impulse to blister his ears with her reply. Choosing a chair from the few stacked against the far wall, she placed it opposite his at the fire and stared into the flames. "Gracious of you to wish at long last to be found," she told him in a rigidly controlled voice, "although this isn't the most agreeable place for a talk, or the most comfortable." She gestured to the fire that was kept burning year-round. "Comfortable," Rohan shrugged. "Perhaps not. I keep seeing Father in the flames. A trifle premature. He's not dead yet." "No. But when I don't see Father, I see myself." He rose and paced to the windows, pointing arches left open to whatever wind chose to blow. They circled the room at regular intervals, each one surmounted by a sleeping dragon carved into the stone. Rohan made the circuit slowly, stray gouts of fire-sent breeze ruffling his sweat-damp hair. "They'll signal his death from here," he said musingly. "Build up the fire so high and hot that this room will turn to flames. You can still see the soot from when my grandfather died, and all the other princes of our line, back 300 years or so." He swept his fingertips along the walls. "And then I'll take the spark from here that will light his pyre, and this fire that was his will be put out. Mother and Tobin will clean the floor themselves. Did you know that? It should be my wife, but I have no wife. I'll come up here and light new flames that will eventually become my pyre." The shadows licked at his face as he talked, a proud and elusive face, not easy to know, but Andrade knew him and kept silent. "Someday my son will do for me what I'll do for Father in a few days, and on it will go for more generations. All that's ever left is this." He held up his blackened fingertips with an unpleasant smile. "Goddess, what a morbid thought." The smile crumpled as he whispered, "Why does he have to die?" It was the cry of a boy for the loss of a beloved father, but it was also a moan of dread. There had been a time like this for Andrade, too, over 20 years ago, when the Lord of Goddess Keep had died and she had been chosen to wear the rings in his place. She had been alone. But there was someone for Rohan to turn to in his need. She caught his gaze and drew it to the flames by the force of her powerful will. Stretching forth one hand to the fire, she whispered Sinead's name. Rohan tensed, the pulse beating faster in the hollow of his throat. A face coalesced in the glowing flames, a pale oval of fine bones and green eyes framed in red-gold hair. Andrade held the conjure for a few moments, allowed it to fade, and sank wearily back into her chair. "Who is she?" the young man breathed. Andrade said nothing, almost too tired to care if he had any instinct for seeing into his own heart. It was a long while before he spoke again, and when he did, his tone was deliberately casual. "I haven't seen you do a conjuring since I was 11 years old. You did it then to please a child. I think you did it now to promise me something. What will she be to me, Andrade?" How odd that he had used Sinead's word, promise. "You already know. You want me to marry a sunrunner witch. Does the thought of a sunrunner witch like me frighten you, boy?" she snapped. "You don't frighten me, and neither do your kind, but I can't marry a Ferrari woman. Isn't her blood pure enough for you, princeling?" Rohan's lips curved in a feral smile she had never seen before. "First, let us clarify something. I am neither a boy nor a princeling. I honor you as my aunt and for your position, but you will remember who I am." She gave him an ironic little bow. "And forget whose nose I wiped and whose skinned knees I bandaged." All at once, he laughed. "Oh, goddess, I deserved that, didn't I?" He sat and put his elbows on his knees, hands clasped between them. "Very well, Andrade. Let's talk things over like rational people instead of arrogant prince and lady of Goddess Keep. I need an alliance as well as a wife when I marry. What do I gain by taking one of your Faradim?" "You could do worse, much worse." She hid her pleasure at what had just passed between them. Never having suspected him capable of such hauteur, she was glad he could not only use it, but laugh at it. Arrogance, or its appearance, would help him rule, but laughter would keep him sane while he did it. "You don't have any other women in mind, do you?" "I was bemoaning their lack only yesterday." He shrugged again. "You know, I'm not quite sure what to feel. I don't want my father to die. I know I should be terrified of becoming ruling prince, but I'm not. Goddess help me, Andrade, I want the power of it. There's so much I want to accomplish. But why does father have to die in order for me to do it?" "You're tired of being one step away from the power that is your right. It's only natural, Rohan, especially when you have dreams. One fire goes out and a different one is lit. You're eager to try your wings, and that's a very fine trait." "In the son of a dragon," he interrupted. She grunted her appreciation of the remark. "Let's leave them out of this for now, shall we? What I meant was that caution in flight is also a good idea." She paused a moment, then rapped out, "Does the girl repel you?" "No," was his quick response. "She's beautiful." Then he blushed. "Any fool could see that. Men my age are usually fools about women." "So, she doesn't disgust you physically. That's a start," Andrade said wryly. "Now that we've established her as a woman and not a witch—" "Have we?" He gave her a tiny smile. "I have your word for it, but the face in the flames said otherwise. If not a witch, then certainly something enchanted. What comes from Goddess Keep that is not?" "Oh, very pretty," she mocked, restraining laughter with difficulty, more and more pleased with him. "Have you studied charming phrases, or do they come naturally? As for the girl, she's a fit mate for a dragon's son. Your children should be the wonders of the world." The hot color came back to his cheeks, the sight an education to Andrade. He rose and went to the windows again, saying with an attempt at nonchalance, "We'll tithe one of them to you for playing matchmaker." "Don't be facetious." Waiting until he faced her again, she went on. "Your mention of an alliance is something I'd expect, but you're so rich that very few could aspire to your hand and your bed." He did not blush at this reference to sex, and Andrade rightly concluded that the prince could consider such things, but the man was shy about them. "Of the great lords and princes, only a few of them have daughters of marriageable age. Most of these are out of the question, being either promised or too ugly or stupid for consideration. None of us wants you tied to a fool." "Is that a polite way of saying I'm going to need all the help I can get?" "You were lonely as a little boy," she said with a gentleness that surprised her. "I don't want you to live your manhood lonely as well." To cover the emotion, she continued more briskly. "Of the few eligible ladies, most of them are the High Prince's daughters." Rohan's face pulled into a grimace. "Thank you, no. The son of the dragon has no wish to marry a daughter of the lizard. I would gladly live my manhood lonely, as you put it, in exchange for the assurance of living it at all." "And what do you mean by that?" she asked, wondering if he had figured it out for himself. He gave her much the same reasoning she had given Millar, and Andrade sent heartfelt thanks to the goddess. Rohan would not have an easy time of it as ruling prince, but neither would he be the victim of those more clever than he. There would not be many. When he had finished a succinct summation of why his life would be worth less than nothing after he had gotten an heir on one of Relstra's daughters, Andrade smiled her approval. "Your wits are in working order, at any rate," was all the verbal praise she gave him. "Now that you've had a chance to think about it, tell me why you should marry my Ferrari witch." Rohan took several moments to answer, but when he did, it was with growing enthusiasm. "Information, for one thing. A network of Faradim all over the princedoms would be very useful." "And what makes you think I'd allow you to use them?" "The same thing that makes me think you've got some grander plan for me that doesn't preclude using anyone or anything you can get your hands on. I know why you pushed your sister into marrying my father, and I know all about your spies. I'm not talking about the official Sunrunners, Andrade." The line of his jaw hardened. "What is it you really want? Why show me that face, knowing I'd find her beautiful? How do you plan to use us?" "If I live long enough, if you live long enough, we may all find out. I do only what the goddess bids me." "Dragon shit," Rohan said, in a pleasant tone, his eyes blue ice. "She tells you what you feel like hearing. You're setting me up in direct opposition to Relstra. Why?" "You mean that with all your studies and all your deep thoughts you haven't yet seen it?" she taunted, angry and a little frightened by his perceptions. He took a step toward her, the fire between them, and there was nothing boyish or gentle about him now. "What do you plan for me, Andrade?" Years and responsibilities, old hates and hopes, and even a few dreams settled on her like a cloak of iron. "Rohan, it's all as you've said about Relstra's daughters. I was afraid the offer would come before I could speak to you. Your father would never listen to a word I said. He doesn't entirely trust me." "Should I?" he asked, his voice cold. "If not me, then Sinead." "So she has a name, I'd wondered. She's very dear to me, Rohan. What I want doesn't matter. She was the one who saw you years ago in the fire." "Did she? Couldn't you feel anything when you looked at her tonight?" "What I feel isn't your concern. Have you sent for her?" "She'll be here soon." "And you call me arrogant. It runs in the blood, like the Ferrari gifts that Tobin has and I don't. That's what you wanted from my parents, wasn't it? A Ferrari prince. Sorry to have disappointed you. But now you're about to try the same thing, aren't you? Does Sinead know it, I wonder?" Andrade met his gaze stoically, not reacting to his sarcasm, for she heard how he tasted the girl's name, as if schooling his tongue to its syllables and his ears to its sound. "You need not marry her if she doesn't please you. When she arrives, you'll both know one way or the other." "Haven't you planned it all out?" But in the next moment, his expression changed, and he murmured, "I'm sorry." She watched him, this man-child with the deceptively gentle eyes, this princeling who would soon rule over the vastness of the desert, and perhaps one day, if her misted visions were accurate and the goddess had not teased her with lies, it would be enough if Rohan and Sinead could be together. They were right for each other, she knew it. "I apologize for my sharpness," she said. "You're right. I really ought to keep in mind who you are." "No, it was the right way to do it.
I can't sit up here feeling sorry for myself. But it's awkward, you see, waiting for Father to die, being afraid and having to hide it, being alone. I can't really admit things to anyone but you. Do you understand?"
She nodded, thinking that the day he could admit everything to Sinead would be the day he was no longer alone. "Go downstairs and get some sleep. Zahava will live for some days yet. He's too stubborn to let death have him quickly. Your mother will need you to be strong." Rohan smiled sadly.
"No one will need me for anything until it comes time to acknowledge me as prince. And then they'll need even more than I can give. What I have to offer won't seem like much to them, not compared to my father."
Chapter 3. The higher peaks of the Varesh were smothered in white, and would remain so well into summer, crowning the heights above Castle Crag. The keep itself was lower down in the hills, perched on the side of a terrifying gorge, like a dragon with its claws sunk deep into the cliffs. Land on either side of a canyon carved out by the Falane River was summer green, thick with trees and bright with flowers, below a sky pierced in the distance by the highest range of snow-capped mountains. Lady Palila had absolutely no interest in any beauty but her own. She stood on the steps above the thick lawns of the trellis garden, frowning in annoyance because the groundskeepers had shorn her favorite rosebush, the one that produced blossoms exactly the pink of her cheeks. Instantly she reminded herself that wrinkles resulted from unpleasant emotions and smoothed her face. Her power for the present lay in her looks, and these she had in abundance, starting with but not limited to the wealth of auburn hair that was held back by a thin gold chain studded with brown agates that matched her eyes, skin the color of pale honey, a bone structure that sculptors dreamed of and had paid homage to in silver, bronze, marble, and even gold, delicate arched brows, and a finely carved, passionate mouth. Palila was the most beautiful woman of her generation, and it was only fitting that the High Prince had chosen her as his mistress. She had been careful not to allow her 4 pregnancies to mar the perfection of her body, and intended that this 5th child, a boy at last, she chanted silently, would leave no mark on her either. The cut of her dark violet gown concealed her thickening waist for the time being. As ardently as Relstra desired a son, pregnancy repelled him. But Palila knew she would have to go on getting pregnant until she presented him with a male heir, and then she would be mistress no longer, but wife, princess, high princess. There were princesses scattered all over the gardens this afternoon, 4 of them, plus 13 other daughters dignified by the title of lady. 17 girls, she thought in disgust. By 6 different women, all that Relstra had managed were girls and yet more girls. His only legal wife, Lalante, had birthed 3 boys who had all died within a few days. After his wife's death, the High Prince's search for a single male offspring had taken him through 5 mistresses, all nobly born and all dead now, with the exception of Palila. She had gone to a lot of trouble to make sure that she was indeed the exception. Castle Crag positively seethed with women, and the oversufficiency frayed her nerves. She loathed her own sex on principle, seeing all women as rivals for Relstra's attention. She was fond enough of her own daughters, but not even they escaped this basic suspicion. Palila rested one hand on her belly and vowed that this time there would be a son. She descended the short steps, irritated anew that Relstra was busy elsewhere in the keep, for the gardens were a charming context for her beauty, and for the little play she had perfected over the last few years. The place was a great bowl sunk into the rock, filled with flowering vines and daughters in bright summer silks. Palila visited each little group, pausing to smile and chat, keeping up her role of solicitous foster mother to them all. Her position as their father's sole mistress for the last 4 years had gained her their respect, if not their liking. She cared little whether they liked her or not, so long as everyone behaved as if terribly attached to everyone else, no matter how much they all hated each other. The 4 princesses were seated beneath a trellis, playing cards. Tall, dark, well-built girls. Of the 4, Ianthe alone had inherited their father's shrewd brain. Nedra was placid and biddable, Linala was simply stupid, and Pansala had a sidelong way of glancing at people which Palila thought might be a sign of slyness or intelligence, or both. But Ianthe, at 22 the youngest of the 4, was sharp and never bothered to hide it. Lady Vamana's 4 girls were plain and boring. Their mother's looks had been lost somewhere. Vamana had lost them as well, to a disease that might have been cured had Palila not switched medicine bottles. She hadn't meant for Vamana to die, but she hadn't wept at her pyre either. Lady Carrion's daughters stood by the rose wall, solemnly tossing a ball back and forth. Palila dismissed little Keely and Lamaya with a shrug, much as she had dismissed their mother from Relstra's service with a drop of poison in her breakfast wine. Lady Surya's girls, Moriah and Cypris, were near in age to Palila's elder daughters, and competed with them for Relstra's attention, just as Palila had with their mother until a slip on wet tiles by the bathing pool had cracked open Surya's blonde head. Palila hadn't even had to push her very hard. Yet having rid herself of 3 rivals, she had soon been presented with a 4th. Relstra's infatuation with charming, empty-headed Lady Aladra had lasted for 2 miserable years. She had been genuinely liked by all the daughters. Palila's stomach curdled whenever the pretty idiot opened her mouth. Her death in childbed, giving birth to another daughter, had sunk the castle into honest mourning. Palila, though innocent in this case, had made a substantial donation of wine to Goddess Keep, supposedly in Aladra's memory, but really in thanks for her deliverance. There had been no new mistresses since. Palila reigned supreme. Even though she was no novelty to him, her hold on Relstra was still strong, and the baby on the way had increased it. Yet fond as he was of the daughters she had given him, his little flowers, he called them, and showing no signs of becoming bored with Palila, she knew that neither sentimentality about his children nor sensuality in her bed would be proof against a woman who could give him a son. Thus she intended to provide the long-awaited male heir herself, become his legitimate wife, and preside over the marriages of his 17 daughters. Their marketability was the one good thing about them. For the foreseeable future, they could be parceled out like gold coins to reward useful men. Relstra would be pleased to have tedious negotiations taken care of by Palila, and even more pleased when her arrangements increased his power. She would make herself essential to him politically, and gain a tidy profit for herself into the bargain through bribes exacted from princes and lords wishing to marry the High Prince's otherwise useless daughters. She went to her own girls and hugged them, laughing aloud in anticipation of the time when she would find for them the richest and most important men in all the princedoms. But they were very young, and she need not worry about their futures yet. Currently, she was shopping for men to marry the legitimate daughters, and her primary prey was Prince Rohan. He was rumored to be studious, so Nedra's quietness might attract him. He was also said to be rather blank of eye on occasion, so perhaps Linala's stupidity would suit him. Palila promised herself that neither clever Ianthe nor sly Pansala would have him, for the idea of either married to such power was intolerable. "Just look at her," Pansala whispered to Ianthe. "That bitch! Ianthe smiled sweetly. "Lenala, you cannot play the horse atop the rider, dear. Nadra, explain the rules to her again, won't you? Sala and I are going for a stroll." The younger pair left the elder and wandered across the lawns. Vines spread splashes of color across rough-hewn stone walls that rose to twice the princess's height and sealed in the trellis garden, just as the rest of Castle Crag and, therefore, their world was sealed. But they could feel the sheer drop of the cliffs beyond the wall and the free, swift rush of the Fallain far below, just as, without looking at it, they could sense the silent, spired bulk of the castle behind them. Generations of their forebears had made it the most imposing keep in all the princedoms. The maze of rooms and corridors, antechambers and staircases was punctuated with turrets and towers jutting out wherever builders had found breathing space, with the result that there was no breathing space anywhere in the piles of gray and black stone. It was said that long ago the dragons had favored the cliffs here as a summer home during non-mating years, and had flown across the sky in so many hundreds that they blocked out the sun. It was from this place that Ianthe and Pansala wanted desperately to flee, as the dragons had done long ago. Pansala plucked a rose from the wall and put it in her hair. "When are we going to do something about Palila?" "I've been thinking about it." Ianthe's dark eyes sparkled gleefully. "Have you ever noticed how many women there are at Castle Crag, and how many of them are pregnant at any given time?" "It must be in the air," Pansala replied, making a face. "Women breed, and they breed daughters." "Not all of them." Pansala frowned, then stared. Ianthe laughed. "If Palila has a son, which isn't likely, but all things are possible, I have my eye on several girls right now who are just as far along as she is." "Why not do to her what she did to poor Surya?" "I've considered it," Ianthe admitted. "But her personal servants are absolutely loyal. Goddess alone knows why. She sleeps either with father or with guards outside her door and 2 women on the floor of her chamber. She doesn't go out riding, she doesn't leave the grounds, she doesn't bathe with the rest of us, and she never eats anything her own servants haven't prepared. If you can find opportunity in those things, be my guest." I always did think her delicate stomach was a flimsy excuse. "She doesn't trust us any more than we trust her. Oh, she makes sweet eyes at us and pretends we're all the closest of friends. I don't know who she thinks she's fooling. Certainly not father. He doesn't give a damn about any of us, except when we can amuse him. Ianthe, I'm so tired of amusing him. Tell me what you have planned." "If we're to be rid of her, we'll have to be even more devious than she. You know she's planning to sell us to the highest bidder. I could do with a husband. It would get me out of this nursery." She gestured to the lawns, where their half-sisters played in the sunshine. Ianthe paced along the garden wall until she found a perfect violet rose. She plucked it and ran the soft petals across her cheeks and lips. "There's nothing wrong with a husband of one's own choosing. But remember who sent emissaries recently? Prince Visarion. Now there's a fine specimen, if you like lectures. And then there was that lisping idiot sent by Prince Ajit. How would you like to join the list of wives he's buried? 4 now, isn't it?" "5. No worse than father," Pansala retorted. But there was fear in her dark eyes now. "Very well, so the idea is that if Palila manages a son, we'll find some way to switch the child for a girl. If father gets an heir, we'll count for less than nothing." "I know." Pansala scuffed the toe of her slipper against a clod of newly turned earth. "But, Ianthe, this is our brother we're talking about. And if he grows up
A servant's son instead of a prince? What of it? It's our future we're concerned with, Sulla. Father's wealth, split 17 ways, is bad enough. But if there's a son, instead of a 17th part, we'd be lucky to get 100th. You and I and Nadra and that imbecile Linala will get larger shares, of course, being princesses. But 500ths is still nothing multiplied 5 times. She crushed the rose in her palm. If there's no son, Father will have to choose the next high prince from among our sons. Pansala's eyes narrowed for an instant, but then she hastily smoothed her expression. Some other woman than Palila might give him a boy. You know, Ianthe, we'd do better to have him gelded. The younger girl burst out laughing. And you call me foul-minded? Pansala laughed with her. I'd call us both practical, wouldn't you? But as they walked on, conversing in perfect accord, neither spoke of the sons they hoped they would have, or the husband each hoped would father them. The High Prince, who was not as unaware of his daughters as they believed him to be, sat behind the desk of his private study high above the gardens. Relstra's 45 winters showed in a thread or two of white in his dark hair, a line or two around his pale green eyes, a notch or two let out in his belt. He had been a remarkably beautiful youth, and had matured into a handsome man. Oncoming age only added to his looks. But many years of absolute rule had set certain things into his eyes: arrogance, cynicism, contempt. All of these were in evidence as he looked at his most valued, though not most trusted servant. So, the old dragon is dying. It's certain, Criggo? Yes, Your Grace. He was gored most horribly, and now lies in his bed, from which he will not rise. Relstra tapped his index finger against his lips and regarded Criggo. You seem tired. Have you been indulging too much or too little? The man's fair head bent. I apologize for my condition, Your Grace. Sleep it off. Come back to me at moonrise, for I wish to send a message to our contact at Stronghold. And you must take better care of yourself, Criggo, he cautioned, smiling without humor. It's not every prince who has his very own renegade sunrunner. Criggo's lean shoulders flinched at the reminder of what he was. Relstra studied him for a few more moments, thinking that it might become necessary to acquire a new Faradi soon. Criggo was beginning to look used up. Leave me, he ordered, and rose to look out the windows. The door latch clicked softly, and Relstra was alone. He gazed at his daughters, saw Palila's auburn hair gleaming in the sunlight, and wondered what plots were whirling around in their heads today. The princesses were getting to a dangerous age, he reflected, too old to be placated with toys and games, old enough to want more of the silks and jewels that were an idle woman's playthings. Ianthe and Pansala in particular would bear watching, for they were intelligent. A woman with a brain was not a thing to be relished. He wondered if the young princeling had a brain, son of the old dragon and nephew of the redoubtable Lady Andrade. Perhaps he could think. Relstra hoped so. It would make life much more interesting. He wondered, too, if Andrade knew about Criggo or the Dranath. Such a humble little plant, growing only in the highest reaches of the Varesh, but incredibly potent when boiled, dried, and refined to powder. Criggo was its slave, and because Relstra was master of his Dranath supply, the Sunrunner was Relstra's slave as well. It was a pity so useful a tool was wearing out. Inhaling deeply of the moist breeze off the river, he thought of the dry heat of the desert and grinned. One of his daughters would soon find out how people survived there. The goddess had not cursed him with so many female offspring for nothing. Prince Zahava would be dead soon. By late summer,
When the hatching hunt was over, the new prince would be seen for the weakling he was. At the Riala in autumn, Rohan would find himself matched to one of the princesses and overmatched in his dealings with their father. Relstra stretched his powerful shoulders and smiled, thoughts of the Riala bringing to mind the beach at Brochwell Bay and making love to Palila there. But he reminded himself that pregnancy would have swollen her to grotesque proportions by then. Relstra preferred very slender women. But if her looks were lost for the sake of bearing a son, he bit his lip against a hope that surely ought to have died after 17 daughters. Which one should be Rohan's bride? Nedra might do. Lenala was impossible. Pansala or Ianthe? Now there was a thought. Beautiful, brilliant Ianthe. But would she come to relish power and forget who had given it to her by making her Rohan's wife? He tried to identify the faces and characteristics of his other girls, and could not. There were so damned many of them. Still, the fact that they had rarely been called to his notice led him to believe that they might be more trustworthy than Ianthe. Women who wanted his attention inevitably wanted something more. Gowns, jewelry, trinkets to keep them content for a while before they desired more. Those things were easy compared to doling out power. No true child of his would ever be content with anything less. Which of them would understand his goals and play the game with relish to match his own? Which of them could be used best and trusted most? It was a pretty problem, and he mulled it over as he gazed down at his girls. A pity Keely was too young. Aside from Ianthe and Pansala, she showed the most spirit. But perhaps one of the others would surprise him. He would have to keep an eye on them over the rest of the summer. Whichever one it turned out to be, he would have to provide handsomely for her, a nice fat dowry, and the border castle of Farouche thrown in, none of it very hard to part with, because within 10 years he would have it all back, and the desert itself besides. All the wealth of mines and salt, horses and silk trade would be his. He would have everything. Except a son. Criggo shivered in the day's warmth as he crept between the bedsheets. His head ached abominably. His tongue was thick in his mouth with the wanting of Dranath, and his fingers shook as he clenched blankets in his fists. But he was used to the physical discomfort and knew how much of it he could take. What he had never grown used to was the betrayal of everything he was. 5 years ago he had been on his way north to Fessenden, assigned by Lady Andrade to replace a Ferrari killed in a climbing accident. Criggo had been thrilled by the honor and enchanted by the long journey overland, for aside from Goddess Keep and his home farm in Grib, he had never been anywhere in his life. He'd sent his impressions back on the sunlight to his friends at Goddess Keep, keeping them amused and envious for many days. But just inside Prince March, it had been necessary to cross a branch of the Fillane River, and even that short row over placid water had left him insensible, and that was when the High Prince's men had taken him. Criggo had not been bound. There had been no need. All they had had to do was keep him on the river. Technically, he was free to leave at any time, but sick, shaking, unable to think past his physical misery, he had barely been aware of the journey upriver to Castle Crag. When he finally was in possession of his faculties again, he found himself lying in a soft bed within a luxurious room. This chamber, with its brocade hangings and its view of the mountains, had become his prison, for this chamber had contained a pitcher of wine laced with Dranath. At first he hadn't known. Lady Palila herself had brought him the wine, and the honor of having her serve him had not seemed unusual to a sunrunner accustomed to instant respect and hospitality wherever he went. She had told him word had been sent to Goddess Keep that he was safe, and he need not worry. She had been all smiles and solicitude. He had suspected nothing. But the wine had changed. Crossing water had been nothing compared to the loss of Dranath during those rainy days of late autumn when the sun denied itself to him and the moons vanished behind clouds. His physical agony was made all the worse by the fact that this time he had all his wits about him. At last the High Prince himself had come to him late one night after some sort of celebration, wrapped in a cloth of gold cloak that shone in the firelight. Its brightness seared Criggo's eyes and sent swords of cold fire into his brain. After drinking the wine Relstra offered, he had listened in mounting horror as the High Prince explained exactly why Criggo felt better now. 1,000 times since that night he'd asked himself why he hadn't chosen to die. There were easy answers. He was young, he loved life, he had thought to wean himself from the drug, he had intended to report back to Lady Andrade in secret. He had long ago recognized all these answers as lies. Shuddering into his blankets, he wondered bitterly why he could still feel such shame, and closed his eyes to the cool silver pitcher on the table. He hated it, craved it, blessed it, cursed it. It owned him as surely as Relstra did, and that was the only answer that counted. 1,000 times since that night he had ridden the light for the High Prince, using his Ferrati skills to communicate with Relstra's spies and major courts. Today he had made his regular contact with Stronghold's wine steward, bracing himself against the bite of that rapacious mind in order to glean the information the High Prince wanted. Tonight he would use the moonlight to contact the steward again, this time to convey whatever message Relstra wished. Criggo nearly sobbed aloud as his aching body cried out for the drug. Lady Andrade had special ties to those at Stronghold, ties of kinship and affection. To betray the young prince was to doubly and triply damn himself. Worthless in his own eyes, he was worth a very great deal to Relstra. It was the difference in the price they each set on his soul. Slowly, painfully, Criggo sat up. He raked the thin blonde hair back from his eyes, drew in a long breath, and poured himself a measure of drugged wine. Palila was in Relstra's chambers when the renegade Sunrunner was admitted. She was always nervous in Criggo's presence, for he was a reminder of the bizarre old crone who had provided her with the Dranath years ago. She had heard of a sorceress in the mountains who guaranteed all sorts of charms and spells. Desperate for a son and needing something to put in Lady Surya's wine that could not be traced or suspected, Palila had summoned the old woman secretly to Castle Crag. No son had come of it, though Palila had done everything required. But Surya had died of something the crone claimed was dragon's blood, and in addition, Palila had learned the secret of Dranath. She would much rather have had the son than the presence of this pallid, drawn Sunrunner at Castle Crag. Relstra had been forbidden an official Ferrati by Lady Andrade for offenses not even rumor could guess at, and Palila did not mind the lack. Sunrunners did things she feared, and in the 5 years Relstra had been using Criggo, she had never gotten over the suspicion that one day he would reach his limit. Who knew what somebody trained by that witch Andrade might do? But Palila was wise enough to sit quietly on her couch and hide her wariness, for Relstra wanted her to witness what happened this night. "Come in, Criggo," the High Prince said. "Be seated." A chair had been placed in the full moonlight. He huddled into it, wrapped in a thick cloak, though the room was still warm with the day's sunlight, shivering, his eyes slightly glazed with the effects of the drug. The 3 small moons were far apart in the sky, casting a blurred series of shadows and making Criggo's usual pallor almost greenish. "Before the message is sent, you'll do something for me, Criggo," Relstra said. He withdrew a candle from a pocket of his tunic, and Criggo flinched. "I have a whim to see this young princeling. Conjure him for me." Palila caught her breath, and Relstra glanced at her over his shoulder. Quickly she said, "Forgive me, my lord, but I've never seen—"
"I'm sure you'll find it interesting." He held out the candle to the Ferrari. "Light it," he commanded softly. "Show me the princeling, Criggo. I want to see what manner of foolish child I'll encounter at the Riala."
Criggo lifted both thin hands, the 6 rings of his earned rank glimmering in the moonlight. The wick sprang to life. Criggo looked up at Relstra dully, his eyes reflecting the tiny flame. Palila held herself from shrinking back as the Sunrunner stared into the fire of his calling. The flame grew, and a face began to form. Palila was drawn forward despite herself, fascinated. First the vague oval of the face, crowned by fair hair, then the lines of jaw, brow, nose, at last the features resolved, and the curve of the mouth and the color of the eyes were clearly seen. A proud face, and very young, untested, unripe, and unaware of Relstra's fine manipulations of power.
"Well," the High Prince asked suddenly, "which of my girls will do for him, Palila? I value your advice."
She stared at him in shock, distracted from the face in the flame. So this was why he had spoken with his elder daughters tonight at dinner, she thought. He usually ignored them, preferring to concentrate on the little ones and their amusing chatter. But tonight he had tested each of them, and now he was testing her. Mind working furiously, she tried to outguess him. He had already decided which daughter would marry Rohan, of course. She would have to anticipate that decision. His green eyes were coldly amused as they watched her during the few seconds she had in which to think.
"Ianthe,"
she said. He frowned, and she knew it was the wrong answer.
"Why her?"
"She's the prettiest of your legitimate daughters, and close to this boy in age. She's sensuous, and this man-child is obviously a virgin. Anyone looking at him could see it. Ianthe will be able to rule him through his senses if she's clever enough, and goddess knows the girl is clever."
She paused and made herself look at the flame again.
"Why should I give him one of my legitimate daughters?"
"Would a man of his wealth, family, and position accept a bastard?"
she asked bluntly.
"Any daughter of mine would be an honor. But I suppose you're right. There's great pride in that face. And his mother is even worse. Go on."
"Ianthe is also intelligent. She'll understand where her advantage lies. I assume I'm correct in that this advantage will not be with her new husband."
She smiled, more confident as ideas came to her,
"and she is ambitious."
"How would that serve me, if she's wed to this powerful young prince?"
"How long would he be able to keep that power on his own?" she countered. "I've never heard anything of him, except that he's quiet and studious. You'd never waste a daughter on a man who lets power dribble through his fingers. Ianthe will keep it for him, and for you. The Merida still sit in Cunaxa, north of the desert border. Would Ianthe allow them to put so much as a boot heel on anything she owned?"
"She does have rather acquisitive instincts, but I fail to see how I may be assured of keeping her in line."
"She is ambitious and intelligent, but she is also not stupid in any way that I've ever seen. Of course you can't trust her, but at least you know her qualities. Can you say the same of Nadra, who can barely string 2 sentences together, or Pansala, who never says what she thinks, if she thinks anything at all? As for Lenala, we all know very well that she cannot think. But you know Ianthe, and Ianthe knows it."
And apart from all that, she thought silently, how wonderful it would be to get rid of the girl who was the main reason Palila lived so cautiously. As if Relstra had heard the thought, he smiled and said, "The advantage to you being her removal from Castle Crag."
Palila smiled back, inwardly cursing his perceptiveness. "Her elevation will increase your power and honors."
"Then it may be Ianthe," he mused.
Criggo made a soft sound, and the face of the young prince vanished from the flame.
Relstra turned, scowling. "Control yourself, Sunrunner. You're not finished for the night."
I'm sorry, Your Grace,"
he mumbled, gripping the candle now with both hands.
"Ianthe is indeed a clever girl,"
Relstra said to Palila.
"But I worry that perhaps she's too clever."
"She will rule her husband, and you will rule her," Palila shrugged. "You have spies enough at Stronghold, my lord, to keep her effectively under your eye at all times. All she really needs to do is have a couple of sons, grandchildren, for you to protect."
Relstra laughed. "We must make sure this thought does not occur to her, or that she knows anything of her future honors until the Reala outweighs. I will need you there, my dear."
"I am yours to command," she said formally, but with a smile that invited commands pertaining to the bedroom. Her expression hid relief at having talked her way out of potential danger.
Relstra laughed again and placed his hands on Criggo's shoulder. "You may douse the fire now and make ready to ride the moonlight to Stronghold."
But Criggo cried out in sudden agony, and the candle flame surged upward, becoming a pillar of writhing fire that grew talons and teeth and dragon wings. Palila screamed as faces formed and vanished in the brilliance. Relstra, Ianthe, Pansala, herself, Prince Rohan, Zahava, and a girl's face, surrounded by a cloud of hair that seemed made of fire. The dragon reared up, snarling, and the flames caught on Criggo's sleeves. He toppled to the floor, hands clawing the air, visions spitting into the wildfire light. Relstra tore the curtains from the window and smothered the Faradi in it, cursing. Dragon and fire vanished. The High Prince lifted Criggo's limp form and went to kick open the door. Flinging the unconscious Sunrunner into the antechamber, he roared to the servants, "Get him out of here!" He slammed the door shut and wiped sweat from his forehead. Palila closed her eyes and trembled. She feared little in life beyond the loss of her beauty, but she was utterly paralyzed by fire. Her mind ignited with pictures of the whole room in flames that licked up the tapestries and wooden paneling, eating at her hair and consuming her flesh and bones while she still lived. She whimpered and wrapped her arms around herself, feeling the baby in her womb jerk and quiver in response to her terror.
"You are in no danger," Relstra said above her. "Palila, stop this. You might harm the child."
She looked up at him, so tall and powerful. Her fingers dug into his tunic, and she moaned as he gathered her in his arms to carry her to the bed.
"Palila, calm yourself," he said.
She raked her nails across his chest, ripping the silk tunic, and he looked astonished for an instant before he burst out laughing. The flames still burned in her imagination, inside her body now, consuming her from within. Relstra twisted a handful of her long hair into a rope and wrapped it around her neck as he undressed her.
"So, your fear of fire makes you burn, does it? Remind me to change my method of execution," he crooned. "I can hardly wait to find out what watching someone being burned alive will do to you. Would you like to see that, my pet? Just imagine the flames as they devour some helpless man or woman. How hot the fire can be, my darling," he whispered, as he bent her head back and tightened the rope around her throat. His lips brushed her mouth, fiery moist, and she used up the last air in her lungs on a scream that made him laugh with delight.
Think about the flames, Palila.
Chapter 4. Prince Zahava regained consciousness on the morning of the third day. He was too experienced a warrior not to know within moments of waking that his wounds were mortal. Andrade, seated at his bedside, while Millar closed her eyes for some needed rest, saw in the black eyes that he knew he was dying.
"So,"
he breathed, one eyebrow cocked almost rakishly,
"the Dragon Slayer has been dragon slain. Better this way, Andrade, than of a sickness or by an enemy's sword."
"As you say, Zahava. If there's pain, tell me. I can ease it."
No pain. Not for me, at least."
He closed his eyes again and nodded.
"It's a good potion that numbs the wounds while leaving the mind clear. My thanks, Andrade. But I doubt you have anything to ease Miller's pain."
"Not even time heals a woman who loses a man like you, Zahava." He looked up, surprised. A smile danced across his face for an instant, but what he said was,
"I want to see my son."
"I'll send for him."
"Alone. Do you hear me, Andrade? Alone."
Rohan was there quickly, dark circles beneath his eyes, and strain tightening his features. Andrade lingered long enough to see him sit and take his father's hand, then left them alone. Rohan pressed the cold fingers between his own.
"I'm here, Father."
Zahava's hand curled around his.
"There are things I must tell you. Will you listen to me at last?" "I've always listened." "And then gone your own way. Well, I won't be here to listen to much longer, so pay attention."
Zahava licked his lips and made a face.
"It won't be the dragon claws through my guts that will kill me. I'll die of thirst and starvation. Get me something to drink."
Rohan took a square of white silk soaked in water and pressed it to his father's lips. It was all that was allowed. Anything Zahava swallowed would only make the pain worse. Andrade had ordered that nothing be given the prince but her own concoctions, which would kill the pain before they caused it. Zahava sucked at the moisture, grimaced again, and closed his eyes.
"Never trust anyone, Rohan. Especially not the Merida, and most especially not the High Prince. The first will slink into the desert to attack when you least expect it, and the second would like to."
"Actually," Rohan replied,
"the Merida will probably try to test me next spring. I thought it might be interesting to fight them for a while, then buy them off. Oh, I know it's risky," he admitted, seeing his father's eyes widen in outrage. "They'll purchase weapons and support that won't make it any easier to crush them when they grow arrogant enough to attack in full force, but if they can't defeat us, after I hand them the money to do it with, and they won't, I promise, their sources will dry up. Still, I'm afraid that I'll have to spend a great deal of money to lure them into doing what I want them to do." "Buy them off. Of all the—"
But then he gave a short cough of laughter.
"As if I have anything to say about it now. My pride would never have permitted it. But I have to trust you, don't I, Rohan? Laugh for me when they're beaten back." "I will."
Zahava nodded and changed the subject.
"You'll need a wife soon."
Rohan smiled slightly.
"I promise she'll be pretty, and you'll have handsome grandchildren."
Zahava grinned his appreciation, teeth flashing whitely in his black beard that seemed to have acquired gray streaks very suddenly.
"Pretty or not, treat your wife as you would a dragon. Prepare yourself carefully to meet her, and approach with respect and admiration. Always preserve her pride by letting her show her strength, and then educate her as to exactly who her master is."
Rohan thought of the face in the flames and said nothing.
"The promises of a prince die with him," Zahava went on, shifting slightly in the bed. "You'll have to see to the holdings soon. Send Che to the lesser ones as your deputy, but go yourself to the greater. They must feel your hand, as they have felt mine. Don't try to buy them off."
"No, I won't."
"I wish I could have seen your wife," he fretted. "Make sure she's not too beautiful. A beautiful woman is her own temptation. She'll think more of herself than of you. The only exception I ever met was your mother."
"Yes, father."
"Your real wealth is in your children, Rohan."
The fierce black gaze slid away to a corner of the room.
"Mine has been."
Rohan's eyes stung at the rare words of tenderness.
"Is it?"
he asked, his throat tight.
"I'm not the son you wanted. You would have done better with someone like Che." "I would have known him better," Zahava acknowledged. "I don't know you very well, do I? And I fear for you because of it. I'm leaving you a strong princedom built by 4 generations. Hold on to it, Rohan."
"My ways aren't yours, father, but I promise I'll keep what's ours."
"Yours now,"
Zahava said gruffly.
"I give all to you alone. Remember that. Not a grain of sand or a breath of wind over the dunes is anyone's but yours. You'll have your battles to keep them. I wish I could see those too."
He paused, looked up, and gave his son a tiny smile.
"I never told you how proud I was, did I? My scholarly fool of a son in common trooper's harness, covered in Merida blood."
"You didn't tell me, but I knew."
"You'll have to become a better liar,"
Zahava observed wryly.
"Not with those I love,"
Rohan replied firmly.
"Do you?"
He held tighter to his father's hand.
"Yes. I never really knew you either, and I'm sorry for it. But I do love you."
Sunlight crept a finger's width across the bed before the old prince spoke again.
"A pity we never really talked before now."
"But we are talking, and that's what's important." Rohan tried to believe it, tried to forget all the years when one approached the other and found only incomprehension.
"If you have daughters, and I hope you will, for there's no delight in a man's life like a daughter."
He coughed again, and again Rohan gave him the square of damp silk. Zahava nodded his thanks and continued.
"Indulge your daughters as shamefully as I've done with Tobin. It's a husband's duty to tame a woman, not a father's."
Rohan chuckled.
"Che hasn't had that much luck that I can see."
Zahava grinned at him.
"Remember that with your own wife. Don't break her spirit, but let her know who's master in your bed. Have you ever had a woman?"
Rohan cursed himself for blushing.
"I'm not entirely ignorant." "A nice evasive answer. You've a talent for them. I wish I could meet the girl who'll make a man of you. But remember to make a woman of her at the same time. Your woman."
Again he thought of the grave, earnest face, framed in fire-gold hair, and said nothing.
"Be tender of your mother's feelings, but don't let her meddle. Your wife will be princess here, and you mustn't let Millar trod the girl underfoot." "I'm sure Mother will understand." "Your mother understands nothing except that I'm dying." She loves you so much, Rohan whispered. I hope I'm as lucky in my wife.
Zahava sighed quietly.
Take my ashes to Riven Rock and blow them in the face of that damned grandsire who killed me.
I'll do better than that, Rohan promised. I'll mingle his ashes with yours and let the winds take them the length and breadth of the desert.
The black eyes gleamed.
If you aren't the most perverse son a man ever had, yes, do that. I'd like that. 2 old dragons.
Exactly, Rohan replied with a smile, amazed and grateful that his father had not questioned his ability to kill the dragon.
Let me sleep for a while, and then send your mother to me. She'll need you, Rohan. Tobin has Che, and you'll have your duties, but Milla won't have anyone.
He sank deeper into the pillows.
Poor Milla. My poor darling.
He paused for a moment, then repeated,
You'll have your duties. It's good that you'll go through them alone. It's a cruel thing, but necessary. You'll have to stand alone, my son. Do it proudly. Not even your wife can share it all. Find someone who understands that.
Rohan hesitated, then decided to tell him. I've already found a wife. Zahava struggled for a moment to sit up, eyes blazing, then collapsed back into the pillows with a grunt. Rohan didn't fuss over him, knowing it would only irritate him.
Who is she?
The old prince demanded.
What's her name?
Sinead, he murmured.
Does your mother know?
No one knows, except Andrade.
Another short laugh escaped his lips.
Andrade, eh? Well, the family witch. Don't let her trap you. She's sly and does as she pleases for her own reasons.
I know. I've learned a few things from her over the years.
He grinned down at his father. Zahava choked again on laughter, forcing himself to calm down as a spasm of pain hit him.
Oh, by the storm devil! I wish I could see the prince you'll make. I never knew you before, Rohan. Promise me you'll talk to your own sons more than I talk to you.
He could think of no reply, so he merely nodded. Then he bent and pressed his lips to his father's hand in token of homage and love. Before the stinging in his eyes could become tears, he said,
Rest now. I'll send Mother to you in a little while.
Then he left the chamber. At his own suite, he dismissed his squire and stood before the open windows, looking down at his mother's gardens below. He'd done what he'd promised himself he'd do, ease his father's worries so he could die in peace. Zahava no longer feared for his son or his lands. It would be a long time before his son stopped fearing for himself. Stronghold was hushed, and would remain so until Zahava was dead and his pyre extinguished. Rohan felt he was living in a silent shadow world, alone and not quite real. The only reality was in fire, the dying blaze of his father's life, the flames that would engulf Zahava's remains, the light in the flame tower that would be quenched and then relit, and the face he had seen framed in burning red-gold hair. Himself a wraith wrapped in shadows, he could think of those fires, but not be lit by them. Flames would make him prince, husband, and, he hoped, lover, but right now they had no power to illumine those future selves. He listened to the quiet and watched the patterns of shadow play over the trees below. He should be thinking of the time when his own light would kindle and spread across the desert with a very different blaze than his father's. He should be thinking about his bride's arrival, his mother's anguish, his sisters' and nephews' inheritances from Zahava, the 100 details of death, and the 1,000,000 more of life ongoing should be occupying his mind, but Rohan inhabited the shadows of Stronghold, waiting for the fire. Legend had it that long ago, when the world was very young, the first sun runners had learned from the goddess how to weave light. Fire, pleased to be the source of their weavings, struck bargains with her brothers Earth and Air so that Faradim might work their magic unmolested. But their sister Water proved recalcitrant, being Fire's natural enemy. Though she could not interfere with sun runners gliding over her on light, she proved remarkably resourceful when they attempted to cross her in person. Placid Earth did not much care what happened above him, being constantly busy with his own concerns. But whimsical Air sometimes gave Water a little help, blowing up fearful gusts whenever a Faradi was foolish enough to sail on the open sea. Help or not, Water enjoyed herself every time a sun runner so much as rowed across a stream. Thus the 10 sun runners in Sinead's bridal party looked in dismay at the wide expanse of the Fulane River, and gulped. Camigwyn reined in her horse, staring at the rushing river.
"I am not looking forward to this," she stated.
Ostval laughed at her.
"It's only one little river."
"Little?"
"We went 100 measures out of our way to avoid the wider crossings," he reminded her.
Sinead sighed.
"A good thing, too, or I'd arrived at Stronghold, not fit to speak with."
When Ostval laughed again, Cammy chided,
"Oh, stop it. You don't know what it's like to look at that river and know you're going to be deathly ill." "Ah, but you don't know what it's like to set sail to Kirst Izzle, the sun overhead and the wind at your back, sails tight and decks swaying beneath your feet."
"Ostval, please,"
Sinead begged. He winked at her.
"You're definitely going to the right country,"
he teased, then tossed his reins to Cammy and swung down off his horse.
"Here, hold on to these while I bargain with the riverman for a decent passage fee."
Camigwyn gave the Water another nervous glance and muttered,
"Why don't they just build a bridge?"
"Too easy,"
Sinead answered with another sigh.
"Ostval says he'll send us across first and leave the baggage for last. Nice of him to give us some time to recover."
"And there's this monster to cross again on the way back," Cammy moaned. "I might stay with you in the desert forever. Just look at that flimsy raft."
"It doesn't look so bad,"
Sinead replied, trying to sound confident but not at all sure herself about the manner of their crossing. She dismounted, wanting nice, firm ground beneath her feet for as long as possible, and helped Meath organize the line of horses to be loaded. All the Faradim were already green beneath their tans. When Ostval returned with the riverman, Cammy demanded of the latter,
"Why isn't there a bridge?" "Across this water, lady. How do you propose we span that?" He pointed proudly to the river. "She swells up in the spring like a pregnant doe to the very walls of my house. My grandsir now, he lashed together a bridge one autumn, and it worked fine until the spring when the Lady River decided she didn't like it and swept the bridge away, and me grandsir with it."
"Oh," Cammy said, peering at the deceptively smooth surface of the water.
"Well, she doesn't look too angry now," she added. "See that little ripple halfway across?"
He indicated a spot where sunlight glanced off a pulsing bulge in the water.
"The current there runs faster than the best-blooded horses Lord Chainel of Radzin Keep ever bred. I took his lordship across some years ago, and he told me that himself."
Sinead ached to ask questions about Lord Chainel, whom she knew to be the prince's brother by marriage. But she held her tongue, for it would not be seemly for a future princess to be caught gossiping.
"Never fear, ladies," the riverman finished cheerfully. "Eldskin is what my mother named me, the way all good folk have names that mean something in the old way of speaking. And it's a good name in my trade, for it means soft passage, and that's what I promise you," he ended with a flourish.
"Goddess, I hope so,"
Camigwyn muttered. The raft was big enough to hold 12 loosely hobbled horses, tethered to its railing, stout tree trunks lashed together with wrist-thick ropes. But the instant Sinead set foot onto the flat wooden planks, her stomach fluttered and her eyes ached with the beginnings of the usual Ferrari reaction to water. She swallowed hard. This was only the shallows, where the raft floated gently in calm water without any currents. Reminding herself that she had her dignity to maintain, she vowed to stay stone-faced and in possession of her breakfast. It was problematic whether the horses or the sunrunners regarded the river ahead with greater trepidation. The raft surged forward, guided by two huge cables anchored on the opposite shore. Ostville kept his eyes on the horses, Eldskun on the heavy iron rings through which the cables were threaded. The raft used the river's own speed for the crossing. The cables angled downriver to take full advantage of the currents. There was a similar crossing upstream, angled for east-west travelers. Sinead had carefully examined the arrangements, and while her rational mind told her the system was sound, her senses froze as the raft bumped into a current, and she realized she was entrusting her life to a few planks, some rails, and a couple of woven cables. The notion was not reassuring to her stomach. Camigwyn was huddled on her knees, grasping the lower rails with both hands. Sinead was the only other Ferrari still upright. The horses shifted nervously and whinnied to their fellows back on the western shore as the raft swayed and bumped as the main current caught it. Sinead managed to keep her feet, but as they hit the bulge of fast water in mid-river, she could no longer keep her breakfast. Clinging to the rails, she bent over and was inelegantly sick. A little while later, she was vaguely aware of someone carrying her onto dry land. She was placed on a warm, sunny patch of grass and heard someone say in an amused voice that she would feel better soon. She wanted to tell him he was a damned liar, but hadn't the strength. It was a mistake to open her eyes. The sunlight hit her like a sword to the skull. Croaking out a feeble curse, she fainted. Shouts roused her. Sitting up blearily, she clutched at her head with both hands and gulped down nausea, wondering dully why her stomach thought there was anything left to rid itself of. The sunlight stabbed into her eyes again, but at least that was bearable. What was not was the confusion of her vision. The horses tied up nearby were very big, then very small, then fogged, as if the winter mists of Goddess Keep had descended around them. The riverbank receded into the far distance, then snapped back so suddenly she put her hands to ward it off. Sinead was vastly tempted to lie back and be miserable for a few days, as it appeared she was actually going to live through this. She hoped the prince would appreciate it. But someone was still shouting, and despite the confounding of her senses, she forced herself to rise to her knees. She squinted, trying to bring the raft into focus. Halfway across the river, it seemed halfway across the world, and the horses that should have been on it were gone. "Sweet goddess," she breathed. Downstream, she glimpsed the terrified animals trying hopelessly to fight the current. Her own cream-colored mare submerged and did not reappear. Sinead unwisely attempted to stand, failed, and furiously tried again. This time she gained her feet and dug her nails into her palms. Staggering to the riverbank, she fell. The icy shock of the water and cut of stones into her knees and hands combined to clear her head. She gulped down water, choked, and lifted her head to the river. She saw at once what had happened. The cables on the opposite shore had broken, and upon their snapping the raft was at the river's mercy. The lurch had sent the horses against the rails, their weight breaking the wood. The cables on this side were the only reason the raft had not hurtled downstream, for those on board hung on tight, trying to pull the raft to safety. Sinead cried out as she looked around to the moorings. The cables, straining against the 4 massive posts that anchored them, had begun to fray. Sinead pushed herself upright and stumbled over to where Mardim lay face down on the grass. She rolled him over and slapped him, yelling his name, then hauled him by the ankles down to the river. She repeated this treatment on Meath and Antoon, and the snow-cold water did its work. "Mardim!" Sinead cried,
and he winced at the sound of her voice. "Wake the others! Quickly! Antoon, Meath, get up and come with me! Hurry!" She tugged the two men to their feet and led them to the cables, where they wrapped their hands around the taut cords and began to pull. The work of 3 people against the surging river was hopeless, and Sinead knew it. Pain tore through her shoulder muscles, and she grunted with effort, hearing Mardim's chanted curses just behind her. Part of her wanted to laugh hysterically, for he was as poetic in his oaths as he was in his songs. Eltskin and Ostville lashed the cables around the iron ring, for to pull would be to negate Sinead's plan. More hands were helping now. She looked around and saw Camigwyn bringing 2 horses. Ostville yelled encouragement as the ropes were secured on saddles, and with the added power, the raft began to move more surely to the bank. But as the distance narrowed, Sinead saw that the ring was pulling free of the splintering boards around it. Those on board grabbed hold of the cables to ease the strain. At last, the river let go of the raft, and it was hauled into the shallows. Its shaken occupants leaped off as Faradim collapsed like felled trees. Sinead had no memory of toppling over into the sand, nor of being carried once more to soft, warm grass. It was past midday before she knew anything at all, and her first sensations were decidedly pleasant. She lay wrapped in a blanket of shadows and sunlight, and there was a taste of fresh mossberries on her lips, sweet and spicy. She sighed luxuriously, turning her head to look at the smiling blue eyes she knew would be watching her, framed in sun-silk hair. "Well," said a voice nearby, "it's nice of you to wake up so we can thank you, Sinead." Disappointment pierced her. This was not the voice she had thought to hear. Memory rushed back, and she opened her eyes, propping herself on her elbows to peer up at Ostville. In the next instant, every muscle in her body seemed to twist, and she sank back onto the grass with her lower lip caught between her teeth. The prince would not appreciate giving welcome to a cripple. "Stay there. Everything's all right now, or at least, mostly all right." Ostville held a cup to her lips. "Have some water. It's a thimbleful compared to what I would have swallowed if you and Cammy hadn't thought so fast. I'm in your debt, Sinead." The water tasted of mossberries, and regret sliced through her again. "What happened?" she mumbled. "Nothing that makes tragic hearing, except for the loss of the horses. The 20 of us are all safe on this side, but we only have 12 mounts left. A somewhat unequal balance, one might say." She sat up again, stretched carefully, and winced. "So, 12 of us will have to go on. The rest can stay here with our friend of the soft crossing," she said with a faint smile. "I hope he thinks seriously about building a bridge." "I doubt he can think at all just now. He's incoherent with terror of what Andrade would have done to him if he'd lost us, or what he believes the almighty lady would do." Ostville sat back on his heels and shrugged. "He's not our problem, though. You are." "Me?" "Sinead, I can't take you to Stronghold with only 11 in attendance. You're going to be a princess." "A princess without a wedding dress," she reminded him. "All my things were on the other horses. Ostville, we have to go on as we are. She told me to be there in 6 days." "You're supposed to arrive in a state befitting the bride of a prince," he said stubbornly, his kind, rugged face furrowed with concern. She smiled fondly. "I'll be lucky to arrive at all at this rate. How's Cammy doing?" "Still insensible, poor darling. I'm amazed she was able to get up, let alone think of the horses. I'm amazed any of you moved as fast as you did. We owe you sunrunners our lives." "Remember that the next time you tease us about crossing water." Sinead ran her hands back through her damp hair. "We're losing the day, Ostville. Prop Cammy on her horse. Tie her to the saddle if you must, but we have to get moving." Camigwyn recovered enough to sit her horse without the measures Sinead suggested, and fretted for the rest of the afternoon about the loss of Sinead's clothes and consequence. No amount of reassurance could convince her that Sinead did not much care. In truth,
She was relieved to be going to Stronghold in simplicity rather than in state. She wasn't a princess yet, and still couldn't quite make herself believe she would be. By the time they stopped for the night, everyone was exhausted. Muscles accustomed to riding were not used to hauling on cables, and muffled groans were heard as the 12 dismounted. They spent the night on a farm belonging to Pelevna's maternal uncle, but the Faradim were unable to do full justice to his wife's splendid cooking, and after dinner dragged themselves out to the barn to collapse onto blankets in the soft hay.
"Just think," Ostville said brightly, gray eyes dancing. "We'll have to go back across the Fallain on our way home again."
Camigwyn glared at him.
"Think again," she said darkly. "I'll have Mardim sing a bridge into being if I must, but I'm not going to cross that water on anything but my own 2 feet.
She threw her arms around her chosen and buried her face in the curve of his neck.
"I almost lost you to that damned river."
Sinead watched him soothe her and smiled. Goddess blessing was surely on this pair. Her smile faded as she realized that, when they married, she herself would be far away, unable to join in the celebrations. And her own wedding? She could neither visualize it nor believe in it. The man, yes. She could see him in every color of the sky and every gleam of sunlight. But the prince was a stranger. Who was he? Was there a mind to match those beautiful, brilliant eyes? She lay awake long after the others slept and stared up at the stars through loft doors left open to the soft night. Such clear, sweet light. To ride that would be a feat indeed. If it could be done, then even on nights when the moons did not rise, one could still go where there was need by dancing down those pale, fiery trails of light. But it was forbidden to sunrunners, the glow of the stars. Perhaps the protection of the goddess did not extend to those faraway pinpoints of light. The fire of sun and moons was under her blessing, but what of the stars? They threw whispery shadows over the meadows and mountains, mysterious and dreamy. What colors were hidden within them? Sinead, with 6 rings circling her fingers, was capable of riding both sun and moons. She counted those rings in the starlight, 4 gold and 2 silver, plain circles that at Goddess Keep did not set her apart, but which out in the world marked her as different. She remembered what it had been like at River Run during her childhood, when her sister by marriage had eyed her askance and whispered about her to her brother Davy. In her maturity, Sinead could think of Lady Whistler with something approaching gratitude, for if she had not been so eager to be sole mistress of the holdings and their wealth, Sinead would never have been sent to Goddess Keep. And she would not be riding now to become the wife of a prince. Why was Andrade doing this? She wondered. The last trained Faradi to marry into the important nobility had been Sinead's grandmother, who, though not a high-born herself, had married a prince of Kirst. Their daughter had married Sinead and Davi's father, having shown no signs of the gifts. Younger sons and daughters of highborns sometimes become sunrunners, but usually they stay untrained despite evidence of talent, marrying rather than coming to Goddess Keep for instruction. A prince or lord wearing Faradi rings was unheard of. Sinead did not interest herself overmuch in the affairs of the princedoms, but she knew enough to understand that a sunrunner prince would be perceived as a threat. But there was a very good chance that one of her children would be just that. Though Princess Millar did not possess the gifts, they had been known to skip several generations before showing up again. All at once, Sinead realized that the son she bore to the prince would rule after him. She cursed her stupidity in not having considered it earlier, for being so wrapped up in her thoughts of him that she had not thought about children at all. And she knew what Andrade wanted of her at last. A Faradi prince ruling the desert, using all the power of his position and his gifts to do what? That was what she could not understand. Or rather, she hoped she did not understand. Chapter 5. Prince Zahava died before dawn on the 6th day, his family attending him. He had drifted in and out of awareness all the previous day and night, oncoming death dulling his mind and slurring his speech. But he died without pain, and without fear for the future of the son who became ruling prince when Zahava breathed his last. Ignoring the tradition that forbade him the death chamber, Rohan was with his father when he died. Milar closed her husband's eyes. Tobin ran her fingers gently over his forehead to smooth out the lines of stress. Rohan bent and kissed his father, then turned and left the death chamber. Andrade waited a little while, then went after him. He was where she knew he'd be, in the flame tower, helping the servants build the fire high enough to shine out over the desert and inform Zahava's people of his passing. The blaze would be seen from distant hills, where other fires would be lit in a chain of light that, by nightfall, would extend the length and breadth of the princedom. Moisture had become an unpleasant trickle down her spine and between her breasts before Rohan had satisfied himself that the fire was sufficiently bright. She was not in the best of moods anyway, and the heat worsened her temper. Though never deeply attached to Zahava, she had appreciated him and knew the world to be poorer for his death. But now she had a new prince to deal with, and as they left the inferno behind, her voice was perhaps sharper than it should have been. "Not a single preparation has been made for Sinead's arrival. Why are you denying your bride her proper honors? I refuse to have the girl slink in here like a common guest, and not a very important one at that." "Peace, Andrade," Rohan said tiredly. "It's been a long night, and I have a longer day ahead of me." "You'll answer me before it grows any longer, boy." A glittering gaze met hers, fierce as a dragon on the hunt. "The girl is coming to my keep, Andrade, not yours. Her welcome, or lack of it, will be arranged as I dictate." "Rohan!" But he was off, down the stairs, supple limbs setting a pace her older bones could not match. She spat a series of oaths that would have shocked even those who knew her best, then went to her rooms for a fruitless try at sleep. The signal fire burned throughout the day, but Rohan was not at Stronghold to feel the heat melt slowly down through the keep. At daybreak, he rode from the courtyards through the tunnel cut into solid rock down to the desert. With Chainal at his side and his guards Commander Maita supervising 9 more soldiers, he rode toward Riven Rock Canyon. The sun rose, broiling the air, small updrafts brushing at his clothes and his horse's mane. Rohan's fair hair soon darkened with sweat, and the thin gray silk of his tunic clung in damp patches to his chest and back. He told himself the salt sting in his eyes was sweat, and that the hollow in his body was only the growling of an empty stomach. Over 40 measures passed in silence. The sweltering air kept all animals in their shelters with barely enough energy to whimper their complaints to each other. A few birds were aloft on their way somewhere else, as birds always were in the desert. Sometimes there came the soft shush of shifting sand, or a snort as one of the horses cleared its nostrils, but none of the men or women spoke for a long, tense time. Finally Che, who had let his horse lag behind Rohan's to give the young man some privacy, caught up to him again. They rode ahead of the troops, out of earshot even in the profound stillness. Rohan glanced around at him. "Yes?" he prompted. "You've never hunted a dragon before. It's past mating now, and he'll be even more vicious." "I promised Father." "Rohan, I wish you'd let me. No. This dragon is mine." Che glanced away. "As you wish, my prince," he said stiffly. "No, Che, don't. I never want that from you." The cry from the heart softened Chainal.
I'll have to call you that around the others, but we'll stay to each other as we've always been, if that's what you want."
Rohan nodded his gratitude.
"I need that, Che. I'm going to need your help." "You have it. You don't need to ask."
Che shrugged his shoulders against the heat.
"I can almost hear the Merida getting ready. They'll have seen the fires by evening and know Zahava's dead. There'll be trouble, Rohan." "I have a few ideas," the young prince responded, "and not just for them."
"Relstra," Che guessed, and saw confirmation in the set of Rohan's jaw.
"You'd better be in one hell of a secure position before the Riala."
"I'll be in what he'll think is an untenable position. He'll like that. He'll think I'm ready to grab whatever support I can get, even from him. And support will come in the form of one of his doubtlessly charming daughters as my wife. But Tobin said that Andrade—" "Don't believe everything you hear."
"You're going to disobey the Lady of Goddess Keep?"
Che whistled softly between his teeth.
"I'm scared to death, if you must know," he confessed. "She loomed over Tobin and me like a she-dragon when we were little, and the feeling lingers a bit. But I'm going to live my own life, not her version of it. And that's why I'm going to need your support, especially at the Riala." "I'll do whatever you want, of course, but do you know what you're doing?"
"Yes," Rohan said flatly. "I'm going to build a princedom that doesn't depend on my sword. Father said the promises of a prince die with him. Not this prince, Che. When I die, my sons will inherit peace, not just the absence of war for a few seasons or years while enemies think up new ways to attack." He paused for Che's reaction, and when none was forthcoming remarked, "You're not being very enthusiastic."
"It's a fine idea," Chanel said carefully, "but I don't think it's very practical. I'll make it work. You'll see."
Riven rock rose up before them. The reddish striations in the stone might have been dried blood, dragon or human. Rohan drew rein, contemplating the mouth of the canyon with its great spire.
"He's still here."
Rohan pointed to dark patches of plants. "See the bittersweet along the cliff? He's been cropping it to keep up his strength because he's not done mating. Usually it grows back almost overnight, but this is eaten right down to the ground."
"It doesn't take a dragon 6 days to mate his females," Che protested.
"Father wounded him badly. Can't you sense that he's still back there in the canyon?" Che saw and heard nothing, and said so. Rohan only smiled. All at once, a shriek echoed off the canyon walls, its force clattering loose stones down to the gully.
"He's here,"
Rohan repeated, and rode forward. Half a measure into the canyon, he dismounted and unsheathed his sword, gesturing for Chanel to do the same.
"Maita," he said to the commander, "keep everyone else back. You're here to help me drag this monster home, and that's all. Che, come with me."
"Your Grace," Maita began, her eyes narrowing with worry, black eyes like Zahava's, whose kinswoman she may or may not have been, depending on which family rumor one believed. Rohan gave her a long look, and she subsided with an obedient nod. Rohan and Chanel climbed the narrow shelf that passed for a trail along the canyon wall. The acrid odor of dragon mating was in the air. Caves lined the cliffs, many of them walled up by females who had already laid their eggs within. 8 caves on the opposite side of the canyon were sealed, and Rohan wondered how many dragons curled within shells there, baking in oven-like heat to maturity. Dragons, with broad and graceful wings for flight, long throats for calling to each other on the wind, and deadly talons that ripped flesh to shreds. Rohan had to think of the dragons as killers today, not as the soaring, beautiful creatures that had enchanted him from childhood. He had been certain that the grandsire would still be here. Zahava had crippled the dragon and slowed him up in attending to his females.
2 caves were still open on the opposite wall, and the shifting of pebbles within told him there were she-dragons inside, waiting impatiently for their lord. An unmated female, too heavy with eggs to fly, died quickly. Crumbled skeletons of those who had attempted flight littered the gully below. Rohan had ridden out here often, collecting talons, teeth, and the odd wing or thigh bone for study. He knew how the skeletons fit together, and how the muscles lay along them, and how the whole became an animal of rare beauty, at least to him. But now he was going to kill a dragon, finish the work his father had begun before he started work of his own. He climbed faster. It was not recommended to scramble up a cliffside with a naked sword in one's hand, but he didn't dare sheath it in case the dragon surprised him. Even the instant or 2 it would take to draw his sword might mean his life or Che's. Risky enough to send rocks clattering down the walls as they climbed, but he hoped the dragon would think it only the sound of the stone ovens settling into place for the summer. At last they reached the cavern he'd spotted from below. After catching his breath, he told Che to find a good place to hide.
Rohan, will you forgive me if I tell you you're out of your mind? This is all very good sport, but I'd feel much better if I knew what we were doing. Take a good look at this cave. It's walled up, the eggs laid, and the she-dragon gone. Now, if you were the sire, and you'd been through hell to mate this year, and you saw 2 puny creatures about to attack the fruits of your labors. Che snorted with laughter. You are out of your mind. All right, what do you want me to do? Nothing much, unless I'm killed. If I am, run like hell, and tell Mother to forgive me. If she knew about this, she'd kill you herself and save the dragon the trouble.
Che shook his head, then went to the far end of the ledge, where a sizable pile of rocks provided adequate cover. Rohan wiped sweat from his forehead and turned to study the opposite wall, where empty caves gaped tauntingly. From which would the dragon emerge? Or was he in a cave on this side? Instinct said not. Rohan refused to contemplate the insanity of this undertaking and slid behind an outcropping of rock to wait. The ledge was about a man-height wide and about twice that long. Plenty of room for him to maneuver, but difficult for a dragon. Rohan hoped so, anyway. The shadows were shortening toward noon when the dragon limped out of a cave opposite Rohan's perch. Replete after a morning of wholehearted attention to one of his ladies, he yawned widely and stretched first one hind leg, then the other. Rohan heard Che's muffled laughter nearby. It really was rather funny to see this randy old grandsire of a beast grown sleepy with his sexual exertions. But Rohan lost all impulse toward mirth when he noted the many rents in the dragon's hide that still oozed blood. As the great wings unfolded to prepare for flight, Rohan also saw how stiffly the dragon moved. There was a large splotch of congealed blood on the underside of one wing, and a smaller patch on a flank. Rohan gathered himself and stepped out into the sunlight, calling a derisive challenge to the dragon that had killed his father. Because the sun was over Rohan's shoulder, and his position was higher up this side of the canyon, the dragon had to squint to see him. In other circumstances, that would have been funny too, watching the great baleful eyes narrow as they sought out the call's source. Rohan sent a prayer of thanks to the goddess for arranging things thus. The dragon would have to beat his injured wings strongly to bring himself up to Rohan's position. Between his wounds and his excesses of mating, the dragon was so exhausted that the effort would be immense. Exhilaration flushed through him as the wings stroked once, twice, unsure of their strength. The dragon grunted in annoyance and pain, then lurched into the air. For an instant his ability to fly was in doubt, but with 3 powerful beats of his wings he was airborne, and heading straight for Rohan. The prince gulped down terror, brought up his sword, and held his ground. The dragon loomed over him, sunlight glaring off his golden hide. Jaws parted, revealing broken teeth, and Rohan felt the heat of the dragon's breath in his face. He had a sudden mental image of his own head being swallowed into that gaping throat. He had never been so close to a dragon before, and what he wanted most of all was to hide until the terrible beast flew away. Instead, he leaped to one side, slashing his sword down with all his strength. By the span of his own fingers, he missed getting sliced in half by dragon jaws. The beast howled as he slammed into the ledge, one wing bent up against his body, and blood welling where Rohan had chopped at it. As he tried to extend the wing again, bones cracked like blasts of lightning across the sky. Balance and flight gone, the dragon clawed at the cliff's edge with his hind legs, forelegs scrabbling the air in an attempt to gain purchase, preferably around Rohan. Looking into those reddened, infuriated eyes, Rohan felt his own blood boil. This was the enemy. Something very old and fierce welled up in him, and he hacked at the nearest foreleg, laughing as the dragon screamed. One wing stroked frantically, the other useless. Rohan plunged his blade into the long, writhing neck. Gore spurted out as he withdrew the sword, and he stabbed it in again. The dragon's head lashed back with an agonized bellow, then fell forward. Rohan hefted his sword a last time and sank it into the dragon's eye. There was a hot ripping sensation down his arm as he lunged out of the way. The sword, that had been so light only an instant before, now seemed impossibly heavy as he tried to pull it from the eye socket where it had caught against the jutting browbone. Rohan cried aloud with the effort and the sudden burning in his shoulder. The dragon's head was flung toward the sky, the sword still protruding from the bloody hole that had been his eye. He clawed at the rocks, found no hold. His wings swept back and forth, instinct demanding flight, tail thrashing against the canyon wall. The dying dragon gave a last terrible shriek and slid down the cliff, his great frame crashing onto the ragged stones below. Rohan glanced down at his arm, where a talon had scored flesh and muscle. He judged it a minor wound as he wiped it clean, not knowing which was his own blood and which was the dragon's. He wondered, with vague interest, if the tales about dragon's blood being poisonous were true. All at once, there was no warmth. The sun had no heat. The air turned to frigid water through which he moved with painful slowness. The searing breeze froze sweat on his body and congealed smears of blood into ice. He looked over the ledge at the dragon he had killed. Sick, swaying, he staggered back from the brink, fell to his knees, and vomited. Canyon and sky were still spinning around him when he felt cool water dribbling onto his face. He shook his head irritably and groaned. "Bite down on this," Che's voice instructed, and Rohan gagged on something bitterly salty that made him want to retch again. He swallowed convulsively and made himself sit up. "Give it a moment to work," Che said. The small wafer of herbs and salt reached his stomach like a goblet of strong wine before breakfast. His arm began to hurt in earnest, and he winced. Che sat back on his heels. "For a while there, I thought I'd have to sail for the far islands and never come back. Tobin wouldn't have let me live past telling her you were dead. But you killed him, Rohan. Goddess, how you killed him. It was beautiful. Everyone saw it, too. Your first dragon." "First and last. Never again, Che. I don't want to do that. Ever again." He accepted his friend's help in getting to his feet. They started slowly down the rocky path, sliding uncertainly on loose rocks. Rohan's knees worked, just barely. Maita had their horses ready when they reached bottom, and Che spent some moments calming the frantic Akal, who had never been riderless at a dragon hunt before. Then he joined Rohan and the others beside the massive corpse. It took all Rohan's remaining strength to yank his sword from the dragon's eye. He took off his tunic and used it to wipe the blade clean, instructing Maita to take just the talons and teeth for now. "We'll send someone out for the rest of him tomorrow."
Yes, my lord. Maita bowed low. She had taught him archery, horsemanship, played with him during his childhood, concealed his escapades from his parents, and now she bowed to him. Rohan drained half a waterskin down his throat, wishing it was brandy. Che helped him wash some of the blood from his face and chest, exclaiming in surprise at the long talon mark from right shoulder to elbow. The wound was cleansed, bound with the remains of Rohan's tunic, and the prince held himself from flinching at his brother-by-marriage's rough, expert handling. All at once, there was a low rumble in the canyon, sinister, terrifying. He whirled around, one hand on his sword. The others stopped their work and froze, staring into the empty gorge. The sound thickened, intensified, a dozen different notes, and all eerie enough to set the hair rising on Rohan's nape. "They're mourning him," Che said, breaking the terrible thrall of dragon voices. "Hurry it up, and let's go home." The wailing rose and fell as they worked. The she-dragons grieved for their dead, just as Rohan and his family would grieve tomorrow night when they set the torch to Zahava's pyre. At last the talons and teeth were all in large velvet pouches, clattering soft percussion to the requiem music that followed Rohan and his people out into the desert. He shivered in the blazing sunlight and silently repeated his vow. Never again. Sinead drew and stood in her stirrups as she caught sight of the riders. Their goal was the same as hers, the cleft in the Veer Hills where Stronghold crouched between the cliffs. She glimpsed the sheen of afternoon sunlight off fair hair and felt all the color drain from her face. "Hem," Ostfell murmured at her side. She nodded, unable to speak. "Oh, goddess," Camigwyn exclaimed. "Be quick, Sinead! Wash your face! And here's me comb! Hurry!" "Leave her be, Cammy," Ostfell said. "What man can expect a woman to come through the desert looking as if she'd just stepped from her own chambers?" Sinead told herself the world was full of fair-haired men. She sat down in her saddle and tightened her grip on the reins, trying to calm her ragged breathing. The party's sober gray mourning clothes told her that someone had died, someone important. But the prince wore no shirt or tunic at all. A swath of silk was wound around his right arm, and as the riders neared, Sinead saw it was a hastily made bandage, soaked in blood. "I hope we won't have to wait long. It's damned hot out here," Ostfell remarked with casual understatement. "Arrange yourselves around Lady Sinead." The title made her start in surprise, but Ostfell had achieved the desired effect. The others formed a semicircle around her as if they were a guard of honor and she already a princess. Sunlight wavered across the sand as the riders approached, and Sinead wished futilely she had followed Cammy's advice. She glanced down at her brown riding clothes, thought of the untidy knot of the braid at her nape, regretted her lack of a wash. At least he would see the worst of her first, she thought, resigned. After this, she could only improve. The riders paused atop a dune, and the blond man rode ahead, a taller, darker figure at his side. The face of her fire conjure appeared before Sinead in the flesh. As for the rest of him, of middle height, but an elegant proportion that made him seem taller, with shoulders pulled straight despite his obvious exhaustion. They were good shoulders, strong and broad. His chest was smooth, lean muscles under golden skin shining with sweat and streaked with dried blood. He reined in and nodded greeting. "Welcome, my lady." She inclined her head. "Thank you, my lord." Her voice worked. "Amazing." "May I have the honor of presenting my sister's husband, Lord Chainel of Radzin Keep." She looked into a pair of compelling gray eyes set deep into a tanned face. "My lord," she acknowledged, with a slightly less formal nod. He was, she supposed, quite devastatingly handsome. His intense interest in her was just this side of embarrassing, and a corner of his mouth curved in a small, wry smile.
"I am indeed honored, my lady," he said, and bent his head to her.
Sinead remembered civility and gestured to the friends flanking her on either side. "My lord, may I make my companions known to you? Ostval, second steward of Goddess Keep, and the Sunrunner Camigwyn. These others are my friends as well."
"You are all most welcome to my lands," the prince said, and Sinead's body went nerveless. His lands, not his father's. They were in mourning gray for the old prince, and that meant that she would be marrying not an heir, but a ruler in his own right. He was still speaking, and she attended desperately to his words. "It's fortunate that my business concluded in time for me to escort you to Stronghold. Lady Andrade will be pleased to see you safely arrived."
"I look forward to talking with her," Sinead heard herself say.
Lord Chaynell's eyes said, "I'll just bet you do," and the corner of his mouth lifted a little higher. But the prince's face was perfectly calm as he said, "My lady, will you do me the favor of a few moments' private conversation?" Before she could answer, he swung down off his horse, and she remembered at the last instant to let him lift her from her saddle. His fingers closed around her waist, and she blushed, hoping her sunburn would hide the rush of color. If it was this way with layers of clothes between them, how would it be when skin touched skin? Sinead stared at the toes of her boots as she walked, struggling for control. And as they moved away from the others, she risked a glance at him. Her eyes were on a level with his lips. She wondered what his smile was like, and let her gaze travel down to where a pulse beat rapidly in his throat. Realizing he was as tense as she, Sinead relaxed a little.
"Your business looks to have been dangerous," she said in an astonishingly composed voice. "It's not your own blood, I trust."
"No, a dragon's. He drew only a little of mine."
He spoke almost absently, his gaze fixed on the hills. Sinead resolved to keep her mouth shut unless he asked her a direct question. Many more strides were paced off across the white gold sand before he stopped, faced her, and spoke in a rush.
"You know why you're here, and so do I. Andrade expects us to marry."
"Andrade expects many things," Sinead answered.
"Further," he went on as if she hadn't spoken, "she expects it to happen soon, but it can't, not yet."
He looked into her eyes. His were very blue, with circles of black around the outside of the irises.
"Please believe me when I tell you that I will marry you and no other woman. I knew it from the moment Andrade conjured your face in the fire, but there are things I must do before we can marry. Some of them may hurt you, and for that I'm sorry, but my father is dead. I'm ruling prince, and what a prince must do a man often regrets."
Sinead was deprived of the powers of speech by this extraordinary recital. She simply stared at him.
"I must show everyone what manner of prince I intend to be," he went on. "I'll explain it all to you once there's time, and I'm hoping you're the kind of woman who can understand such things. If not, you'll have to learn," he said bluntly. "But I wouldn't do them if they weren't necessary for our life together. I want to live in peace, not at the point of a sword. Do you understand?"
She was still incapable of speaking, but for a different reason now.
"It'll start for us when we arrive at Stronghold. I've killed the dragon that killed my father, you see." A thin flush mounted his cheeks. "None of them thought I could."
"Why ever not?" The words popped out of her mouth before she could think, but she found them entirely natural. Who would believe this man incapable of doing whatever he chose to do? The blue eyes narrowed with suspicion, but then a smile stole across his face and transformed it. She nearly caught her breath.
"Thank you," he said. "You're not flattering me, I can tell that. You must always speak the truth to me, Sinead."
The sound of her name on his lips was her undoing, but she had no intention of allowing him to know it. Instead, she hung on to her pride, made an effort, and smiled back. "I will, if you promise me the same." So much depended on his answer, and his ability to keep that promise.
"I will, my lady, my word on it."
He touched her arm and quickly let go, startled. Touched by fire, she thought, seeing it at last in his eyes. "Tell me how I am to behave," she said. "We should go back to the others, and we won't have the chance to talk until later, if at all."
"You know castle life, I see," he observed. "We won't have time for ourselves, unless we arrange it, and I will arrange it, but I can't give any definite sign that I intend to marry you, and you'll find no bridal welcome at Stronghold. I'm sorry. If it was only the two of us, I'd give you—"
He broke off, and color again stained his cheeks.
"But we're not private people, and we never can be. Are you sure you want that kind of life?"
She hesitated, then shrugged, and decided to tell the truth as she had promised. "When I was 16 years old, I saw your face in the fire. Lady Andrade told me then that I could change the vision if I wished. I never wanted to change it, and I never will." He seemed caught between a dozen conflicting emotions, as speechless now as she had been earlier. She smiled at him. "Silly, isn't it?" she said with another little shrug. He swallowed, cleared his throat, and managed,
"No sillier than what happened to me when Andrade showed me your face in the flames."
To cover the emotion, she asked again, "How should I behave? Shall I pout, bear it bravely, or act as if I haven't a thought in my head about anything at all, let alone marrying you?"
"You'd never be able to sustain that role for long,"
he said with a sudden grin, then sobered.
"But have you thought about it? Marrying me, I mean."
Impulsively, she dared the fire by touching his cheek. The shock of it went through them both, and she snatched her fingers away. Yet burned into her fingertips was the feel of his skin, the moistness of his sweat, the faint stubble of unshaven beard. "Answer enough," she whispered.
"You feel it too," he whispered, shaken. "I couldn't believe it when I saw you, that it could happen for me, the way it did for my sister and Che. I have to marry, I've always known that, and I was hoping for a pretty enough woman with at least half a brain, but looking at you—"
He drew in a breath and shook his head.
"I can't expect you to understand what I'm trying to say when I'm not sure I understand it myself."
"Oh, I understand," she said almost ruefully. "It's a shock to find your emotions can tell your mind to go rot, isn't it?" He smiled again.
"Exactly. But that's how I have to behave, as if I haven't made up my mind about you."
He touched her shoulder, and they stared at each other in silence before he removed his hand.
"That kind of thing can't happen too often, especially not in public. I'll never be able to play my part otherwise."
"Perhaps I should pretend to be unsure as well. Would that fit your plan?"
"Yes," he decided at once. "Perfectly. Act as if you're uncertain about marriage to me as both a man and a prince. It'll leave you some pride, at least," he added with a grimace. "I'll make it up to you, Sinead, once we're married, but that can't happen until after the Riala weighs. I'll explain everything when we can talk alone, but we have to go back now."
"I can feel them watching us," she agreed. As they started back, she said, "I was frightened on the journey here. I'm not anymore."
"I was scared, too, that Andrade's fire had lied. I've been in the shadows these last days. All my life, it seems now. But I thank the goddess she sent me a sunrunner."
"I think we'd do better to thank Andrade," Sinead replied mischievously.
"Stop looking at me like that, or we'll never be able to pull this off."
She schooled her face into solemn lines. "Better?"
"Much. But I can still see things in your eyes. Are they in mine, too?"
Casting him a sidelong glance, she said, "If they weren't, I'd do everything in my powers to put them there, Rohan." It was the first time she had ever spoken his name aloud to anyone. He looked away and muttered,
This isn't going to be easy.
No. I'll send word by my squire. He's 12, with black hair and freckles, and his name's Walvis. You'll like him. He paused. Sinead? Yes, my lord. The dragon today. That was nothing. You are everything. She did not dare reply, but as he lifted her into her saddle and the fire sped through her again, she looked into his eyes and felt all apprehension vanish. She rode to Stronghold between Ostville and Camigwin, dazed and happy and not minding at all that no welcome had been prepared for her, that her position was very nearly impossible, and that a difficult role had been assigned her with only the sketchiest of explanations from a man she didn't even know, a dangerous man who could do such things to her. As he rode home with his tokens of a dragon slain, he did not look at her, not even after they were in the huge inner courtyard of the keep. There was no sign from him that he was aware of her existence. But she knew. She knew. They both.
Chapter 6. It took all afternoon, a cool bath, and a visit from Lady Andrade to restore Sinead to sanity. She effaced herself during the welcome given Rohan, standing apart with Camigwin and Ostville. The latter had sent her escort to find the Sunrunners already at Stronghold and ask them what was going on. Sinead heard him give the order and was vaguely annoyed. Rohan would let everyone know what they ought to know. They ought to trust him, as she did. His people not only trusted him, they obviously adored him. Their fondness he would have won as a child, and she suspected he had confirmed their respect today by killing the dragon. Of wariness or strict formality in his royal presence there was no sign. Sinead was grateful for that. A court strangled by etiquette or silent through terror of the master's wrath would have indicated very unpleasant things about its ruler.
"Do you have any idea who these people are?" Cammy whispered at last. "I think so," Sinead answered. "The blonde lady who's been crying must be Princess Malar."
"Oh, wonderful. What powers of observation!" Cammy said impatiently. "Anyone with eyes could see she's twin to Andrade, speaking of whom, she didn't look very happy when she went by us just now." Sinead pretended she hadn't heard the remark.
"The black-haired woman must be Lord Chainel's wife."
"Who else but a wife would scold a husband so?" Ostville asked wryly. But beneath his light tone was a nervousness Camigwin shared, and Sinead did not. Princess Tobin was indeed giving her husband the rough side of her tongue. She had not been told about the hunt, and was raging at him in full view of everyone. The servants unsuccessfully hid smiles and winks at some of the language that passed her lovely lips. Her temper seemed to be a known commodity, and when it was not directed at any of them, they could enjoy it. Lord Chainel endured his wife's blistering comments about his probable lifespan and undoubted ancestry, while he uncinched his saddle and checked his stallion's hooves for stray stones. Then, having discharged his duties to his horse, he turned his full attention on his wife. Taking one long braid in each hand, he pulled her to him and shut her up with a kiss. 2 small boys came running into the courtyard, dodging horses, grooms, and castle servants. They clamored to be shown the spoils of the dragon hunt immediately. Their gray eyes proclaimed them to be Lord Chainel's sons, and Sinead smiled as he released his breathless wife and swept the twins up for a fond hug. Rohan was the center of his mother's and aunt's attention, bearing patiently with the former's anxious inquiries about his well-being and the latter's glowering countenance. When the family began to move toward the stairs leading up to the main hall of the keep, Ostville looked around in complete bewilderment. "Sinead, nobody's even welcomed you."
"There won't be a welcome for me, not in the way you're thinking," she said, following the prince with her gaze.
Camigwin stared. "What? How dare he?"
"Please, Cammy, his father is dead. We can't expect—"
"I can and do expect,"
she retorted. Cammy, not now, Sinead told her. Lady Andrade separated from the others at the foot of the steps and approached Sinead grim-faced. You made decent time getting here. We came as quickly as we could, Sinead answered. After a withering glance up and down her travel-stained clothing, Andrade said, So I see. Go upstairs. Urivel will see to your comfort, since no one else has any time for you. I'll expect you ready to receive me before nightfall, Sinead. And with that, she stalked away. Why is she so angry? Camiguin complained as they crossed the courtyard. We haven't done anything wrong. If anyone's in the wrong, it's the prince, Ostfel said. What sort of welcome is this for his bride? I don't want to hear anything more about it, Sinead exclaimed. And don't talk about me as if I'm his betrothed, because I'm not, and I don't even know if I want to be. She regretted the shock and hurt in their faces. They cared only for her honor and happiness. They loved her. She hoped Rohan would give her leave to tell them why this charade was necessary, and she began her journey back to rationality with the thought that he had better provide her with an adequate explanation first. Urivel, chief steward of Goddess Keep, was in the banner-hung foyer, and called Sinead's name as the three tried not to gape at the display of carpets, fine furniture, and carved wood around them. His smile was sympathetic as he came forward to greet them. You must have expected better greeting than this, but what with the old prince's death before dawn this morning and this crazy dragon hunt of Rohan's to kill the beast that killed his father, he shrugged. You couldn't have chosen a worse time to arrive, Sinead. It doesn't matter. She knew it had been the best possible time. No one would notice her in the press of events, and she would be able to get a feel for the place and personalities of Stronghold. I've arranged for rooms, baths, and fresh clothes. Morning grey, he reminded them. I had to guess at the sizes. Camiguin sighed. That means I'll be tripping over my hem, and Sinead's ankles will be showing. If only we hadn't lost all our baggage in the river. Now, that's a story I want to hear, Urivel commented. But for now, I'd better tell you something about this place so you don't get lost. They started up the main staircase, a wonder of silky wooden banisters and thick blue carpeting. To begin with, it's huge. 5 floors above the ground, 1 below for cold storage, or as cold as anything ever gets here, and the flame tower is so high it's said that some days you can see to the sunrise water. The fires are burning there now for Prince Zahava's passing. We saw as we rode in, Ostfel said. When is his ritual? Tomorrow night. I don't know if you'll be expected to attend. Of course Sinead will attend, Camiguin bristled. As one of the Faradim. Nothing more, Sinead told her firmly. But you're going to be... No. She glared at her friend for the first time in their lives, and Cammy's dark skin flushed with the shock. I'm not sure, I tell you. It may be I'll accept him, and it may be that I won't. And after only a brief talk with Rohan, she was ready to behave this way to friends of a lifetime. What had he done to her? She began to realize that he was a dangerous man indeed. She tried to smile, to make amends. Come, we're all tired, and I didn't mean to be so sharp with you. Urivel, tell us more about Stronghold, please. His eyes were an unusual shade of golden brown, huge and beautiful, below thick brows in a thin, angular face. She had never been able to hide anything successfully from those eyes before, and the expression in them now made her nervous. But he chose to oblige her with a recital of the rooms and wonders of the keep. They reached the 2nd floor, turned down several long hallways, and entered what Urivel described as the north wing. Windows were open along the gallery from floor to ceiling, and a riot of scents from the garden below filled the sun-heated corridor. This is all Princess Mila's doing, Urivel explained. The gardens used to be nothing but bare rock and sand.
She planned the gardens, laid out the walks, and put that little stream in. There's even a fountain on the family side of the building." Sinead looked down at the neat flower beds and trees, through which a stream and paths of silvery gravel wove like threads in a tapestry. Stone benches were set here and there, and little arched bridges, painted blue and white, spanned the thin trickle of water. Water was the most precious of elements here in the desert. It was real wealth to have enough for the pleasant folly of a stream and fountain. Folly. Where she had grown up, they worried about floods. It occurred to her that she was already beginning to think like one born to this land, and was troubled anew by Rohan's influence over her. "It's beautiful," Camigwyn said. "Like a giant's hand with a little garden in its hollow. But what do they do when they want to see the sky?" "Oh, it's not like Goddess Keep, where we're fog-bound so much of the winter," Urivel said. "If there was nothing but an open sky between you and the sea and barely a tall rock in all the long sand, you'd feel very secure in these cliffs." He raked back his graying dark hair and smiled dryly. "Hurry along, children. Your baths are getting warm." "Warm?" Ostfel asked blankly. "Only a fool would take a hot bath in an oven like this." Sinead was left alone in a chamber off her main room that, though small, was entirely adequate to her needs. The bath was ready, but for a time she was more interested in the tiny room that contained the tub. Cheerful blue and green tiles lined the floor, repeating the colors of the bedchamber. A large iron tub painted white rested in a carved wooden frame. Sink, shelving, towel racks, even the privy, were as dainty and elegant as the roses in a ceramic vase from Kirst beside the tub. Evidently Princess Millar had strong ideas about private comforts as well as public ones. If this was the sort of room given an unimportant guest like herself, what must the rest of the keep be like? Sinead undressed and sank into the cool water, deciding Urivel must have commanded one of the grander rooms for her. Luxuriating in the bath that soaked her tired body clean, she was glad he'd taken the trouble. But was she truly to become lady of this strange place? She washed her hair and watched the strands float on the water, remembering something she knew and Rohan did not. From her would come his crown, the fire of Sinead herself becoming the golden circlet across his brow. Yet it was he who would make her royal when he made her his wife. She recalled the dirty, exhausted young man she had met that afternoon, his quiet voice, and his ability to ignite her senses, his mysterious plan that she had agreed to without thinking twice. He intended to use her, she thought suddenly. What kind of man used people so easily? The answer came from a ruthlessly practical portion of her mind, the part untouched by fire. He was a prince. She would be marrying power and lands and ambitions, not just a man, if he truly intended to marry her at all. She rose from her bath and pulled the plug, noting how swiftly the water was sucked down, probably to flush out the middens, she thought, approving of the efficiency and cleanliness. During her childhood at River Run, they had removed to a nearby manor for a time every summer so the filth could be cleaned from the garderobes. Again she realized how much water must be here, to waste it in keeping not just bodies, but the castle clean. After toweling dry, she went to the bedroom and dressed in the things left for her. The gown was a good fit, despite Cammie's apprehensions, and by far the prettiest thing she had ever worn. Sinead brushed and braided her hair, then draped a thin veil of silvery gray silk over her head, securing the material with a few plain pins. There was a full-length mirror set into one tiled wall, and as she considered herself in it, she smiled. Rohan had seen the worst of her, but would never do so again if she could help it. Sunset approached, but no knock sounded at her door. Sinead toyed with the idea of investigating the keep on her own, but chose to stay within her room and enjoy its comforts. River Run had been a pleasant enough place, and Goddess Keep was, in some chambers, the epitome of elegant living. But the rooms given those who lived there were not half so large or lovely as the one Sinead was in now, and she explored it with interest. The bed was big enough for 4 people, decorated with a pile of plump pillows covered in blue and green silk. The hangings were not the thick wool from Gilad or Cunaxa, usual in colder climates, but sewn of silk fine enough to see through, and embroidered with tiny white flowers. The object was, of course, to keep insects out, not to keep warmth in. The floors were polished hardwood and bare, but for a few rugs scattered casually around, and Sinead realized that never again would she wake in the morning and put her feet to a frozen stone floor. The same tiles used in the bathroom framed the mirror, the windows, and the doorways. The rest was white plaster over smoothed stone. The outer door opened, and Sinead jumped, but it was Camiguin, not Andrade, who looked around and nodded her satisfaction. "I knew it! This is grander than mine or Ostwell's. I was sure Urivel would give you something befitting your common rank." Sinead let the reference pass. "It's lovely, isn't it? What's yours like?" "More or less the same, only not so large and with less furniture. And I have to share a bathroom. Now, when you meet Princess Millar, be sure to get her to offer you some silk for new gowns. She'll probably mention it herself, but in case she doesn't, Cammy, I won't go begging. You idiot, you're going to own all this soon, and don't start denying it again either. I saw your eyes, and his. You didn't see anything, and you made sure I didn't hear anything, didn't you? What went on out there between you?" "That's precisely what I'd like to know." Lady Andrade's voice from the doorway made both girls jump. "Camiguin, you will excuse us, I'm sure." Reluctance in every line of her, Cammy left the room and closed the door behind her. Andrade was more stately than ever in the dark gray silk, her bright hair concealed by a matching veil. She looked Sinead over coolly as she sat down in a blue-cushioned chair by the windows. "What do you think of the face and the fire now?" "I'm not sure I understand you, my lady." Sinead took the other chair, without asking permission to sit in Andrade's presence. "My dear child, we both know you have an adequate supply of wits and a more than adequate portion of pride. Let's have done with the usual and be honest with each other. Will you have him?" "I don't know." "He's young, rich, reasonably handsome, intelligent, and a prince. What do you find lacking? You told me once that you saw what he was by looking into his eyes." "They're interesting eyes," Sinead admitted, "but I think they hide a great many things." "What, in the name of the goddess, did you two say to each other?" Andrade exclaimed. Sinead discovered a perverse pleasure in frustrating the powerful lady of Goddess Keep. "We agreed to wait," she said, quite truthfully. "For how long?" "He mentioned something about the Riala." "What? He won't have any time for that sort of thing at Ways. Every prince watching, Relstra ready to—" She burst out laughing. "Relstra! Why, that miserable, cunning son of a dragon!" Sinead stared, mystified. Her mind worked furiously as she thought of everything she had ever heard about the High Prince. Ruthless, sly, and manipulative, qualities Andrade possessed in abundance. Relstra was Andrade's enemy for reasons no one had ever been very clear about. He ruled Prince March from Castle Crag, meddled in the affairs of most other princedoms, and was possessed of an embarrassment of daughters. She sucked in a breath between clenched teeth. So that was what Rohan was about, was it? "Good, you understand," Andrade said, correctly reading Sinead's grim little smile. "Do you trust him?" After a brief hesitation, Sinead answered with complete honesty this time. "I'm not sure. When I'm with him, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters but him. I'll trust him if he gives me reason to." "Make him take you into his confidence, Sinead. Force his truth if you have to. Then show yourself worthy of it, and make him do the same. Suspicion is all very well to whet a lover's appetite, but it's fatal between husband and wife.
We need to believe in each other, Sinead murmured. She rose, giving Andrade a look of appeal. Tell me it will come out all right, please.
Oh, Sinead.
Andrade rose and framed the girl's face with her fingers.
May you kindle fire and never be burned by it. May the air never send storms across your path. May that path across the earth be a soft one, and the water of your tears always taste sweet with joy.
Sinead's eyes filled with tears as she received the ancient blessing, and the lady smoothed the drops from her cheeks.
Only let him love you, and love him in return.
Chanel had swallowed a bellyful of questions all the way back to Stronghold. Rohan had been in no mood for conversation. When Tobin followed him into the bathroom, demanding to be told everything, Che could only shrug.
If I knew anything, I'd share it. Wash my back.
She stripped down to her undershift as he got into the tub and wielded a scrub brush with such energy that he yelped.
Oh, don't be such a baby. You're as filthy as the boys after a day with the horses at home, and you smell worse. At least I know the girl's name, which is Sinead. She's going to marry Rohan. Oh, I never would have guessed. Not from the look on his face.
But he didn't look at her once in the courtyard, and there's no welcome for her. Che, he didn't even introduce her to Mother. She started soaping his arm. Tell me about the dragon. His brief synopsis was frequently interrupted by her exclamations. Che finished with,
Don't tell anybody he got sick afterward. It's not exactly heroic and won't listen well in bard song.
She grinned back at him. We'll make sure it doesn't get into the official version. Oh, Che, how proud Father would have been.
It's the last dragon he'll ever kill, you know. Even if he hadn't said as much out there, I saw it in his face.
I suspected as much. Turn around, love. He obliged, scooting around in the tub to face her.
Anyway, we rode back, and damned if the girl didn't show up like a shimmer vision in the sand. He took her off for a talk. I couldn't watch as much as I wanted because the dark girl, Cammy something, the one with the eyes, kept asking questions. I rather liked her young man. Good seat on a horse, and an air of authority, for all that he's not Faradi.
Che closed his eyes as his wife rubbed soap across his chest, her fingers more caressing than efficient.
Oh, that's good, he murmured.
Keep talking, Tobin ordered.
Well, it seems they lost some of the horses and all their baggage crossing the Fallain. I know that fording. It's dangerous enough for most people, and I can imagine what those poor sunrunners went through. The girl kept apologizing for their appearance. I think she expected them to make a grand entrance into Stronghold.
So did Andrade, and she's not happy about it at all. Why won't Rohan acknowledge Sinead?
I watched him with that dragon today, Che said slowly. We've always known he's clever, but I never saw anything like the way he tricked that dragon. He knew all its weaknesses and played them to his own advantage. I have the feeling it's going to be like that from now on, Tobin, and none of us is going to be able to figure him out in advance.
He's going to tell me everything I want to know, she said firmly.
I'd walk carefully if I were you. He's not your little brother anymore.
He'll always be my little brother, and goddess help him if he forgets it. She lathered his hair. What happened next? Che squeezed his eyes shut as soap dripped down his face.
Nobody said a word the whole way back, but Rohan wasn't thinking about dragons, believe me.
Tobin dumped a pitcher of clean water over his head. Finish it yourself. You know what happens every time I wash the rest of you. He smiled at her over his shoulder.
And things were getting interesting, too.
Rohan's bath was much less interesting and much delayed.
His mother stayed with him for quite some time, making him tell the entire story of the dragon slaying twice, while she ruthlessly cleansed and bound his wound. She then let him know precisely what variety of fool he was to do such a dangerous thing, before she suddenly started to cry. Andrade appeared at last, ordered the princess to her own chambers, and wordlessly pointed to the bathroom door. Rohan balked. "I washed you the morning you were born," she reminded him tartly. "You put your fist in my eye then. Once is all you're allowed, prince or no prince, so stop looking murderous. I want to talk to you in private." She eyed the young squire Walvis, who had attended her into the chamber. "Go on, child, I'm perfectly capable of handing him soap and towels." Walvis glanced uncertainly at Rohan, who nodded and told him, "Come back later. I have work for you." The boy bowed and fled. Rohan went into the bathroom, stripped, blushing as his aunt's critical gaze ran over him, and slid into the cool water. The lecture began at once, as he had expected. "I don't know what game you think you're playing, but I'm not overly fond of intrigues not my own, especially when the master of the plan is my own kinsman who won't tell me what he's up to." "Why do you think I'm up to anything?" "Sweet innocence! You do it very well, Rohan, but don't try it with me. Why didn't you give that girl her proper welcome? Oh, not as your future princess. I'll admit to a marginal understanding of that, but if Urivel hadn't seen to her comfort, she'd still be standing out in the courtyard." "I knew I could count on him." Rohan scrubbed determinedly at a dirty foot. "You did, eh? And are you counting on Sinead as well? She says very little. Your instructions, I assume. Just that you both agreed to wait until the Riala." She snorted. "As if you needed all that time before you know each other, when you've already felt the fire." "Have you ever felt it?" he asked suddenly. "None of your damned concern," she snapped. Unsuccessful in his attempt to take the skirmish onto enemy ground, he decided to return to a subject that concerned him profoundly. "What else did she say?" he asked, his nerves tightening. If he could not trust her, then everything would be ruined. "That you have interesting eyes," Andrade replied in disgust. Rohan hid a smile. "You haven't really told me much about her family." "I thought genealogy was Miller's hobby, not yours. On her father's side, Sinead descends from a prince of Sire, whose younger son inherited the lands at River Run. Her maternal grandmother was a sunrunner before Prince Sinar of Kirst winked at her and carried her away to his island. Her ancestry's quite good enough for you." "You chose her for me, so I never doubted it," Rohan said with deliberate sweetness. "What is it you think I'm planning?" "Learn to be more subtle," she said scornfully, and he felt color sting his cheeks. "The part about the Riala tells me a great deal, you know. I'm looking forward to watching you blink those big eyes of yours at Relstra as you trick him into thinking you're an imbecile." He laughed. "Slightly foolish and very young, but not a complete idiot, please." He rose from the bath and wrapped a towel around his hips. "Sinead also had things to say about parts of you other than your eyes," Andrade drawled maliciously. If she intended to make him blush, she succeeded admirably. He damned the curse of a fair complexion and glared at her. "I assume you'll tell me what she said after you've finished embarrassing me." "Oh, no," she chuckled. "You'll have to find out for yourself." She draped a towel around his head and rubbed his hair dry. "Make your plans as you wish. I'll help, if you'll trust me enough to let me, but you must promise me." "What?" he asked warily, peering at her from under the towel. "Marry her, Rohan. You're both very dear to me," she said, looking anywhere but at him, "and you'll never find any woman more suited to you than Sinead." "And if I don't promise?" She laughed again. "Your body already has, at the very mention of her name." Rohan thought she hadn't noticed, and was humiliated. But his sense of humor was still in working order, and he grinned. "What do you suggest? a longer tunic? Or a nice, concealing cloak? She answered wickedly. Rohan waited, hidden among the trees, near the grotto his mother had designed to be a refuge during the worst of the summer heat. Fruit trees had been brought at outrageous expense from Ossetia, Meadowlord, and Sire, transplanted with such loving care to desert soil that not a single one had been lost in the shock. For 10 years they had been pampered into lush maturity near the rock grotto where the spring that fed Stronghold splashed down into a small pool. He had loved playing here as a child and had always found it a good place to sit and dream and listen to the water. He wanted to be the first to show it to Sinead. Walvis had arranged everything. The squire had sidled up to him just after dinner with the breathless information. "My lord, your lady will attend you at midnight." The boy's term made Rohan smile. Walvis was no fool. He was of an age where romance between a prince and a pretty lady caught his imagination, and secret meetings late at night were exactly to his taste. Rohan knew what it was like to be Walvis's age, and a go-between, for he had been just 11 the year Chainel had inherited Radzin and arrived to pay homage to Zahava. Though he'd teased his sister mercilessly, he'd been thrilled to arrange encounters between her and the handsome young lord. He had liked and admired Che at once. Despite the 10 years' difference in their ages, Che had never treated him like a child. Politic of him, Rohan thought now with fond amusement. One did not antagonize one's future prince, let alone the brother of the woman one hoped to marry. But their friendship was based on more than canny self-interest, he knew. It had grown stronger over the years until Che was one of the few people Rohan really trusted. Much depended on whether he could trust Sinead. Much depended on Relstra, too, whom he knew very well he could not trust. His whole scheme rested on the beliefs of two people, or rather, on his ability to make two very different people believe two very different things. Prince Zahava had ruled by his sword, demonstrating strength through victories over dragons and the Merida. High Prince Relstra ruled by his wits, demonstrating strength through political and personal humiliation. Rohan intended to base his power on a little of both for the present. Victory over the Merida, after humiliating Relstra at the Riala, and eventually to work his way around to leadership through law. Sinead would bring him no alliance and no lands, but she brought him something much more useful, the Faradim. The desert's resident sunrunner, Anthula, was growing old, and Rohan intended to send her back to Goddess Keep with Andrade so she could live her remaining years untroubled by the desert's searing heat. Anthula had taught him how the network of Faradim worked and where their loyalties lay, not with the courts they served, but with Goddess Keep. They were forbidden to do battle, except to protect their own lives, forbidden to take sides in any dispute, and most especially forbidden to use their powers to kill. With Andrade as lady, however, the distinctions of non-partisanship had grown a little blurred, though she had thus far behaved with scrupulous impartiality. She had been waiting for him to grow up, so he could marry a sunrunner. But Sinead's loyalty must be to him, not to Andrade. He refused to torment himself with doubts of his ability to win her mind, as it seemed he had already won her body and, perhaps, her heart. A rueful laugh escaped him as he realized they had both been scorched by fire. But he needed a princess, not just a wife. He had long since surmised that Andrade had purposefully arranged the match between his parents. Millar had used Zahava's wealth to embellish his home and their lives, adding to his prestige and his power by impressive display of its rewards. This, Rohan saw now, was the foundation for his own coming power. He was grateful for the benefits of his mother's tireless work, but he needed more of a woman than someone to run his castle, bear his children, and order tapestries. He needed what Che had found in Tobin, a woman to trust in and work with, who understood him and his ambitions. A Ferrari princess would make him a very powerful man indeed. Andrade's design, of course, but to what end? Rohan had to admit that his actions in pursuit of his own ends would be incomprehensible to most. He would play the indecisive prince when the vassals arrived to do him homage, then, next spring, fight the Merida for a time before buying them off and sending them home rich and smug to plot his destruction. He wished them pleasant dreams of retaking Stronghold, for 2 or 3 springs hence he would show himself the true son of the dragon. As for the Riala, he smiled tightly and rubbed his fingers against the smooth, silver bark of a tree. Relstra would offer a daughter. Rohan would pretend to consider. The High Prince would sweeten things with treaties, and Rohan would make certain they were binding, not like the promises that had died with his father. He would lead Relstra a wonderful dance, make him sign wonderful parchments, and all the while have a wonderful time pretending to decide between princesses. And then he would marry Sinead. Rohan coolly reviewed possible reactions to his marriage, specifically to his not marrying one of Relstra's daughters. Prince Clutha of Meadowlord would probably have an apoplexy. His country was the traditional battleground between Prince March and the desert. The last war had been in the reign of Rohan's grandfather Zagroy, who had wrested the Treaty of Lindsey from Relstra's ancestor, the agreement giving the desert to his line for as long as the sands spawned fire. If Relstra was angry enough, or could drum up support enough to avenge his rejected daughters, Clutha would be frantic to prevent another war across his landscape. He would, in brief, do Rohan's work for him. But there was another place from which Relstra might attack with the help of the Cunaxans and the Merida they sheltered. Rohan thought hungrily of Farouche Castle, set into the mountain pass just above the desert. Long a Merida holding, in exchange for assistance several years ago, Zahava had promised the keep to Relstra. It had been to the High Prince's advantage to support Zahava in that final campaign against the Merida, for Farouche guarded the major trade route across the north. Fees for caravans' safe passage were lucrative. Rohan had seen Farouche at his one and only battle. Disguised as a common soldier, he had fought alongside the vassals' recruits while his parents thought him snug at Stronghold. Afterward, he had camped in the sand below the castle with his new companions, for to enter the keep with his father and Che would have necessitated revealing his true identity. Farouche nestled into the mountains like a gemstone between a woman's breasts. It would make a perfect summer residence, with its cool spires of pink and golden stone. He decided he'd give it to Sinead as a wedding present. If she fulfilled her part in his plans as well as he hoped, she would deserve the extravagant gift. All thoughts of her usefulness fled when he saw her coming toward him. Moonglow turned her to dark silver from the veil over her hair to the hem of her gown. He had seen her shape more clearly when she'd worn her riding leathers, of course, but there was something about the allure of shadows shifting down long thighs that made the breath catch in his throat. He told his body to leave him alone and called her name softly. Turning, not quite startled, she approached him with a shy smile. "I've never met a man in secret in the middle of the night before. I could learn to like this." Rohan blessed her for saying the perfect thing. "I'll arrange it every so often once we're married. Although I don't know what people would say if they knew their prince had to sneak around in the dark to spend a few private moments with his own wife." He paused an instant, then went on. "After the way I behaved today, I'm surprised you're even speaking to me. Sinead, have you thought about this?" "I need to hear what it is first," she replied, not looking at him. Rohan nodded, approving her caution. But part of him was disappointed that she was no longer so blindly trusting. knowing this to be absurd, for it was reassuring proof that she could think as well as feel. He coaxed her over to a bench, and when they were seated, side by side but not touching, he began. You know what happens at the Riala. Everyone comes to arrange the next 3 years' trade, settle disputes, and so on. There's a huge fair as well, and races. Che usually wins most of them and makes pots of money selling his horses. The High Prince will be there too, with his daughters, Sinead purred. The eligible ones, Rohan said, hiding a grin. And that's why you're so important. When they think I'm indifferent to you, and you to me, but with wounded pride on your part, they'll talk. My sister picks up all sorts of useful information talking to the other women at the Riala, and she's an expert at passing along information my father and Che want circulated. You'll like Tobin, he added. I like the way she treats her husband, Sinead answered mischievously. Rohan had a sudden vision of his bedroom turned into the kind of verbal battlefield he knew Che's sometimes became, and lost the image of an infuriated Sinead in the even more compelling picture of her between the sheets of his bed. He pulled in a long breath, managed a smile, and told her, She'll probably give you lessons, if I know her. Oh, I didn't say I wanted to emulate her, Sinead answered earnestly. I'd never yell at you in public, Rohan. He regarded her with a whimsical smile. Don't go making any hasty promises, my lady. You don't know me all that well yet. But we can talk to each other and find out. I was afraid we wouldn't have anything to say, that you'd be too serious or too proud to speak what was on your mind, or that you wouldn't have a mind to speak of. He nearly took her hand, but remembered what had happened earlier in the day. I was worried about the same thing. You don't know how glad I am to find you're as clever as you are beautiful. You still haven't told me what you're planning, she reminded him. Oh. She was the first woman he had ever met who didn't preen or at least smile after a compliment. Well, I'm not quite sure of all of it yet myself. Relstra will be looking for a naive princeling, and that's just what I'll present him with, while I pretend to look his daughters over. To bait the hook, she replied, nodding. But I don't suppose you do any fishing in the desert. Che and I go sailing when I visit Radzin. I'd offer you the same, but I'm told you Faradim have a slight problem with water. She grimaced. I've never been so sick in my life as when we crossed the Falain, and now I'll have to cross it twice more to get to Ways and back. Rohan, you had better be worth it. It was a challenge no man could let pass. His arm slid around her waist before he could consider the danger, and he drew her toward him. I hope you'll find reward enough, my lady, he murmured. And because a glimmer of caution remained, he pressed his lips to her temple rather than her mouth. Touching her at all was a mistake. Her body was warm and slim and supple, seemingly lit from within by the same fire that flashed along his own nerves. Her arms locked around him, her fingers tangling in his hair, and he felt her thigh trembling against his own, muscles leaping as his hand slid of its own will from her knee to her hip. Her fingers followed a similar path toward his groin, and she turned her face to his, eyes and lips inviting more. Rohan caught his breath and shuddered, and it nearly killed him to let her go. He got to his feet quickly, fists clenched. Sinead gave a little gasp of mingled surprise and dismay as he stared down at her. I've never touched a woman like that in my life, he said roughly. Sinead, it isn't just being near you. Hearing your name is enough. Is it that way for you too? She breathed in wonder, then shook her head. Rohan, how are we going to manage? It's not even a day old between us. We don't even know each other. I've never felt like this with any other man. In that instant, he learned what jealousy was. He wanted to know the name of every man she had ever even looked at, whether they had touched her, and most especially where to find these men so he could kill them. What was the matter with him? She wasn't his wife yet. He hadn't even kissed her lips, let alone made love to her. But because he, too, could think as well as feel, he realized that if she was prey to the same jealousy that gripped him, he would have to be very careful during his charade with Relstra's daughters, or there would be bruised princesses. He considered the brilliant green eyes and amended that. She would not be so gentle, would his Sinead?
"We knew from the first that this wouldn't be easy," he told her with a rueful smile. "I promise to keep my hands and my eyes to myself."
"Ah, now there you are, making hasty promises," she teased.
"Everyone will think you have some sort of disease if I never get within arm's length of you."
"I get hives when I eat marsh apples," she said gravely, her dancing eyes belying the tone. "Shall I eat a few and turn lumpy and splotched? Would that make things easier?"
"Splotched if you must, Sinead, but not lumpy."
They laughed together, and he exclaimed,
"Do you know, I feel as if I've been married to you forever."
"You don't know me either, Rohan," she reminded him. "Maybe you'll find out I'm a witch," he finished for her. "I decided that when I saw you in the fire. But I have a little magic of my own, you know. Come with me. I want to show you something." She walked with him deeper into the grotto, toward the cliff walls. Giving him a sidelong glance, she said cautiously, "You must have something of the gift, you know. Your mother is Andrade's sister."
"What of it?"
he asked in casual tones. "Nothing." Rohan hid a frown. She knew as well as he did that Andrade wanted Ferrari children from their marriage. Why couldn't she trust him enough to tell him? He decided to talk more about his own plans, as much as he dared right now, and acknowledged that he didn't yet entirely trust her either.
"Relstra will tempt me with treaties and agreements that I intend to make him sign before we get around to discussing his daughters, but I swear to you, Sinead, that after I'm through with the game, I'll claim you in front of everyone." He stopped walking and said, "Here, this is what I wanted to show you, before anyone else could."
Trees parted around a silent pool for the long, pale waterfall that appeared from nowhere high above their heads. Flowering mosses and ferns softened the ragged rock, and moonlight turned the water to a ribbon of silver. This was the life of the castle, this precious water from the north. It ran underground, protected from the heat, then tumbled down to nourish this one hollow in the rock. Rohan glanced at Sinead's eyes and suddenly knew what his ancestors must have felt when they had first discovered this gift of cool, sweet water in the desert. But when she spoke, it was not about the miracle before them. "Does my being Ferrari make you uneasy?" she asked softly.
"No," he answered honestly. "Why should it?"
"It will give your people pause, you know. A sunrunner witch, married to their prince, mistress of all this wealth, helping you rule the desert. You'll win them as quickly as you've won me," he said quietly. She glanced at him, then turned to the water. Lifting her hands, moonlight sparkling off her rings, she wove the silver moon rays into a conjuring over the pool. He saw his own face and hers, and a single burning red-gold strand that formed the circlets that were their crowns. After a moment the conjure faded, and Sinead met his gaze once more. "I had to do that to prove something to myself. I lost control of a fire conjure on the way here, and I've been afraid to try again. But I'm not afraid anymore, Rohan. It's too soon for me to trust you. My brain keeps saying that, and I have to listen. But in every way that counts, I do trust you." She shrugged slightly. "I probably shouldn't have said that, and I know I shouldn't be doing this, but—" Her kiss on his mouth was as swift and startling as heat lightning across the desert sky. But before he could reach for her, she was gone. Chapter 7. News of Prince Zahava's death reached Castle Crag on the morning sunlight. Krigo's contact with the wine steward at Stronghold incapacitated the already overwrought Sunrunner, who took to his bed after downing a large cup of wine laced with Dranath. Relstra celebrated the news with a good long laugh and a lavish breakfast, then closeted himself with his ministers for the rest of the day. It was left to Palila to arrange the evening's ritual and make sure all the daughters dressed in mourning gray to honor their royal cousin. A piece of nonsense as far as Palila was concerned, and doubly irritating because gray was not her color. But grief must be shown, and she comforted herself with the knowledge that at least the slate-colored gown hid her pregnancy. Relstra led the procession into the oratory of Castle Crag as soon as the first evening stars appeared. The chamber was a wide half-circle of Pyrenees crystal, jutting out from the cliff like a giant soap bubble. During the day, sunlight streamed in to bathe everything in gold, dazzling from the ornaments and plate. Chairs of white wood cushioned in white silk were arrayed on a thick, snowy wool carpet that swallowed up all sound in its depths. Onto this background, the faceted windows poured rainbow sparks that slurred down the walls and decorated the floor with brilliant color. But at night, only the cold, pale moons shone, and the oratory was a place of silvered shadows where colorless faces showed eyes and mouths sunk into dark hollows, eerily emphasized by the white candles carried by each mourner. They filed in according to strict rules of precedence and took their seats. Palila sat with bowed head and folded hands in the front row, the daughters all around her. Ambassadors, ministers, officials, and the minor nobility of Prince March sat behind her, an assembly of men and women who thoroughly loathed her, she thought with a tiny smile. Nearly all of them had come to her at one time or another, hoping to influence Relstra through her. She took what they offered and promised nothing, for they could scarcely run to the High Prince with complaints when their bribes to his mistress failed. Relstra laughed whenever Palila showed him some new jewel or gown presented in hopes of a word whispered when his head was on her pillows. He encouraged her to keep the bribes. That satisfied her acquisitive instincts without his having to spend a thing, for the splendor of the gift was an indication of how badly the giver wished his favor. He was never influenced by presents to his mistress, but he pretended sometimes that he was, to keep the expensive trinkets coming. They hated Palila for another reason. She was a noblewoman who had besmirched the dignity of her class, even though the position of mistress to the High Prince held a certain honor. She had betrayed them by not working actively in their behalf, instead seeking to increase Relstra's power at their expense. Worse, she had not produced a son, and, even more damning, she kept Relstra from seeking out another woman who might give him a male heir. They all had candidates for Relstra's next mistress, but Palila had not lost her hold on him. The thought of her as his legal wife horrified them. The nobles, ministers, and ambassadors would also have candidates to put forth as possible brides for young Prince Rohan. No one knew much about him except that he was quiet and studious, and at the last Riala had effaced himself to such effect that few even remembered what he looked like. Palila could sense them judging the daughters and wondering which of them would catch his fancy at the Riala. The daughters were wondering the same thing. Palila was sure that Ianthe at least knew the direction of her father's thoughts, for the girl showed signs of hurrying to catch up. Neither was Pansala a fool. She had insinuated herself into mealtime conversations these last days, making remarks designed to show her loyalty and intelligence. Gavina and Ruzalka, the eldest of the illegitimate girls, could hardly have missed noting that their wardrobes and jewel cases had improved in content recently. Let them fret, Palila thought complacently. Let jealousy spread like wildfire among them, and let the nobles place their bets on the most likely bride for the princeling. She alone knew what Relstra had in mind, and would share that knowledge with no one. After a period of silence to show respect for the dead, Relstra stood before the assembly's flickering candles. He had a fine voice meant for ceremonies and for murmuring in bed, and he knew how to use the resonance of his tones to excellent advantage. He gave a little speech of regret that the great and noble Prince Zahava had been taken so untimely from the world, and entreated the goddess to allow Zahava's spirit to find her loving embrace. That he meant not a word of it was not lost on anyone present. Everyone attended, not to make sure the proper forms were observed, but to enjoy Relstra's irony and contemplate the delicious prospects before them. Hardly a mind in the oratory was not making some plot towards Rohan's disadvantage. When Relstra fell silent, Palila glanced up at him. His dark hair was crowned by silvery light, his eyes nearly colorless, the candle in his hand giving off a thin yellowish glow that picked out the strong bones of his face and the sardonic line of his mouth. His gaze met hers, and she smiled slightly. How fortunate it was that they understood each other, she told herself. Her position would be a precarious one, but because she comprehended her lord, she could follow his thoughts and, sometimes, outguess him. One by one, in ascending order of importance, the gathering rose and filed out. They left their candles on shelves to either side of the arching doorway. Palila had the honor of immediately preceding the High Prince and placing her candle next to the place where his would be. It was a privilege no one but his legal wife should have had, but she enjoyed many similar privileges at Castle Crag and guarded them jealously. One day, they would be hers by right. She was tired, and the ornate silver pins holding her veil in place were giving her a headache. Yet when everyone went down to the copious supper laid out in the main hall, Palila did not join them. Neither did she seek her bed. She returned to the oratory and picked her way carefully through the moonlit chamber to the outer curve of crystal. Criggo would be here soon, to ride the moonlight to Stronghold. He often performed such small services for her without Relstra's knowledge, for it was Palila from whom Relstra got the supply of Dranath. The muted whisper of the opening door made her turn, the Sunrunner's name hovering on her lips. But it was not Criggo who entered. It was Pansala. Palila covered her startlement and hoped Criggo had the sense to listen outside before opening the door. She smiled sweetly at the princess and asked, "Why, whatever are you doing here?" "I might ask the same thing of you." A little smile played about Pansala's mouth, visible even in the dimness. It made Palila nervous. The princess walked forward with stately grace along the white carpet, almost as if she came here in her wedding procession. "It certainly isn't grief for the old prince that brought us back. Actually, I don't know why you came, and I don't care, except for the fact that we're alone. A rare circumstance, isn't it?" "Yes. But why do you want to talk to me alone, Pansala?" Her mind seethed, and she raked the girl's gown with her gaze. Knife, vial of poison. Who would suspect a princess of murder? The son Palila was sure she carried was a threat to all the daughters. Perhaps Pansala had been delegated to remove the threat. There were enough strangers at Castle Crag to blame it on, enough people who hated her to make the list of suspects practically endless. "Won't you sit down?" Palila invited, reasoning that a seated enemy would be easier to outrun than a standing one. "Stop playing Lady of the Castle, Palila," the other woman snapped. "I am the princess here, not you. no matter what state my father keeps you in, I don't like you any more than you like me, but we can be of use to each other." "In what way, my dear?" She put amusement into her voice, but sensed that control of this had gone beyond her grasp, and was frightened. Pansala's long fingers trailed over the chair backs as she approached, the smile pale on her face. "First, let us discuss how you may help me," she suggested. "I'm not a fool, as you well know. I have ears and a brain, and my ears have heard interesting things which my brain tells me can be worked to my advantage." Palila began to understand and relaxed slightly. "Prince Rohan requires a wife, and you intend to be the chosen lady." "Make father see me," the princess urged. "You can do it, Palila." "Why should I?" she responded with a carelessness she was far from feeling. "Ianthe would be the best choice." Could father be certain of controlling her? Ianthe cares only for Ianthe. "While you are the perfect, loving, loyal daughter," Palila sneered. "Gently, gently," Pansala murmured, her smile gone and her dark eyes sunk in shadows. "Begin thinking of me fondly, I warn you." "Why should I?" Palila was beginning to enjoy this. "Because I can save your life." She burst out laughing, but inside she fought sudden fear. Had Pansala come here to kill her? She cursed herself for all the years she had thought the princess less dangerous than Ianthe. "You believe you carry my father's heir," Pansala went on. "Perhaps you do, but if you do not, must I give the details? Another mistress, younger and more beautiful, will supplant you. A woman who might give him a son. You've had 4 chances, Palila. This one is your last, and you know it." She gave up all pretenses and sank into a chair, gesturing wordlessly for Pansala to continue. The princess sat just across the aisle, smiling again. "If you have a son, there's nothing for you to worry about. Father will marry you and your position will be secure. But if you have another girl, one might say it would be the end of your life. Don't you agree?" Palila rallied enough for an answering smile. "No, my dear. He is not what one would call indifferent to my bed. But when that younger, more beautiful girl comes along, how do you know she won't be just like you and get rid of you the way you disposed of Surya?" She betrayed herself with a gasp and cursed. The princess laughed and stretched her arms wide as if to gather in the moment of triumph. "Not even Ianthe knows that I know about it. I was only 15, but I remember every detail. How you stood in the trellis garden one morning and paid off the servant who'd helped you. Lucky for you, father was so furious that he had the woman executed before she could accuse you. Relstra would never believe this ridiculous story. Perhaps not, but all he'll want is an excuse to get rid of you if you have another girl. He's not unkind. When it suits him, he might just send you away. But when I tell him about Lady Surya, I'll add the name of the man who put the poison in Lady Karyan's wine." "Father of storms!" Palila cried. "You bitch!" The penalty for murder was execution, and she had a sudden, terrifying memory of Relstra's words about changing his methods to fire. "How nice that you've stopped pretending," the princess observed. "Now we may do business. I want Prince Rohan. I'm sick of living in this nursery, and I want a rich, powerful husband. I'm told he's quite good-looking as well. He'll do very nicely for me. And now that you know what I know, you'd love to see me gone, wouldn't you? What better place for me than far away in the desert?" Palila gathered herself. "How do you know I won't do to you what I did to them?" she hissed. Because I know something else, Palila, which really could mean your life. Well, what do you say? Shall we make a bargain of it? Palila pushed herself to her feet and went to the long table, where silver candle branches winked in the dim moonlight. Between them was an intricately etched gold plate. She tilted it up and saw her own reflection crossed with tiny lines, a vision of old age when her looks and her power would vanish, and she would have only her son to keep her in luxury. It must be a son. Relstra must make her his wife. She must do whatever Pansala asked. I will promote you as Prince Rohan's bride, she said tonelessly, still staring at herself in the flat golden plate. I'll do everything I can to ruin Ianthe's chances, but I can't promise, Pansala. You know your father. All I ask is your influence, subtly, if you please. For my side of the bargain, I won't tell father what I know, nor will I run to Ianthe with tales. I knew you'd be nervous about that, the princess added slyly, and Palila hated her. She's attempted your life, you know. More than once, Palila said, and put the plate down. She turned. My servants are loyal. I'm counting on it. Will they say what you tell them to say, even if they find iron burning in front of their eyes? Fire. Palila repressed a shudder. They know I will do worse to them if they disobey me. Excellent. Now listen to me, Palila. Ianthe's plan is complex, and you must understand completely if we're to turn it to our advantage. Pansala laughed suddenly, a sound that frayed Palila's nerves. You're going to have a son, Palila, one way or another. Krigo paused outside the entrance to the oratory, not from any caution, but because his heart was always caught by the beauty of the wooden doors. Panels of equal size spread vertically below the stone arch, showing in sequence the water of the sea, whitecaps picked out in silver, air rippling across a golden wheat field, the majestic earth of the Varesh Mountains, topped in silver snow, and the fire of a sunburst, carved deep into the wood and lavishly gilded. Yet even as his spirit sang with the beauty, he cringed inside at knowing how little he deserved entry into this place. He sneered at his own scruples. The goddess had surely abandoned this oratory long ago in disgust at the man who had ordered it built. He would not feel her presence within, disapproving and perhaps a little sorrowful. No, not that. The only sadness was his own self-pity. His lip curled, and he reached out to push the doors open. But then he heard the faint sound of laughter from within. Not Lady Palila's voice, though it held much of her malicious amusement. This laughter was deeper, more full-throated. Krigo cracked the door open just wide enough to see, and peered into the dimness. Two women were seated on either side of the aisle in the first row of chairs. He recognized Palila from the silver pins that held her veil at the crown of her head, but had trouble identifying the taller woman. Yet a turn of her head showed him the profile that boasted the High Prince's fine, proud nose and brow. Krigo swallowed a gasp of shock. Princess Pansala loathed her father's mistress as much as the rest of the daughters did. What was she doing here, having a private talk with Palila? He did not want to know. He knew too many secrets already, things that would mean his death if Relstra ever lost faith in the powers of Dranath. Yet the temptation was almost overwhelming. He owed Palila for the gift of Dranath. Should he overhear something useful, he might have his vengeance on her at last. He opened the door a little wider and strained to listen. Pansala spoke in a low, earnest voice, leaning forward in her chair. Make the change. 4 of them. Surely a boy in the lot. Krigo heard only a few words, none of which made sense to him. But Palila suddenly sat bolt upright, her posture one of rapt attention and no small amount of fear. But the risk, she gasped out. It's insane.
"Be quiet," the princess exclaimed. "Do you want the whole castle to hear?" Her tone dropped again, and Criggo frowned in concentration. "Ianthe plans very well. Should work, but fool my clever sister. Save your neck. Father gets his son at last. Trust your servants with this." Criggo bit down hard on his lower lip, as the meaning of the princess's words nearly shattered his composure. He shut the door soundlessly and crept back down the hall, barely breathing until he had reached his own chamber and the door was firmly locked behind him. He turned at once to the drugged wine. Goblet in hand, he lay back in a soft chair and drank deeply, gulping down the liquid as much for liquor's customary effect as to get the Dranath quickly into his system. The first sign of its presence was a headache that made him grit his teeth. It soon vanished, as he had known it would, replaced by a delicate haze that lasted little longer than it took to identify its warmth floating through his arms and legs. During the first year or so of his addiction, this feeling had been superseded by a strong need for a woman, but for a very long time now, his only lover had been the Dranath. He waited for the real effect of the drug, the one he wanted tonight, and eventually felt his senses sharpen to almost painful clarity. He had left almost half the wine for later, when he would need the blessed unconsciousness of a large dose. Opening his eyes, he stared up at the carved beams of the ceiling and assessed what he had seen and heard in the oratory. He thought he understood what Pansala was offering Palila, and wished he did not. But what could the princess hope to gain in return? The answer was so obvious that he choked on laughter, not knowing if he was more amused or appalled. The daughters had been fluttering for days, ever since realizing that some of them were likely candidates to be Prince Rohan's bride. He wished he could attend the Riala this year and be entertained by their graceless maneuverings, especially the little dance Ianthe and Pansala would do. Criggo had so few diversions. This was one Lady Andrade would appreciate, he told himself, wishing he had the courage to inform her on the moonlight. Palila would be just as amusing to observe, especially if she and Pansala really thought she could influence Relstra's decisions. Her role would evidently be to aid Pansala's cause in payment for the plot outlined tonight, but Criggo did not underestimate Ianthe's powers of scheming, not with such a prize at stake. That was the appalling part of it, the thought of the young prince wedded to any of Relstra's spawn. Criggo knew the High Prince's daughters. As the spring was poisoned, so flowed its streams. He turned his wine cup around and around in his hands. He wondered whether or not he would tell Relstra about what he had heard. A thin smile stretched his mouth. It might be difficult to choose between ruining Palila and cherishing the secret knowledge that Relstra's son was not in fact his own. Both offered satisfactions. Criggo set the goblet aside and rose, slightly unsteady on his feet. He went to the windows that had been left open to the moonlight. The rocks opposite Castle Crag were stark and cold, the river invisible far below. But he could hear its muted thunder from the north, where it crashed over a cliff and foamed into rapids before settling into a smoother flow past the keep. Closing his eyes, he listened and shivered. He could never escape that sound, and longed for an absolute silence he found only in Dranath-induced sleep. It would be silent now in the desert, as they watched Prince Zahava's corpse burn. Lady Andrade would be there, with many Faradim to attend her. The old prince had chosen a fine time to die, with so many there to do him honor. Criggo would receive a full account tomorrow from the spies at Stronghold, but they would have watched the ritual through cynical eyes. He felt the whispery chill of moonlight on his face, the spurious strength of the drug in his veins, and decided that he dared look with his own eyes. He longed to commune with his own kind again, to belong again. He could not, and knew it, but neither could he resist this chance to watch their work, even if he could not join with them
on the clean, pale light. He lifted his face to the 3 glowing circles rising in the night sky, and wove the thin light into a fabric of delicate beauty. He flung it like an unrolling carpet to the east and south, exhilarated as he sped along it to the sands outside Stronghold. So free, this feeling, and so much like flying that his shoulders shifted as if he possessed dragon wings. There was a pinpoint of light below him, like a golden star earthbound, and as he descended toward it, he saw the gray figures standing nearby. Criggo yearned to call out to them, to feel the brilliant colors of their minds, but he held himself back, the shame burning anew, as he watched them honor the dead prince with Sunrunner's fire that freed Zahava's spirit to ride the desert winds. Tobin held her son's hands as the moons rose above her. Johnny and Markin were exhausted, having gone with their father and Maita to assist in moving the dragon's carcass from Riven Rock. Their faces were hidden by gray hoods, and despite their weariness, they carried themselves like the young lords they were. But their palms were moist, and they shifted restlessly as the assembly waited for Rohan to begin the ritual. Along with the family and more than 200 others, they had followed him in silence, the 3 measures, to the goddess's apronful, a scattering of huge boulders that took on strange, fearsome shapes in the moonlight shadows. Legend had it that the stones had dropped from the sky when the mountains had been built, to lie here forgotten in the sand. Markin and Johnny had active imaginations even for 5-year-olds, and Tobin knew they would be seeing monsters lurking behind every stone. She wished she could whisper a few soothing words to them, but silence was the rule. Rohan stood apart and alone, holding a torch in his hand. The flame turned his hair to molten gold and sank his eyes into darkness. He was a stranger tonight. For almost the first time, Tobin could see their father in him. The desert had claimed him for its prince. Zahava, too, had had this look about him, for despite the comforts Malar had brought to Stronghold, the sand and the wind had been bred into him. The dragon that had killed the old prince sprawled between the largest boulders. There was a long, hollow wound in the sand, the path made as the great corpse was dragged to this place. Nearby, on a flat stone that had been the final bed of 15 generations of princes, Zahava lay beneath a silvery cloak that concealed his body from neck to feet. Torchlight picked out the sharp profile and black beard, so different from his son's finely drawn features and clean-shaven cheeks. Yet they were alike, desert-bred and dragon-born. Rohan turned at last to Princess Malar, who walked forward to the funeral stone with the steps of an old woman. The shining scars of tears were on her cheeks, and she stood for a long time at her husband's side, stroking back his hair and letting the water of her grief fall onto his face. Andrade came forward to trickle a handful of sand onto Zahava's motionless chest, the earth from which he had been made. Anthula, Faradi to the dead prince for many years, limped to his bier and spread her hands wide. The cloak's hem stirred as she called air to touch him lightly in farewell. Then she bent her head in homage for a moment and returned with Andrade to the place where the other Sunrunners stood cloaked, hooded, apart. At last Rohan approached his father, carrying fire. He lifted it high, his right arm a little stiff from his wound. The light was painted over Zahava's body and on the great bulk of the dragon behind him, dripping down to the sand. Rohan touched the flame to the 4 corners of the cloak. The material caught and flared, beginning the blaze that would liberate Zahava's spirit from the elements of which his physical form had been made. Then Rohan did a shocking thing. He went to the dragon and took a small water skin from his belt, pouring the contents over the beast's wing. A handful of sand was scooped up and flung atop the water, and a fiery breeze created with a sweep of the torch over the dragon's head, At last, he set fire to the carcass and stepped back, his shoulders set defiantly. Tobin was stunned. She had known he intended to burn the dragon, but honoring the creature, as Zahava had been honored, was unthinkable. Yet as she looked at her brother's face, she thought she understood. Enemies killed in battle were accorded decent burning. So, too, the dragon. Sweat began to bead on Tobin's forehead as the flames rose higher and hotter, augmented now by the silent efforts of the Faradim standing nearby. Piles of sweet herbs and incense had been placed around both corpses, but they could not mask the smell of charring flesh. She glanced at the faces around her, seeing that Stronghold's people wept unashamedly for their prince. Various foreigners who happened to be at the keep stood in little groups, wearing conventional masks of solemnity. Tobin resented their presence, but they had to witness the ceremony and Rohan's conduct during it. He had undoubtedly shocked them all by honoring the dragon, but they would learn by it that he was not to be predicted. As the first waiting time ended, the outsiders filed toward Rohan, bowed, and started back to Stronghold. The servants and soldiers followed after they too had acknowledged their new prince. Before too much longer, only the family and the Faradim would remain here. Tobin tried to pick out Sinead in the cluster of anonymous gray-clad sunrunners. At last, Tobin saw the ends of the long fire-gold hair that hung loose down Sinead's back below her veil. There were so many things Tobin wanted to know about this woman whose colors she had touched so briefly, but there had been no chance to talk. What did Sinead think of Rohan, of the Stronghold, of the desert, of becoming a princess? Rohan accepted the homage of the last of the squires, then went to Anthula and touched her arm, nodding toward Tobin and the twins. The Faradi's limp was even more pronounced as she approached and held out her hands to Markin and Johnny. She led them forward to pay their last respects to their grandsire. They turned then to bow to Rohan and started back to the keep. Tobin was grateful for her brother's kindness. Anthula was too old to endure the entire night here, and the boys were too young. She pressed his hand in silent thanks and stood beside him, watching the flames. Scenes from their childhood seemed to flicker in the fire, and a smile came to her face beneath her veil. Their father had been so good to them, loving them with a vast, gruff, indulgent affection, even when he did not entirely understand them. As the hours wore on, she relived the past in the flames, glimpsing Zahava playing dragons with them, teaching them how to survive in the desert, taking them along as he rode his lands, Radzin, Tiglath, Tuath, Castle, Skybowl, Remagev, Falane Lowland, and a dozen smaller keeps where she and Rohan learned what it was to be ruler of the desert. Tobin felt her grief burn away as the memories lit her heart. "Thank you for my life, Father. You never had much use for rituals, did you? But this one reminds me of all the things you gave me by giving me life. I love you as I love the water I drink and the air I breathe, the earth's bounty that feeds me, and the fire that's between Che and me. You gave me all those things. Thank you for my life." When the 3 silent, silver-cloaked moons were at their highest, and their light very pure, the Faradim formed a semicircle, as close to the deathstone as the fire would allow. Smoke and bits of ash rose up to form a gray-black background as they linked hands, 25 slate-colored figures with Lady Andrade in their center. At any other time, Anthula would have performed this ritual alone. Tobin was glad the old woman would be spared this strain, and that so many had gathered to give power to this ritual. She felt the flare of energy around her and swayed slightly. Chanel, standing at her side, put his arm around her waist. She was aware of the exchange of frowns between him and Rohan over her head, but could not seem to look at either of them. Power was being woven nearby, and she sensed it along every nerve. The Faradim were stitching the moonlight into a silk-like covering that reached the length and breadth of the land, from the sunrise water to the island of Kirst Izel, sending word to every other Faradim that the old prince was dead. Tobin's eyes were dazzled by the multiple prisms of color, each one different, all woven together in a loose, complex fabric flung out in all directions. And she was part of it, gliding with them down the skeins over moon-swept meadows and mountains, across forests and lakes and deep gorges, skimming snow-caps and broad plains rich with wheat. She was a silver-winged bird, gazing down at the whole of the continent, sending feathers of light drifting down to be caught by Faradim in 100 keeps. She was herself, and she was all the sunrunners standing with their faces to the flames. How beautiful it was, this landscape of an improbable dream. She flew with them, within them, colors shifting and dancing around her, without any training and without any control but the general guidance of Andrade's skill. Tobin was part of the gleaming fabric of moonlight across the land, was a bird flying free, was a dragon soaring and gliding through the night sky. She lost herself in image and color, dancing through light and shadow, enchanted. "Tobin!" She felt a vague disapproval as someone broke tradition by breaking the silence. Her name sounded again, and something wrenched inside her. Too abruptly she returned, and was standing in the desert near her father's pyre. Che's arms were around her, his face stark with terror. A stabbing pain went through her skull, and she whimpered, groping for that part of her that still winged over the moonlight. But she was alone, earth-bound, and cried out in anguish for the loss of that incredible beauty. From somewhere there came an answering cry, as despairing as her own, the voice of some unknown Faradi who understood her pain as none of the others could. She had a swift image of bright colors gone dark, and wanted to weep. "Sinead!" called out another voice, and with faint surprise she realized it was the first time she had heard her brother speak the girl's name. She shook like wind chimes in a storm, her bones clashing wild chords as each heartbeat brought new pain lancing through her head. "Sinead!" Rohan called again. But it was Andrade who answered. "Yurival, keep her breathing. Sinead, help me." The colors intensified, needles of reds and blues and greens slicing deep into her flesh and bone. Some of them hurt as they were torn away, but others melted into her body, and she recognized these as her own. Tobin became aware that she was propped against someone's chest, and there were hands around her ribs, squeezing rhythmically to keep her breathing. Yurival, she thought, not even wondering how she knew. Someone else knelt at her left side, holding her hands, and without opening her eyes she knew it was Sinead. She could sense Andrade just as easily on her right. She sagged back, unutterably weary, and desperately glad to be alive. "Tobin?" Che whispered, and at last she opened her eyes. He was kneeling by Sinead, the flames shivering along the lines of his face and shoulder. She shifted away from Yurival's support and toward her husband. Freeing her hands, she touched his cheek and smiled slightly. "Stay right where you are," Andrade ordered sharply. "I'm not going to tell you twice, so listen carefully. You were nearly shadow-lost tonight, Tobin, and if Sinead and I hadn't known your colors, you would have died. Don't you ever attempt to follow a sunrunner again." Millar gave a soft gasp. "Is that what happened? But how could she do it?" "Isn't it obvious?" Andrade shrugged. "She has the gifts, Milla." "From me?" The princess turned her head away. "But it was beautiful."
Tobin protested. "It's nothing to be ashamed of." "Of course it isn't," Andrade said, casting an annoyed look at her twin. "Just the same, you shouldn't have been able to do it." "It wasn't Her Highness doin', my lady," Sinead whispered, her head bent. "I was the one who caused it. Forgive me. It's because I touched her before, you see. I'm not fit to wear my rings." Andrade rocked back on her heels, scowling. But it was Urivel who spoke in deliberately mild tones, saying, "I thought I taught you better than that." "It would seem she was not paying sufficient attention," Rohan said coldly. Sinead flinched. But though they all stared at him in shock, no one dared make the retort such arrogant rudeness deserved. He was not brother or son or friend tonight. He was the prince. Andrade finally broke the silence. "Che, take her back to the keep and make her rest. She needs time to heal." "But she'll be all right," he said, not quite a question. Tobin pushed herself to a sitting position, hiding sudden dizziness. "I wish you'd stop talking about me as if I weren't here. I'm fine." "We'll see," Andrade said. "Che, get her into bed." Rising to her feet, she took Millar's arm and returned to Zahava's pyre. Tobin submitted meekly, as Urivel helped her to stand and gave her into Che's worried keeping. After assuring himself that she could walk, he didn't let her. He picked her up and carried her the whole 3 measures, telling her to keep her mouth shut when she began a protest. She looked back once over her shoulder at her brother, who stood alone and rigid and staring at Sinead's bowed head. Tobin managed to stay awake until Che had tucked her into their bed and made her swallow a cup of wine. After the day's fasting and the events of the night, the wine hit her like a fist to the jaw. The next she knew, it was morning, and he was still at her side. The dark stubble of his beard scratched her cheek as he caught her fiercely against him. "You scared me to death, you silly bitch," he growled. She snuggled into his arms, rightly interpreting this as proof of his love, then kissed his neck and pulled away. "I'm quite all right now. Have you been awake all night?" He placed her back on the pillows as if she was made of Pyrenees crystal. "You stopped breathing out there, you know, so I kept count while you were sleeping." She bit her lip, then managed, "I'm sorry, love." "You ought to be. Turn over and go back to sleep." "I can't. I have to talk to Sinead before Rohan does, and especially before Andrade gets the chance to shout at her. It really wasn't her fault, you know." "I don't know anything of the kind." He was frowning. "Che," Tobin sighed impatiently. "Does she seem like the kind of person who'd be so careless? Or, to put it another way, would Andrade have chosen her for Rohan if she was? I know what I experienced last night. I want her to explain exactly what happened, that's all. We both have to know." "I can't argue about that." She hesitated, then plucked at his sleeve. "Does it matter to you that I've turned out to be—" "What matters to me is that you're still safe, and it hasn't been proven that you're Ferrari. I'll get a servant to go find the girl." He rose and went to the door, then turned. "But if anything like this ever happens again—" "It won't," she promised, but did not think it wise to tell him just yet that it would be because Sinead was to teach her the uses of her gifts. The Sunrunner arrived within moments of the summons, as if she had been waiting for it, or fearing it. She wore the same gray gown of the previous night, though the veil was gone. By the sand clinging to the material below the knees and the harsh circles beneath her eyes, Tobin knew she had not slept and probably had not even lain down on her bed. Sinead bowed deeply,
sat down in a chair near the bed when invited to, but would not look at either of them. "There's nothing to forgive," Tobin began. "It was an accident, if I understand correctly what happened."
"I wish somebody'd explain it to me,"
Che muttered. Sinead stared at her tightly laced fingers. "Some days ago, Lady Andrade communicated with me on the sunlight, back at Goddess Keep, my lord. Princess Tobin was part of that sunrunning, and I learned Her Highness's colours."
"My wife is not a Ferrari," Che said.
Tobin shrugged. "Do you remember the only time you ever took me sailing? I was sick the instant I stepped into the skiff."
"That was because you were pregnant and we didn't know it yet," he replied stubbornly.
"No, love," she said gently. "That wasn't the reason." He glared at her, then at Sinead's bowed head.
"All right," he said at length. "Tell me what happened."
"I'm unfit to wear my rings," Sinead murmured. "The prince was right." "It was not your fault, and my brother is a fool," Tobin said. "And Andrade should have known I'd be caught up in it."
"Not even she knows everything," Che observed.
"But she's always known I have the gifts." Tobin watched his eyes for a moment, then turned to Sinead again. "It was indescribable, Sinead. I've never seen or felt such beauty in my life. You sensed what we were doing and wanted to be part of it, Your Highness. But you were never trained. Because we touched each other before, you recognized my colours and I yours. It's very hard to explain, my lord," she went on finally, looking at Che. "Think of it like a Ferranese crystal window, with sunlight and moonlight shining through it. Every person is made of a unique pattern of colours that Faradim can touch. I know it sounds odd, like being able to touch a scent. Faradim learn their own colours very early and keep the patterns in their minds so they can return to their own light."
"And because you and Andrade knew Tobin's colours, you could bring her back. Otherwise, we would have lost her."
"It shouldn't have happened, my lord. I'm sorry." She paused, twisting her hands together in her lap. "I'm sorry," she repeated. "It was beautiful," Tobin said wistfully. "So much light, threading all through itself like a great tapestry of jewels. And the shadows they cast," Sinead added quietly, "were all made up of shadows too."
Che shook his head. "I'm not sure I understand it, but—"
He met Tobin's gaze, and she glanced to the door.
"I don't want any more apologies from you, my lady," he told Sinead as he got to his feet. "It happened, and it's over, and now I think I'll go check on the boys."
He bent over to kiss Tobin and left. Tobin sat up straighter in bed, wishing Sinead would look at her. "Subtle, isn't he?" she said by way of easing the tension. The sunrunner finally met her gaze, a little smile teasing one corner of her mouth. Tobin took a quick survey of her features, seeing passion and stubbornness, intelligence and pride. Rohan just might have met his match as well as his mate, she told herself whimsically. "I'll have to learn some things about being Ferrari. Will you teach me, Sinead?" "If Lady Andrade says I may." "I think she will. She never lets anyone or anything of potential use get away from her. I know my aunt very well. I want to ask you about another thing that happened last night. I sensed someone calling out, someone who wasn't a part of the group here." The sunrunner frowned. "Calling out how?" She thought for a moment. "It was terrible to be torn away from the weaving," she said slowly. "He seemed to understand that. There was such despair in his voice. His. I don't know how I could tell.
but I'm almost positive it was a man."
Sinead rose and walked over to the windows that overlooked the fountain down below in the gardens. "You're more gifted than Lady Andrade suspects. It's not easy to tell sex from a person's colours. Which did you sense?"
"Sapphire, mostly, and something that felt like a black diamond, if such a thing can exist." "Why?
You think in gem tints," Sinead commented, turning to face her. "That's a very ancient way of identifying Faradim. Colour patterns stay the same, but the shadings can change sometimes. Yoreval has a theory that when paler colours grow dark, like this black diamond you sensed, then something has happened to alter a sunrunner's personality. Sometimes it's a reflection of mood." "Do you know who this man might be?" "No, Your Highness, but I'll tell Yoreval about it if you like."
"It was probably just an echo of my own loss. It really was an incredible experience, one I'd like to repeat after you've taught me a few things. Now, before Che gets back, and speaking as woman to woman, what do you think of my brother?"
The unexpected query brought a crimson flush to Sinead's cheeks.
"You know the colours of my thoughts, Your Highness," she said with admirable control. "You should know that, too." "I'm afraid you found out more about me than I did about you. Your sapphires and emeralds and something else besides, but that's not what I'm interested in right now. What do you think of Rohan?"
Her spine stiffened, and her green eyes shifted to the open windows again. Before Tobin could think up a way to put the girl at ease and coax the information out of her, and had she just accused Che of being unsubtle, the door burst open and her sons ran into the bedchamber. She pulled them close for a hug, and when she had settled them beside her on the bed, she saw that Sinead had slipped silently out of the room. Chapter 8. Lady Andrade lingered at Stronghold, long past the date when she had intended to return to Goddess Keep. Some of her reasons were personal, others political. Her duty to her bereaved sister demanded her prolonged stay, and keeping Millar from succumbing to her grief became her chief occupation. She wanted to lend the weight of her presence to the assembly of Rohan's vassals when they arrived for the hatching hunt, and, not incidentally, amuse herself by watching him deal with them. She allowed it to be hinted, rumored, and then reported as fact that she would be honoring the Riala this year by attending, a piece of news sure to irritate Relstra no end and have the other princes on their best behavior. But personal and political aims were combined in her intention not to go home until Rohan and Sinead were firmly married. This had been her goal for years now, and she would see it through. Besides, Sinead's white silences and withdrawal from the daily life of the castle worried her. Rohan was far too busy to worry about Sinead. This was just as well. Sinead worried enough for both of them. The near disaster of the moon-running had shaken her badly. She had lost confidence in her abilities as a Faradi, and if she was to be of any use to Rohan in that capacity, she would have to regain her faith in her own powers. To this end, she asked his permission to study in Stronghold's small but impressive library. The vast majority of the books had been collected by the young prince himself, and the breadth of his interests astounded Sinead. History, geography, agriculture, geology, metallurgy, botany, animal husbandry, he owned at least 3 and often a dozen volumes concerning each, and on many other subjects besides. Sinead spent a long time going through the collection, gaining a feel for the tenor of his mind. But after satisfying herself that he had more formal education than any prince had ever had before him, she ignored the books and used the library instead as a private study. Seated with Urivel at Rohan's long fruitwood desk, she relentlessly questioned, practiced, and reviewed with the older Sunrunner those things she had learned at Goddess Keep. Apart from his position as Andrade's chief steward, he was a teacher of note and had more than earned his 9 rings. He understood her need. He took Sinead through the most basic lessons, guiding her, refining her technique, showing her subtle variations that most Faradim were not taught until they wore at least 7 rings. She called fire, lighting candle after candle until the study was ablaze, then snuffed the wicks out with a single thought. She wove her own complex pattern of colors into the sunlight streaming through the open windows, called air to cool the room during hot afternoons. She reviewed everything taught her over several years of training until she had once again reached the 3rd ring, the level of apprentice sunrunner. But the next step, a fire conjure, proved difficult. The only vision she could produce in the candle flame was Rohan's face. Urivel made no comment on her choice of subject. That was not really a choice, and urged her on to the next level. She rode the sunlight as far as her childhood home of River Run and returned with perfect control. The same night, she wove the thin moonlight into a path leading as far as Goddess Keep, and when she came back, she found Urivel looking at her with a sour smile. "I don't know what you're so worried about," he grumbled. "How many times do I have to tell you that you weren't to blame for what happened to Princess Tobin? Everybody knows that, except you." "I have to be sure of myself," she replied stubbornly. "I have to know exactly what I'm doing." He leaned back in his chair, light from a single candle flickering over his craggy face with its large, beautiful, golden-brown eyes. "Why don't you stay on at Goddess Keep if Sunrunner's rings are what you truly want? You've always been mind-hungry, Sinead, ever since you first came to us. What are you after?" "If I decide to marry Rohan, I won't bring him land or gold or anything else a prince usually marries for. His vassals will be unhappy about that. I have to show them I'm worth their trust and their loyalty, and if it happens that I don't marry him, then I'll have to know how to practice my craft at another court." She shrugged. "I don't belong at Goddess Keep anymore, Urivel." "So what you're really after is a 7th ring, and an 8th. "Yes. Will you teach me?" He spread his hands flat on the table. All but his left ring finger wore gold or silver, most of the circles set with tiny gemstones. "You want dangerous things. Tell me why. And no more stories about marriage either. You may be able to fool Cammy and Ostwell, and perhaps even Andrade, with this nonsense about not being sure, but not me." Sinead took a long time about replying. "When I first came to Goddess Keep, all that mattered was that I wasn't thought of as a freak, or fae, or an outsider in what should have been my own home. My brother's wife made me feel that way, and her servants followed her example. I don't blame her for thinking as she did, Urivel. To her I was strange, and through her I was sent where I belonged, where I could learn. Once I found out what I could become if I worked hard enough, the thought of not learning all I could hurt more than the lessons ever could." "So you want your rings for yourself alone?" "Not completely. For myself and for Rohan. It's not just that I have to make up for my lack of lands and wealth. I have to protect him and all the desert. I owe it to his people if he takes me to wife." Urivel said nothing for some moments. Then quietly he told her, "I will teach you nothing more." Sinead jumped up from her hair and cried out, "But why? What have I done wrong?" "You want your rings for the wrong reasons. Had you considered that a Faradi who is also a princess is another kind of freak, Sinead? Do you think more rings will give you power enough to ignore those who, like your brother's wife, will think you strange, even dangerous? Peace between the princedoms depends on the balance of power between rulers. The Faradim thread that web of power together
Hold it steady."
"Andrade's web," she said furiously. "Andrade, who ordered me to leave Goddess Keep and be Rohan's wife."
"Andrade," he agreed calmly, "whose reasons are many and perhaps not the same as yours."
"Then what does she want? Explain it to me."
He got to his feet. There was pity in his eyes, but his voice was cold as he said,
"Do not order me, Sunrunner. You are not a ruling princess yet." She watched him go, rigid with fury.
What did they want from her? Rohan had commanded her to play a role that hurt her. His cruel remark about her training could still make her flinch, for it implied a lack of trust in the only advantage she could bring him as his wife. Andrade was set on the marriage for reasons she did not trust Sinead to know. Urivel refused to teach her things he did not trust her to use wisely. None of them believed in her, except insofar as she could be useful to them. She ran down the hallways to Urivel's chamber and demanded to be let in. Urivel sat by the windows, gazing at her with quiet compassion. All her anger drained away, and she whispered his name, humiliated when her voice trembled with threatening tears.
"Ah, Sinead," he murmured, and held open his arms to her. She knelt beside him and buried her face against his knee, shaking.
Urivel smoothed her hair, saying nothing until she was calm again, and lifted her face to his.
"Do you understand now? Do you see how difficult it will be for you?"
I see Andrade on one side and the Faradi traditions of the past, and Rohan is on the other, with my future and my heart. But if she doesn't want me to use my gifts on his behalf, why did she command me to come here and be his wife? I don't understand any of this, Urivel. Help me."
"I think she has faith that you'll use your gifts wisely and for everyone's good, not just Rohan's."
"But they'll both use me. I'm not a rope, tied to one end to an ox and the other to a stallion, trying to make them pull and harness together."
"I can guess who you cast in the role of ox," he said, and she couldn't hold back a smile. "There, that's better," he approved. "I'll admit I've likened our dear lady to less flattering animals myself. Sinead, I'd rather see you as leading both those stubborn beasts along, your abilities as the link between them. They can only use you if you allow it, child. You're free to choose."
"Am I? I was born with the Faradi talents, and what I saw in the fire gave me no choice at all."
She sighed and shook her head.
"I'm sorry I yelled at you."
"You should be. Now, go to bed and sleep, and tomorrow night I'll teach you what you want to know."
She gave a start.
"But you said—"
"Yes, and I made you think about a few things, didn't I?"
Sinead got to her feet.
"You're a crafty, stubborn old beast yourself, Urivel. Why do we all let you get away with it?"
"Goddess blessing," he said, smiling. "Off you go now, princess."
She stared at him as he gave her the title, the first person ever to do so. He winked at her and made a shooing motion with his hands.
"You will be, you know. You'd be utterly wasted as anything else."
As the days were measured off before the hatching hunt, neither Sinead nor Urivel was much in evidence around Stronghold. Rohan knew it must be wrong to be so grateful she was busy elsewhere, but in truth he had too much to do to concern himself with her. But each night, when he slid into bed, he dreamed of her beside him, and each morning, when the sun touched his face, he thought, half waking, that it was the caress of her lips. His occasional glimpses of her were always a shock. He had to remind himself that he could not yet call out to her, smile, go to her for a touch or a kiss, behave as if they belonged to each other. He could not even be caught looking at her. He prided himself on control of his expression, but he knew that any glance at Sinead, lasting more than an instant or two, would have his feelings scrawled all over his face. Part of him resented the charade, and part of him resented that she could do this to him. Worse, she was not even aware that she could do it. She seemed as completely unaware of him as he was painfully aware of her. It was maddening, and an excellent lesson in patience. The vassals began to arrive. Instead of spending his days studying prior agreements, his time was taken up with maneuvering them into changes he wanted to make. He had met with all of them before, of course, but those times had seen him at his father's side, recipient of respectful bows but no words of real substance. Now all the honors were his, and all the responsibilities. He had never realized the scope of their demands on Zahava's time. Each manor and keep had its own problems, each lord his own ambitions. Rohan was glad of Tobin's unobtrusive presence during some of the meetings, for her special knowledge as Lady of Radzin Keep gave him subtle guidance regarding some of her husband's fellow Athrim. Che sat in at other times. As Zahava's field commander, he had fought beside all these men, and his knowledge of them was essential. Andrade never attended, but her very absence was surety that all the vassals thought of her. Rohan wondered in amazement how she did it. He listened dutifully to the various wants and needs presented for his consideration. He would be his vassals' representative at the Riala, and what he won for them there would decide their wealth or poverty in the coming 3 years. Their lists included everything from timber for houses and ships to Firenese crystal birthing goblets. One lord requested a score of short-bearded sheep from Gilad to improve his herds. Another wanted a necklace of silver and agates, jewel of seduction, to appease his jealous wife. Rohan listened to them all, without smiling or frowning. Not only was this how his father had always heard their demands, but it was also good practice for his pretense of borderline imbecility at the Riala. Some would think him too foolish to understand what they were saying. Others would believe him imitating his father while thinking up ways to avoid his obligations. Still more would consider him too frightened to show any expression at all. Those reactions suited Rohan perfectly, for now. Privately, for Che's and Tobin's ears alone, he sometimes exploded with mirth at some of the things his vassals said they could not live without. But he knew the extent of their requests was in no way amusing. He had long, hard bargaining sessions ahead of him in ways, and had no intention of wearing himself out now in dickering with his vassals. Father always let them stew while he pretended to consider, Tobin reminisced one evening, as they sat up late over cool wine and a plate of cheese and bread. They did most of the give and take among themselves. Zahava had an economical mind, Chainel added, grinning. If 2 lords with adjacent holdings each wanted a new stud for his mares, he let them argue between themselves who'd get the horse and who'd get free stud service. I can't let them do that anymore, Rohan told them. They don't think I'll get much for them this year anyway, and that's why their demands are so outrageous. If I go asking for a lot, they figure they might get what they really need. If the other princes are kind to the idiot child, he grimaced, what my vassals are offering won't pay for 1/3 of what they're asking, and I'd have to make up the difference. He took a sip of wine, then snorted with laughter. Imagine Lord Basil wants enough Cyrene stone to build a new keep. The giving he proposes from his holding won't pay for the cellars. Isn't there a Prince of Sire among Sinead's ancestors? That might be of some help, you know, Che murmured wickedly, and was ignored. The only thing I can do for now is listen and not make any decisions. That way there won't be any bargains to go back on once I have what I want. Without settled agreements, they'll get restless, Tobin warned. They're already restless. They don't think I have 2 wits to rub together, Besides, they're going to like it even less when they learn I'm going to do away with this triennial song and dance." He laughed as they stared at him. "Think about it for a minute. I'll set up standard agreements with them all. A set amount of their production every year, and no more trying to wheedle extras out of their prints. They tell me what they need, and if I, in my wisdom, decide they really deserve it, they'll get it. This bartering back and forth is damned undignified, and I won't stand for it." He drained his wine cup and held it out to Tobin. She obliged him by pouring more, but her attention was on her husband. Rohan grinned. "Ah, I see my chief vassal is getting nervous," he teased. "Damned right," Che agreed. "You're not making sense. The way things are now, when they want something special, stone for a new keep, for instance, they offer more of their own produce to pay for it. Have you ever noticed how often they fail to deliver? Father would get them what they swore they couldn't live without, and then their mines would produce less than anticipated, or their crops would mysteriously fail, or any number of other things would happen to get them out of having to pay up. Father never worried about it because he was building a princedom and had more important things to do, but it's my job to hold on to what he built and make it prosperous. Che, what I'm proposing is that everyone gives me a fixed amount every year, or I'll send my stewards to find out why, but in return I'll give them more than Father ever did, and on a regular basis." "And if you can't give what you've pledged?" Tobin asked. "Then I'll make up the difference from my own pocket. I want everyone to know exactly where he stands. No more of this bargaining over how many goats or carpets or wine casks." "And if they can't meet their obligations?" she went on warily. "Then add the delinquent amount to next year." He rolled his glass between his hands. "I'm only interested in a steady supply of what I'll need. Tobin, you know how often we've ended up with more of one particular thing than we can use, just because a vassal paid for something with it and Father couldn't trade away the excess at the Riala." She made a face. "I remember the year we ate Lord Basil's blushberries in every conceivable form for an entire summer. I've never been able to look at one since. That's the kind of thing I want to avoid. I decide what I need here at Stronghold per year and arrange with the vassals to supply it. In return, I give them their basic needs that only I can arrange for them. Wool, foodstuffs, building stone, things from the other princedoms. I'll get the precise amounts of what I require, and so will they." "They're likely to get rich, you know," Che commented. "Don't quote Father at me, that a rich man is a danger to his overlord. Father was wrong. A rich vassal is a loyal one, because he needs to protect those riches, and I'm the one who has that responsibility. That's why he keeps me in food and wine, and horses," he added, grinning. "The finest horses, if you please," Che retorted, and laughed back. "Of course," Rohan agreed. "Your pardon, my Lord of Radzon, but you see that my way, everybody wins. We all get what we need, and they get used to the idea that what they receive comes from me. I'm the only one who can represent them at Ways, and I'm also the only one who can protect their lands." "Does the agreement stay the same during war?" "I'll pay for what I take, Che, and that's the difference between Father and me. He was busy securing the borders and had the right to demand what he needed to do it, but I want to build a different kind of security, and I can't do it the way Father did." "Are you calling Zahava a thief?" Che asked, gray eyes dancing. "The finest kind of thief," Rohan said, straight-faced. "Rohan!" Tobin's fist connected with his arm, and he winced. "Oh, stop it. You've long since healed, and it was the other arm in any case. How dare you say Father stole from the vassals?" "Well, he did. In a good cause, naturally, but what else do you call taking without paying?" "He repaid them in security, as you yourself pointed out."
but they were poorer in the only ways they understand: money, horses, and food. She scowled at him. So, you don't like haggling, and this is why. I think you're going to change too much too quickly. But I have another question. What about Sinead? Che gave a soft whistle and sat back, hands lifted in surrender. Leave me out of this one. By some miracle, Rohan kept his color and met his sister's gaze levelly. She fits in where and if it pleases me. Don't you dare, she warned. You've avoided the subject, not to mention her, for half the summer, and I'm tired of it. The poor girl hasn't been seen by anyone for more than a moment since she got here. She won't talk to anybody, and she looks dreadfully unhappy. She's too fine for whatever game you're playing, Rohan. If she's so fine a lady, then she's wrong for me, he said bluntly. I'm not looking for a victim, Tobin. I need a wife and a princess. I want what you and Che have. How could I watch you for all these years and not want the same thing for myself? But if we can't trust each other the way you and Che do, then I'll have to find someone else. She hasn't decided about me either, now that you mention it. Have you even talked with her? Sweet goddess, Rohan, do you know what she thinks or how she feels?
Tobin, Che said softly, leave be.
She's probably terrified of coming into the hall for fear you'll snub her again. She has her pride, Rohan,
and so do I, he reminded her pointedly. I'm not going to be seen running after some fool of a woman who can't make up her mind about me. He set his wineglass aside and rose. It's late, and I've got a lot to do tomorrow.
This discussion is nowhere near finished, his sister raged.
Let be, Che said, more firmly this time. She glared at them both.
Oh, get out, then. If you're not going to tell me anything, then I refuse to let you stay here and enjoy it.
But it's more fun than I've had all summer, he replied innocently, then backed off. Che, grab her before she murders me. Grab her. I'll help her. Rohan beat a hasty retreat from their chambers, laughing. But he did not seek his bed. He ran quickly down the privy stairs to the gardens and strode the gravel paths to the pond. The fountain had not played since his father's death. Millar could not bear to look out from her rooms onto the sparkling display she had created for her husband's pleasure. Rohan bent, scooped up water to splash on his face, then sat on a bench to wait for Sinead. It had been quite a while since they had met like this. Walvis had brought back replies that the lady was too tired, too busy, or unable to get away in secret. A respectful apology was always appended to these refusals, but Rohan had had enough. That afternoon, he had sent Walvis to her chamber during the worst of the heat, when anyone with any sense simply collapsed in private to endure somehow until evening. The message had been brief and specific. His Grace the Prince Rohan required Lady Sinead to attend him at midnight near the pond. Rohan had wondered if she'd dare refuse this time too, but she had not, and he had been in a slow fever of impatience all day, longing to see her alone again. He looked around him at the signs of aging summer. Grass that had put up a brave fight but was now dry and yellowing, ripening fruit on nearby trees. The hatching hunt neared as summer wore on, and Rohan had no need to play the indecisive prince on that score. He really had no idea what he would do when the day came. He had been on one such foray and been sickened by the slaughter of hatchling dragons as they emerged from caves into the sunlight, but it was expected that he attend and applaud the carnage and do a great deal of the killing himself. His father always had, and his father before him. He turned his face up to the star-dappled sky, wondering how soon it would be before the she-dragons left their sentinel posts at Riven Rock. They were the reason no one could approach the caves and break through the walls to get at the eggs. But once the females were gone, It would be only a few days before the eggs hatched, and everyone considered killing dragons a wonderful sport. Rohan got to his feet and began to pace restlessly, helpless to find his way out of countenancing the slaughter for another year.
"You require me to attend you," a furious voice hissed in the darkness, and he jumped. Sinead appeared out of nowhere, quivering with anger. "I had not been informed that I was to be numbered among your servants, my lord prince."
Well used to the rages of the other 2 women in his life, he was able to meet Sinead's fury calmly, even with a certain amusement.
"I asked politely, and you never came. I thought an order would bring you out of hiding, if only to shout at me. How dare you command me as if you owned me? If you ever send words like that to me again, I'll make sure you're unable to be a husband to any woman, let alone me."
She looked as if she really meant it, something he had never encountered in his mother's or sister's explosions of temper. Evidently there was fury and fury, he mused. He would not make the mistake of judging Sinead by other women again. Still, his own pride demanded a certain kind of response, which he gave in sharp tones.
"When I want to see you, my lady, you'll come, no matter what the method of the summons." "Well, I don't want to see you." "Then why did you come?"
Contrary to all his expectations of infuriated females, she neither shouted at him, slapped his face, nor stormed off. Instead, she gave a little gasp and a muffled giggle.
"You've got me there," she admitted ruefully. "So much for a good rousing fight."
Rohan stared in total bewilderment that intensified as she shrugged and sighed.
"I needed to see you, Rohan. I keep catching glimpses of you in the halls, and you're always so busy and out of reach. I refused before because I didn't want to add to what you're already carrying, with the vassals here and planning for the Riala and all."
He discovered then that the fire could also be sweet as a hearth flame on a chill winter evening.
"Sinead, you're no burden to me. You're the only promise I have for the future."
He slipped his arms loosely around her waist, and she leaned comfortably against him. He smiled as he rubbed his cheek against her hair.
"Thank you. I almost forgive you for what you said about my training. And speaking of that, I've been studying with Urivel. There's so much I need to know, and there's not much time before we leave for Ways."
He was annoyed that his own sense of romance had not been communicated to her. He had no desire to discuss schemes and problems tonight. He wanted to try out all the phrases he'd practiced alone in bed.
"I've been watching what goes on at Stronghold, too," she went on. "I'm not sure I'm going to be any good at being a princess. Cammie's always told me I'm as disorganized as a winter storm, so I've had her give me some lessons, too, except I'm afraid I'm pretty hopeless."
"Cammie? Oh, the dark-faced girl with the gorgeous eyes."
She drew back and made a face at him. "The lesson I don't need, thank you very much, is how to be jealous."
He grinned, realizing he'd found his path to romance of a sort.
"I don't think you'll need any training in that at all."
"If you look too long at any of those princesses, you'll find out how much I know about it," she warned playfully.
"Sinead, even if I'd never met you, there's nothing under the sun or moons that would make me wed one of Relstra's daughters. I want to live to a decrepit old age, and the day I fathered a son on one of them would be the day I could start counting every breath. There wouldn't be many."
Her eyes went wide.
"But, oh, goddess, I hadn't thought of that. Rohan, they might attempt your life. You mustn't go."
He laughed, delighted by her worry.
"Nobody's going to try to kill me, and I have to go. Besides, I'll have my Sunrunner witch there to protect me."
"Don't make fun of me," she snapped. "Once they find out it's me you've chosen, neither of us will be safe." Don't see shadows where there aren't any, and just think of the fun we'll have shocking them. The last night of the Riala, you're going to enter the banquet on my arm, dripping in emeralds. The women will all want to murder you for being so beautiful, and the men will want to have me gelded, and—" She gave a snort of mingled laughter and irritation. "All right, then, if it'll make you happy. I'll wear something cut from here to there and back again, and try not to fall out of it. But had you seriously considered how many enemies you'll make with this game? When those princesses do marry, they'll remember the insult and try to turn their husbands against you. My position will be strong and the advantages many for those who cooperate with me, so the influence of their wives will count for nothing." "And my influence as a wife?" He smiled. "Can't you answer that question for yourself yet? Or won't you believe me until you're standing by my side in your shocking dress and emeralds?" "You have an answer for everything, don't you? But you know what I meant. Am I going to be a part of your life outside your bedroom?" she asked bluntly. "I'm going to work you like a slave," he promised, smiling. "Stronghold runs itself, so don't bother with learning that kind of thing. What I'll need you for is to help me with running a whole princedom. My father let things happen. I intend for us to make things happen." Sinead nodded thoughtfully. "You're serious about that, aren't you? I've read through your books, you know, and all the little notations you put in the margins." She laughed up at him suddenly. "And the rude comments about your tutors as well." "I was very young," he began, "and shouldn't have known such words at that tender age," she interrupted. "I must say, though, some of it was very creative. If you quote me an example, I'll—" "Threats." He tightened his embrace. "A prince never threatens. He just promises." "Ah," she nodded sagely. "Promise away, my prince. I'm terrified." Rohan gave up and laughed. "I can tell." He paused, then more gravely, "Will you come with me on the hatching hunt? Not openly, of course, but we can arrange some time alone. I want to show you Riven Rock." "Where you killed your one and only and ever dragon?" "Yes, I'd like that." "I think I'll need you to be there," he said slowly, and bent his head. "The slaughter's horrible, Sinead. I'll spare you the sight of that, but I do want to show you the caves. I've always had an odd feeling about the dragons, as if they're more important than anyone realizes. I can't really explain it." "I've seen them in flight. They used to travel over river on north to the Varesh, but they were too high in the sky for me to hear them. This year, we'll listen to their songs together. He broke off and glanced over her shoulder. "Someone's coming." They parted as a slight shape appeared in the shadows. Rohan sighed with relief as Walvis, every line of his expressive face showing his embarrassment, slunk forward and bowed deeply. "Your lady mother is asking for you, my lord," the boy murmured. "I'm sorry." "It's all right, Walvis. Thank you for the warning. I'll be up directly." The squire nodded and melted away into the night. Sinead touched Rohan's arm and said, "I'll see you next at the hatchin' hunt." She leaned up to kiss his lips lightly, then hurried away. Rohan left in the opposite direction, his body tingling and his thoughts centered around those hours he would spend alone with her in the desert. So rapt was he in the pleasure of contemplation that he bumped right into his sister. "Well now," Tobin said very sweetly, "and here I thought you were so tired and gone to bed." He wondered wildly how much she had seen or heard. "No, Mother's waiting for me, Tobin." He started past her, but she put a hand on his arm. "No, she isn't. That's only what I told Walvis." "You did what?" "I followed him," she explained with a shrug. "Rohan, I told you I wanted some answers, and you're going to give them to me. Why were you out here alone with Sinead?" As he scowled down at her,
The fingers on his arm tightened, and he was reminded that she was much stronger than her delicate looks indicated. "Tell me. She's in love with you, don't you realize that? What are you using her for?"
"What makes you think she's not using me?"
"Don't start lying to me. You're not very good at it. If she'd wanted to seduce you and force you into marriage, she could have done that a long while ago. Andrade trains her Faradim quite thoroughly." The breath left his body in a rush.
"What?"
he whispered, with no voice at all. Tobin let go of him, gasping softly. "You didn't know?"
"Tell me, now."
He grabbed her arms, both of them, and held tight. Tobin stared up at him, wide-eyed and apprehensive. "Before I married Che, she teased me about not knowing how to best please a man and offered to lend me one of her Faradim to give me the same sort of lessons they receive at Goddess Keep." She explained haltingly that upon receipt of the first ring, Sunrunners spent a night with an unknown lover, so that when they went to the grove the next day, they would no longer be children. "A girl can't see what the woman tree must show her unless she is a woman," Tobin finished. "Rohan, I thought you knew."
"So, our dear aunt runs a whorehouse. How many men do the teaching, sister dear?"
Had touched Sinead, tasted her mouth, held her supple body close, and discovered her secrets.
"Don't be a fool. It's only the once, only one night." "Once? You expect me to believe that?"
"You're only angry because you've never—" She broke off and took a step back from him, frightened now.
"How little you know about me, Tobin,"
he said smoothly. There had been a girl, once, after the victory over the Merida, when he'd been incredibly drunk. She had been an archer from one of the smallest keeps along the coast and had not known who he was. He'd awakened the next day with a ravaging headache and the panicky realization that he had to leave before she found out his identity. The real trouble had been that he had very little clear memory of exactly what had happened between them. He was not entirely ignorant of sexual matters, but he lacked real knowledge, and it galled him.
"Rohan, what else did Andrade forget to mention? Does she honestly believe I'll take used goods to my bed?"
"Rohan, how can you think of Sinead and say such a thing?" He ignored her and strode off, wondering how he could still breathe with dragon claws gripping his chest. Inexperienced, was he? He stifled the impulse to kick something and told himself savagely that there were methods of remedying that situation, and the sooner the better. Chapter 9. Rohan could not have chosen a worse time for it if he'd tried. With family, servants, and vassals watching every move he made, he could not have snuck a mouse into his chambers, let alone a girl. Having worked himself around to the point where he almost didn't care if everyone lined up in the hall to observe his choice of a bedmate, he ran into an unexpected difficulty. Not a single female in Stronghold, with one obvious exception, appealed to him. The pretty ones were too young, married or betrothed, and therefore unapproachable. He was, after all, an honorable man. Besides, the picture of himself as infamous seducer was ludicrous. After rejecting the pretty ones, he tried to interest himself in the plain. At this juncture, his pride rebelled. Why should a prince of his wealth and importance have to settle for some long-nosed, pillow-hipped girl who reeked of onions? Working up enthusiasm for the task would have been impossible. So back to the pretty ones his gaze went, and they lost any charms they might otherwise have held for him when he contrasted them with Sinead. Unsurprisingly, in a man so young, he directed his anger at her. His masculine pride had taken a severe blow, and his sense of humor was incapable of restoring his balance. Rohan cursed his position and his character for landing him in this mess. Production of royal bastards was never a good idea. and he had long ago decided he would never complicate the succession by siring any. Fastidious as well, he had never distributed his favors among the girls at Stronghold, much to their chagrin. To do so now, when everyone knew he would be choosing a wife at the Riala, would be a revolution of character that would make him ridiculous. So, compelled to anticipate a marriage bed where his lack of practical experience would be only too evident to a woman of Sinead's undoubted accomplishments, his temper grew increasingly foul. It did not improve on the late summer afternoon when, moodily staring down at a stack of parchments waiting for his immediate attention, he sensed a strangeness in the air and knew, without knowing how he knew, that the she-dragons had taken flight. He leaned out the window of his private study. Sinead and Urivel were still in possession of the library, and he avoided her like poison, and saw the dark shapes rising in the sky. His heart soared with them, air filling his lungs as if he could call out to them and be heard. But in the next instant, he remembered what their flight meant. The vassals were jubilant that night in the hall. Rohan watched them from the high table, drinking too much wine and pushing his food around on his plate. This would be the last hatching hunt, he vowed. What good was being a prince if one couldn't issue an arbitrary order now and then? He listened to his vassals betting on who would kill the most hatchling dragons, and felt physically ill. Couldn't they understand that something as beautiful as a dragon should be allowed to fly free as the goddess had obviously intended? The next day dawned, cool and splendid. Rohan greeted it with a frown and reluctantly took his position at the head of the hunting party. He could feel stares like thin knives pricking into his back. His vassals were uneasy about him, and his obvious disapproval of their sport made them even more uncomfortable. That he had worked hard to gain their doubts was no comfort. That he had been trapped by tradition into this triennial slaughter infuriated him. The fierce blue of the sky and the dazzling sunlit sand was an insult to his black mood, and he further disgusted himself when he realized his feelings were being communicated to his horse. The stallion shifted restlessly between his thighs, and it took all Rohan's skill to keep the horse calmed down. Johnny and Markin had the honor of riding between their father and their prince at the head of the hunt. The two boys chattered constantly with the excitement of the grown-up game, bouncing in their saddles and driving their ponies to distraction. Johnny pestered Rohan about how many talons and teeth they might collect from the sand, and Markin complained for the 100th time that morning about his father's edict prohibiting them from entering the canyon with the rest of the hunt. Che bore his son's entreaties with the patience of long practice until they spoke just once too often.
"If you won't listen to your father, then take heed of your prince," he snapped. "Don't you remember what he told you last evening?"
Correctly assuming he was being called on to repeat his warning, Rohan said,
"I don't need to remind you, do I, how dangerous this will be. If you two don't mind your horses and hold your tongues, I might begin to regret allowing you to come along at all."
This unexpected sternness from the indulgent uncle they adored silenced both boys for the better part of a measure. At last, Markin slanted a look at Rohan and muttered, "You were much more fun before." Life had been much more fun before, Rohan told himself sourly. He had thought himself fully aware of the problems he would face as a ruling prince, but there were so many others for which he was unprepared and inexperienced. That damned word again, he thought in disgust, and turned in his saddle as one of the vassals called out the sighting of a she-dragon in the sky. Rohan did not look up with the others, though, for his gaze abruptly found Sinead. He felt the muscles of his jaw tighten and faced forward again. But the image of her straight-backed form in brown riding clothes, the coil of bright hair at her nape, and the delicate lines of her cheeks and brow stayed with him, as if burned into his eyes. She would expect him to arrange some time alone for them, and all he could think about was avoiding her. The hunt paused to watch the greenish bronze dragon float lazily on thermals, wings spread to reveal shining black undersides. Che squinted into the glare and murmured, "Oh, but she's a beauty, isn't she? I don't think I've seen that color more than 2 or 3 times before." "Will she attack us?" Johnny asked, both fearing and eager for a fight. "No, she's not interested in us," Rohan replied. The dragon beat powerful wings, changing direction. "There, you see? She's heading for the Varesh. Come on, let's get moving again. I want to reach Riven Rock by noon." But just what he would do when he got there, he had no idea. He only knew he would not kill another dragon. It was obscene, this murder of hatchlings as they emerged into the sunlight for the first time, wings barely dry as they staggered about on unsteady legs. He glanced at Che over the boys' heads. Neither did his brother by marriage have much liking for this unequal contest. But Che had no doubts about the necessity of eradicating the dragons either. Rohan asked himself yet again why he wanted so much to protect these creatures that ravaged lands and herds. He could never come up with a better answer than that they were beautiful and free and a part of the desert. But what better answer was there? He argued with himself. Something within him cried out against their destruction. The vassals would find excellent sport today and brag about the hunt for the next 3 years. Rohan could do nothing but watch in bitter silence and refuse to join in. At the mouth of the canyon, beneath its rocky spire, the hunt paused. Skins of water and wine were broached, and food was brought from saddlebags, guards demoted willy-nilly to squires as they served luncheon. Rohan ate nothing. The holiday atmosphere nauseated him. As the company refreshed itself, Maita and 2 other riders ventured into the canyon and returned to make their report to Rohan. "The she-dragons are indeed gone, my lord," Maita told him. 3 cave walls have been battered down, and the hatchlings are flown, but there are 12 more by my count that are in various stages of being demolished. She glanced at the vassals who had crowded close to hear the news. "Good sport to you, my lords." Rohan's face set in stone, and he gestured wordlessly for Maita to help Che organize the hunt. He would witness this if he must, but he was damned if he'd participate in it. The hunters rode into the canyon laughing, shouting jests and challenges back and forth. Soon they abandoned their mounts to take the slippery, narrow paths on foot, and Maita waited with her detachment of guards in the bright sun, holding the horses. None of the hunters was so foolish as to break down the remaining layers of wall in any of the caves, for beyond was an unknown number of hatching dragons. Though small and unsteady on their feet, they could nevertheless exhale a searing fire. The flames dried and toughened their wings and could crisp human skin right through leather clothes. The trick was to wait until the dragons had torn down most of the wall themselves, and then, when they staggered out into the dazzling sunlight, kill them. Rohan shut his eyes. "Goddess, what do I allow here? They attack our herds, so we kill them. But what about wolves, birds of prey, the monsters in the sea? Aren't dragons part of our world too? How do I justify this? How do I stop it?" "It seems we're alone, my lord," said a soft voice at his side. He flinched. His stallion reacted to the movement and danced delicately over the rocky soil. He reined in and patted the horse's neck soothingly. "Rohan, what's the matter?" Sinead went on. "I hate this," he whispered, staring at the canyon walls so he would not be tempted to look at her. "I've always hated this, but I can't stop it." "If you were any other man, I'll tell you that, as their prince, you could order them as you like." "But I'm too much of a coward to use my power, is that it?" "No, I wasn't going to say that, and you know it. Rohan, Look at me, please." He did so because he could not help doing so. There was nothing but tender concern in her eyes. She loved him. He felt the emotion reaching out to wrap him in strength and light, like a sunrunner's weaving. "What's wrong?" she whispered.
"The day."
He dug his heels into his horse's sides and cantered into Riven Rock, unable to bear the look in Sinead's eyes. He heard another horse following and reined in, but it was Andrade, not Sinead, who rode to his side.
"What have you been telling Sinead?" she demanded.
"Leave me alone."
"Stop behaving like a child. I know how much you hate what's happening here today, but directing your anger at her won't cure anything. Being a prince isn't all it's rumored to be, is it?"
No. He could stop the hunt with a single command. No one would disobey him. He was their prince. The knowledge that he could order anything he pleased frightened him for no good reason he could think of.
"What right do I have?" he burst out suddenly. "Why give me all this power instead of someone else? What makes me so special? Don't tell me it was an accident of birth. It was no accident, and we both know it."
"I've wondered how much you knew about that," she responded calmly. "It wasn't entirely my doing. Oh, I might have pushed Millar towards Zahava, but neither of them needed much pushing." The first high-pitched screams came from the hatchlings as they emerged from the caves and died. There was the smell of blood on the warming breeze. "My father had a man in mind for me," Andrade went on. "I refused. So it was up to Millar. She had the spark but never used it. She passed it to Tobin, and I suspect you'll pass it to your children, strengthened through Sinead. If you're looking for a grander design, Rohan, there isn't one. My father and I wanted the same thing, to see our family powerful. There was more, and he knew it, but something else was of deeper concern to him right now.
"At least you sent my father a maiden, not a Ferrari whore," he said bitterly.
Andrade sucked in a breath.
"You young fool," she breathed. "If that's how you view Sinead, then I wish you much joy of your life with her. She's in your blood now, Rohan. You've made fire between you, and whether you warm yourself at it or let it sear your soul is up to you."
He kicked his horse forward again, and she did not follow. The morning wore on, and the slaughter continued. Sometimes a small, frantic shape would take wing through the canyon, and he rejoiced that at least a few dragons would fly free. There were long periods of near silence as the hunters waited for the dragons to break down the walls. But as more caves opened, the air grew thick with screams and death. One of Rohan's elderly vassals, Abidius of Tuath Castle, climbed down to his horse, the heat too much for him. From his saddle was hung a limp-winged corpse the size of a 4-year-old child.
"Here's one who won't be gobbling down my sheep."
He patted the little body almost fondly. It was a reddish dragon with black underwings.
"I'll cure his hide from my favorite chair and string his claws and teeth from my war standard."
An agony of hate throbbed in Rohan's skull. Hate for this spectacle, and for himself in being ultimately responsible for it. He felt every death cry like a sword in his heart. He could do nothing.
"Rohan!"
He swung around, furious as he recognized Sinead's voice. How long had she been watching him, and how dared she intrude? But the terror on her face swept away his anger. She pointed at the canyon wall, where far above them was a small cave, the ledge narrower than most. Shadows dripped from overhanging rocks, so he could not see whether there were dragon-made walls, but he saw very clearly 2 small figures clinging to the ledge. Johnny and Markin hauled themselves up and stood, looking down into Riven Rock. Rohan yelled to the boys as he jumped down from his stallion, but dragon screams and human shouts echoed too loudly through the canyon for him to be heard. He started climbing, scrabbling for footing on the loose stones, and heard Sinead follow. His gaze on the cavern ledge, he gasped aloud as a flash of light came from the shadows. Sinead's harsh breathing sounded behind him, in time with his own. As they scrambled upward, the boys cried out in fright. He shouted an order for them to find shelter, but the ledge was neither deep nor wide, without large rocks for them to hide behind. If anything happened to the twins, Tobin would murder him, and he would want her to. Rohan struggled to the ledge on all fours. Heaving himself up, he saw Johnny huddled against the face of the cliff, trembling head to foot, as far away from the cave's mouth as it was possible to get without falling into the gorge. Marken was frozen on the stony shelf, staring at a hatchling dragon as small and terrified as he. Rohan knew he would never be able to draw his sword in time to kill the hatchling. The little creature's eyes had kindled, and his lungs expanded in a deep inhalation, teeth gleaming like fine white needles as his jaws opened for a burst of flame that would mean Marken's death. "Marken!" Sinead screamed from behind Rohan. "Get down!" In the next instant, a thin, broad sheet of Sunrunner's fire flared up from the rocks to hover between the dragon and the boy, touching neither. The hatchling reared back, a squeal of alarm leaving his throat along with a blast of fire directed up at the sky. Rohan found purchase on the ledge and hauled himself upright. Ignoring the uncertain footing, he sidestepped Sinead's fire, drew his sword, and slapped the dragon on the backside with the flat of the blade. The hatchling howled with the bruising pain, flapped his wings, and jumped to one side. Too frightened to defend himself against the sword-wielding prince, the dragon scrambled around the flames, beat his small wings with desperate strength, and flew. The fire vanished, and Rohan glanced over his shoulder to find Sinead clambering up onto the ledge, shaking with relief. Marken was trembling too, as Rohan scooped him up into a fierce hug. "Are you all right? Not burned anywhere, Marken? Talk to me." The child shook, until Rohan thought his slight bones would shatter. His arms went around Rohan's neck, and he stammered out, "I'm all right." From the corner of his eye, he saw Sinead rocking the terrified Johnny in her arms. Holding Marken tighter, he said, "You scared me half to death. Do you know you could have been killed?" "We only wanted to see the dragons. I'm sorry," Marken sniffled. "Mother's going to be mad at us." "And then some." "Did you kill the dragon?"
"No, he flew off."
"Good. I'm glad."
The boy drew away and knuckled his eyes.
"He was just a baby. He didn't know we didn't want to hurt him."
Rohan nodded.
"Are your legs working now?"
He set Marken down.
"We'd better get out of here before your dragon's brothers and sisters come to find out what all the fuss is about."
He glanced over at Sinead and Johnny.
"Everything all right?"
"Fine," she replied, setting the boy on his feet. He clung to her wrist with both hands, but his tears had dried. "A bump or two, I think, but it could have been much worse, couldn't it? I hope this teaches you both not to disobey your prince." She arched a brow at each child in turn, and Rohan hid a smile as they looked away, shamefaced.
"Lesson learned, I think," Rohan said. "Come on, let's go back down."
They slid down the loose rocks, much faster than they'd climbed up, and by the time they reached bottom, Chanel was there to meet them. He grabbed one son in each arm, hugged the breath out of them, told them they were ungovernable little terrors who ought to be horsewhipped, then clasped them to his chest again, eyes closed, lips moving in a soundless prayer of thanks. Rohan watched for a moment, then glanced around for Sinead. She had started back up the path, and he ran to catch up with her. "What are you doing?" "You dropped your sword. I was going back up to get it for you." He put a hand to his empty scabbard. "I'll be damned.
I didn't even notice. But I'll go, Sinead. You're not numbered among my servants,"
he added, a tiny smile touching his mouth. Her eyes regained their sparkle. "You promised me some time alone with you, but I didn't know it would take so much effort." Rohan chuckled.
All right, but let me go first. There may be a hatchling or two left up there.
He led the way, muscles protesting this second slippery climb, and when they reached the ledge, he poked his head cautiously over, watching for telltale signs of dragons. There were none. He pulled himself up and turned to help Sinead, but she was already beside him, brushing dirt from her hands as she looked around.
"It's a miracle none of us fell off," she commented, shaking her head. "Do you want some light?"
Without waiting for his answer, she conjured a small flame just inside the mouth of the cave. Rohan smiled, knowing she had guessed his real motive in wanting to come back up here. Maybe she even shared the desire to investigate. He peered into the dimness, but other than shell shards, there was no further evidence of dragons.
"Was there only the one?" she asked. "What about all these other eggs?" "Come inside, and I'll show you."
The little flame lit their way inside, and soon they were standing in the center of the cave. Walls rose in ragged curves to meet high overhead.
There must have been about 12 eggs, but only one of this group was strong enough to survive. But, oh,
she swallowed hard as the light picked out several withered wings and blots of dried blood.
"You mean the one we saw lived because he—"
"Exactly. It's unusual for only one of a clutch to survive, but I suppose this one was pretty ruthless." He shrugged and poked at a shard with the toe of his boot. "They're not so different from us, you know," he mused. "We just wait until we're grown to kill each other off. And it might be said that we consume each other too, if you think about it."
"I'd rather not, thank you." "Well, we need more light."
"Please."
The flame brightened, and now they could see the jagged stones of the walls and the high ceiling, a cave large enough for a she-dragon and her mate. Rohan ran his fingers over the stone.
"A river flowed through here once, ages ago. It carved out the soft stone, but the dragons hollowed out a lot of it too. See where they've been at work with their claws?" He pointed out the marks that had deepened the cave. "They used the debris to make the hatching walls."
"And then the little ones break them down. Those that hatch first do the bulk of the work and exhaust themselves, so they're fairly easy prey for the later ones."
"Very good. We'll make a desert dragon out of you yet."
He crouched down in the sand, scooping up a handful to sift through his fingers. It glistened in the light of Sunrunner's fire.
"It's beautiful, isn't it?" Sinead murmured.
"Give me your water skin,"
he said abruptly. She did so, and he pulled the cork out with his teeth. Pouring the contents over his hand, he rubbed the fine sand with his fingers. Shining grains remained in his palm. With a soft exclamation, he emptied his water skin and poured sand into its narrow neck.
"What are you doing?"
Sinead asked, mystified.
"It's not obvious?"
"Rohan, more sand is the very last thing you need."
"Look at it, Sinead, and at the shells."
With a lift of her finger, she conjured the fire higher. By its light, the whole cave sparkled. She picked up a stray shard and examined it.
"It's rugged, where the dragon poked through it with his claws," she said slowly. "But on this side it's smoother, almost as if it had been melted."
To dry and toughen their wings after they're born, they breathe fire. They also breathe it at each other. Roast dragon meat is their first dinner." She gulped. "Go on." "They lose the capability by winter, but look what happens when they breathe fire on their own shells." He plugged the water skin and stirred the shining sand with his fingers. "Rohan," she whispered, "this can't be real gold." He hefted the water skin full of sand. "I'll take this home and do a few experiments. Find out for sure. But do you know what it means if I'm right?"
"You can't let the dragons be killed off, and you certainly can't tell anyone else about this. Every other prince would be marching across your borders within days."
"Do I look that stupid?" He rose to his feet, grinning.
Sinead laughed. "You look like someone who's just found his heart's desire. I had no idea you were so greedy.
Oh, but I am.
Lightheaded with his discovery and its possibilities, he laughed back.
And I found my heart's desire at the beginning of summer, as filthy and sweaty as she is right now.
The things you'll say to seduce me, she chided playfully. All the effervescent excitement died.
And you know all about seductions, don't you? Who was it for you, Sinead?
She blinked. What?
Who was it? He demanded. The man who taught you?
I don't know. I never wanted to know. What difference does it make?
What did he do? Wear a robe and a mask to bed? Never say a word, so you wouldn't recognize his voice? Did you expect me to welcome the idea that you've been with other men?
Her green eyes lit with fury, and her conjured fire leaped in response.
Do you expect me to be ashamed? It's something that happened and doesn't have anything to do with us.
How many, Sinead? She gasped.
How dare you? You have no right to ask me that, as if every man at Goddess Keep had been through my bed. I never asked you about your women, did I?
He was so startled, he almost forgot to be angry.
What are you talking about? Don't you think I've wondered how many of the women at Stronghold have been in your bed? She spat. Neither your hands nor your mouth are exactly virginal. It was one night, part of my training as a sunrunner, that happened before I'd ever seen you in the fire.
She took a step closer, glaring at him.
Did you think I'd try to father another man's child on you? Is that the real reason you're waiting so long before marrying me? How dare you ask how many? How many has it been for you? But I promise you now, my Lord Prince, there'll be no other women once you become mine. I may have no right to question you about the past, but your future is mine.
She stalked out of the cave, and the fire vanished with her, leaving Rohan alone and speechless in the dark. He stayed there for some minutes, his adult brain telling him he'd made a fool of himself. But something wiser chuckled softly with satisfaction. The inner laughter continued as he picked his way carefully out into the sunlight. He found his sword, the thing he'd ostensibly come for, and sheathed it, before pausing at the ledge to watch Sinead's swift descent. A little of the laughter escaped. His smile did not fade all during the long ride back to Stronghold. Sinead flung herself across the blue-green bed cover, having just slammed her door in Camigwyn's startled face. She had no desire to attempt an explanation of her refusal to attend the evening's banquet, nor to hear reasons why she should change her mind. Punching an inoffensive pillow into lumps, she spent a great deal of creative energy cursing men in general and Rohan in particular. Stupid, arrogant, thick-skulled, jealous, possessive. A knock on the door interrupted the muttered invectives.
"Go away!"
she shouted, and punched the pillows again. The door opened, and a soft voice that was not Cammy's said, "Perhaps I can help, my dear." Sinead leaped to her feet, crimson as she made her bow to Princess Malar. She had spoken only once to Rohan's mother, formal words in company with the other recently arrived Faradim, and there could be no reason for this visit that Sinead could think of, unless Andrade had been talking. She gulped as the princess smiled and seated herself in a chair. "I'm glad we're going to have this little talk," the princess said with a disarming smile. "I've been waiting for the right moment, but we've all been so busy." She gestured to the other chair. "Please, unless you'd prefer I came back another time." Sinead sat down, unable to say a word. "Now we can be comfortable while we discuss things. I was about your age when I came here to marry Rohan's father, you know. What a difficult man he was. Nearly as bad as his son, if you want the truth. It's a strange place, the desert, and its rulers take as much adjusting to as its climate. When I arrived here, Stronghold was in a terrible state, without a comfort to be had. Can you imagine? The only table in the great hall was Zahaba's, and everyone else had to stand while they ate. But I changed all that, and I changed Zahava as well." She went on in this vein for some time, while Sinead wondered wildly what she was leading up to. But during the princess's seemingly aimless chatter, the tension gradually seeped from her. Millar was as crafty as Andrade in her own way. Sinead smiled. The princess noticed at once and interrupted herself in the middle of a sentence about the gardens. "That's better. You see, you needn't be frightened of anything here, especially not of me, certainly not of tonight's banquet." "I'm not frightened, Your Highness," Sinead told her. "Only a fool." "That makes you a perfect match for my son," Millar said dryly. "But we're all a little foolish at times, aren't we? My sister seems to think I've made a career of it. You mustn't worry about any little misunderstandings between you and Rohan. I had plenty with his father. Oh, the names we used to call each other. You really must appear tonight, you know. We want to thank you in public for saving Johnny and Markin. Don't worry about what to wear. I've taken care of that. You'll come and enjoy yourself, won't you? Please say you will." The blue eyes were so artlessly appealing that it was impossible to refuse. If Rohan ever looked at her this way, she'd be helpless. And she told herself with a twinge of annoyance that she already was, like it or not. At the moment, she liked it not at all. She nodded slowly, and Princess Millar clapped her hands together in delight. "Oh, splendid! I'll send the dress to you at once, and one of my maids will do your hair. I think you'll approve of the gown," she finished with a happy smile, rising with a rustle of gray skirts and a wash of rose scent. "I'm positive my son will." "Your Highness, it's very kind of you to go to so much trouble for me, but I think I should tell you something about myself and your son and—" "Oh, my dear," Princess Millar laughed. "There isn't anything important you can tell me that I don't already know, and it's no trouble at all to arrange suitable clothes for you. When you return from Ways, I'll have filled a whole wardrobe. Women in our position have certain obligations, you know. Your friend Camiguin understands them quite well. I do like her very much, Sinead, but as I was saying about obligations, I hope you won't find them too tedious. There are compensations, even when our men are being difficult." Sinead watched the door close behind the princess, dazedly wondering if there was anyone left at Stronghold who did not believe Rohan would marry her. Was the secret such common knowledge that they would never be able to pull off his plan? The maid arrived some time later, bowed low enough to indicate that she considered Sinead a princess already, and said, "Good evening, my lady. I'll just spread the gown on the bed, and we'll take care of your bath before we start on your hair. Her Highness says not to worry if you're a little late, because it's the perfect night for making an entrance. If you're ready, my lady, then we can begin." Sinead began to suspect that Andrade and Camiguin had a hand in influencing the prevailing attitude here. They probably felt that if everyone behaved as if Sinead was Rohan's acknowledged bride, he would be pushed into an admission of it in public. She doubted they fully understood his stubbornness. Sinead herself was of 2, perhaps 3 minds about the future. She wanted Rohan. She wanted his schemes to succeed, for she knew that their life together in peace might depend on concessions he could gain from the High Prince at the Riala. The charade was necessary, but she also resented Andrade's meddling in her fate, and her encounter with Rohan had given her some angry second thoughts about him. The maid gossiped away, and Sinead learned something interesting. Mindless chatter was a very good thing when one wanted to avoid listening to one's own thoughts. "Where is he?" Millar pleated her napkin atop her plate and glanced yet again down the length of the great hall. "If I knew, I'd find him and drag him here by his nose," Andrade snapped. She was tired after the long ride in the heat, and wanted nothing so much as her dinner. But the vassals and guests would touch neither a morsel of food nor a drop of wine until their prince finally decided to grace the high table with his presence. He was not fool enough to be hiding, although from the expression in Sinead's eyes during the ride back from Rivenrock, hiding would seem the wisest course until her temper cooled. Andrade could make a shrewd guess about the words that had passed between them. She shifted in her chair, the cushion beneath her doing little to ease the soreness of too many hours in the saddle. The rest of the company was growing nervous, eyeing the main doors. Andrade took mental inventory, matching each vassal to his battle flag draped high above the torches, which were themselves set high enough to give off light, but not too much heat in this perpetually warm room. At the end of the hall, huge double doors stood wide open, as did the windows on either side of them and along the outer wall, to admit any breeze that might stray in to cool the diners. But the banners moved only fitfully, and the torch flames were steady and smokeless. Andrade licked her dry lips and pushed a lock of hair from her neck, cursing her nephew's lateness. All at once, her eyes popped as Rohan strode through into the hall. He walked the long aisle between the tables with the ease and authority of absolute ownership, dressed in black and silver, his golden hair gleaming as if it had been polished. Andrade choked on a giggle completely unsuited to her age and rank. The entrance was pure Zahava, son of the dragon, and she forgave him her discomfort for the amusement of seeing him dazzle everyone in the room. An open-necked shirt that clung to his body was tucked into snug black trousers. Silver embroidery winked from his throat, wrists, and the tops of his high black boots. 2 rings, one topaz, one emerald, shone from his fingers, and a single fat onyx swung near the angle of his jaw from a silver clasp that circled his ear. The effect was perfect, and not intended solely to impress his vassals. Rohan paused to make his bow to his mother. The 2 halves of the high table had been pushed apart so that Malar sat on one side of the division and Rohan on the other. He took his seat next to Andrade, and as Walvis came forward to pour his wine, the feast began at last. Andrade looked him over and murmured, "Now, what is all this in aid of, I wonder?" Tobin was frankly staring. "You look wonderful." "Thank you," he said airily. "But, Tobin, I'm surprised at you. Your hands aren't red from spanking your 2 hellions. Che did it for me, and they won't be able to sit down for 2 days. But where's Sinead? I want to thank her." "Isn't she here yet?" he asked, with a casual glance around the hall. "She will be," Millar said. "Now don't embarrass her, Rohan. She's really rather shy, you know. How handsome you look, darling. I'm glad I haven't been sewing my eyes blind to no avail." "You should have had your women do it," he scolded fondly. "Don't be silly. It gave me something to do while Andrade bored me with her stories. Besides, my women are planning how to change the prince's suite for you when you get back." "It sounds as if you're not coming with us," Che said. "I've too much to do here." She dipped delicate fingers into a bowl of scented water held by her squire. "Rohan will want to bring his bride home to rooms suitable for her. And that reminds me, go upstairs and find her, Jerry." The squire hurried off. Conversation stopped for a few moments while everyone pretended not to notice Rohan's blush. Andrade crooked a finger at Walvis. "Set a place at the high table for Lady Sinead, and don't be subtle about it." The boy bowed, his usual wariness of her dissolving into a pert grin. "My lord ordered it earlier, my lady." Andrade winked at him. "Very thoughtful. I approve." She turned to her nephew. "She'll murder you for it, you know." "She should have thought of the official consequences before she saved Johnny and Markin today." His eyes lit with wicked anticipation. "It wouldn't be princely of me not to thank her in public. I still say she'll murder you. That egg hasn't hatched yet. But what do you think of my first portrayal of ruling prince?" He picked up his goblet and struck a pose. She laughed. "Very impressive. I like the jewelry. Don't ever wear more than that, Rohan. Your hair and eyes do it all. There's not a woman in this room who's not drooling over you. But I suspect it's the woman who's not here yet whose eye you want to catch." "Dearest aunt, that egg hasn't even been cracked, so don't anticipate its dragon's flight." Her brows arched. "My, how poetical we've become with our phrasing, my lord prince. Practicing for Relstra or for Sinead?" "The former, of course. Better high-flying phrases than what I'd really like to say to 'em." "Spent days thinking them up, have you?" "Yes." He grimaced, lifted his wine cup to his lips, and stopped in mid-motion. Andrade followed the direction of his gaze, and in the abrupt hush heard Che give a low whistle of admiration. There was much to admire as Sinead made her way across the flagstones to the high table. Quietly attired, without jewels, and with her hair in a simple braid threaded with thin gold ribbons, still she was as regal as a princess dressed in dark green silk, just the color of mossberries in shadow. She looked neither to right nor left, and her movements were a little rigid as she paced up the center aisle, all eyes on her. Walvis started forward to her rescue, but Rohan put a restraining hand on the boy's arm. Andrade nodded to herself. Sinead would have to get used to being stared at, for once she was Rohan's wife, she would often be on public display. The prince got to his feet as the Sunrunner made her bow to him. As she bent her head and her knees, gaze stubbornly directed on the floor, Rohan stepped between the tables and stood at the dais before her. "A moment, my lady," he said as she rose, his voice carrying admirably to the far ends of the hall. The girl's cheeks were crimson as she glanced up wildly, eyes like a startled bird's. Rohan continued, "We wish to thank you formally for your courage today on the hunt. For our sister and her lord, for our lady mother and our aunt, but most especially for ourselves, we thank you. You have kept safe the two young lords who are our heirs until we can get one of our own." Andrade settled back to enjoy the show, fully approving Rohan's words and the furious flash in Sinead's green eyes. Naughty boy to use the royal we to imply their mutual children. Rohan held out one hand to her. Helplessly, she put her fingers in his, and a moment later was wearing the emerald ring. Andrade nearly choked. He had placed it on her left third finger, the one reserved for a 10th Sunrunner's ring and which, for a Ferrari, was never circled by any other. "It is our desire that you wear this as a reminder of the debt we owe you," he said. Pulling Sinead firmly up beside him on the dais, he gave her over to Walvis's escort, and as the squire took her to her place at the high table, Rohan lifted his wine cup. "The Lady Sinead!" he called out. The assembly roared out her name and drank to her health. Sinead looked like someone whose health was in need of a few toasts. Andrade grinned behind her goblet and mused on what methods the girl would use to make Rohan pay for this. He waited until the hall was quiet, then spoke again. "My lords, I've listened carefully to your wants and needs for the lands you hold of me. Your desires are many and varied, but I have never negotiated at a riala before, and I am reluctant to commit myself to promises I may not be able to keep. Therefore I ask that before I leave for Ways in 3 days' time, you choose from among yourselves 3 to accompany and advise me." Andrade stared. Che would be going to the riala as usual, of course, but for lesser lords to accompany their prince was not done. What scheme was the boy hatching now? "My father, Prince Zahava, once told me that the promises of a prince die with him. I do not intend that this shall be the case with me. The vows he made to you in former years are unknown to me, but I do know that he concerned himself first and foremost with the wealth and happiness of his lands. If we are to keep the desert strong and prosperous, we must work together. But it has occurred to me that—" He paused and took a deep breath, not entirely for effect, Andrade saw with narrowed eyes. "You and your families have served me and mine long and well. Yet with the exception of my lord of Radzin Keep, who received the grant on his marriage to my sister, none of you truly own the lands and keeps you administer. Upon my return from the riala, what I propose is this. In autumn, I will travel to each of my holdings, inspect it, allow you to show me its strengths and weaknesses. If all is to satisfaction, I will invest those who show themselves worthy with the privilege Lord Chainel alone now enjoys." Pandemonium. "I hope you know what you're doing," Che shouted to Rohan over the racket. "Darling," Millar said worriedly, "do you think this is wise?
Zahava broke all precedent by gifting Che with Radzin, and it was for the best, of course, but you're out of your mind, Tobin exclaimed.
But Andrade understood. The vassals would be kept busy readying their keeps for Rohan's inspection, and when he returned with whatever he decided they deserved from the Riala negotiations, they would agree to anything in order to have true ownership of their lands. Moreover, Sinead would be accompanying Rohan on this progress, which would afford everyone the chance to get to know her. Lastly, if she read him right, which she believed she did, a war with the Merida was in the offing next spring. People who fought loyally for the prince who ruled them would fight ferociously to protect lands deeded to them by written law in a promise that would not die with this prince. She touched Rohan's arm, and he turned to look at her. "Make them pay for it," she advised. "With enough to support Stronghold every year from now on," he agreed. Andrade nodded her approval. "You give them what they already have, and they pay for the privilege. Very economical, Rohan." He sat down and took a long swallow of wine. "Being a prince is thirsty work," he commented. As the moons rose, wine flowed in torrents, and conversation in the hall never let up for an instant. Andrade relaxed happily into the tumult, appreciating the quality of the entertainment Rohan had given her. It had been years since she'd been in the midst of doings like these, and if he was capable of a show like this at Stronghold, his performance at the Riala would be something prodigious. She could hardly wait. The night was not yet finished with surprises, however. Andrade kept an eye on Sinead, noting that the girl ate and drank almost nothing. Rigidly controlled, she sat with her hands folded in her lap, her lips compressed, her whole demeanor ice in contrast to the fire of her hair. As the dishes were cleared away and steaming pitchers of teas were placed along the tables, Andrade saw that Sinead no longer stared at her hands, but down the long aisle between tables to the main doors. Curious, Andrade glanced that way. Moonlight made hazy rectangles of the tall windows on either side of the entry, cool, silvery light competing with the warmer glow of the torches. But Sinead was not watching the light. Her attention was on someone down at the bottom of the hall. She rose slowly to her feet and glided along the outer aisle next to the window wall behind the diners' backs. Andrade anticipated her course and stiffened as she saw the object of Sinead's stare. The wine steward Andrade had warned Millar about stood in one of the patches of moonlight beside the doors. His pale eyes were glazed over, his face blank, his body frozen in place. She recognized the look of someone being used by a sunrunner as distant eyes and ears. Sinead stood now before the second window, her slender body limned in quicksilver shadows. Andrade got to her feet, but knew it was too late to stop the Ferrati. Coldly, politically, she knew there was no better time for Sinead to demonstrate her usefulness as Rohan's princess. Silence flowed in a slow wave up the hall as people noticed Sinead. She lifted both hands. The emerald spat fire from her finger, and her other rings took on a strange glow. As light gathered between her hands, Andrade shared a gasp with the rest of the hall. But only she and the other Faradim knew that this was a skill Sinead should not have had. In the unlit space before the open doors, a form coalesced, called up by the fire Sinead had woven into the moonlight. The image wavered, steadied, became recognizable. Andrade's fists clenched as she recognized Drelstra. Someone screamed. "Who are you?" Sinead raged at the wine steward, speaking not to him, but to the unknown Ferrati who controlled him. "What else have you seen for your master, the High Prince? Tell me what you plot against my lord, or I'll follow you all the way back to Castle Crag and wrap you in your own shadows." The High Prince's spectre moved. His lips formed words unheard, his hands coming up to grip invisible shoulders. The steward's head lolled back and forth in time to Relstra's movements as he shook the distant Ferrati. "Tell me!" The steward's face was a mask of terror now. "I swear on my soul, you have none. Were you planning to kill him? Tell me." "No, I swear to you." "Hear me, Relstra. Tell him my words, traitor. Tell him I'll see him and his dead if he harms my lord." Andrade grabbed Rohan's arm to prevent him from running to Sinead. He swung on her in a black rage. "No!" she hissed. "Let her be!" Sinead's eyes were wild as she proved herself worthy of her rings, and more, by tangling the other Faradi in light, threatening him with limitless shadows. But it had gone on too long. Andrade sensed the strain of the conjure and the moonweave drag at her own perceptions, and knew Sinead had not the strength to continue much longer. With the skills possessed only by a lady or lord of Goddess Keep, Andrade quickly gathered strands of light, sorting, separating. It was as if she unraveled a fine silk veil made of 1,000 colors, each painted in silver and fire, then rewove them into the unique pattern that was Sinead. Yet the girl fought her off, her strength still formidable as she struggled to keep the link between herself and the Faradi at Castle Crag. It took almost everything Andrade could call up to bend Sinead to her will. All at once, the steward's face turned, and even over the distance between them, Andrade saw someone else looking out of his eyes. Hopeless, desperate, the man cried out in a voice not his own, "My lady, forgive me." She cringed back from that terrible plea and tried to find the pattern of colors that would identify the Sunrunner. But the steward's body arched in a spine-cracking spasm, and he slid to the floor, even as Relstra's ghostly fingers let go of the unseen traitor. Skeins of light tightened around Andrade, then shattered into fragmented colors behind her eyes. She moaned, pressing her aching skull between her hands. A mist of whirling hues concealed Relstra's image. Then, all was gone. "Why did you stop me?" Sinead's voice rang out in furious accusation. Then she swayed, the emerald's fire dying at last, as she sank to the floor in a graceless heap. As Rohan ran to gather her in his arms, Andrade heard someone calling her own name in frantic tones. "Andrade! Andre! Look at me, please!" Eyes aching, she turned to her sister, aware that despite Millar's lack of training, she had felt the backlash of Sinead's power. She clung to her twin's arm. "Millar, get me out of here. I mustn't show weakness." "Urivel!" Millar cried out. Somehow she stayed upright and in control of herself as she left the hall at Urivel's side. Once beyond the doors, however, she sagged against him. Without ceremony, he lifted her in his arms and carried her upstairs to her chambers. She was marginally aware of being propped in bed amid soft pillows. After a long time, she opened her eyes. Urivel sat beside her, waiting, and when she frowned at him, he said, "How much have I taught her?" "Enough, obviously. I knew you'd be wondering." "How much does she know?" Andrade winced as she sat up. "Not everything. Yet. I assume you're not speaking of her Faradi skills." She grunted and sank down again. "You taught her too much." When he only shrugged in reply, she accused, "You always favored her, helped her, taught her, looked after her, and you have not. I should never have sent you to her. You should not have been the one to make her a woman." "Perhaps the same thing could be said of your coming to me the night I became a man. She knows you're using her, just as I knew you'd use me. I was willing to play along, but I don't think Sinead will be as biddable. You heard her tonight. She'll lose sight of her rings, become Rohan's princess first and a Sunrunner second. That's not what I wanted, Urivel." "We always knew there was a risk. But to be fair, I don't think either of us ever suspected her strength." "You taught her too much," she grumbled again. "You care too much about her." "And you care too much about power." Urivel rose and went to pour wine. More calmly, he went on. "She's recovering, as is Tobin. I've got Camiguin with her and Sinead, and Ostval soothing Che and Rohan. Millar ordered the steward's corpse decently taken care of." She sat up again, finding it more agreeable this time as she sipped from the wine cup he handed her.
"How long have you known it was me that night?" "The goddess's spell can reveal as well as conceal," he answered with a small shrug. "What do you plan to do about Sinead?" "Give her a 7th ring, of course. A pity the coffer isn't here, but I'm sure my sister will part with something of her own to mark the occasion. Sinead already received her 7th ring tonight, and somewhat in advance of demonstrating her skills," he reminded her. "Damn Rohan!" She finished the wine. "It's not just the ring that's wrapped around her finger. It's his vassals. I was watching their faces. What you mean is they're frightened of her power lest it be turned against them. Damn them all!" She threw the empty cup across the room. It clattered against the dressing table before rolling on the floor. "Lie back and be still," Urivel ordered. "If you were fully recovered, it would have hit the wall." "What has Relstra done?" she demanded of him. "The usual spies didn't content him. He took one of our own, a Sunrunner." "But against that Sunrunner's will, Andrade, that was a cry from the heart." "What difference does that make? He's a traitor, whoever he is." She gazed up at Urivel for a long moment. "Perhaps it's just as well you taught Sinead so much. She may need it."
Part 2. The Riala. Chapter 10. Rohan had decided to travel in much less state than his father had always done. He felt uncomfortable with the ceremony Zahava had delighted in, and ceremony translated into people who arranged it. Thus the column of attendants and baggage wains stretched a mere half-measure behind him on the road to Ways, and camp was blessedly quick to set up in the evenings. Not that this sped their progress much, but at least he could see the end of the column when he looked back over his shoulder. The dry scrub of the Veer Hills gave way to the summer green of lowlands watered by the Falane River, and they crossed into Meadowlord. The pace slowed, as eyes bred to stark sand feasted on trees and grass and grain. The people were different here than in the desert, too, plump and rosy-faced, lacking sun wrinkles and brown skin. No riders hurried ahead of Rohan with announcements that His Royal Highness would soon grace their humble earth by riding over it, or with commands to clear sheep and cattle out of the way. Rohan enjoyed the delays that gave him a chance to talk with the herdsmen and villagers, who more often than not were unaware that the unprepossessing young man they greeted owned the passing line of horses and wains. He was offered bowls of fresh milk and tree-ripened peaches, shown smiling babies, and given glimpses of blushing maidens whose admiring glances did a great deal for his self-esteem. The group had sorted itself into 3 sections that first day out. Rohan in the lead with his family and their personal retainers, then the Sunrunners, and lastly the baggage carts with servants and guards to protect them. Not that they needed protection in peaceful Meadowlord. If a soldier drew his or her bow, it was to take down a choice bit of game for the night's cookpots. Rohan found the simple pleasure of a long ride in open country a blissful relief from the tensions left behind him at Stronghold and those waiting ahead of him at Ways. No one approached with any problem more serious than where to make camp for the night, and usually one of his family rode at his side. Tobin in particular was excellent company, when she could be parted from her lord. There were always flowers in her hair, picked by Che every morning, and he saved a sprig of whatever he found to wear in his sword belt. With their children at Stronghold in the care of an adoring grandmother, the Lord and Lady of Radzin behaved like young lovers again. Rohan smiled indulgently and imagined himself and Sinead in similar circumstances. She rode with the others of Goddess Keep, and he saw very little of her. Rohan had accomplished his purpose in making sure his vassals knew who she was, but he had not counted on her graphic demonstration of her advantages as a wife. To have singled her out during the journey would have been foolish, even though he knew none of his people would gossip at the Riala about his probable choice of a bride. He watched her from a distance, aching with worry, for her eyes were lackluster and she rode round-shouldered, seeming not to notice the beauty of the country at all. The vassals picked to accompany him also rode with him sometimes. He had been pleased with the results of his maneuver and could not have chosen better himself. Farid of Skybowl was a dry-humored man of middle years who had been selected because he had an uncanny ability to wring profit out of a holding that consisted of rock, water, and nothing else. High in the Veer Hills, Skybowl sat on the slopes of an ancient lake that resembled a round cupful of sky. The keep had been built handspan by slow handspan out of grey stone brought up the sides of the crater, where terraced fields yielded enough to feed a small herd of sheep and not much more. But somehow Lord Farid endured, and even profited from his herd and his small quarry, and rarely asked anything of his prince, other than wine or a little food to tide him through an unusually long winter. Rohan had visited Skybowl as a child, and the sight of so much water in one place had astonished him. Wonder had given way to terror when his father had picked him up and tossed him into the shallows. Zahava had jumped in a few moments later to make sure his heir did not drown, while he learned perforce to swim. Lord Farid, however, had taken Zahava to task for scaring Rohan, and in the days that followed had taken the boy out to demonstrate the finer points of the art of staying afloat. Rohan had overcome his fear of water and even regretted leaving Skybowl, and had never forgotten Farid's defense of him. The second vassal chosen was Eltanin, who ruled Tiglath, a walled northern city formerly held by the Merida. Eltanin was a young man and had inherited from his father only a few years earlier, and his eagerness to attend the Riala was augmented by his hopes of finding a wife there. Rohan liked him, and in their conversations Eltanin shyly admitted that he could understand exactly how Rohan felt about being an inexperienced young man in an important position. Rohan was not completely happy about the third choice, but he hoped to use Basil of Filane Lowland to advantage. The Athri's new keep was his sole concern, which in some ways made him the perfect advocate for the other lords. Stone for his castle was far down on everyone's list of priorities, so he would fight tooth and claw for the other lords' wants in the hope that Rohan would eventually get around to haggling for his Cyrene stone. The young prince marveled at the odd logic of his vassals in sending Basil, but it made sense of a sort. At least they hadn't saddled him with Abidius of Tuath Castle. The journey was a miracle of organization, especially as there were nearly 100 people to oversee. Princess Malar's chamberlain had stayed at Stronghold to help with remodeling chambers for Rohan's use, and the loss of his nervous fluttering was a blessing. Rohan had expected Urivel, as Andrade's chief steward, to take official charge, but instead the duty had fallen to Ostval and Camiguin. The young woman was a wellspring of capability and firmness, and her chosen was a man of tact and good humor. Between them they provided meals that were both delicious and on time, efficient organization of the camp, and strict supervision of everything. Rohan mused about persuading Andrade to part with them. His mother's chamberlain would drive him utterly mad if they dealt with each other on a daily basis, and Sinead had admitted a total lack of the talents Camiguin had long since mastered. Besides, she would like having her friends with her at Stronghold. Accordingly, on the fourth afternoon of the journey, Rohan instructed Walvis to bring Ostval up from his usual place with the Faradim. Respectful but not obsequious in manner, with an open, cheerful smile, Ostval spoke to him not as underling to prince, which would have made Rohan uneasy, but as knight to lord. The difference was one Rohan appreciated more and more as time went by, and his new power set him apart. "I wanted to thank you for keeping this menagerie in line on the trip," Rohan began. "Thank you, my lord, but it's not really so difficult, not with my Camiguin ordering everyone around."
Please compliment your lady for me. Do you plan to marry soon? Well, my lord, she comes of a very good family up in Fyron, as you can tell by the colour of her skin and those eyes of hers. Yes, those eyes, Rohan murmured, and Ostvald smiled at the compliment. I'll confess, my lord, the minute I saw them, he shrugged and gave a comical wince. And we weren't more than 15, either of us. Her people aren't as high-born as some of Sinead's, but certainly they're more exalted than my family. I told her long ago that until I could offer her the chief steward of Goddess Keep for her husband, I wouldn't offer her anything. I'm sure it wouldn't matter to her, but pride makes us do odd things, doesn't it? He added with a rueful smile. Doesn't it just? Ostvald agreed, sighing. But I expect I'll give in soon. She's persuasive, is my Cammy, and I get persuaded nightly. Rohan blinked at this casual reference to their intimate life. Che and Tobin had never made any secret that they expressed their love for each other frequently in bed, but they were married people, not just betrothed. I'm not Ferrari-trained, Ostvald went on, but that makes me even luckier that she chose me, my lord. Sunrunners know what's what when it comes to that sort of thing. So I've been told, Rohan murmured. Lust she could have had with a dozen other men, but for her, love comes only with me, Ostvald said with shy pride. And it's no timid, frightened girl I find waiting for me either. He laughed. That's what makes her so damned persuasive. Rohan chuckled. It doesn't seem so terrible a problem, you know. That's the beauty of a woman, my lord. The predicaments they land you in are always the most exquisite ones. Of all the predicaments waiting for me at the Riala, the women will provide the most interesting ones, although I'd hardly call them exquisite, Rohan admitted. Ostvald's smile vanished. Just so, my lord, he said colourlessly. If you'll excuse me, I should be seeing to the baggage train. They're falling a little behind. He gave a brief nod and wheeled his horse around. Rohan regretted the loss of easy warmth with a man he was sure could become a good friend in time. But having begun the charade, he had to keep on with it. On the 8th day, they crossed the Falain, by bridge, to the profound relief of the Faradim. They bore the teasing of their less vulnerable companions with good grace, caring for nothing so long as they were allowed to ride over the bridge instead of rafting the river. Rohan called a halt early that day and had Ostvald set up the tents for the first time on the journey. Carpets and furnishings were not brought out, for it was only necessary to find out what sort of arrangements would work best at the Riala. The size of the encampment proved formidable. Rohan's tent was the largest, a silken thing of blue, silver, and gold that Zahava had ordered for this Riala. The pavilion would be useless in the desert itself, where shelters had to blend into the colors of the sand. But Rohan had to admire the proportions of it as he wandered around inside, finding that his father had provided for a private area as well as a public one. Rohan and Ostvald toured the encampment, plotting out the exact location of each tent at ways, and despaired of arranging things to the convenience and satisfaction of all until Camigwyn arrived and had all settled in the time it took her to draw a map in the dirt. Rohan kept the pair with him for a time, asking questions about the horses, the food, and the furniture. Although interested in their answers, he was more concerned with observing them. Cami was brisk and decisive, remembered every detail, and kept a mental inventory of everything. She was in her element, and Rohan knew she was the very person to free Sinead of the running of Stronghold. Ostvald was her match in logistics when it came to the horses and guards. Rohan resolved to put his proposal to them once the Riala was over, though at the moment it was nearly impossible to believe that in another 10 or 12 days all this would be finished, and Sinead would be his. He wandered slowly among the tents after they left him, thinking about the future. If only it could all be over now, and he and Sinead could ride back to Stronghold in perfect understanding, hand-fasted and sure of each other.
Plans that had seemed so clever and exciting now only irked him. He kicked at a tent stake, telling himself he was testing its security in the ground, but he had never been very good at lying to himself. "Well, nephew," Andrade said at his side, startling him, "your little entertainment will begin soon. I'm looking forward to it." By the early evening light, she looked tired, her bright hair dusty, and the lines of her face dragging downward. "I hope you sleep better tonight, beneath a tent," he said, concerned for her. "I'll not sleep well until you and Sinead—" She broke off with a shrug. "But I suppose that will have to wait until you're through scheming." "Does it ever stop?" "Not for a prince. I've been waiting for you to ask me what I know about Relstra. He probably knows everything about you through his spies." Her eyes looked haunted, but before he could say anything, she went on coolly. "Although I hope they're only the things you want him to know." Rohan took her arm and they walked through the encampment. "I'm more interested in his daughters." "I'll just bet you are. He's kept them tight in Castle Crag, so I judge them anxious for freedom. Only the legitimate ones will be proposed to you, so you needn't worry about the others." "I'm going to look them all over. The more the merrier." "The dragon among the herd, you mean?" she countered with a smile. "I see more and more of your father in you, Rohan, in your own sweet, ruthless way. Since those girls probably don't have hearts, you won't be breaking anything, but you'll wound their pride, which is more dangerous." "You've taken a hurt to your pride, too," he commented gently. "Have you found out anything about this Ferrari?" "No, but I will," she replied in a grim voice. "Relstra will answer for this. I'll wait until you're through with him. But leave me some pieces. He used your Sunrunner to spy on me. He owes us both. But tell me about his daughters." She did, as much as she knew, and Rohan listened attentively. Nadra was pretty, placid, and malleable. Lenala was stupid. End of report. Ianthe and Pansala were the ones to be wary of. Ianthe is the most beautiful and seems to be the most intelligent, so she'll long since have figured out the advantages of marrying you. I'd be surprised if she doesn't slip into your tent some night. As for Pansala, she's nearly as beautiful and almost as smart as Ianthe, or so I'm told." "By whom?" he asked, knowing she wouldn't answer. "Never you mind. Just have a care to Sinead's feelings. Tobin and I will do what we can to protect her from their spite. Have you decided just how and when you'll end your little comedy?" "I thought I'd see what develops," he answered. "Is that dinner I smell?" "One day soon. You're going to have to give me a straight answer, you know. Yes, that's dinner, and I'm starving. Che and Tobin are coming to my tent for family dinner tonight. You'll do me a favor by joining us to provide some intelligent conversation. I don't know how long I'll be able to stand watching them watch each other." A long time later, as Rohan left his aunt's tent in the dark, he tried to recapture the feeling of freedom he'd had on the journey. Impossible now. Conversation at dinner had revolved around the Riala. Tomorrow they would reach Ways, and the next day the princes would begin their talks. Rohan walked slowly to his own tent and stood outside it for a time, staring moodily at the gilt poles with their stylized dragon heads on top. Ostval had ordered guards set around the royal tent tonight, good practice for the Riala when such would be necessary, and one of them paused in his measured pacing to salute Rohan. "Will you be retiring now, my lord?" "No, not yet." "Very good, my lord." After saluting again, the man continued his rounds. Rohan remembered the last Riala, when he'd been watched far less formally and all the real attention had been on his father. No longer could he go where he pleased. He would be the cynosure of all eyes from now on, his movements watched, his words analyzed, his every gesture commented on. Feeling suddenly stifled, he turned and headed down toward the river. He stood on the shoreline and watched the black water. The moons had not yet risen, and the starlight was feeble between wispy clouds. Up the opposite shore, trees splayed darker shadows, a breeze whispering through them in answer to the low, insistent murmur of the river. Rohan shivered, reacting to the hint of autumn in the air, and rubbed his hands together to warm them. He was not meant for such places, he told himself, places with a careless abundance of water and effortlessly thriving crops and herds. He had been bred to the bone-burning heat of the desert, the harsh winter wind off the long sand that could strip away a man's flesh and bury his skeleton without trace. Yet even dragons sought out softer lands to pick them clean. Rohan shivered again, and not from the chill, before turning to walk back to his tent. The simple shift in position saved his life. A finger's breadth from his ribs, the air suddenly hissed with the sound of a passing knife. He dropped instantly into a crouch, boot knife in his hand, eyes scanning the darkness. A second blade whisked past him, missing his head by a handspan, and he cursed his fair hair that shone even in the moonless night. The nearest cover was 20 paces up the slope. All he could do was become a shadow like any other. A bird sang out, and small animals chittered furiously as a nest was disturbed. Rohan stayed frozen, listening. When the night settled back to silence, and there was nothing to be heard but the river, he blinked the cold sweat of tension from his eyes and got slowly to his feet. Though he presented an easy target now, the night was free of more knives. He waited a moment, then searched the riverbank. A thin hilt was embedded in the mud, angled down as the assassin anticipated Rohan's defensive crouch. He pulled the knife out and ran his fingers down the fine, smooth blade, catching his breath. It was not made of Cunaxan steel, but of glass. He hid the knife with his own inside the top of his boot and returned to his tent. Walvis drowsed in a corner near the lamp. Rohan held the glass knife to the light, unsurprised to see the characteristic notch in the blade that was meant to catch in the victim's flesh when he tried to remove it. The hilt was wrapped in thin strips of brown leather, the blade made of green glass. A tight smile stole across Rohan's face, and he hid the knife deep in his saddlebags where his squire would not find it. So, the Merida wished to warn him, he thought, as he gathered a blanket around him and settled down to sleep. Merida meant gentle knife in the old language, gentle because the sharp glass blades were as quick and deadly as steel, and the Merida had come to power as a guild of assassins renowned for their silence and skill. Rohan's death would have been nice for them, but failing that, the knife had put him on notice that they were near. They wanted him nervous and suspicious, hoping he would make mistakes. Rohan smiled again and stretched beneath the blanket. This new problem, added to all the others, set excitement welling in his blood, eagerness for the coming battles of wits and nerve. If the Merida had meant to frighten him, they had failed. Sinead reined in her horse at the top of the hill, looking down in wonder at the vast encampment. Other princes had arrived early and set up their tents, and Sinead identified them for Cami and Ostval, who had come to inspect the area before the main column of Rohan's suite arrived. "That yellow group over by the woods, that's Prince Salmer of Isil. He's as far away from Prince Volok as he can get. They share their island very unhappily, so they stay away from each other at the Riala. The orange tents are Prince Durakan's. He's going to bake down there, so far from any trees." "Who's been drilling you in this information?" Cami asked. "Yurivil." "Princess Malar? Let's see. Red is Prince Visarion of Grib, that silly pink for Seldine of Jalad, and green for Chale of Asetia. That one's easy, Cami. You remember when he came to visit at Goddess Keep, and the whole place was awash in green uniforms?" She identified the colors and their owners effortlessly, glad now of the princess's instruction. Scarlet, black, leaf green, the turquoise of her own native sire, she knew them all. Conspicuously absent were the High Prince's violet tints, and when his name was left out of her inventory, Ostval gave her a curious glance.
"He makes an entrance?"
"He makes an entrance," she confirmed. "He'll sail down the Falain tomorrow morning with all due ceremony. Looks like a carnival, doesn't it, with all those colors clashing against each other?"
"And people doing the same," Camigwyn observed.
"Especially princesses.
No, I will not be quiet, Sinead. 2 gowns were all you'd allow Princess Malar's women to sew for you, 2, when you'll have to appear at 5 times that many functions."
She turned in her saddle, eyes flashing.
"How long have we been friends? Don't you know how much I want your happiness? Why won't you do anything to secure it?"
"After he's had a good look at the princesses, I'll know that if he chooses me, it'll be because he really wants me."
"To hell with the princesses!"
Camigwyn exploded.
"The others are almost here," Ostval interrupted. "We'll have to find a good place to set up camp. Fight with her later, Cammy. We've got work to do." "How can I fight with her when she doesn't care?"
But she followed Ostval down the hill, leaving Sinead to stare down at the gaudy camp, biting her lip. By evening, the desert contingent was established in blue tents. Having done her part at Camigwyn's direction, Sinead slipped away to explore. The Riala would officially begin tomorrow with the High Prince's arrival, and she would have to become Rohan's extra eyes, ears, and tongue. She must behave as if she did not want him, conduct herself with silent modesty in public and private, and try to ignore a growing desire to flay the royal daughters until their skin was in ribbons. But something more serious worried her, and that was the sunrunner Relstra had somehow corrupted. Andrade had questioned her during the journey, but Sinead had been unable to supply many details. She was certain, however, that whoever it was had also been there the night Princess Tobin had been ensnared in the moonrunning. It was a pity she did not know how to identify and seek out this renegade Faradi and help him. Sinead's heart cringed every time she recalled his despairing plea to be forgiven. As the sun went down, lights were lit within the tents, making huge colored lanterns of them. Sinead paused in her walk through the camps, unchallenged because of her rings, and watched the shadow shows given by people unaware that their movements could be seen against the light. One expanse of scarlet silk showed her a man and woman locked in an embrace. Laughter sounded, and the light was abruptly extinguished. Farther along, a turquoise tent showed one man gesturing angrily at another. The latter's defiant posture slowly wore down until he fell to his knees with head bowed. Sinead wondered what might be seen on other nights, especially against the blue walls of Rohan's tent. She returned to the desert camp and sat down on a small stool outside the tent she would share with Camigwyn and 3 other Faradi women. A brazier filled with glowing coals was before her, and she gestured them into flame with a wave of her hand. The motion brought a quick spark from the emerald on her finger. Both hands out in front of her, she stared at her rings. 8 of them now, but only 7 earned in the Faradi manner. She still did not know why she had done so dangerous a thing as to weave herself into the distant Faradi's working, or rather, she knew why and feared to admit it. What would she not do for Rohan, she wondered, troubled anew by her response to him. Urivel was right to be wary. She would use her gifts and her skills on Rohan's behalf, no matter what his intentions. Her power, with sun and moonlight, was nothing compared to his power over her. Rebellion stirred, and she told herself she would not become one such as the other Faradi obviously was to Relstra. Yet the man hated his enslavement. Sinead knew that her own would be welcome. Goddess, what a fool her heart had made of her. She glared down at the emerald, which Tobin had informed her had been in the family for nobody knew how long. It was said to be possessed of a magic all its own. Green for her eyes, she thought, damning Rohan again for putting her through the public display. The gold rings caught her attention, and her thoughts turned to the discovery in the hatching cave. If Rohan was correct, then life would change drastically in the desert. With unlimited wealth, he could buy whatever he wanted for himself and his people. He could purchase whole princedoms and their princes, or princesses, she added with a grimace. Everyone had a price. She tried to believe that she did not, that nothing could induce her to betray her training as the other Ferrari had done. But the living refutation suddenly walked into view, arms wide as he stretched. Hot color rose in her cheeks, and she turned her face to the fire. For him, anything. It frightened her. He would never ask, or so she had to believe, but it was bitter to know she would betray anything and anyone for him. Sinead? His footsteps whispered in the damp grass. She held out her hands to the brazier again, gaze fixed on her rings as he crouched beside her. You're up late. You must be tired. It was a long ride, and I'm sure Camiguin didn't spare you a share of the work.
I'm not sleepy.
Nor I. Relstra's arriving tomorrow, and I'm worried.
Surely you know what you're going to do. Her gaze strayed to his fine, sun-browned hands, held near hers as he warmed them at the fire.
More or less, but it all may change when I meet him face to face, one prince to another. What if he sees through me?
If those who love you have their doubts, why worry about a stranger?
Oh, I've been fooling my family for years, he replied, and she knew he had not heard her implication. Sinead, what if I fail? I must have those treaties. Only then can I begin to build a life for us.
If it's what you truly want, you'll find a way to succeed. She heard the platitude and loathed herself for it.
Sinead, please look at me.
Unwillingly, she did so. His face was all gold and fire, his eyes reflecting the flames.
I need you to want this too. Before, it was for myself and the lands my father gave me, but now it's for you as well. The private reasons are just as important as the public ones.
She hesitated, then shrugged. It's been difficult, and it's going to get worse for both of us before it gets any better. What you said to me on the hatching hunt, for instance, I can pretend to be what I'm not, but I can't and wouldn't change the past, even if I could. You have to trust me. He held her gaze in silence for so long that she began to tremble inside with nerves.
Tell me one thing, he said at last.
Yes, she asked, wary.
Tell me you love me.
Sinead looked away from those impossible eyes, unable to speak.
You do, and I know it, but I need to hear you say it, Sinead, and that should tell you everything you need to know about me. Maybe the next days are going to cost us more than we're willing to pay, but I've got to believe it'll be worth it in the end. When it's all finished here, we can go home and love each other in peace. This isn't our beginning yet. That has to wait until we're safely in our own country again, but the life we'll have, Sinead. When I'm able to put my sword away for good, between us we can... Your Highness, someone ventured from beyond the firelight, and Rohan cursed under his breath.
He got to his feet and brushed his fingertips over Sinead's hair as he left her.
Yes, Lord Eltanin, forgive me. I'd forgotten we were to talk. Shall we go to my tent and be comfortable?
The firelight reached for him, unable to give up the touching of his body and hair. Sinead went into her tent, huddled on the bed, and did not sleep. At dawn she rose and dressed in her riding clothes, careful not to awaken the other Faradim. But as she was pulling on her boots, the encampment roused with noises a warrior would have associated with imminent attack. Swords clanged, boots and hooves pounded in the dirt, guards shouted orders. Sinead leaped up and pulled the tent flap aside, astonished by the frantic activity.
What in the name of...
Camiguin, long hair streaming down her back, pressed to Sinead's side.
Why are they all running around shouting at each other? The other sunrunners, startled from sleep, crowded around and speculated among themselves, but no one had any answers until Ostville strode past the tent and called out, "Get dressed, all of you! Hurry!" "Is something wrong?" Cammy asked, bewildered. "That's one way of looking at it," he tossed back, leaving them more confused than before. Cammy pulled on her clothes and followed Sinead outside. They spotted Ostville in the crowd that flowed down to the river. As they reached him, they heard him give a sharp order for the guards to form ranks. "Fasten your tunic, woman! Straight lines now! Look alive, even if you're not awake!" When they were arranged to his satisfaction, he turned, caught sight of the Faradim, and gave an ironic salute. "Good morning, ladies. You're just in time to line the riverbank with the rest of us poor mortals. The High Prince has arrived." "All this for him?" Cammy marveled, gesturing to the bustle around them that was repeated in every other prince's camp. "All this and more, but the desert is not going to present him with the very picture of a rabble in arms," he added sternly to the troops. He snapped out an order, and they marched down the slope to the river. Sinead and Camigwyn followed in their wake, grateful for the path they carved out of the crowd. Upriver, Sinead could see violet sails limp in the motionless morning sunlight. Relstra had not been scheduled to arrive until later, and Sinead suspected he had come early on purpose. Keeping people off balance seemed to be a favorite ploy of Prince's, to judge the breed by her own. The barge rounded a slight bend in the Fillane and drifted majestically toward the dock. Immense, painted white and gold and violet, it could easily hold over 100 people in luxurious comfort. "Well, you look at that!" Camigwyn whispered. A man standing nearby snorted. "Aye, and look at the wary watcher on the prow. Some use dragons, some use monsters horrible as the sea creatures they're put up to scare, but himself's ship changes guardian ladies the way himself changes mistresses. It said the latest is with him, big belly and all." Though Sinead's interest was not in Relstra's mistress but his daughter's, she inspected the magnificent carving. She gave the craftsman full credit for incredible skill and, if the image was accurate, the High Prince's mistress full credit for surpassing beauty. As the barge floated past, figures and then faces were visible on the upper deck. Most of them were women, and the face matching the wary watcher belonged to a lady who was indeed heavily pregnant. The other women were slim and elegant, high-piled hair glittering with jewels, white dresses accented with violet trim. 4 were dark, 1 was blonde, and the 6th had hair the color of tarnishing copper. All of them were beautiful. Relstra himself was even more impressive than his ship. Tall, clad in a white cloak and a violet tunic, he stood at the rails of the upper deck with one hand lifted to greet the crowd. But Sinead, watching closely, saw that his gaze lingered on no one. He seemed to be looking for someone, and Sinead knew who it must be. "And there's himself," the man beside her said, "all dressed up to dine off my own lord and all the rest. His whore looks ready to whelp. May it be yet another girl. The princesses are a fine lot, lovely as Lord Chanel's purest bred fillies, and kicking down their stalls to get at the best stallion, the young Prince Rohan, begging your pardon, ladies, but what I think I say out plain. 17 daughters, would you believe it? You'd think that with as many women as himself has bedded, there'd be at least 1 boy in the litter. But no, the goddess gives as she sees fit, and there's justice in her giving. My own lord now, I'm glad he's happily wed. I wouldn't want one of the royal bitches as my lady, and that's the honest truth, begging your pardon again for my unseemly talk, and in the presence of gentle-bred Faradi ladies like yourselves as well. Come along with me if you want a good view of the show. I'll escort you close, and you'll see my lord and all the others come down to greet himself." "That's very kind of you," Camigwyn told her with her dazzling smile. "Our own escort seems to have abandoned us. Lead on, sir." "Care of a sunrunner brings goddess blessing," he replied, with a wink and a gap-toothed grin. "But the truth is I like being seen in company with pretty women." He made a path for them by shoving others roughly out the way, and to any protests growled only, "Faradim!" Sinead bit back a smile as she realized that, while giving them protection and a good vantage point, he was also using them as the perfect means of getting close to the action himself. They neared the dock, and she searched the throng of highborns for Rohan. The short pier was crammed with nobility. Even Lady Andrade was there, along with Tobin and Che. But of Rohan's blonde head, she saw nothing. High Prince Relstra and his mistress had descended from the upper deck, his daughters trailing along behind. The barge slid smoothly into dock, and trumpeters blew out a fanfare, answered by a stately drumbeat from 8 young men wearing the Way's city lord's garish red and yellow. Sinead's escort pushed through to the very front of the crowd on shore, and she scanned the assembly once again. There was still no sign of Rohan. Surely it was unwise to be late for the High Prince's arrival, and even worse, to miss it altogether. She began to be afraid, for there was no conceivable reason for him to insult Relstra in this fashion. With the first step Relstra took onto the wooden planks, every highborn sank to one knee. Everyone except Lady Andrade, who only bent her head. He gestured graciously for them to rise. Some of them wore respectful faces. Others looked guardedly resentful of the act of homage. Lord Chanel's bright grey eyes were without emotion, but Princess Tobin looked carved of ice in her gown of white and red, her husband's colours. Relstra distributed smiles all around, then turned to Andrade. She smiled with poisonous sweetness visible even at a distance when Relstra presented his mistress to her. Sinead shared a grin with Cammy. "I'd give a lot to listen in," she whispered, and their escort chuckled. A commotion at the steps to the pier turned all heads. "Way! Make way!" a man bellowed. "Move aside for His Royal Highness Prince Rohan!" Sinead clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle giggles. Not that anyone would have heard her in the sudden buzz of speculation and outrage that followed close on this arrogant proclamation of Rohan's presence. He strode up the steps, 2 at a time, tugging at the cuffs of his shirt and running a hand through his hair as if he had dressed in such hurry that he hadn't had time to comb it. A masterpiece of effect, Sinead noted gleefully. He had arrived late on purpose, so he would not have to bend his knee to the High Prince. Andrade had come to the same conclusion, though she was more successful in hiding her amusement. She slanted a look at Tobin, who was red-cheeked and tight-lipped, black eyes snapping with mirth. Chanel prudently hid his grin with a fit of coughing that made it necessary for his hand to cover his lower half of his face. His quicksilver eyes danced merrily as Rohan gave Relstra a short bow that was perfunctory courtesy between princes. In a breathless voice, the young man said, "Pardon, cousin. Today, of all days, I overslept. I didn't hear a single murmur of all the fuss. Can you credit it? Why didn't you warn me, aunt?" he asked plaintively of Andrade, his eyes little boy-wide. "High Prince Relstra must think me the worst kind of scattershell." "Not at all, cousin," Relstra responded smoothly. "I understand that the demands of fatigue on healthy youth are answered only by enough sleep." Rohan bestowed on him his most endearing smile. "My father always said you were generous to a fault, and I'm glad you're generous with my fault." His gaze went to the woman behind Relstra, and his eyes rounded to their largest. Andrade nearly choked. The effort not to laugh brought tears to her eyes. "Are you all right, aunt?" Rohan asked solicitously, without a hint of wicked enjoyment in his eyes. When she nodded helplessly, he turned again to Relstra. "I know it's not polite to stare, but—" He shrugged, sighed, and stared anyway. "It is I who have not been polite. I have failed to introduce you to my daughters. Come forward." Relstra snapped at them over his shoulder. They were presented. Nedra, Lenala, Pansala, and Ianthe as princesses, Gavina and Rusalka by the title of lady. Rohan bent over 6 slender hands and pressed his lips to the insides of 6 braceleted wrists. Nedra openly looked her appreciation of Rohan's golden looks. Lenala simpered. Pansala turned crimson. Ianthe looked Rohan straight in the eye, holding his gaze for a long, bold moment before glancing away. Gavina giggled and protested that he tickled her skin, and Rusalka snatched her fingers away as quickly as she could. "My daughters," Relstra said casually when Rohan had finished saluting them. "The ones old enough to make the journey with me this year."
"And with even more at home," Rohan exclaimed admiringly. "What luck for you, cousin, to live in so fair a garden. My father always said that his daughter was his greatest treasure, and you have 17 of them. Oh, do you know my sister, Princess Tobin, and her lord, Chainel of Radson Keep?" They were introduced. Andrade promised herself a good, long laugh when she had time and privacy to enjoy it. "But you must be weary," Rohan went on to the High Prince, with the sweet solicitude of a young man for one nearing his dotage. "I shouldn't keep you standing here in the hot sun. I look forward to talking with you very soon, cousin, and, may I hope, your charming daughters." The High Prince and his entourage returned to their barge until their tents could be raised and furnished. The other princes and highborns left for their own camps, the welcoming farce over, all points going to Rohan in a game few were yet aware was being played. As Andrade descended the steps of the pier, she caught sight of a pale, intense face crowned by untidy red-gold hair, and lost all amusement at Rohan's performance. Sinead had eyes only for him, and in those eyes was her heart. Chapter 11. A violet sky loomed close and dark, dripped a stinging crystal rain that needled into his flesh. He moaned, covering his face with hands frozen into brittle carved ice, and sucked a deep breath of water-thick air. It hurt, going into his lungs, hurt even more when it choked out of him in a sob. So, it had finally happened, one part of his mind observed. He had taken too much Dranath and was dead. There was a certain peace in the idea, although death was even more painful than life. Perhaps that served him right. He peered through his parted fingers at the sky to see that it formed distinct segments, rising on either side of him, angling up to a point over his head. Not sky at all, only one of Relstra's violet tents. No freezing needles of rain either, merely the lack of Dranath, turning his nerves to pinpoints of agony. Krigos sat up, throbbing head gripped between his hands. Near his bed was a table with a silver wine pitcher. He gulped half the drugged wine directly from the chill container, then fell back with a long shudder of anticipated relief. He had no memory of a journey, but there was only one place he could be. Ways. The tent around him, the voices outside, the scents of crushed grass and the river all confirmed the location. But he ought to have remembered sailing down the Filane from Castle Crag, unless the drug hunger meant he had been deliberately deprived of Dranath, so that the trip over water would incapacitate him. Either that, or he had indeed come close to killing himself on that night he had woven a moonlit path to Stronghold. The last thing he truly remembered was that night, and he wished he did not. Especially did he recall the colors of the Ferrati's mind, lucent and distinctly feminine, fire gold to burn him, river blue to drown him, summer green to seduce his arid mind into the richness of her, and the black anger of fierce protectiveness, implacable condemnation. Forcing himself to reconstruct the scene, he saw again through the wine steward's eyes the assembly of vassals at Stronghold. He had done it before, using the man's eyes and ears to observe for Relstra, but she had caught him at it. He gasped as he looked on her face in memory. Proud features, too strong for conventional beauty, raging green eyes, red gold hair. But more than the sight of her, the memory of her mind's grasp terrified him.
how skillfully she had woven the moonlight into a trap until he had cried out to Lady Andrade and lost control. He paused to calm his racing heartbeats, sank deeper into the drug. He knew the girl's colors now. She might be able to identify his, but who was she? The wine steward had been about his kitchen duties earlier, so Krigo had not seen why she had been placed at the high table. Other Faradim had been seated elsewhere in the great hall. Why had she been singled out? "Awake at last, I see." The sound of Relstra's voice spasmed Krigo to a sitting position. The High Prince stood in the center of the carpet, magnificent in a violet silk tunic, dominating and angry. Krigo stammered out, "My lord, you were unconscious for 2 days, and even when you woke, you made no sense before falling back into your stupor. Tell me what happened that night." "I don't know." He drew bony knees to his chin and wrapped his arm around his legs. "I watched as you bid me. There was a girl." "What girl? What did she look like?" "Green eyes, red hair, a Ferrari." He frowned, bringing the picture into focus again. 7 rings. No, 6, and an emerald not given by Andrade. They don't use jewels much. She was powerful, my lord. She caught me. Her name?" Krigo shook his head. "I don't know." "You've not been gone from Goddess Keep for that many years. She must have been in training before you left. Think, damn you. Tell me her name." Unbidden, there came to mind the image of a red-haired girl, one of the scores of girls at Goddess Keep, and beneath the notice of an arrogant young sunrunner like himself. Yet he remembered her. "Sinead," he whispered. "Sinead," Relstra repeated. "A Ferrari named Sinead. If I can detach her from Andrade—" "The lady is here?" Krigo gasped. "That doesn't concern you." The High Prince approached and glanced down into the half-empty pitcher. "Drink up, Krigo," he said with a cold smile. "After all this time, you need it." The Sunrunner obeyed as Relstra strode from the tent. Andrade was here. Terror gripped him, suddenly and paradoxically replaced by joy. He could ruin the High Prince by revealing that the Ferrari she had thought dead these many years was still alive. The power of it made him laugh softly, and he clutched the knowledge to him like a long-sought lover. But in the next instant he trembled, empty once again of all but the drug. Relstra would never have brought him here if he feared betrayal. Krigo had no power at all over anyone, much less the High Prince. The game, as always, belonged only to Relstra. Tobin kissed her husband good morning to such effect that he tried to pull her back down into their bed with him. When she resisted, laughing, Che opened his eyes, then opened them wider. She was fully dressed, her hair in a cool twist atop her head, and at her belt was a fat leather purse. Che groaned. "Oh, goddess, you're off to make me a pauper again."
"And I'll have a splendid time doing it, too," she teased. "Come on, move your lazy bones. It's well past sunup, and you know that anything I spend at the fair, you'll only win back when you and Akal come in first at the races."
"You spend so much to give me an incentive to win," he glowered.
"How well you know me. Anyway, it's not all ours. Mother sent some for me to spend on Rohan, and he gave me quite a bit to spend as I like, or so he said. But what he really meant is that I'm to buy things for Sinead."
"She's going with you?"
"Of course." Tobin kissed him again. "It seems I'm getting predictable. You're going to get bored with me." She threw his clothes at him on her way out of the tent. Outside in the warm sunlight,
She stretched widely, sneezed away the tickle of unaccustomed scents, and walked over to the Sunrunner's tent, where Sinead and Camiguin were waiting for her. With them was a young Ferrari introduced as Meath. "If it pleases your Highness, I'll escort you today," he said, giving her a bow as elegant as her husband's. "That's very kind of you," Tobin replied sweetly. "You can carry the packages." Meath sighed. "That's exactly what Cammy has in mind, Your Grace." "I'd like it very much if you'd all call me by my name and forget this nonsense of titles," Tobin said as they started off. "Thank you," Camiguin said shyly. "I'm Cammy to my friends, and if Sinead doesn't promise to buy something pretty for herself, I'll tell you what her nickname was as a child." "You wouldn't," Sinead protested, her eyes dancing. "Besides, remember all the things I know about you, and stop worrying, Cammy. I'm going to spend every copper I have. I've never been to a Rial affair. Will it have everything we're told it will, Tobin?" She corrected herself with a smile. "And more," Tobin promised. They joined the line of people waiting to cross the bridge over to the fairground. Just upriver at the dock, the High Prince's barge bobbed gently on the water. Violet sails wrapped tight around the masts. Tobin averted her eyes, determined that political thoughts would not spoil this, the first day of the Riala. "If you would, please keep an eye out for things my sons would like. We have a thriving trade through Radson Port, but I want to find something special for them today." Meath was all for shouldering a path through the crowd to the front of the line, but Tobin explained that today everyone was of a rank with everyone else, to prevent wasting time over silly questions of honor and prestige. Enough of that sort of thing went on at the more formal functions, and it certainly did not belong on a holiday at the fair. As they crossed the bridge, Camiguin gazed straight ahead, her expression grim. Tobin noticed and smiled. "Even the sight of water gets to you, doesn't it? I can't watch the waves break on the cliffs without getting sick. What about you, Sinead?" "You'd never get her to admit it," Meath chuckled. "I was used to it before I left home," she explained. "My father's keep is called River Run, so I've lived waterside all my life." Tobin's brows arched fractionally. River Run was a holding kept in the family of the Princes of Sire. Sinead's blood was better than Tobin had thought. Not that it mattered to her, but a bride with noble connections was better than one without, insofar as the vassals were concerned. She reminded herself to spread the story, and wondered why Rohan or Andrade had not already done so. Meath was indeed cast in the role of packhorse. The fair was a treasure house of goods from all over the continent, and Tobin couldn't buy things fast enough. Camiguin added even more to the load. Needles, embroidery thread, candles, pottery, carved boxes, Pyrenees crystal, painted tin boxes filled with spices for teas. The two women spent recklessly, their packages wrapped and handed to Meath. At first he stowed them away about his person, but soon ran out of pockets. He then acquired a sack with a drawstring top. It quickly filled. He bought another. Whenever Tobin directed a merchant to send a made-to-order item to Prince Rohan's tents, Meath's eyes gleamed with gratitude. Sinead picked over the offered merchandise, but purchased nothing. Toward noon, she treated the others to a delicious snack of fresh spice bread, fruit, cheese, and a small bottle of mossberry wine each. They sat beneath one of the trellises along the river to eat, laughing as Meath speculated whether it was the wooden beams or the flowering vines that held the ancient arches up. Sinead opened the wine, saying, "We make this in my part of Sire. I haven't tasted any of this holding's vintages since I was a little girl." She took a healthy swig, closed her eyes, then swallowed and smiled happily. "Perfect." "Then open mine, quick," Meath implored. "My throat thinks it's back in the desert." They lingered after the meal, enjoying the cool breeze off the river scented with the crimson and blue flowers overhead. Other fairgoers strolled past, and as Tobin returned their greetings, she kept up a running commentary so Sinead could learn about the people she would deal with as Rohan's princess. Not many of the Athrim attended. only the most important ones, or those in high favor with their princes, or the young ones who needed brides, like the desert's own Lord Eltanan. Tobin asked Sinead why her brother was not here, considering his close connection with the Cyrene royal house. The Ferrari snorted. Davi leaves Riverrun once a year to pay his duty to Prince Haldor at High Karat. I think his wife's afraid someone will make off with a grain or two if he's gone more often. She's rather tight-fisted. Lady Whistler, Cammy said acidly, is miserly. You know it's true, Sinead. She begrudged you a dowry, and that's why you were sent to Goddess Keep, and not a single invitation since to visit home, she added to Tobin. I've heard that Riverrun is a beautiful holding, the princess said, while thinking that it really was a very good thing that Sinead had no more ties with Sire. Denied her own home, she would more readily embrace Stronghold and the desert. She rose and brushed off her skirts. I still have to find something for the boys, and Sinead hasn't bought anything except our lunch. Camigwyn poked the prone Meath in the shoulder. Wake up, we're going. Huh? He straightened up from his nap on the grass. Oh, sorry. Lead on, ladies. The old horse has a few good measures left in him yet, but will need to be fed and watered well tonight. Perhaps you can persuade Hildreth to brush you down, Sinead teased, and Meath glowered to cover his blush at the mention of the pretty Ferrati. On their return to the fair, Camigwyn gave a delighted cry at a display of lutes and settled down to bargain for one decorated with white elcuf inlay. Tobin wandered over to the next stall to admire a rainbow of silk ribbons, but was distracted by Sinead's excited call from a booth crammed with toys. She held up a pair of carved wooden knights on horseback, one dressed in a red tunic with a white cloak, the other in the opposite combination of colors. The saddles are real leather, Sinead told her, and look, the cinches really work, and the swords come out of the scabbards, and the knights' heads and arms move. Aren't they wonderful? Each was a full 2 handspans high, the workmanship exquisite. Tobin knew the twins would be wild to own them. And in Che's colors, too. Thank you for finding them, Sinead. Then, eyeing the toy-maker, who was preening himself at the praise, she asked, How much are you going to claim they're worth? While they bargained, Sinead picked up another toy. Tobin watched from a corner of her eye as the girl admired a glazed pottery doll dressed in the height of fashion. Big blue eyes winked from a lovely little face, crowned by hair made of fine silk threads arranged in golden braids. I wish I knew someone who had a little girl, Sinead murmured wistfully. You might, Tobin said, just as softly. A very reasonable price, my lady, the toy-maker said, scenting another sale. The delight of any child, and another dress comes with her too, see? He brought out a box and revealed a gown of pink silk set with chips of crystal. Look how it matches her necklace, he urged. What little lady wouldn't adore a doll like this? If there's no small darling in her cradle now at your keep, look to the time when there will be. Imagine her playing with this little charmer. A smile touched the corners of Sinead's mouth. But before she could speak, she was jostled from behind and nearly dropped the doll. She gave a little gasp and turned, brows slanting down angrily. How clumsy! A sharp voice exclaimed. As Tobin looked around icily, the tone became all oil and honey. Forgive me, cousin. Someone stumbled into us. No damage done, Tobin replied, looking Princess Pansala straight in her wide brown eyes. Cousins? She added, as an insulting afterthought to Pansala and her sister Ianthe. She had met both yesterday on the pier and had disliked them instantly. Either of them married to Rohan was unthinkable. How clever of you to bring your waiting woman to assist you, Ianthe said with a quick glance at Sinead. Sala and I thought only to browse, but we've seen so many lovely things and we're having to carry our packages ourselves. Tobin's spine became a sword blade, but she made her voice as sweet as Ianthe's. I know how isolated you've been at Castle Crag all these years, but surely you recognize the rings of a Ferrari. Allow me to make Lady Sinead known to you." "Oh, I beg your pardon," Ianthe said. Her fingers were lost in the doll's clothes. This was not true, Tobin noted as she made the introductions. The emerald was certainly visible enough, gleaming from Sinead's finger. The Sunrunner had recovered her aplomb, and there was a little smile on her lips, but there was also a dangerous light in her green eyes. Tobin went on. "We were just choosing gifts for some children. Perhaps you could advise us, being surrounded by so many little sisters. Undoubtedly you're quite used to playing with their toys, to amuse them, of course." The barb hit with obvious impact, but Ianthe made short work of a tactical maneuver. "Sinead?" she asked. "Oh, of course. The Sunrunner proposed by Lady Andrade as Prince Rohan's bride. It's the talk of the Riala." Pansala nudged her sister. "Ianthe, you're embarrassing her." "Not at all," Sinead replied coolly. "Some may have matched us, but I have not. Princess Tobin has been an excellent advocate for her brother, but I find him a trifle—" She finished with a delicate shrug that could imply anything. Tobin admired her survival instincts, but decided she'd better help anyway. "Men are like that. It takes a woman to teach wisdom, and you're just the one to do it, Sinead. But I really shouldn't gossip about my brother's private concerns," she added, hinting with her eyes that she would like nothing better. "It seems Prince Rohan is the concern of the whole Riala," Ianthe observed coyly. "I hope you find the toys to your satisfaction, Lady Sinead, even if Prince Rohan is not. Come along, Sala." The pair moved off and disappeared in the crowd. Tobin counted to 30 under her breath before whispering a particularly obscene oath that would have shocked her husband, even though she'd learned it from him. Sinead's smile lingered, her heavy lashes drooping slightly over fierce eyes. "Bitches, both of them," Tobin said. "Pay them no mind." "No? He can't marry any of them and expect to live long past the birth of his first son, but, Goddess Tobin, they are both so beautiful. And you're not?" Camiguin came up, triumphantly carrying the lute. Sinead busied herself admiring the instrument, almost feverish in her praise. Tobin, deciding she would not allow the royal bitches to spoil the day's pleasure, formed her plans quickly. She paid for the 2 nights, ordering them wrapped and sent to her tent. "Wrap the doll as well," she instructed. "Sinead, Cammy, we're going to a jeweler's next, and then—" "No," Sinead murmured, placing the doll back on the counter. "Thank you for showing her to me. I'm sure she'll be greatly loved by some lucky little girl. I'm older, and my toys are different. Cammy, you're about to get your wish." Tobin's plans sailed away on the afternoon breeze as she and Cammy followed Sinead through the fair, Meath in silent attendance. Past booths filled with rugs, copperware, blankets, saddles, and parchment books they walked, purpose in Sinead's every stride. She paused to buy a single blue candle, then continued on, ignoring the displays of furniture, leather goods, and stained glass. Finally, she stopped at a silk merchant's, and after a moment spent scrutinizing the wares, pointed imperiously to a bolt nearly hidden in the back of the booth. "I want to see that one," she informed the merchant. He looked her up and down, obviously discouraged by her plain clothing. Tobin, standing beside and slightly behind Sinead, signaled with a lifted finger and a nod. The merchant shrugged, and the silk was produced. Thick, heavy, nubby stuff it was, the color of pale cream, and made even stiffer by silver traceries of flowers and leaves wandering all over it. By sunlight, it was dazzling. By torchlight, it would blaze, as if made of stars. "Yes," Sinead affirmed. "Have it ready for me by the last day banqueting." "Impossible!" the man wailed. "All things are possible. I'll send someone with the design, and Goddess help you if it's not followed exactly." She held out her hand silently, and Camigwyn gave her a purse. Sinead counted out gold coins, weighing them in her hand. The rest when I see the finished gown, and for this price I expect stitches so fine I won't be able to see them.
Yes, my lady,
he breathed, as she spilled coins into his waiting palm. I thought so. She headed for the next booth, where she bought a white linen shift, as plain as the silk had been ornate. It was wrapped and given to Meath, who accepted it philosophically and added it to his bags. The next stop was a display of Pyrenees crystal that shot sparks for 10 paces around. Cami, native of Fyron, bartered with expert knowledge, and Sinead came away with a pair of intricately etched blue goblets. At another merchant's, slippers were bought to match the gown, and when Sinead had chosen a bottle of fine Cyrene wine, she was satisfied at last. They returned across the bridge, Meath pretending to stagger under the weight of his burdens.
I may take up a new profession. Hermit. Away from all women and especially away from all merchants. But it's been a real pleasure, ladies, watching you spend money that isn't mine.
He went to deposit their purchases in Tobin's tent, and the women continued along the river to find an isolated spot beneath a tree. Camigwyn sat down with her back resolutely to the water, her arms wrapped around the lute.
I suppose you forgot that Ostval doesn't know a note, Sinead remarked, but he has a wonderful singing voice, and he said once that he always wanted to learn how to play. This will be my wedding gift to him, she winked. He doesn't know it yet, but the last day ceremonies will include us. I'm glad, Tobin said warmly. Che and I will drink to you both. Now, would either of you care to enlighten me about Sinead's purchases? The Faradim shared a grin, and Camigwyn said, She has an advantage over those princesses, you know. They're virgins. Down to their toenails, Sinead agreed. Isolated at Castle Crag all their lives, Tobin joined in, laughing. Precious flowers, without even a brother to show them the difference between boys and girls, and probably not knowing what to do about it even if they're aware of the difference, Camigwyn concluded with a sly smile. My father always said you could tell a woman from a maiden by the way she swung her hips, Tobin mused. I could swear he knew the very next morning after Che and I first... She broke off, blushing. I assume this was somewhat in advance of the wedding, Sinead teased. A little, Tobin admitted. But what this means... You're going to seduce my brother, which means you intend to marry him. Oh, Sinead, I'm so relieved. I knew it all along, Camigwyn scoffed, and nudged her friend playfully. You did not. Not for certain, anyway. Please tell me I'm a better actress than that, or I won't have a hope of fooling anyone. You know you had me doubting, Cami soothed. Then she addressed the princess. But it's no simple seduction we're planning here. There are certain spells no one's supposed to teach us until we have at least 8 rings, and Andrade doesn't know that we know them. She sighed. I never had reason to use them on Ostval. It would have been fun to try. It's nothing dangerous, Tobin. Just a little fire woven here and there. That's what the candle's for. And nothing you can use on a man against his will. Actually, I think it's mostly the wine. She winked at Camigwyn. Tell me how I can help, Tobin said. Does anyone sleep in his tent but him? His squire, Walvis. Oh, he'll be in on things. He's on my side anyway. If you can arrange to have the guards look the other way, I'll do the rest. It's already arranged. The princess glanced around to make sure they would not be overheard, then leaned forward and said, You'll have my help and my blessing, but I want to know a few things. Camigwyn laughed. But how will you explain to Lord Chanel where you learn them? He won't have strength or breath to ask, Tobin purred. After a private dinner with Prince Clutha of Meadowland and Lord Jervis of Ways, his hosts here, Relstra repaired to his barge and spent a little time with his mistress and his daughters. The first day of the Riala was always dull, for no real business was done while everyone swarmed over the fair. Relstra had stayed in his tent, and the princes had come to pay their respects. The only advantage to being bored by them was that occasionally one would let a hint drop about some matter, giving Relstra something to think about.
Still, his spies were efficient, and he had heard nothing new today. But as he sat with his female possessions over wine and sweet cakes, he reflected that there had been rewards to this day after all. Pansala and Ianthe had gone to the fair as ordered, and had returned to the barge with their impressions of Lady Sinead. "Scrawny," Ianthe sniffed when Palila asked what the girl looked like. "Bones and skin, freckled and tanned from being in the desert all summer." "I thought her rather pretty," Pansala said unwillingly, "and there weren't any freckles." "Dirt specks, then." Nadra glanced up from her embroidery. "What can one expect from a Sunrunner drudge? Is it true she's to marry Rohan?" Palila asked on cue as Relstra signaled her with a glance. "I had my maid talk to one of their grooms last night," Gavina said. "They're confused about it. She arrived on Lady Andrade's order to become his bride, but he wouldn't have her. And what's more, they also say that she won't have him." Lenala cleared her throat. "He's very handsome, though." Relstra favored her with a patient gaze. "How observant of you, my dear." "Gavina's right," Pansala put in. "The girl said herself this afternoon that she's not sure she'll have him. What a fool." "He is very handsome," Lenala said, emboldened by her father's approval. Ianthe rose and tucked a pillow behind Palila's back, where she lounged on a velvet chaise. "Is that better?" she asked solicitously, as Palila stiffened. "I'm quite all right," the mistress snapped, and Relstra hid a grin. He sometimes missed the stimulation of several mistresses who all loathed each other, but the clashes between his daughters and Palila were nearly as amusing. Aladra had been the first truly nice woman he had been attracted to since the death of his wife, but he knew himself well enough to realize he would have grown bored with her eventually. It was better that she had died and left him with fond memories. Had she established peace and sweetness in his household, he would have expired of nausea and boredom. "Princess Tobin is on her side, it seems," Ianthe said, after she had reseated herself near the windows. "Sinead made a point of saying that." "She also said she didn't find Rohan much to her tastes," Pansala added. "I think that's much more important. She doesn't seem the type to bow to Lady Andrade's wishes if they went opposite to her own. Frankly, she strikes me as being incredibly stubborn." "I like her more and more," Relstra drawled, just to see them react. A smile teased Ianthe's lips. Palila's eyes narrowed, and the others began a chorus of protest about the foolishness of disobedient women. Relstra lifted a hand for silence. "No reflection on any of you, my dutiful darlings. Her headstrong nature will only make it easier for you to contrast yourselves to her in front of the prince, to your advantage." Palila gestured languidly with one hand, and Relstra noted how thick and puffy her fingers had become. "Your interest in him will be a soothing pleasure after her indifference," she told the girls. "You must remember to be soothing, my dears. Men do not like contention, and Rohan is very young. He will want to be admired and fussed over, made to feel important as a man." "I liked his looks," Lenala said wistfully. "Everyone is aware of that, my treasure," Relstra said. The daughters returned to shore and their tents, but Relstra lingered in Palila's room for a time. The sight of her disgusted him, but there was nothing wrong with her instincts. "And so?" he asked, arching a brow at her. "Pansala wants him. Ianthe seems not to care, but she wants him just as much. I would wager on Sala, however." "She may overplay it." "She's not a fool, my lord, and Ianthe looks her wits too much. Rohan is too young to appreciate intelligence in a wife." An elaborate bedrobe concealed most of her bulk, But her fingers were bare of rings she could no longer slip on, and bracelets around her wrist bit into swollen flesh. She gave him an alluring smile in a face still beautiful, and he toyed for a moment with the idea of the pleasures to be had from her, even in this state. But he found himself thinking instead of a slim girl with red hair and tanned skin, a girl he had not yet seen, but intended to, very soon.
"Will you stay here with me tonight, my lord?" Palila invited.
"I have other things to attend to, or I would stay all night," he lied, smiling. He started for the door, then turned. "Why Pansala?"
"Why not?"
"You championed Dianthe before."
"I've changed my mind after seeing Rohan."
"You may be right, my dear. Sleep well."
Chapter 12. By the next day, Rohan was already monumentally weary of playing naive prince for Relstra's benefit. He chafed against the role, and the fact that it was self-imposed did not improve his temper. The plan, that had seemed so clever at the beginning of summer, was more of a strain than he had ever imagined it would be, and not all of it was due to the unexpected addition of Sinead to his plans. The scheme had been hatched by a prince-in-waiting, a boy who had spent his life effacing himself, never very difficult in his father's overpowering presence, listening, learning everything he could from everyone who crossed his path. Fooling the High Prince had seemed only a briefly necessary extension of those years of deception. But between the hatching and this time of flight, he had known power. Killing the dragon that had killed his father had shown him his skill and wits in a deadly fight. Meeting Sinead had shown him another kind of power, the fire that bound them together and was capable of burning his soul. Presiding over his father's pyre, over his vassals, over the banquet in the great hall, had given him a heady taste of being master of the desert. And he admitted to himself that the journey from Stronghold had brought a freedom he had never known before. Out from under the eyes of his parents, commanding the entire company, all the decisions his. No, it was not easy to play the idiot's role when he knew himself worthy of the position he could not yet claim. He pretended to be guided by the advice of his vassals, and it was a good thing their suggestions were wise ones. He was prevented from having to overrule them, which would ruin the impression he struggled so hard to create. The other princes were firmly convinced he could be led like a lamb, but the tension was fraying his nerves. Relstra hinted constantly about his daughters, which added to Rohan's discomfort. Linala and Nadra had been present when Rohan had arrived for the morning session at Relstra's tent, and served him wine while eyeing him in the most embarrassing fashion. The other princes winked and nudged each other. At the mid-morning break, Ianthe and Gavina had shown up to bring refreshments. More grins and elbow-poking had made Rohan blush to his earlobes. At least, he told himself ruefully, it added to his guise of fool. He had the daughters sorted out by now. If he had looked over the women at Stronghold and found them lacking, then these princesses fell even farther short of the perfection he associated with Sinead. Gavina had a tendency to giggle. Ruzalka behaved as if Rohan was of an entirely different species from herself, and invariably looked surprised, as if she had doubted that he ate, drank, and scratched his nose like other men. He thanked the goddess for Sinead, whose laughter was honest, and who met him on human terms, as well as man to woman. Nadra was very lovely, if one appreciated the type. But Rohan's tastes had been formed by his mother's golden beauty and his sister's vivid, dark looks, so Nadra seemed to him simply brownish. She also had a certain covetousness in her eyes, and tended to look at his lap as if to measure him. He was equally thankful for Sinead's frank sensuality. Nadra's furtiveness was disgusting. Lenala stared at him outright, and he supposed it might have been flattering to have his looks so openly admired if there had been the faintest spark of wit in her eyes. Grateful for Sinead's intelligence, he pitied the man who married this empty-headed princess. As for the other two, they were undeniably beautiful. Richly colored, graceful, they behaved like women and not girls. Pansala affected a slightly distant manner which Rohan assumed she thought would intrigue him. Ianthe, on the other hand, issued an open invitation with her eyes every time she looked at him. Rohan was honest enough to admit that, if not for Sinead, Pansala would indeed have been tempting and Ianthe well-nigh irresistible. He was finding that to be a young, wealthy, good-looking prince could be very enjoyable indeed. It ceased to be pleasant when Relstra got him alone after the day's session was over.
"My girls can't keep their eyes to themselves," the High Prince chuckled. "I've kept them at Castle Crag too long, without many young men to look at. I shall hate to part with them, you know."
Did he think Rohan would take the whole lot off his hands? Rohan made his expression bashful and mumbled something about their being very nice girls.
"Cousin, you might assist me with a small matter having to do with them. I can never decide which is the prettiest. I'd value your opinion of my girls. Your mother was one of the great beauties of her day, and your sister is the most exquisite woman I've ever seen."
Rohan fended off making this impossible judgment with another mumble and a question about the output of Cunaxan wool, information that might allow them both to wring another concession out of tight-fisted Prince Durican. Rohan had become an expert at the art of blushing evasion, as if the very thought of Relstra's daughters flustered him so completely that he had to take refuge in practical matters. And all the while he coaxed the High Prince into signing more and more documents. He had managed several of them that day. A renewal of the agreement that Farouche belonged to Relstra, but all lands below it were Rohan's. A pact of mutual assistance should the Merida attack and interrupt trade, and, foolish enough to Relstra but important to Rohan, an agreement that Prince March would conduct a census of dragons when they flew north to summer in the Varesh Mountains next year.
"I heard about your first dragon," Relstra said. "Valorous work. And to burn him along with your father, their ashes scattered by Faradim on the morning winds, I know Zahava would have approved. I don't mind confessing that I was scared half out of my wits when I saw that dragon coming at me," Rohan replied. "Only a fool isn't frightened when there's danger, but only brave men do what must be done despite their fear."
Rohan heartily agreed. He anticipated a nasty test of his courage when Pansala or Ianthe maneuvered to be alone with him. But it was nice to be wanted, if only for his money and power. The thought teased his mind that perhaps he might give in to their maneuverings just once and see what sort of experience he could acquire. But he banished the notion instantly. One did not do such things to princesses, and especially not when one was in love with another woman who was a sunrunner into the bargain. Being an honorable man was a bother. Prince Clutha gave an outdoor dinner for his fellow princes and a select group of Athrim that second night, and Rohan was profoundly grateful that all the talk was of the next day's races, not of politics, trade, and defense. Almost all the talk.
"And the river fire gold hair down her back. Incredible!"
Lord Adjet of the Five Wives smacked his lips and grinned at Lord Bathok beside him, directly across the table from Rohan.
"You're a young man, Bathok, and wifeless, but I tell you from experience that redheads are fire, inside and out."
"She's a sunrunner," Bathok sniffed, thereby ending any doubts Rohan might have entertained about which lady they were discussing. The Lord of Catha Heights selected a ripe plum from the fruit tray, squeezed it to pulp the innards, and slit the skin with his knife,
The Ferrati bitch assigned to my keep? Pah!
He sucked at the plum and discarded the emptied skin on the grass.
I asked her to conjure me a little fire on a cold night, and she told me I could strike steel to flint as well as any man, and had an army of servants to do it for me if I was getting feeble.
Adjet grinned wider, his dark eyes gleaming in the torchlight.
So, you tried to seduce her, eh? A mistake, my friend. Try it again and you'll have Andrade looming over you like a she-dragon.
I note that doesn't keep you from lusting after this fire-haired girl.
Lust is one thing, prudence quite another. Not even Relstra dares anger Andrade. There are times when I believe she truly is a witch.
You just noticed? Baythok asked sarcastically.
They all are, including this girl. Good women are so boring. My third wife was a positive miracle of dullness. The most exciting thing she ever did was die in her sleep.
Rohan wondered if they thought him so dull-witted that he was unable to hear his aunt's name spoken right in front of him. So, Sinead was admired, was she? He felt at once smug and jealous, and suspected he'd be feeling only the former if she was his acknowledged lady. Prince Lane of Dorval, who sat to his right, caught his attention and asked,
I don't suppose I can convince you to persuade Lord Chanel not to ride tomorrow. The very least you could do is limit him to entering only half the races. He takes away all the sport, for he invariably wins.
Rohan laughed. He liked the old man, whose son Chadrick had been a squire at Stronghold when Rohan was little.
You'll take away all his sport if you forbid him to race. He likes to terrify my sister, then laugh at her when she blisters his ears for not being more careful of his precious carcass.
Lane's blue eyes, faded with age but merry as a boy's, twinkled with pleasure.
I take leave to doubt that, Rohan. I don't believe your sister has ever been frightened in her life, and I'm positive that even a scold from her would be purest music to any man's ears.
Rohan leaned over and tapped Che's shoulder.
Did you hear that? He thinks Tobin's rages ought to be set to music.
War drums, Che agreed.
She smiles at you, Lane, because you dandled her on your knee when she was a child and gave her sweets to make her fat, and you still flirt with her until I ought to run you through. But being a husband isn't all it's rumored to be. Then, to escape her wrath, you'll not race tomorrow?
Lane asked, with a sly grin.
Not a chance. My Akal is more than ready, and he'll win unless somebody has something hidden away with 4 good legs on it. If I were 30 years younger.
Lane chuckled.
But I thought you were, Rohan said. You're certainly about to drink everyone right under the table. When you're old, the only pleasures left are food and drink and winking at pretty girls like Tobin. But if I could ride anything capable of more than a trot, I'd give Che a run for that prize money. Hadn't you heard? Che asked. We're racing for jewels this year, not money. Pity I learned that only after my wife spent half my fortune at the fair yesterday. Still, the race will get me a big handful of rubies, and no stone suits my Tobin better.
Rohan turned to the High Prince, who was seated 2 places down from him on the other side of the table. Relstra had obviously been listening to the conversation, and smiled as Rohan said, That's an interesting change of tradition. The crafters will have a lot of business to keep them happy. That was the idea. They've been complaining that ladies don't wear enough jewelry anymore, and it's hurting their trade. I'm counting on creating a demand again. And Princess Tobin will be the one to set the standard. As always, he added, with a slight bow to Che. But it wasn't really my idea. Ianthe is responsible for it. She's a clever girl, Rohan said, and meant it. Wispy lavender clouds, washed deep blue beneath like dragon wings, vanished into blackness as the sun descended, and the dinner party came to an end. Rohan left with Che, after thanking their hosts, and the sweep of night air down by the river made him catch his breath. Oh, but that feels good.
Let's go walk off some of this food, or Akal will refuse to carry you tomorrow. Let's try to sober up, too. I must have had enough tonight to float that damned barge of Relstra's.
Chanel slung a companionable arm across Rohan's shoulders as they walked along the shore, where moonlight threw silver across the river.
If only we had just a little of this water in the desert, Rohan mused. Then it wouldn't be the desert, would it? Che responded reasonably. Are you always so brilliant when you're drunk? Are you always so stupid about women? What?
Che sank down onto the grass and stretched out long legs. Leaning back on his elbows, he squinted up at Rohan.
This Sinead of yours. I heard what that lecher Ajit said tonight. Your face froze up like snow coves in midwinter. You've never been that far north in your life. Don't try to evade the issue, Che said severely. Be more careful with your eyes, Rohan. I saw it because I know you so well, but if Relstra catches on, your plan won't work.
And what do you think you know about my plan? Che snorted.
Sit down. I'm getting a neckache.
As Rohan crouched down nearby and began pulling grass up by its roots, he went on.
And don't rip up the landscape either. I watched you simper around the princesses, and I've also watched you watching while Relstra agrees to sign. You're dangling a marriage in front of him, aren't you? I don't know why it took me so long to see it, he added in aggrieved tones. You're smarter than I would have guessed. What a glowing compliment to your prince, Rohan said, irritably. If it's taken me this long to figure it out, then I'd say it was an excellent compliment. Lord Narat asked me this afternoon if you were capable of ruling a princedom. Not in so many words, of course, but that's what he meant. And Lord Reezy nearly said flat out that you're a fool this morning in the Uthrim Council. You don't need to worry about any of them, but if I were you, I'd keep a careful eye on those princesses. What could they possibly do to harm me? He laughed. Marry somebody nearly as powerful as you and make your life hell. The only prince who'll come close to me in power will be Relstra, and not for long. Ambitious, aren't you? But more to the immediate point. Those daughters of his could make Sinead's life hell. They wouldn't dare. Oh, no? Tobin mentioned that she and Sinead and Camigwyn had run into Ianthe and the other pretty one, Pansela? Yes, that's her name. They tried to stick their knives into Sinead, and right now they think she's a rejected bride. What do you think they'll all be like when you present her as your wife? Who says I'm going to? Damn it, Rohan, stop it. I can't help you if you won't be honest with me. If you're telling me I should fear for Sinead, don't bother. She's being watched. I'm not that stupid. Who'd suspect a woman? And a princess at that. Relstra's daughters want you, Rohan. Not for your charming self, but as an escape from Castle Crag and into power. It doesn't hurt that you're not a pock-marked, cross-eyed hunchback, of course. There's lust in their eyes for you as a man, too, but once you reject them, you've made fools of them, and they'll go after Sinead. She's where you're vulnerable. There are other princes, other lords with as much money and power as I have. Why does it have to be me? Che shook his head. You don't see it. I owe you an apology for all the years I thought you a nice, overlearned little boy. I've watched you since Zahava died. You're as ruthless as Andrade and much more dangerous than your father ever was. His armies were in the field. Yours are invisible. Those ideas of yours are your soldiers, and your schemes are your armies going to battle. Nobody expects it. You play the fool of a prince, but there's something about you that you'll never be able to hide. Not after killing that dragon. It's power, and it's very personal. That makes you worth a lot to any woman, especially one who has a taste for power herself.
Rohan stared. He had never heard Che talk this way before, and had no notion of how to react.
"You don't think Relstra gives those girls anything useful to occupy their time, do you?" Che went on. "Zahava always kept Tobin busy. He gave her enough work so that she knew her own strengths. She was her own woman before she became mine. Sinead's the same kind. She has the look about her. She knows who she is and she has worth in her own eyes. But those princesses, you're their chance to become somebody other than just another of 17 daughters. They've been stewing in that castle their whole lives, looking for the day when they'll marry some man who'll let them play with his power, and once they find you've played them all for fools."
Rohan's fingers clenched around handfuls of moist grass.
"You're right, Che. I'm stupid about women. You've only known Tobin and your mother, Maita, a few others. None of them has a vicious bone in her body. Rohan, anything spoils when it's not allowed to live. A few more years and I would have started being afraid for you, but you've felt your own power now. The princesses see it. They want it." "I should have listened to Sinead," he murmured. "She tried to tell me the same thing." "I thought you never even spoke to the poor girl." "Remember how I used to arrange meetings between you and Tobin? Walvis used the tricks I taught him." "Corrupting innocent youth. You should be ashamed of yourself." "Me? Who taught me in the first place?" "I know a few more, and I'll have my people use them to keep watch on her."
"Just as you've set watch over me," Rohan guessed. Che grinned in the darkness and got to his feet.
"I don't have to."
He gestured to the rise above the river. Rohan peered into the trees and, after a moment, made out the shape of a tall man.
"Her fellow sunrunners take turns,"
Che informed him dryly. Rohan stood, speechless with fury. Then, very slowly, drawing out each syllable, "Why, that sly, conniving, secretive, cunning, little—" Che laughed and clapped him on the shoulder.
"All of which makes her just like you."
Rohan managed a very sour smile and started up the bank, his eyes on the shadow next to a tree. As branches shifted and moonlight seeped down in new patterns, he saw the outlines of a frame much broader than his own and made a guess. "Meath?" he called out, and the shadow moved abruptly. Rohan snorted. "I've seen you, so you might as well come explain this." The Ferrati stepped out of his hiding place and bowed formally before straightening to his full height. "Your pardon, my lord. The Lady Andrade—" "I quite understand," Rohan interrupted. He knew very well the Sunrunner was about to tell him a convenient lie on Sinead's orders and did not wish to hear it. "I appreciate your concern, but I have a favor to ask of you, Meath, something my aunt apparently hasn't thought about." "Yes, my lord." "You know the rumors about Sinead. Raelstra's daughters aren't likely to take those rumors of her presence very kindly." "I heard them with her and Princess Tobin at the fair, my lord," Meath remarked calmly. "Just so." Rohan knew he had no need to speak further and smiled to himself. Sinead would now be guarded not only by his people and Che's, but by her own kind, and without her knowledge. It was a neat trick to play on her for guarding him, and one that would solve the problem of her protection. "My thanks, Meath. And now I think we'd all best retire, so we'll be fresh for the races tomorrow. I hope you're placing a bet on Lord Chanel's horses." Suddenly, Meath gave him a powerful shove, and he staggered down to hands and knees in the grass. Che swore sharply, and as Rohan glanced up, he saw Meath running headlong for the river.
"What the hell?"
Che exclaimed, helping Rohan to his feet.
"Are you all right?"
"Fine." He brushed off his clothes.
"But what was all that about?"
Meath soon came striding back, carrying a limp figure over his shoulder. "Your pardon, my lord," he said again to Rohan, and dumped his burden on the ground. "I hope you're not injured." "Not at all. Who's this?" Meath casually conjured a small flame above the man's form, and Rohan gave a muffled exclamation. Che bent down and touched the man's face, turning it from side to side as if unable to believe what he saw. But the dark hair and ritual chin scar of the Merida royal house were unmistakable, even in the dim light. "You don't appear all that surprised, my lord," the Ferrati observed. Rohan glanced up, startled by the man's perceptiveness, and only then saw the dark stain on Meath's left arm. "I wasn't aware Lady Andrade allowed her sunrunners to walk around with holes in their clothing," he said mildly, though his whole body had clenched with fury. It was one thing for his own people to be wounded in his defense. It was quite another for a sunrunner's blood to be spilled. "Nothing but a scratch, my lord." Meath produced a wicked throwing knife, its glass blade twinkling in the conjured flame. "There's enough of me, so no harm was done," he added. Rohan cleared his throat. "Come to my tent, and my squire will look after you then, if it's not serious. I'd rather Andrade didn't hear about this." He turned to Che. "And not a word to Tobin or anyone else, please. Meath is right. I'm not especially surprised, except for the fact that it's a son of the Merida blood responsible." "What are you talking about?" Che demanded. "Come with me, and I'll show you. And leave that here," he said, nodding to the Merida. "It'd be too much bother to keep him captive, and I want him alive to tell his brethren he failed." The three men made their way by a roundabout route to Rohan's tent, where Walvis wakened instantly from a light doze. His eyes went wide as Meath shrugged out of his shirt to reveal the knife wound, and he scrutinized Rohan intently to make sure there were no similar holes in his lord's hide. While the boy cleaned and bandaged the wound, as all stronghold squires learned to do from Princess Malar, Rohan dug into his saddlebags for the other knife and presented it silently to Che. "When?" the older man asked. "On the way here. Both knives missed me. I think the other one went into the river, but this one stuck in the mud near the bank. Merida," he added unnecessarily. "I can see that," Che growled. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" Rohan shrugged. "Sometimes you are the most damnably stupid. Well, what would you have me do? I didn't want Andrade and Tobin fussing over me, or you either. What about the Merida? I'd rather see what their game is than try to stop it at this point." Che drew breath for an explosion of temper, but Meath, his wound now invisible beneath a bandage, spoke first. "You're well guarded, my lord. As you now know, I think your decision to do nothing about them is wise." Walvis had turned a look of pure reproach on Rohan. "Why didn't you say something, my lord?" "Never mind, Walvis," Chainel said. "You and I both know he does as he pleases with no thought to anyone else. Well then, Rohan, with so many eyes watching you, I suppose you're safe enough. Is it any use asking if you've any idea about what caused this?" "A few. But you're not telling." Che sighed with exasperation. Rohan smiled. "Meath, if you can part with your souvenir, I'd like to keep it for a while." The Ferrati handed it over, and Rohan fingered the hilt. "They're advertising their presence all right," he mused. "This is a knife fit for a prince. Look at the jewels in it. Even if it wasn't made of glass." Meath hesitated, then said, "A good thing it is, my lord. It's only a rumor, and nobody I know has ever tested it out. But it's said that sunrunners pierced with steel can't control their powers." Che frowned. "I can understand why it's only a rumor. There are quite a few people who'd be interested, if it's true." Meath shrugged, wincing slightly as his injured shoulder protested. Rohan gestured to the doorway. "Go back to your tent and get some rest, and thank you for my life, Meath. They weren't serious about trying to take it away from you, my lord. Not tonight, or the other time. If they had been, you'd be dead." He bowed and left them. "He's right, you know," Che said thoughtfully. 3 Merida knives are 3 warnings. But of what? To make me nervous, I suppose, so I'll make mistakes. I wonder whose tents they sleep in.
"High Prince Raelstras," Walvis muttered as he put away his medical supplies.
"No proof," Rohan told him. "Only evidence," Che added, toying with the glass knife in his hand, "and speculation about what they'd gain with your death. A 5-year-old child on the desert throne. Oh, with a very capable fighting commander and a princess to rule during his minority, but a child just the same."
Rohan sat down and stared at his boots.
"I never realized that before, Che. About Markin and Johnny, I mean. Being in danger because they're my heirs. Thank the goddess they're safe at Stronghold." "It hadn't occurred to me either," Che said slowly. "But your own son will be a Meridar target from the moment he's born." "I know. Does Sinead?"
Rohan had no answer for him. Che gave Walvis the knife and silently took his leave. The squire fingered the blade for a time, his young face dark with worry. At last he said, "My lord, they wouldn't really try to kill you, would they?"
"Do I need to answer that, Walvis? But stop looking so grim. There are plenty of people watching me, and I'll be in a crowd all day tomorrow at the races. Nothing can happen to me there."
"In a crowd of princesses, it's then that I'll fear the most for you, my lord."
Rohan laughed. "Oh, I'll have a very effective guardian against the princesses. My sister."
Who would also take good care of Sinead, he told himself. He wondered suddenly if part of Andrade's motive in providing him with a Sunrunner wife was to weave a network of their protection around him, but to defend him against the Meridar, or Raelstra, or both. Chapter 13. Trees had been planted generations ago between the prince's camp and the racetrack, as much to provide the horses with peace and quiet as to protect the tents from the dust and smell. Paddock and pasture had been laid out long ago, too, and the track pounded by innumerable hooves, riala after riala. The racing oval was a full measure around and wide enough to allow 20 horses between its multicolored rails. Each third was presided over by a judge who watched for violations from a little wooden tower, although anything that happened out of their line of sight went unpunished. The stands faced south. Seats reserved for the nobility were protected this year by a leaf-green silk canopy that had cost Prince Clutha half a year's revenues. It would have cost more, but Prince Lane had given him a discount on the material, for he disliked getting sunburned while he watched the races. The common folk milled around the perimeter of the track, sampling food and drink from the booths set up there, race day being the only one of the Riala when merchants were allowed to bring their wares across the river. But highborn or commoner, everyone bet on the races. Only the sums wagered were different. Rohan had always liked race days. This year's added attraction was that he would not have to bite his tongue and pretend ignorance. As the son of his father, he was expected to know horseflesh, and it was a relief to be able to show off his knowledge as he walked the paddock for a time, sizing up Che's competition before joining his brother by marriage. Che finished inspecting Akal and swung up into his saddle.
"I look like a damned rainbow,"
he complained, plucking at one red silk sleeve. White elk-hide trousers and boots completed his own colors, and he wore a blue sash around his waist in honor of his prince.
"Tobin thinks you look wonderful, so shut up about it. Watch out for Lord Reezy's big grey over there. He's the one horse in the field with legs on him." "Going to bet on him?" Che grinned as he patted Akal's neck. "He doesn't look that fast."
Rohan turned his head as the trumpet sounded for the first race.
"There's the call. The track's fast, but I thought I saw a rough section in the second third. Thanks. Go hold Tobin's hand and remind her that I've never fallen off a horse in my life. Blazandin sent you over backward 2 years ago. That beast had the very devil in him, and I was drunk at the time."
Rohan laughed and watched Che guide Akal into line, knowing he had some time before the start of the race to inspect his own horses. Chano raced his stock for business purposes, but Rohan had decided to participate purely for the fun of it.
He called his grooms around him and began giving out final riding assignments, then saw Ostval hovering around the edge of the group, looking wistful. Rohan gestured him over. "You have an easy face to read," he observed with a smile. "I know," the young man said mournfully. "My lord, I didn't want to ask, but see that dappled mare? Her name's Elysiel, and she's a handful on her best days, so be careful. You'll be riding my colours in the 4th race." Ostval's eyes shone, and for a moment he looked as if he'd dropped to one knee in gratitude. Sense got the better of emotion, much to Rohan's relief. "Thank you, my lord. She's a beauty. I'll win the race for you, I promise." "You'd better," Rohan threatened playfully. He gave out the other assignments and went to the royal stands. Being a ruling prince could be fun when one could make other people's pleasure, as he had just done with Ostval. He looked for Andrade's blonde head, then climbed up to where she was seated with Camiguin. "Good morning, ladies," he said as he took a place beside his aunt. "Where's Tobin?" "With Sinead and the High Prince's charming children," Andrade replied. "Oh." He didn't want to be reminded that the princesses existed, and he especially didn't want to worry about what poison would ooze from their remarks to Sinead. "Tell me, Aunt, is Tobin intending to have a good time with them?" "I wouldn't put it past her, my lord," Camiguin said, her eyes dancing. "She's an education." "I agree, but the lessons were rather painful until I grew taller than she." "Do you still have the scar where she bit you?" Andrade asked, amused. "To the end of my days. But don't reveal my secret, Camiguin. My squire thinks I took it in battle and spreads word of how brave I am." "Now that I know your sister, I think your squire's right," she laughed. Andrade pointed to the track. "There's Che. He'd better win this race. I bet Lane 100 weight of wine against half a measure of his best silk." "Start planning your new wardrobe," Rohan told her. Jervis, City Lord of Ways, had delegated starter's honors to his eldest son, Lyle. The boy was a gangly 16, but stood tall and proud on the platform as he held up the bright yellow flag. The horses lined up, and even amid the riot of colored silks it was easy to pick out Che's red and white, especially when the flag swept down and a call surged to the lead. The first race was a distance trial of 3 measures that tested heart, lung, and leg. Its matching race would be the last one of the day. The same horses and riders would go the same distance, providing prospective buyers with an excellent idea of the merits of the different studs. A call was passed at the measure mark by Lord Reezy's grey, and the crowd gasped. Che was always a popular favorite, both for his personal charm and his habit of winning, and the spectators held their breath as a call narrowed the gap. The 2 horses matched each other stride for stride over 2/3 of a measure. Suddenly, an arm wearing white, striped with russet and Ossetia's dark green, lifted once, twice, and a whip landed with ruthless force across the grey's hindquarters. Che's hands never left the reins, but Akal's strides lengthened until it seemed he was flying. When the yellow flag swept down at last, a roar went up all around the track, for nearly everyone had bet on Che and won. "Well," Andrade said, pleased, "my silk was in doubt for a time there. If you ladies will excuse me, I'll go take a look at that grey and see if he's going to be in any shape for his revenge this afternoon." He met Che on the path back to the paddock, where Akal would be walked and rested for the final race. Radson's lord had dismounted and was indulging himself in a few creative descriptions of his opponent. "Did you see what that horse undid?" he asked Rohan furiously. "Flicked Akal with his whip, right in the middle of the 3rd where no one would see him. I've never even put a spur to Akal, and he had the nerve." He stroked the stallion's sleek neck protectively. "I didn't see it," Rohan confessed, "but I had a look at the grey just now. You'll be able to take him in the last race, Che. No trouble." "Take him?" Che's eyes flashed. "He'll choke on our dust." A groom came up, and Che handed him Akal's reins, giving precise instructions for the horse's care that obviously insulted the boy. As they walked along the row of paddocks, the trumpet sounded for the second race, and Che smiled lightly at the sight of one of his favorite mares prancing eagerly to the track.
"Reezy has a mare entered in this one, too," he said. "I hope he can get used to losing. But isn't that Ostwald over there with Elysiel?" "I'm letting him ride the fourth. He wants to impress Camiguin." Rohan winked. "It's not uncommon for a man in love." "Next thing you'll be riding." "You know, that's not a bad idea. Don't be an idiot. Princes don't ride in these races." "No?" He called out to one of his grooms. "How's Pashta feeling today?"
"Ready, my lord? What race do you fancy?"
The man grinned.
"Brochwell Bay for emeralds,"
he replied casually, and waited for Che to explode. He was not disappointed.
"You're crazy!" "I'll see to it at once, my lord," the groom said. "And may I say, I'm glad you've decided to enter."
"You may not,"
Che snapped, then rounded on his brother by marriage.
"Impress the girl, if you must, but not at the risk of your neck. There's not a woman alive who'd thank you for bringing a pair of broken legs, or worse, to your wedding night."
"What I bring to my wedding night will be in perfect working condition," Rohan answered.
"Oh, wonderful,"
Che said in a voice that dripped sarcasm.
"I'll be sure to tell that to everyone while you're galloping out to Brochwell Bay and back, with whole measures between where nobody will have an eye out for you. Rohan, didn't you hear a word we said last night?"
"I'm riding, and that's an end to it," he stated, turned, and came face to face with Princess Ianthe. Cool and lovely in lavender and silver jewelry, she had not come to the paddocks to admire the horseflesh, and they both knew it.
"It was an exciting race, Lord Chanel," she said gracefully. "Your wife will look magnificent in her rubies."
"I hear you're responsible for the idea," Rohan said. "Excuse me," Che interrupted. "I see one of my grooms signaling to me."
Rohan looked, saw nothing of the kind, and shot a murderous look at Che. The older man grinned and left him alone with the princess.
"Are you enjoying yourself, cousin?" she asked him.
"More so than last time, before I became an eligible prince," he answered forthrightly,
and they started back to the stands. She blushed, with fascinating results.
"It must be tiresome for you."
"I'm sure you go through the same thing, being an unmarried princess."
"Mostly I see ambassadors," she said, looking down at her hands. "But I won't consider any man who can't be bothered to meet me himself."
She was shorter than Sinead, and when she glanced up at him, her heavy dark lashes were thick veils over her eyes.
"It's a little like being offered at the fair."
"A little," he agreed. "May I escort you up to your sister's? I have an entry in the next race that I'd like to watch."
Thus it was that Sinead's first view of him all day came as he guided Ianthe to a seat, her fingertips resting elegantly on his wrist. Rohan saw at once that he had done something both smart and stupid. There was advantage in being seen publicly with Relstra's daughters, dividing his attentions among them. But he had made a personal error by placing himself in a position where he could compare them directly with Sinead. She was less beautiful, less regal, less elegant, and she was also the only woman he wanted.
"Here you are at last,"
Tobin said brightly as he sat down.
"Is Che all in one piece? I suppose he'll spend all day with Akal instead of with me. It's easy to see which of us he values more. But I'm having a wonderful time with our cousins, and it's so nice to be out of the hot sun. How sweet it was of Prince Lane to see to our comfort."
There was more in a similar vein, and Rohan blessed her for turning into a scattershell for his benefit. Sinead sat in cool silence, her back stiff and her expression set in stone. She wore a russet linen gown and no jewelry but her sunrunner's rings and his emerald. Aware that noticing the ring had brought a smile to his lips, he looked from her to Pansala She met him stare for stare, and unlike her sister Ianthe, did not blush. He offered a pleasantry about the weather. She responded with a polite nod. He asked if she was enjoying the races. She nodded again and stared down at the track. Rohan began to feel irked. He deserved better than this and had nearly decided to go about getting it when he realized that he was reacting precisely as Pansala wished. The notion that his clever self had nearly been outsmarted by this girl both amused and irritated him. Pansala with her ploy of indifference and Ianthe with her obvious interest were a potent pair. All at once, he wondered if Andrade had foreseen his reaction and provided Sinead to counter any attractions he might feel toward the princesses. Certainly he had twice today come close to forgetting his probable lifespan if he wed either. But the thought of Sinead kept him from any serious danger. His mare came in second in the race. Through the next interval and the race following, he divided his attention between his sister and the two princesses, ignoring Sinead completely. She did not appear to notice. To Ianthe he said, "I have great hopes for my entry in the fourth. There she is now. Her name's Elysiel, which means cloudfoot in the old language." "She's a beauty," Ianthe responded warmly. "Do you take an interest in the old tongue, cousin?" "After a fashion, mostly to name my horses." Sinead's brows shot up. "We're taught at Goddess Keep that the old words have great power and should not be used lightly, my lord." "How quaint," Pansala murmured. "Who's that, up on Elysiel?" Tobin asked quickly. "Ostval," Sinead supplied in a colorless voice. "I marvel, my lord, that you allow someone from Goddess Keep on one of your precious horses." "He more than earned the privilege on the way here, so I rewarded him with the honor of riding her." His own reward was a frigid silence. Tobin giggled and pointed to their right. "Oh, look, there's Camigwyn with Andrade. She looks as if she doesn't know whether to be proud or terrified." Ostval on a mere horse was an excellent rider. Ostval, mounted on a mare of Elysiel's quality, inevitably won the race. Rohan grinned smugly. "Camigwyn will look lovely in carnelians," Tobin observed. "Is that to be the prize for this race?" Pansala asked her sister, then turned to Rohan without waiting for an answer. "Will you really give the rider gems won by your horse?" "He needs a wedding gift for his lady." He delighted in having made not only Ostval's pleasure, but Cammie's as well. Being a prince was wonderful fun. "How generous of you," Ianthe said, smiling. "And how lucky that carnelians will suit his lady so well, according to your sister. But surely such jewels are a little grand for a Ferrari." "A beautiful woman deserves beautiful things," Tobin said sweetly. "All the better if the man has the taste to match her bridal necklet to a coloring." "No two women are alike," Rohan agreed blithely, and won a blank stare from Sinead for this idiotic statement. "For Pansala, for instance, nothing would do but diamonds to match the sparkle in her eyes, and for Ianthe, the darkest of garnets, though they would be poor rivals to the color of her lips." "And Lady Sinead," Ianthe purred. "Emeralds, of course," Pansala said, before Rohan could open his mouth. "You do have the most remarkable eyes," she added to the Sunrunner. Sinead nodded civil thanks for the compliment. "I would settle for common river stones from a man I truly loved." "A man who truly loved you would provide emeralds," Rohan shot back. "Whoever he may turn out to be, I hope I provided him an example in that ring." "You gave it to her?" Pansala was shocked into an honest reaction, and Rohan struggled bravely not to laugh. "He did," Tobin affirmed. "She saved my son's lives on the hatching hunt." "Not I, your highness," Sinead protested. "It was Prince Rohan who chased the dragon away." "A dragon?" Ianthe exclaimed. "Cousin, you must tell us all the details." "I will, at some other time," he said, rising to his feet. "You ladies must excuse me. I need to talk with Prince Lane. We have bet on the next race, and I want to see his face when he loses." He distributed smiles all around and left the silken battlefield with relief. After the 5th race, which Rohan lost to Prince Lane, much to the old man's delight, there came a break for refreshments and the paying off of debts. Rohan declined Lane's offer of lunch and went down to the track. There, jumps were being set for the next few races. 2 fences, 2 hedges, and 2 stone walls made of painted wood. He measured them with his eyes and nodded to himself. They were nothing Pashta couldn't handle with ease. He watched the 6th and 7th races from railside, making mental notes about the number of strides necessary between jumps. No one paid much attention to the slight, plainly dressed young man who cheered on Lord Chanel's horses. Prince Haldor's sire's entry took the 6th, and a stallion from Radzing Keep won the 7th. As the 8th was called, Rohan felt a tug on his sleeve. "It's time, my lord," his groom said. "I've brought your shirt." He held up a sky-blue silk blouse, and Rohan stripped off his tunic before sliding his arms into his colors. The men and women around him, having heard the honorific and seen him change clothes, gaped. Then someone gave a mighty guffaw and clapped Rohan on the back. "I'll be wagering on you, my lord." "The odds should be very good against me," Rohan answered, grinning. "Enjoy your profits." On the way to the paddocks, the groom provided him with a wealth of information. The course was easy enough until the climb to the sea cliffs began. There the trail turned rocky and dangerous. Many horses would founder on the way up, still more on the way down. Pashta's training in the desert would serve him well here. As for the other entries, all were considered inferior, but Rohan was to keep an eye on Prince Haldor's stallion. The Cyrene horse had been battle-bred to sink his teeth into anything that got in range. "I'd slow Pashta a bit during the 2 measures back from the bay, my lord," the groom finished. "He won't save much for the jumps on his own. You know he'll run his heart out for you, so you'll have to make him spare himself." "I'll remember." He entered the paddock and approached the stallion, who was in fine trim and seemed to know that all the attention meant he would be racing today. He butted Rohan's shoulder playfully with his nose, and the prince laughed. "No plain river stones for our Sinead, eh, my lad?" he whispered, rubbing the white blaze down the stallion's face. "We'll beat them all in a walk." Pashta's huge, dark eyes closed lazily, almost a wink. Rohan laughed again, then mounted and gathered the reins. "I've had to slip in weights, my lord," the groom said. "Rules say all the horses carry the same. You haven't enough flesh to cover your own bones, let alone make up the legal weight, so remember, he's carrying extra today." The blue silk clung to him in the afternoon heat, and he shifted his shoulders against the trickle of sweat down his spine. As the trumpet sounded, he stood in the stirrups to signal his readiness and told himself he was not nervous. He'd never ridden in a Riala race before. No prince had. And as he walked Pashta decorously to the starting line, the prize jewels became secondary to not making a fool of himself. He glanced up at the stands only once, but could not see Sinead's red-gold hair in the crowd. Perhaps it was better so. Nothing prevented her from seeing him, however, and her careful composure nearly cracked. What did that madman think he was doing? She shared a horrified glance with Tobin. "Ianthe, look!" Pansala exclaimed. "There's Rohan!" "I didn't know he would enter the races himself," Ianthe said. "Neither did I," Sinead muttered. "I didn't think he was that foolish." A section of the railing had been shifted, so the horses could exit the track before the first jump. Excited spectators strained against the fences as the yellow flag dropped. Sinead held her breath as 30 horses thundered past, jostling for the best position through the gap. It was surely too narrow for all to get through safely, but somehow they made it. Everyone squinted for a last look as the horses topped a rise before vanishing. Sinead listened to the shouted wagers and wished she had the courage to ride the sunlight and follow the progress of the race. She cared nothing about Rohan's winning. She simply prayed he wouldn't break his neck. She intended to perform that service herself to repay him for this insanity.
Will you not wager on Prince Rohan's success like the rest of us? Ianthe's voice was smooth as warm honey. I have nothing of value, Sinead began, spreading her hands to indicate her poverty, then caught sight of the emerald. What will you wager against this emerald, Your Grace? You'd bet against the prince. She smiled, wondering if some of Rohan's recklessness had infected her as well. I doubt him as a man, not as a writer. I had another wager in mind. Yes? The dark eyes were wary, and the lips Rohan had complimented were stretched into a false smile. My emerald, against whatever you like that neither you nor your sister will win him. How dare you? Ianthe hissed. Sinead laughed. Your Grace, never tell me you doubt yourself as a woman. I doubt your manners, Sunrunner, but I cannot lose, for there's no one else worthy of Rohan, as you of all people must know. Do you want him for yourself? I haven't yet decided, she lied easily, but if you're unsure of yourself in the matter. Done, the princess snarled. Your emerald against all the silver I wear. Done, Sinead nodded, and insulted the princess further by taking visual inventory of the necklet, earrings, bracelets, and belt. Ianthe crimsoned with rage and turned her back on Sinead. She gazed down at her emerald, not believing for an instant that she might lose it, but knowing all at once how much it meant to her. Biting her lip, she glanced quickly around at her companions. They followed Ianthe's lead in ignoring her. Sinead made her decision, rose, and edged her way to the outer stands where the sunlight was unshaded by the green silk awning. She felt the sweet warmth on her skin, permeating her bones and blood. Lacing her fingers together, she felt the rings grow warm, even the emerald, and she was reminded of the night in the great hall at Stronghold, and Tobin's assurance that this ring had a magic all its own. She faced in the direction Rohan had gone, and her gaze darted down the sunlight until she saw him clinging close to Pashta's neck as they neared the wood. Her breathing quickened in response to his. She winced along with him as, entering the trees, branches whipped at his shirt and hair. The cliff trail ahead of him was murderous, and Sinead's heart began to beat very fast. Rohan cursed as a sharp branch tore his shoulder. Cries of alarm came from all around him and set his palms sweating inside his riding gloves. He wrenched his horse around a fallen rider, thanking the goddess for Pashta's years in the desert, which had made him swifter of wit and hoof than most of the other horses. Out of the wood now, they made the turn up the steep slope that culminated in a green pylon near the cliff edge. Behind him, Rohan heard an anguished scream, and there was a crunch that sounded like cracking bones. But he had no time to look back, for the pylon loomed up, and the horse beside him, its rider wearing Lord Reezy's colors, had left him almost no room to make the turn. Pashta's ears were laid back threateningly. The other horse faltered slightly on a slippery patch, and Rohan took the chance presented, urging Pashta through the narrow gap and closer to the pylon. He rounded it in a tight curve, and an instant later heard a terrible cry, followed by a heavy splash in the surf below. Rohan winced. It could have been him and Pashta. His sole ambition now was to emerge from this wild ride alive. The field was down to 20. 19 too many in Rohan's opinion, and in Pashta's too. The stallion, never one to allow another horse precedence, made for those ahead with single-minded fury. Rohan pressed his cheek to Pashta's neck, branches slashing his shirt to ribbons, and simply hung on. A dun-colored horse came out of nowhere and plowed into them from the right. Rohan nearly toppled from his saddle. The other rider wore the pink and crimson of Lord Tibayan of Permi, but the face that grinned viciously at him had the brown eyes, dark hair, and ritual chin scar of Merida blood. Rohan swore luridly in recognition, and the Merida laughed. Sinead had lost sight of him in the forest, but as the horses raced onto the flat plain, she stiffened in shock as a dun stallion slammed into Pashta. Yet Rohan had been prepared for the attack. His fist lashed out in a backhanded blow that swayed the other rider in his saddle.
Sinead caught her breath as a whip came up in the man's hand. It came down across Rohan's already lacerated back, and his blonde head jerked in pain. Sinead's fingers clenched into numbed, bloodless claws. The fire in her rings spread up through her whole body as if she was suddenly sheathed in flames, then leaped forward on the woven sunlight. Her lips moved as she gathered herself to activate an ancient technique Urivel had taught her at Stronghold. Rohan's back was afire with pain. He turned his head just in time to see the Merida lift a hand, glass knife winking in the sunlight. Rohan couldn't believe that the man would attempt a throw from horseback at a moving target, then revised his opinion as the knife whizzed a finger's span past his shoulder. Pashta picked up speed, not shying in the slightest from the glittering blade that shattered on the stones ahead of him. Rohan, thighs aching with the force of his grip on his horse, let the stallion have his head. Distance between himself and the Merida was what he wanted now, before the next knife could reach its target. This desire coincided precisely with his horse's passion to conquer the 4 stallions ahead. They were nearing the track now, and they overtook one horse on the gallop through the opening in the rails. Rohan remembered his groom's warnings and took the reins in a tighter grip. Pashta responded to minute signals of hands and knees and cleared the first jump with smooth precision, unlike the horse directly ahead, whose rider had been sloppy. Losing rhythm, the dappled stallion faltered and the rider's whip could not compel him to speed. Rohan passed him between jumps and flinched as he saw the blood-flecked lather on the animal's flanks. Again he dared a look behind him. The Merida was catching up fast. Rohan turned to face the next obstacle, guided Pashta over it. But as the stallion's hooves plowed into the dirt, Rohan felt dizzy, disoriented. He shook his head, his throat and nostrils clogged with dust, thinking that what he needed was air, but he could not help another glance back over his shoulder. He saw nothing, but the Merida's thin lips parted in a high-pitched scream, body straining backward as if to escape some hideous vision, dark eyes stark with terror as his mount crashed into the rails. Between a hedge jump and a stone wall, Rohan passed a tiring horse whose rider wore Cyrene turquoise. Sure enough, the stallion's head whipped around to try for a bite out of Rohan's thigh. Pashta's ears flattened, and it took all Rohan's skill to keep the 2 horses from turning to battle it out. Pashta submitted to Rohan's orders, stuck his neck out, and ran. There was only one horse ahead now, clearing the 5th obstacle easily, and as Rohan measured the distance, he said into Pashta's ear, "It's all right if we don't catch this one, you know. I can well afford a few emeralds on my own." But the stallion had been bred from Che's finest studs and mares, and he saw only one horse and one jump between himself and victory. Rohan let the reins go slack on the sweating neck after the last fence was cleared. There was only space and the bright hues of the railings and the yellow flag sweeping down like a dragon's wing and the other horse half a length behind him. Sinead unwound her fingers and chafed them against her thighs. The conjuring had been both more and less difficult than she'd feared. Urivel had taught her well, but sustaining the fearsome fire image of a dragon for only those few essential seconds and for only one man's eyes had drained her of energy. She felt only fierce joy as the enemy toppled from his horse. Yet an instant later, she cried out with the rest of the crowd as the dun stallion went down. "No, I didn't mean," she whispered, stricken by what she had done. "Oh no, please!" But though the stallion struggled to his feet from the dirt, the rider, flung halfway across the track, did not move. She heard Tobin cry out and forced herself to return to the others. The 3 princesses were hurrying down the steps. Sinead waited until she could breathe without gasping, then followed, careful to keep her distance. They were waiting for Rohan in the paddock by the time she joined them. He rode up slowly, dismounted, and ignored everyone as he walked the lathered stallion, crooning to him and rubbing his neck and flanks tenderly. A groom came up and flung his arms first around the prince and then around the horse, before leading the latter away for a much-needed rest. Rohan wobbled a bit on his feet, winced, and gratefully accepted a large wine cup from another groom. Worry competed with pride as Sinead saw the slashed shirt and the bloody scrapes on his back, face, and arms, much worse than she had thought. She wanted to go to him, scold him for his foolhardiness, then hug the breath out of him before resuming her verbal abuse. Forbidden these things, she watched enviously as his sister did them all.
"Your clothes are shreds, you're scratched raw, and I'm positive you're limping, you idiot," Tobin said sharply. "Take off those rags and go wash this minute. There's no telling how many of those cuts will fester if you don't."
"Yes, Tobin," he replied with teasing meekness. "Just don't hug me again, please." He seemed to notice the other women for the first time. "Don't look so appalled," he said, smiling slightly. "It was only a race." Ianthe's delicate fingers plucked at his sleeve. "You took a very great risk, cousin," she said. "The horse behind you was not so lucky." Rohan's expression tightened, and Sinead glanced away. "We heard on the way here that the rider is dead of a broken neck," Pansala said. "The horse will survive, although he'll never race again. As for what actually happened, no one seems to know, or to have ever seen anything like it. They're investigating now." Sinead looked anywhere but at Rohan. She had killed a man for him. Moreover, she had done it using her Ferrari gifts, a thing absolutely forbidden, the worst thing a Sunrunner could do. She could hear herself confessing to Andrade that she had not meant to cause a death. She hadn't. But as she looked at Rohan again, she learned a bitter truth. He was her price. "He was a Merida," the prince said.
"What?"
Tobin's cheeks went white. "He tried to unseat me during the race. Oh, stop it, Tobin, I'm fine," he added irritably, shrugging off her concern. "Pity he's dead. I wanted to talk with him." Sinead saw a warning glance pass between brother and sister, and rallied to provide the necessary distraction. In as sharp a tone as she could muster, she said, "It's a risk that might have been very expensive for your highness." "No word of congratulation on my victory, Lady Sinead." She could have strangled him for the look in his eyes. Tobin came to her rescue by saying, "Go dunk yourself in the river. I swear I was able to smell you all the way from the stands." He smiled down at her. "Sister dear, you're so soothing to my conceit." "Well, you're not soothing my nose. Che," she called out as her lord came toward him. "Take Rohan to the river and throw him in." "No time," Che responded, and paused to lift Rohan off his feet in a hug that made the prince's face screw up with the pain of his cuts and bruises. Setting him down, Che went on, "Wonderful ride, you daredevil! I've got to get ready for the last race, but tell me all about it over dinner tonight." He leaned down to kiss his wife and strode off. "Perhaps we should return to the stands and watch Lord Chanel's race," Sinead suggested coolly. "You still haven't congratulated me," Rohan said with his sweetest smile and a wicked gleam in his eyes. "But perhaps you bet against me and lost?" "Oh, I have a wager going, my lord," she replied with equal sweetness and a glance at Ianthe, "but on another race entirely." Che won his race by a handy third of a measure, leaving Lord Reezy's horse breathing dust as promised. After this, the highborns left for their tents to rest before making ready for the evening's banquet. The commoners returned to the fair, the servants to their duties within their masters' camps. Sinead knew she could have attended the feasting if she'd wished, for Tobin had firmly established her as a friend. But she also knew she was incapable of spending another instant in the princess's vicinity, especially if they were in Rohan's company. So she went down to the river, sat beneath a tree, and tried not to think about him, and what she had done for him today. Full of himself he'd been, flushed with triumph, attention, and a safe escape from mortal danger, flirting with that insufferable pair, using those eyes and that smile to an effect he was only too happy to exploit, speaking to Sinead only in hopes of igniting her temper. Damn him anyway. A cheer went up from the direction of High Prince Relstra's tents, and she made a sour face. The awarding of prizes had begun. Tobin would have her rubies, Cammy her sultry carnelians, Sinead hoped Rohan choked on his emeralds. "Congratulations, my lord prince," she muttered, and lay back flat in the damp grass to watch the clouds drifting over the rising moons. She knew what her trouble was. One of her troubles, anyway. She was jealous. Sickeningly, foolishly jealous of the jewels and silks and beauty of the two princesses. Jealous that they could flirt with him and she could not. Jealous of his compliments and attention. "But you're mine, you conniving blue-eyed son of a dragon," she whispered, "and by the goddess I'm going to prove it to you." But did she want a man who could make her do what she had done today? She argued with herself for a long time. One part of her reasoning that she had probably saved Rohan's life by setting up the conjuring of a dragon to terrify the Merida. Yet that conjure had killed. Against all her intentions, she had broken the most binding of Ferrati vows. It was the culmination of what Urivel had warned against, using her powers for Rohan alone, not caring a damn for anyone but him. Her feelings had betrayed her into murder. Could there be any justification for that? Was it possible to merge Ferrati and Princess into someone new? How could they ask her to serve so many loyalties? Her training at Goddess Keep, her love for Rohan, her duty to the desert. What about her duty to herself, to Sinead? She was not even sure she had a choice. She could marry Rohan and forswear her gifts, become only a princess and reject all temptation to use them to his benefit. But part of his reason for wanting her, and Andrade's in proposing her, was the power she possessed. She was expected to be both Ferrati and princess. If she stopped being the former, then what example would her children have in the wise use of gifts they would almost certainly inherit? They would have princely powers from Rohan, but they would be Faradim as well. A Sunrunner's loyalty was to Goddess Keep, not to any single princedom. She was being asked to split herself and her children between Andrade and Rohan, and the choice was tearing her apart. No, that was a lie. She put her hands over her face and turned onto her stomach, unable to bear the touch of soft, cool moonlight on her cheeks. She had made her choice today. She had used her powers to kill. It was not the first such death either. She remembered the wine steward at Stronghold, how he had been caught between her and Relstra's Ferrati, how he had died. She had made her choice then and not even realized it. But knowing what she now knew, she could refuse to marry Rohan. She could stay Sunrunner only and not become a princess, remove all temptation. She could see him wed to another woman. Never. She lay there a long time, breathing deeply of the moist, pungent scent of crushed grass beneath her cheek. The night chill made her shiver. She had no choice, and she knew it. She had set the trap herself with her own feelings, her pride, her needs. She would marry Rohan, be Sunrunner and princess. If they expected it of her, it was no less than she expected of herself. Sinead sat up, raked her fingers back through her untidy hair, and stared moodily out at the river for a time. Then, rising, she went down to the sandy shore and searched by moonlight for a few smooth river stones. She rolled them between her hands, a grim smile crossing her face. She had faced up to the truth. Rohan was her price, and she had been well and truly bought. There was a strange peace to the knowledge, but now it was time he paid up too. Pocketing the stones, she thought of her purchases at the fair, and a slow excitement began to build inside her. She nurtured the feelings carefully, conjuring details in her thoughts: smooth golden skin, sun-silk hair, lean body pressing close, flesh warm and lips opening. She would have a victory tonight to match his, and the princesses could rage at leisure. The thought of their fury made her laugh aloud. Rohan was hers. She had paid for him. Her senses abruptly warned her that she was not alone. She turned as a deep, resonant voice said, "Your laughter is as lovely as your name, Lady Sinead, and your face is lovelier still."
"Your Royal Highness," she managed, and bent her knees to the High Prince, her mind whirling.
"I didn't mean to startle you," he continued. "I've just returned from seeing Lady Palila to the barge. She sleeps better there than in the tent."
"Has the banqueting ended then, Your Grace?"
"Only just. It began early, and I'm thankful it didn't end late. There's much work to be done tomorrow, but I found myself wakeful and decided to walk along the river. Beautiful, isn't it? Especially in the moonlight."
He was neither speaking of nor looking at the river. He referred to Sinead herself, and they both knew it. She felt his masculinity deep in her bones, her already sensitized body responding to Relstra's undeniable attractions. "Very beautiful, Your Grace," she stammered, mortified by her awkwardness.
"Would you do me the honor of sharing the moonlight with me, Lady Sinead?"
One did not refuse a request from the High Prince, especially not when one planned to be the wife of his chief rival. She could use this time to glean information for Rohan, and if she was clever and lucky, perhaps learn something about Relstra's Sunrunner as well. She smiled, recovered some of her poise, and nodded agreement.
"Did you enjoy the racing today?"
he asked, as they began their leisurely stroll.
"I saw you in the crowd, seated with my daughters and Princess Tobin."
"It was very exciting. Lord Chanel rode well, didn't he? I'm told he always does." She paused as he lifted a branch out of her way. "Was the princess pleased with her rubies?"
"Naturally. It's the nature of a beautiful woman to covet those things that enhance her beauty. That's why I'm surprised to find you dressed plainly, although charmingly, and without jewels. You ought to be covered in silks and emeralds, my lady."
He smiled. "Just you wait," she wanted to tell him. "Perhaps I'm not pretty enough to be covetous, or perhaps Lady Andrade breeds it out of us Faradim."
"I'm sure some generous man is waiting to indulge you as you deserve."
She had a moment of panic that he might have seen through the game she and Rohan were playing. But as she slanted a glance at him through her lashes, she saw that he had another man in mind, and the realization nearly made her stumble on the smooth sand. "But I'm a very unimportant person, Your Highness. I would bring a man very little."
"Your lovely self would be more than enough, even if you were not a Sunrunner. You set too low a value on yourself, my dear."
"And what value would you set on me, Prince Relstra?" she asked boldly.
"I believe you know the answer to that, my lady."
This was a dangerous man. The price of discovering this frightening piece of information was rising rapidly. "It's very late," she began nervously.
"Not any later than it was a few moments ago, before certain things were said."
He touched her shoulder. His eyes were a paler green than hers, and avid as they traced the lines of her face and body. Sinead was astounded. His mistress was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. He could have any female he wanted just for the asking. She was out of her depth and utterly confused.
"But I see I'm upsetting you,"
Relstra said, and took his hand from her shoulder. Her flesh felt cold after the heat of his fingers.
"As many times as I've observed you in the last days, you haven't looked at me at all. I'm a stranger to you, I know, but I hope you'll allow me to change that."
His voice was low, caressing, seductive, and her reaction to it scared her.
"I am a patient man, Sinead, and a powerful one. When you've decided that the little prince isn't man enough, I'll be waiting."
"What are you offering me?" she whispered, knowing full well what he meant.
"Whatever you would have of me. In return,
I would expect certain things. Nothing you would not gladly give.
Such as?
I find you beautiful and desirable, Sinead. I believe you know what it means when a woman captures the eye of the High Prince. I would honor you above all others, and we would give to each other as pleased us both.
And you would take what you wanted, especially my honor?
She knew now what he was truly after, and was terrified.
My daughter Ianthe described you as proud, but I believe I could change your mind.
He moved closer to her, fingertips on her shoulders, sliding up to her neck and jaw. A trembling invaded her body, born of both fear and desire, and she wondered wildly if Rohan felt the same thing around Ianthe. To accept would mean death. Yet there was a fascination in this man's touch. Was it there in his daughter's? She backed away and shook her head. I am no man's whore, not even when the man is you.
He laughed. If you wanted to intrigue me, you couldn't have chosen a better way to do it. But if you mean to reject me, I suggest you reconsider, Sinead.
He looked down at her, still smiling, but without warning took the step that separated them. Before she could move or protest, he had taken her shoulders once more and bent to capture her mouth. Just as suddenly he released her, bowed as deeply as if she had been born royal, and strode up the slope to his tents. Sinead was frozen, shivering, terror and lust at war within her. The High Prince wanted her, and as a woman, she could not be immune to the compliment of this powerful, alluring man's desire, but she was also a sunrunner, like the one already corrupted into betraying their kind. Relstra wanted her Faradi skills for himself. And didn't Rohan want the same thing? She wrapped her arms around herself, shaking convulsively. Rohan loved her. She repeated that to herself over and over again. It did no good. He would use her gifts just as Relstra would, only Rohan had the blessing of Lady Andrade, who had arranged it all. She took the river stones out of her pocket and gripped them until she thought her bones would crack around them. Who was she to judge which prince would be more worthy of using her? She laughed bitterly. She had no choice, and how she hated them all for it. Rohan was half asleep by the time he slid between the sheets of his bed, fuzzy-headed with wine, gloating still over his victory. He mumbled a dismissal to Walvis, who left the tent, and shifted around to find a position that wouldn't chafe the cuts on his shoulders and back. But wine had dulled the aches, and as sleep crept up on him, he turned his thoughts to dreams of Sinead. It crossed his drowsy mind that he must be picking up some of her conjuring abilities, for she was almost real in his arms, her soft lips caressing his forehead, and her slim fingers stroking his cheek. He smiled and reached for her, finding it entirely natural that there were indeed smooth shoulders beneath his palms, the skin warm velvet. She sat on the bed beside him and began a greedy exploration of his body. As she pushed aside the blanket for access, he gasped aloud, eyes wide as her hand cradled his stirring flesh. "Shh," she whispered, placing her fingers on his lips. He kissed them, wishing the lamp was closer to the bed so he could see her face. The soft light from the glass-shaded candle on the far table, combined with the glow of the watch fire filtering through the tent walls to backlight her night-darkened hair. She continued her caresses, sensations he'd never known existed ripping through his body. "Stop," he said at last. "My turn, damn it, girl." He was surprised to hear his voice so thick and throaty. He slid his hands down her arms, back up to her shoulders, along her breasts that were covered by silk, warmed with the heat of her body. He clasped her waist in his hands and pulled her closer, and froze. Slender enough, but not as firm as he remembered. Pliant now, the way her shoulders and arms had been, with a slight covering of soft flesh between bones and silk, but he knew Sinead to be firmly muscled, very strong, not sleek-fleshed like this. A scent of rich perfume came from her body, not the clean fragrance of wind and wild things he had come to associate with her. This was not Sinead. A sudden flare of fire outside in the brazier reshaped and sharpened the shadows within the tent. The woman turned her head in alarm, and Rohan got a good look at her profile. The violence of his reaction made him shove her completely off the bed, and she sprawled on the carpet, sobbing for breath. "Ianthe!" he whispered. At the same time, the guards outside shouted that there was fire.
"Hide me," she pleaded frantically. "If anyone finds me here—"
"Get out! I don't give a damn what happens to you!"
He rose and tore the blanket from the bed to cover his nakedness, feeling sick.
"I'll distract them, but you'll have to run fast. Go on!"
"Rohan, please."
Her face was eerily lit in blue by the flames through the silken tent.
"You want to be found in here with me?"
"Yes." He hauled her up by an elbow and shook her.
"Did you think you'd force me into marriage by tricking me into dishonoring you? You fool! Get out!"
"You wanted me,"
she flung at him.
"Shut up!"
He pulled her over to the entrance and drew one of the flaps aside. The guards were trying to stamp out the small fire that had leaped from the brazier onto the grass.
"If you're here, when I come back, I'll see to it everyone knows you for the whore you are. Wait until I've got their attention, then run."
He pushed through the flaps and tightened the blanket around his waist, feeling a total fool. He ordered the guards to run and get water buckets. They obeyed. Only he glimpsed Ianthe's flight. Other people emerged sleepy-eyed from their tents, and Rohan sent them back with calming words. The fire was out, and there was no more danger. When all was quiet, he returned to the brazier. The green grass should not have caught fire. He inspected the patch that was now soaked with water, expecting to find it charred. It was not. There had been no fire, not of the usual kind. Rohan looked around him, and in the far shadows thought he saw a slim shape in a dark dress. He started for her, but one of the guards approached him with apologies.
"My lord, I don't know how it happened. The fire leaped right up out of the brazier." "Never mind. No damage done."
He went back inside his tent, for the shadow had vanished. Just inside the doorway, he stopped, as his bare feet contacted a few small, hard objects on the carpet. He bent, picked them up, and slowly smiled. How had she gotten them in here, he wondered. While Ianthe was leaving and he was speaking to the others? It seemed probable.
"So, you yourself were watching over me tonight," he whispered. "May I always defend you as effectively, love."
He held the stones a little while longer, then placed them in his jewel coffer next to the emeralds he'd won that day. Chapter 14. Against every evidence of the night's wispy clouds, the next dawn saw a prodigious downpour that kept everyone in their tents until at least noon. Most of the highborns woke at the first thunder, heard the rain, shrugged, and rolled over to go back to sleep. Their suites did much the same, except for a few luckless souls who had to get fires started in anticipation of the inevitable morning calls for steaming hot teas later on. Lady Palila's servants on board the barge were fortunate. They had no need to rig up protection for cook fires, and could provide her and her early guest with a full breakfast prepared in the galley. If they were astounded that it was Princess Pansala who shared their mistress's meal, they spoke of it only in whispers, and only among themselves.
"So, Ianthe tried to make a whore of herself last night," Palila said, her eyes mirroring the satisfaction in Pansala's. "From what I've seen of our golden-haired hero, he's not the type to appreciate it. You should have seen her, coming back to the tent with her hair in tangles and her feet covered in dirt." Pansala laughed. "She's still there, pretending she went for a walk and took a chill so she won't have to face anyone. I wish her much joy of Nadra's remedies."
And Linala's scintillating conversation. It was good of you to come tell me about it and keep me company this morning. I do believe I've done you an injustice all these years, Sala. We work well together. We have much to gain, and we both hate Ianthe. That makes us natural allies. Well, she's ruined herself this time. Even if Relstra doesn't hear of this, our noble Prince Rohan will never have her now. I would say your cause has been won, my dear. Not quite. Pansala stirred her teas with a golden spoon tipped by an amethyst. There's something about that Sunrunner girl that bothers me. He never has a soft word for her, and she's barely polite to him. But Tobin and Andrade are both pushing for her. Rohan seems just pliable enough to give in if the two of them try hard enough. I don't think Rohan's that stupid, Palila mused, and they're reckoning without your determination to have him, of course. Besides, the girl's Ferrari, without family to speak of. No matter what Tobin says about her connections to Saya and Kirst, she can't offer anything approaching what you can. I still wish she was out of the way. She poured fresh cups of teas and gave one to Palila. It wasn't wise of you to come all the way from Castle Crag with your time so near, you know. We don't want you delivering early in a place where we can't control events. Why do you think I insisted on bringing those other women along? It took me hours to convince your father that I needed their care and company, as well as that of my own maids. A pity one of them didn't get pregnant when I did. You're not due for another 30 days or so, Pansala said, looking her over with a critical eye, although I must say you're big enough to be at least that long overdue. Palila hid her annoyance at this reminder of her bulk. Goddess forbid I should have to carry a child past the usual term. Even a son? Pansala asked archly. I've found all the drugs we'll need, by the way. It wasn't difficult. There are merchants enough here so I could buy one thing here, another there. A swallow or two of drugged wine, and they'll start labor pains almost at once. We've thought of everything. Unless all 4 of us produce daughters? Palila picked at her nails, frowning. To be really safe, we should have brought the other 2 with us. Impossible. Even father would find that suspicious, even though he hardly knows a woman is alive when she's pregnant. Neither did Palila appreciate this reference to Relstra's distaste for child-heavy women. I told him I wanted their company, and deathly dull it is, too. If I didn't need them, I'd have them all deprived of their tongues now instead of later. Listening to them is sheer torment. But I have to have them with me for a few hours every day for appearance's sake. I depend on you for rational conversation. And news of what goes on at the Riala. It's a pity you can't be up and about more. This, too, was a sore point, and Palila did not bother hiding her irritation this time. Relstra insisted she attend the important functions, the banqueting, the last day ceremonies, but she had no energy, and her feet had swollen right out of every pair of shoes she owned. At previous Rialim, she had been constantly at his side, admired, coveted, envied. But last night there had been many women who had dared to flirt with Relstra, and in Palila's presence, too. It was infuriating to be so huge and indolent and sickly. Her son would have much to answer for once he was born. Sinead worries me, Pansala said, returning to her former theme. She isn't anything special in looks or wits, but there's something about her. So you've said, Palila responded impatiently. I tell you, Sala, don't bother about her. Now that Ianthe's own foolishness has ruined her, you need have no concerns. On the last day feast, I see you standing with Prince Rohan as his bride. The picture enchanted the princess, who laughed gleefully. Did I tell you what he said yesterday about my eyes? My bridal necklet will be of diamonds. Delightful, Palila said, trying to sound enthusiastic. But now that your position is assured, we ought to make some plans. I'll get your father to give you Farouche as a wedding present, and through the pass there, we'll be able to control much trade, to our mutual profit, as we planned, with no one the wiser. Our sons will be very rich men. Very rich princes, Pansala corrected silkily, and the firmest of friends. Palila smiled, her sweetest smile. Naturally, my dear. Now we really ought to be planning what you'll wear on the last day ceremonies. They spent the rest of the morning discussing Pansala's wedding gown, these two strange and dangerous allies. Sinead was less fortunate in her physical circumstances. Instead of a snug, dry cabin on board Relstra's barge, something a sunrunner would not have appreciated anyway, she was stuck inside a leaky tent. No sooner did she and Camigwyn and Hildreth stop one drip than another began. The beds were damp, and the wet wool carpet smelled awful. But there was nowhere to go for escape, and when Cami suggested a game of chess to take their minds off their misery, Sinead gladly agreed. But her mind was not on the game. She could not stop thinking about what she had seen the previous night. Had Rohan welcomed Ianthe? Had the fire interrupted the first caresses of their lovemaking? Sinead's response to Relstra's advances had educated her most painfully in the fascinations of his deadly breed. Had Rohan felt the same? She lost to Cami in less than 15 moves. Rising, she grabbed up a cloak and pulled the hood up over her hair. "I'm going for a walk." "You'll catch a chill," Hildreth warned. "This is the cloak Tobin lent me. See?" She spread its folds to show the fur lining. "I'll be warm enough." As Cami began her own protest, Sinead exclaimed, "I have to get out of here." She pushed aside the sopping tent flaps and started walking. The cloak, made for the much shorter Tobin, reached only to Sinead's knees. She knew she must look absurd, but there was nobody to notice her in her rich crimson cloak over plain riding clothes. A few guards huddled beneath the slight shelter of entry overhangs. A servant or two hurried through the rain on errands. Sinead left the maze of tents for the river and crossed the bridge to the fair. The booths were shut down and deserted, bright hangings drenched, wood dark with rain. The merchants had taken their wares back to the tent village over the hill for safety and protection from the storm, and undoubtedly sat cursing the weather that deprived them of a day's sales. Deserted, silent, the place looked like a battlefield, lacking only corpses and black-winged birds to pick the bones clean. Sinead gave an annoyed shrug at the grim turn of her thoughts, and kept walking up the crest of a hill, where a small wood provided welcome if inadequate shelter. Damn Rohan's leaky tents! Damn Rohan! Hunkering down beside dripping ferns, she forced herself to think things through once again. It wasn't even last night's scene that was bothering her, she admitted privately. She could understand if Rohan had desired Ianthe for a time. She had felt the same around Ianthe's father. The trouble lay deeper, and she looked down at her rings with a bitter smile, twisting her lips. What would Andrade say if she knew what Sinead had done to that Merida? Meaning only to frighten, her conjuring had killed. Worse, she felt no real remorse over the man's death. He had tried to kill Rohan. That was reason enough for him to die. She tried to believe she hated Rohan for doing this to her. The truth was, she hated herself for allowing it to happen. She hadn't meant for the wine steward at Stronghold to die either, but he had, his mind pulled apart by two sunrunners warring for control. Sinead was partly responsible, but she could not feel much remorse over him either. She had killed for Rohan, and she did not even have the excuse yet of being his princess. What would happen in the future, when she could hide behind that convenient obligation? Rohan's power over her was terrifying, but it was power she had given him, along with her heart and her mind. She could be his princess only, and feel like only half a person if she gave up being a Ferrari. It must be possible to balance them, be both sunrunner and princess. Andrade would never have done this if it was impossible to be both. No prince or princess had ever been an active sunrunner as well. It was too dangerous. She huddled more deeply into her cloak and closed her eyes. wondering why Andrade should think her strong enough to resist using her power if her husband or her lands were in need. Sinead had not intended to kill, but that was no excuse. She had shattered a Faradi's most binding vow in Rohan's defense. All at once, it occurred to her that perhaps Andrade had counted on exactly that. The concept stunned her. The lady was wily, manipulative, ambitious, and arrogant, yet she could not intend for Sinead to ignore all traditional restraints on the use of Faradi power. Surely, she could not be that cruel to make Sinead responsible. But maybe she was. Maybe in making a princess of a trained sunrunner, she had calculated that the gifts would become partisan ones, that Sinead would break the vows for the sake of her prince. Andrade could not have ordered such a thing, nor said outright that she expected it of Sinead, but abruptly it made sense. Andrade had said nothing, but Sinead suddenly realized what was being asked of her. Not merely to create a son who would be prince and sunrunner as well, but to create the new rules by which her son would live. And Rohan, what would he ask of her? Could she trust his wisdom to keep her from having to make the choice again and again? She trembled inside the heavy fur, knowing that she had made her choice. Rohan. And for him, she would do whatever she had to, as Faradi and princess. As she sat under rainy branches, there was yet one thing that puzzled her until the obvious answer occurred to her. The princes would be livid when they found out Andrade intended to marry one of her sunrunners to a prince, but they did not yet know, thanks to Rohan's little scheme with Relstra's daughters. Wiping rain from her face, she smiled with grim anticipation of the uproar. If they disliked that event, they'd have fits when the children were born. Sinead was unaware of those who watched her from the meager shelter of other trees. Walvis was nearly invisible, shivering in a cloak wrapping him from nose to boots. Meath was invisible to both Squire and Sunrunner, whom he had been following since Hildreth warned him of Sinead's restlessness. He told himself that if she wanted to be alone to think, she could at least have picked a nice, dry tent instead of wandering all over the countryside. Muttering a curse under his breath, he huddled closer to his tree. Rohan was at that moment cursing himself for inflicting his more radical ideas on unsuspecting princes. Despite the rain, the conference continued, if one could dignify the current argument by that polite term. Rohan had made a serious error, inexcusable even by his weariness. He had not slept after Ianthe had left him, and had come very close to seeking out Sinead for satisfaction of desires the princess had aroused. The very idea had disgusted him. Still, he had not closed his eyes until dawn, for as he considered Ianthe's actions, he worried more about their implications. To put the finish to his discomfort, rain made him nervous right down to his desert-bred bones. But a prince could make no excuses for his mistakes, not even to himself. Rohan, listening to the conflict that raged around him, wished he'd kept his stupid mouth shut. He had begun well enough. In innocent tones he had put forth the suggestion that it would be useful for him to know what his borders were. He really did need to know, after all, exactly what he was prince of. His intention had been obvious enough even for a dull-witted prince like Zomer of Isil. The Merida attack had again prompted the question of rights to certain desert lands, with Relstra doing the prompting, and Rohan wanted to define what belonged to him, and more importantly, what no longer belonged to his enemies. The princes did not realize that his true goals were more subtle. With everyone agreed on what he owned, failure of the Merida to remove themselves from desert land would give Rohan the legal excuse he needed for invasion. No other prince would dare aid the Merida while Rohan was engaged in recovering what had been decided was his. But more far-reaching than this, he knew that stable government required stable borders. He had intended to start by proposing distinct boundaries for his own lands, and then, in future years, encourage other princes to do the same. But they had leaped ahead to things Rohan had hoped to save for the next Riala. He had not counted on the fierce rivalry between Princes Salmer and Volog. They shared their island in an uneasy truce that had never come within shouting distance of real peace, and their borders fluctuated yearly. When Rohan proposed precise definition of his own lands, they had seized on the concept like dragons discovering an unprotected deer.
"What shall set the precedent?" Relstra had injected into the discussion, and the battle had begun. Everyone had a precedent. Everyone's great-great-grandsire had had a precedent. This was what territorial wars were all about. Rohan condemned himself for a fool because another war seemed ready to break out right now, but he had no one other than himself to blame for this. Yet as he glanced toward the High Prince, wondering why Relstra did not intervene to settle this, he learned something very interesting. Relstra actually wanted them at each other's throats. The conflict between Salmer and Volog had ignited the same kind of argument between the princes of Fyron and Fessenden, and though Relstra's face was composed into serious lines, his eyes were laughing. Their disunity was his goal and his delight. Divisiveness was the key to his personal power. Rohan sat back in his chair, chewing his lip. He had never realized before how Relstra kept the princes doing pretty much what he wanted. Now he understood. They fought among themselves, encouraged by the High Prince, who waited until factions were ready to tear each other to shreds before proposing some compromise that would see both sides indebted to him for the settlement, and Relstra would call it peacemaking. Rohan stared down at his hands to hide the disgust he knew must be in his eyes. He wanted only to claim what was his and nurture it in real peace. Care, caution, and cooperation coaxed the desert into bloom. His vassals had to work in concert to survive, pushing aside their petty differences. It was not the same in richer lands. There was little work involved in bringing forth fruit and flowers from Prince March or Ossetia or Kirst Izel. The rulers of those lands had time for other things, and for many years Relstra had seen to it that their energies had been wasted in quarrels. All that time, all those resources, all that power of mind and wealth, and it had been squandered. Rohan felt as angry at the waste as if he had caught someone purposely draining precious water from the cisterns at Stronghold. Government was the fine art of coordination. Rule was the subtle and divisive art of power. What Rohan wanted most, peace by rule of laws understood by all, Relstra would work to prevent with all his might. Rohan understood that now. More, he understood Ianthe's desperation, which had driven her to him last night. She had seen the chance of gaining power through him, and it was the only thing she had ever learned how to want. She had only her father's example of waste and treachery to learn from. Suddenly he thought of Sinead, and his heart ached. He himself had played at Relstra's game of divisiveness without even knowing it, setting Sinead against the princesses the way Relstra set the princes against each other while he sat back and enjoyed the show. Rohan had even pitted his own heart against what his mind had made him think was so very clever. But he could not live that way. He needed Sinead beside him, openly, honestly, freely. He saw himself now as an arrogant child who had played the wrong game and hurt not only her, but himself in the process. He became aware that Prince Lane was watching him. The faded blue eyes smiled knowingly for a moment, and then the old man got to his feet. "My lords," he said, then more loudly, "My lords!" They settled down. "I congratulate Prince Rohan on his excellent, if revolutionary idea, but I suggest that without maps and documentation we're wasting our time." "Can you solve our problems, cousin?" Relstra asked smoothly. "I believe so. We must apply to Lady Andrade." "For what?" Salmer asked, a world of suspicion in 2 syllables.
Not for a ruling, certainly, Lane reassured him. But before the next Riala, she might be persuaded to organize land claims so everyone will know where everyone else stands. Literally. I suggest that we save the drawings of borders until 3 years hence and search our archives for proper precedent. I approve, the High Prince said. Your words are wise, as ever. In fact, I am inspired by them to suggest something else rather new. I propose that, until we have all agreed on our borders, that things as they stand now be considered the legitimate boundaries of our lands, to be revised as necessary in 3 years' time. I further propose that any prince who attacks another be swiftly punished by the rest of us.
Salmer frowned.
Let me understand this, Relstra. If, say, Haldor attacks Charlie over a few square measures that are in dispute, then I would be there with all my armies as soon as I could to defend Prince Haldor's rights. And those of us on the border of Meadow, Lord, or Sire, Prince Rohan, for instance, would come to Haldor's defense as well. It would take much of the profit out of war, and we would cease spending our substance on useless wars.
I like it,
Adjut of Fyron declared.
So do I,
said Salmer, with an eye on Volog, who smiled.
May I speak?
Rohan heard himself say.
Please do, cousin,
Relstra replied graciously.
I think that Prince Lane should be the ultimate arbiter of any serious disputes. These are not matters for Lady Andrade to decide, and on his island Lane has little interest in who owns what on the continent. Are you agreeable to this proposal, Lane?
The old man bowed to the High Prince.
I shall do myself the honor of accepting the task.
Sanity at last, Rohan thought gratefully.
I hope, Relstra went on, that we will be able to work out differences between ourselves without bothering Lane.
The hint was not missed by a single man present, not even Salmer.
And now, my lords, we deserve a rest. Prince Visarion has kindly provided refreshment in his tent. We meet back here this afternoon.
Rohan escaped from the close atmosphere of the violet tent and drew up the hood of his cloak against the rain. The morning had not been quite the disaster he'd feared at one point, but there were many things he had to think through. He needed privacy, and there was none to be found in his own camp. At Stronghold, he could have disappeared for hours as he chose. But where could a prince hide at the Riala? He went down to the river, hoping no one else would venture out in the rain for a stroll, and from the corner of his eye caught sight of Meath slinking around the trees on the opposite shore. He supposed he ought to be reassured by the zeal of those who watched over him, but the constant surveillance annoyed him too. Briefly he considered making a game of it, trying to outwit the Faradi, but the dutiful portion of him forbade it. He would be an idiot to go off alone without escort, what with the Merida possibly roaming around. Rohan finally saw the perfect place for privacy, the steps leading up to the bridge. He felt a little foolish as he slid beneath them and hunkered down out of the rain, but Meath could think what he liked. He drew his cloak more tightly around him. Like a dragon with wings folded against the rain, he told himself with a grin. The wooden planks above leaked a little, and he shifted around to find a spot where he wouldn't get dripped on, finally settling down snug and hidden from prying eyes. The morning had not been so bad, he reflected, though Relstra's suggestion about mutual aid and defense troubled him. The possibilities for mischief were endless. He set himself to thinking as the High Prince might, something far too easy for his peace of mind, and the scenes that played out in his head were far from reassuring. Any attack, no matter who arranged it, would compel the other princes into punitive action. Questions would come only later, if the fighting stopped. For there were factions among the princes that would not vanish in the face of any treaty. Athrim picked fights with each other all the time, more often than not on the orders of their princes, who usually kept out of the actual battles. Rohan's own father had used the tactic often enough, though he had loved fighting and was always in the thick of any minor war. Rohan, however, had no intention of living that way. But he could easily imagine a force of mercenaries laying siege to a keep and placing the blame on someone else. High Prince Relstra could march through in the attacked prince's defense and work whatever damage he cared to inflict. By the time everything had been sorted out, no one would be certain what had happened. Still, perhaps everyone would think twice now about making war. Localized conflicts were one thing. Major wars were to no one's profit. Rohan shrugged, knowing that all he could do was hope for the best. He felt better about his own proposal of legal borders. Not for nothing had he gone over every document in Stronghold's archives. He already knew what was legally his, not only regarding the Merida, but along his borders with Sire, Prince March, Meadowlord, and Cunaxa as well. He would have to give up a farm or two, but he would also gain substantial properties in return. In all his vast holdings, he could afford to cede a little in exchange for undisputed right to the rest of it. The vassals involved would have to be appeased, of course, now that they were going to own the land, but thanks to his father, he had money enough to soothe the loss of a few square measures here and there. What a dragon's egg he had cracked today, he thought with a smile. The princes would go mad rummaging around for old treaties and the surveys made by Faradim long ago. In their searching, they would, without even realizing it, come to value the precedent of law. With luck and a push here and there, he could persuade them to extend that belief to other things. Footsteps sounded on the bridge above him, returning from the other bank, and for a moment he thought it must be Meath. But the steps were too light to belong to the big sunrunner. As the person descended to the gravel shore, curiosity got the better of him. He peeked out from his shelter and with complete delight recognized the girl wrapped in a cloak much too short for her. "Sinead!" "Who's there?" She whirled around, fear in her voice. "It's only me, Rohan. I'm under the steps. Come in out of the rain." She approached, her riding boots muddy to the knees, and bent to peer in. "Whatever are you doing?" "I could ask you the same. Come on." He held out a hand, which she ignored. "You're supposed to be safe and dry inside your tent," he scolded as she crouched down beside him. "Your damned, leaky tent," she corrected, "and you're supposed to be in a conference." "I got bored." He shifted around to kneel behind her, careless of the mud, and began rubbing her arms and shoulders. She was shivering beneath the fur-lined cloak. "You're soaked through. How long have you been outside, woman? Here, let me warm you up." He tried to draw her back against him, intending to hold her while explaining his discoveries of the morning, but she shrugged him off, angrily. "Don't handle me as if I'm your property," she muttered. "You don't own me yet, my Lord Prince." Bewildered, he kept his mouth shut. A few moments later he was rewarded for his self-control. "I saw Ianthe last night, coming out of your tent. The only reason I'm even speaking to you is that she didn't look very happy." Rohan was glad her back was to him, so she missed his delighted grin. "I didn't give her much reason to be." "You conjured fire last night, didn't you?" "What if I did?" she said sulkily. "She was there to seduce you, or kill you, and I wasn't about to let her do either." "I wonder which would have been worse." She twisted around and stared at him, her lashes all tangled with raindrops he longed to kiss. "Oh, I'd love to be able to hate you," she whispered. Rightly interpreting this as a declaration of emotions having nothing to do with hatred, Rohan took her in his arms. They sat there in the mud beneath the leaky bridge and kissed each other, hampered by the bulk of their clothing, the chill, and a total lack of adequate space. Rohan had never been happier in his life. They might have stayed like that all afternoon and well into the evening, but gradually Rohan became aware that rain no longer dripped into his hair. The blue-gray dimness of their hideaway had brightened with sunlight. Reluctantly, he eased his hold on her. She pressed her hands to his chest and nestled her head comfortably against his shoulder. "There's so much to tell you, and there's never any time. Rohan, Meeting in secret will be fun once we're married and don't have to in order to talk to each other, but for now it's getting ridiculous.
Just wait till I get you alone in Stronghold this winter, he promised.
Saddle the horses and let's go home then. She laughed and moved away from him. Only a little while longer, I know. Just remember that I don't really mean the things I say around other people.
Not even about the river stones, he teased. I found them last night. Very romantic.
She turned crimson and pushed at his shoulders. Get out of here before they miss you, and go change clothes. You're caked in mud.
So much for romance.
He stole another kiss.
As for you, my lady, go dry off and get into something warm.
I was warm until you let go, she complained, her arms sliding around him again.
Stop that, Sinead. I absolutely forbid you to seduce me.
Well, I need to, she giggled. Oh, very well. I'll go. I suppose it wouldn't be very elegant of me to sneeze my way through our wedding. I'm going to look gorgeous in those emeralds, you know.
Greedy witch, he accused. Just for that, I'll have your necklet made of river stones after all.
Oh, no, you won't. She took his face between her hands and kissed him soundly. When she let him go, he said the only thing possible under the circumstances.
I love you.
The green eyes filled with tears.
You've never said that before. Of course I have.
No, that was the first time.
But you knew, Sinead. You must have known.
I like to hear it sometimes, Rohan. It makes things easier.
What things, love? The princesses. Don't pay them any attention.
You did, she reminded him tartly. But it's not really them.
Then what is it?
She lifted the hand that wore his emerald. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to wear these other rings, honestly.
I don't understand.
A small sigh escaped her. I don't know anymore what I'm supposed to be. Sunrunner or princess or both. I feel caught. He finally understood her earlier words.
Sinead, no one can own you unless you allow it. Not me, not Andrade. Anyone who tries will want to use you. I promise. I won't do that. I love you so much. I don't ever want to see you hurt. Don't be afraid of me, love. I won't trap you.
You already have. She forestalled his protest with another kiss. Just keep your other promise, Rohan. Always be honest with me. Please. They crept out of the small space, shivering in the brisk wind that had blown the clouds away and parted, she returning to her fellow sunrunners, he to his fellow princes. Neither of them noticed their shadows. One a Ferrari, one a squire, one an expert swordsman of Rohan's own guard. And none of these saw the figure in a dark, violet cloak who stood concealed by a tree, hate seething in her dark eyes. The next afternoon, Lady Andrade stood in the conference tent, setting the seal of Goddess Keep on a score of documents. All the princes watched as she dripped hot black wax onto the white ribbons Urivel had placed on each parchment and pressed her seal to leave an image of the great castle. Secretaries had been at work all day to make the requisite number of copies, and there were plenty to be made, Andrade reflected, with her nephew's name on quite a few of them. Privately, she was amazed at what he had accomplished here. He had gained a good deal and given away just as little as Zahava ever had. Andrade suspected that the other princes were beginning to realize that behind the guileless smile and innocent blue eyes were a cunning brain and a driving ambition, but they were all eager to conclude treaties with the man they thought would soon be Relstra's son by marriage. The High Prince had led them to believe it. Rohan had not had to say or do a thing, and all the princes were locked into these agreements for the next 3 years. She nodded cordially to Relstra when the last document bore her seal, and he turned to the assembled princes.
Cousins, I thank you for a peaceful and profitable Riala. May we all reap our just rewards from our work here and meet in even greater friendship 3 years hence.
As they bowed to Andrade and filed out of the tent, She drew her cloak a little closer against the sharp breeze coming through the entry. Urivel replaced ribbons, seal, and wax in their case, and stacked Goddess Keep's copies into a coffer for transport. The neat, graceful movements of his hands caught her attention, lulling her somehow, and she gave a start as Relstra's voice came from behind her. "A few moments of your time, Andrade, if I may." "Of course. Urivel, I'll expect the catalogue to be done by tomorrow morning. Get Camigwyn to help you. She has a clear hand." "If I can pry her away from Ostval," he murmured with a slight smile. He gathered up the 2 cases, bowed, and left her alone with the High Prince. "Please, sit down," he invited, and Andrade sank into a chair. Relstra seated himself opposite her at the table. "You know my hopes regarding your nephew and one of my daughters." "A blind man could see it," she replied pleasantly. "You can be subtle when it suits you. I wonder why you're so obvious now." "Without insult, may I venture the opinion that there was no other way to get the idea across to Rohan? He's been very intent on the business of the Riala and unresponsive to any but the most direct hints about my girls." "I think he's received the impression you wished him to have," Andrade told him, straight-faced. "But I understand you have your own candidate for his hand." She nodded. "In her own way, Sinead is as stubborn as Rohan." "I have an offer to make you, Andrade. Lady Sinead doesn't really want him. He would do much better by way of wealth and prestige by taking one of my girls. A marriage bond with me would be a very good thing, and we all know it." He paused. "As you also know, I have been without a son-runner at Castle Crag for some years now." "That was your doing, not mine. Jehoda was highly skilled, but you rejected his service. An action I have come to regret. As you are aware, I have other sources of information, but now I need a Ferrari." "And you want Sinead?" Her fingers beat a steady rhythm on the table. "You may not have her, Relstra. And if she herself should request it—" Andrade burst out laughing. "For the honor of being your whore? Don't fool yourself, Relstra. Not about this girl, nor about yourself. You're no longer young. You're thicker than you used to be, and the years are beginning to show. Scarcely the handsome youth who came riding into my father's keep nearly 30 years ago looking for a wife." He gave her a narrow smile. "Thank the goddess I chose neither you nor that witless twin of yours." "Your memory is failing, I see," she taunted. "Millar loathed you on sight, and I had already seen what you'd become." "I will have Sinead." "You will have nothing." She leaned forward, no longer laughing. "Do you think I'd even consider entrusting that girl to a man who has already corrupted one Ferrari? Oh, yes, I know all about it, and you knew that I knew. You have my permission to explain yourself." He surged to his feet, towering over her. "Your permission? How dare you accuse me? I ought to have accused you before the other princes." "And why didn't you?" he shot back. "Too proud to admit you can't control everyone and everything the way you control Rohan?" "Whatever gave you the idea that I tell him what to do or say? You have a great deal to learn about him, Relstra." "I warn you, Andrade." She rose, pulling her cloak around her. "It was your face, the face you wear now, soiled by power, that I saw in the fire while I was still a young girl. Live your own life as you will, but I warn you, Relstra, don't you ever touch one of my Faradim again." She swept out of the tent, racked by an inner shaking. Goddess, how she hated that man, wanted to ruin him, but without the renegade sunrunner at hand, she had no proof. She surprised herself with the depth of her need to see Relstra utterly broken, but she knew that only when he was would Rohan and Sinead be safe. The High Prince ignored his servants as he strode onto his barge. He heard Palila's voice rise on his name, but had no time for her. Bloated, useless Palila, who would never bear him a son. He entered his own cabin and locked the door against her, should she manage to lever her bulk from her couch, and thought of Sinead's slender body, Sinead's graceful movements, Sinead's fathomless green eyes, and Sinead's Faradi rings. He opened a compartment concealed in the wood panels and pulled out a small velvet sack. Weighing it thoughtfully in his hand, he considered Criggo's needs. The man was valueless. He would receive no more than what he already had in his tent. There was more than enough Dranath here for Sinead. Chapter 15. Rohan left the High Prince's tent in great good humor, for he alone of the princes knew Andrade well enough to understand the little quirk of her brows as she read treaties with his signature on them. He had not done too badly for a putative idiot, he told himself, but he wondered if his aunt would catch the real intent behind certain otherwise innocent agreements with Princes Clutha and Volog. No self-respecting cow lasted more than one season in the desert, no matter how hardy the breed, and Meadowlord had produced too many cattle in the last few years. Rohan had offered to trade Clutha some of Che's best horses and a tidy amount of cash for the hides of cattle that had been butchered to thin out the herds. This was his first step down a much longer road. The treaty with Volog was the second. From that prince, Sinead's cousin, he had gained the loan of 2 masters in the art of parchment making, in exchange for increased shipments of glass ingots to Kirst's crafters. His official reason was that he wished his nephew's education enhanced by copies of the books in Rohan's own extensive library. Thus was Che's contribution explained. But what he really wanted, someday in the future, was to set up a school. Rohan had had the advantage of an indulgent, if bewildered father, willing to spend any sum to keep his voracious scholar of a son supplied with books. But not every young highborn, and certainly none of the lower classes, were similarly fortunate. One of the things he wanted to work out was a means through which talented young men and women could be educated, their minds trained, their gifts explored. There were schools for some of the major crafts, the crystallers in Fyron, the weavers in Cunaxa, but most people were locked into a family trade, no matter what their own natural inclinations. He knew his scheme would find an enthusiastic partner in Sinead who was as mind-hungry as he. He was looking forward to a winter alone with her at Stronghold for more reasons than the obvious. He stacked the parchments and leaned back to stretch, then heard footsteps on the other side of the partition, separating his private quarters from the more public area of the tent. "Walvis," he called out, and a moment later the squire appeared. Rohan stared and gave a low whistle. "Sweet goddess, what happened to you?" Walvis's freckled cheeks crimsoned, accenting the angry bruise over one eye. "Nothing, my lord," he muttered. "Come over here and let me see." Rohan turned the boy so he faced the light coming in through the fine mesh screening of a window. "If that's nothing, I'd hate to see your idea of something." He picked up the squire's right hand to inspect it. "From the looks of your knuckles, you gave something back." "That I did, my lord," Walvis replied grimly. "Would you care to tell me the trouble?" "A matter of honor." "Yours or mine?" "Both." A man's stubborn jaw suddenly jutted out of the child-round face. "One of Prince Durican's squires said that he said you were—" "Yes?" Rohan prompted, knowing that under no circumstances must he laugh. "I don't like to repeat such things, my lord." "Repeat them anyway." The boy gulped and blushed again. "He said that you were going to have trouble getting a son on any woman because, forgive me, my lord, because you're too stupid to find the piss-pot, let alone—" "I see." Rohan kept stern control over his facial muscles. "I repaid him for the insult, my lord." "I can see that, too." Walvis touched the bruise and shrugged. "I was really something to see a while ago," he admitted. Rohan turned away. occupying himself with the arrangement of the parchments in his traveling desk. When he could keep a straight face, he said, "I trust you have use enough of your limbs to go see our jeweler at the fair."
"Are my lady's emeralds ready?"
"I'd like you to find out. If they're finished, bring them back here, and if they're not,
I'll find out why."
"Gently, please," Rohan cautioned with a smile. "After all, we've given the poor man hardly any time at all. Off you go now." When the squire was at the partition, he called softly, "Walvis." The boy turned.
"Yes, my lord."
"I'll wager Prince Durrican's man looks much worse than you do." Walvis grinned proudly.
"He won't be chewing anything harder than water for days, nor walking straight up either."
This time the laughter escaped. As Walvis bowed and left him, Rohan's amusement turned to a sigh. Oh, to be 11 years old again, and able to take the direct route toward a goal, preferably with a solid right to Relstra's jaw. He still smarted over the blocks the High Prince had tried to place in the way of his harmless trade of glass and horses for the craft masters and cattle skins. It had been nearly impossible to keep his mouth shut and look bewildered while Volog and Clutha did his arguing for him. A mild commotion outside the tent distracted him, and through the window opening he caught sight of Camigwyn directing the placement of a dozen long tables. Rohan belatedly recalled that this evening he would be hosting an informal dinner. There would be dancing after